the 84th episode of the H3 podcast. Host Ethan Klein chose to interview his favorite comedian Bill Burr.
And I was such a big fan of Bill Burr. Obviously, who isn't? He's a legend.
But after 54 minutes of talking, Ethan's life had been altered permanently.
That's when I started taking antidepressants after that episode.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, you'll need to remember a specific date, the 12th of September 2018. It was not only the day when the episode was first posted, but it was also a day when viewers were already annoyed at Ethan for something he'd done prior. You see, just 5 days beforehand on the 7th of September, Ethan used his H3H3 Productions main channel to advertise a game they'd been building, which was especially annoying since they hadn't uploaded anything else over the previous 3 months. We waited 3 months for a 2.5 minute ad. I can't skip the ad for some reason. So disappointing that we wait for 3 months and this is a standalone video. This is something that belongs tagged at the end of a good old H3H3 vid, with the backlash prompting Ethan to respond via Twitter. This therefore established that in the same week as interviewing Bill Burr, Ethan was not only increasingly prone to criticism, but his confidence had also been crushed.
There was a lot going on in my head.
Which was certainly awful timing, as Ethan was set to face his toughest guest so far. Bill Burr had been running his own Monday morning podcast since May of 2007, meaning he had 11 years of podcasting experience compared to Ethan's year and a half. Ethan skipped all the side quests and went straight for the boss. Ethan was therefore extremely nervous from the moment the episode started.
I am so neurotic. I am nervous. I'm nervous right now.
Okay.
Very nervous.
I don't think that's gonna help.
How do you, was there ever, no, trust me, I'm on edge.
Only made worse given Ethan and his wife were both massive fans of Bill Burr's show.
Like, we were listening to his podcast every day during that time.
Ethan therefore also began the episode with a compliment, although there was a reason this made Bill somewhat uncomfortable. In a Hollywood Reporter interview, it was stated, even a compliment can potentially rub Burr the wrong way. As Bill explained, if someone was really nice, I would just be like, get away from me. If someone was an asshole, it's like, oh, that seems familiar. For whatever reason, I don't like being complimented, which killed the episode from the second the podcast started.
Ethan came into this interview too much as a fan, as a listener of Bill's podcast, and Bill came into this podcast with an attitude of, I don't know who you are, I don't give a shit.
As mentioned, it quickly became obvious that Bill didn't want to be there, which, as highlighted by Red Bar, is the perfect mixture for a terrible show.
Bill Burr seems to be in a nasty little mood, and that could ruin the whole interview. Look at him. Look how miserable he is.
Whether or not Bill was in a bad mood would be up for debate later, although as the interview continued, something became obvious. Bill Burr wasn't going to blindly agree with everything Ethan said, and would always give his honest opinion, even if it hindered the course of the episode.
He's not being a good interviewee. You can be gracious, and maybe the question's not perfect, but you can, accommodate it with like a good answer and bring it back to a good place. He doesn't like to do that at all.
Ethan got his first taste of this when suggesting the following point.
Bullying's almost important in a way, isn't it? Like, you gotta allow kids to give each other shit.
I don't think as a parent you ever allow it.
Sure.
Although it became more obvious 10 minutes later when the two started talking about the dog whisperer.
Does he even know anything? I also wonder, does he just pretend like he knows?
Well, I think the guy knows what he's doing.
Okay,
all right. I mean, he got a TV show. You're a really cynical guy, man.
I thought thought you were down. I thought you were going to be down.
That is a lot for me to say that.
I thought
you're
you were
like
going to
out
be down, but
cynical in me.
apparently I'm cynical even to Bill Burr.
Given the podcast was being streamed in real time, viewers gave their live reactions in a Reddit thread reading, "Am I the only one who's finding this podcast super awkward? What is wrong with Ethan? He's not laughing at any of Bill's jokes, and it's like he's lost all conversational skills," prompting a top comment reading, "Yeah, there's no chemistry between Bill and Ethan." However, things only got worse from here, as after 54 minutes of talking, the following exchange occurred.
It seems like you're in love with your daughter, hearing you talk about her on the podcast.
Jesus Christ, well, you're pretty perceptive. It's like you care about your own child.
Listen, more than that, okay? Because again, you're this character. You gush over your daughter. Not everyone gushes. Did your dad gush over you?
My dad actually at work did. And he also had a zillion kids, so I mean, yeah.
Really? How many siblings do you have?
I don't know, dude. The internet's too fucking weird to give out all that information.
Oh, you don't even want to say how many because you're afraid that it will
yeah, by all
compromise
means,
your
keep talking
privacy.
about it. Is there any way you can cut this out? I'm honest, dude. Like,
seriously?
Yeah, no, dude. There's fucking lunatics out there.
Okay.
Whoa.
Off the air, I'll tell you.
All right.
Jeez. I love how surprised he is. Jeez.
Well,
There's
you can mention the amount.
There's absolutely crazy people out
Okay,
there.
yeah. No. Whew. All right. I don't know why that got so flat.
With Bill being direct and private, and Ethan being curious and open, the conversation failed to flow for a pretty obvious reason.
You could not have picked two totally different people to get together and have an interview.
This could be observed when Ethan doubled down on the compliments.
The greatest Bill Burr.
Oh,
I do mean that, by the way. I know it makes you uncomfortable.
It does.
Although there was one final question that put the podcast in a casket. 12 years beforehand in 2006, Bill Burr had performed a stand-up set in Philadelphia where he basically roasted the audience to their face, and in response he was booed by everyone. The set has since been considered legendary given Bill would even go there. However, when Ethan brought it up on their episode, Bill Burr wasn't looking to talk about it.
It was when you were getting booed by thousands of people
I was
in
hoping
Philly.
you were. I was like, when you said my favorite
don't-
YouTube video, I was like, oh God, not the Philly thing again. Now I hate you.
Oh no.
I love. What can I do? I
Absolutely.
love that.
I'm joking. I'm fucking with you. Go ahead, let's do it.
But do you? But, no, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna ask you.
Were bullet, and you've been booed before.
You've talked about this a lot. I didn't
Yes.
realize.
No, but go ahead. Let's do it.
Well,
Let's
now
do it.
I
We can
frankly,
I like making you.
I would
I like
to
making you.
skip it.
I like making you uncomfortable.
Well, what
do
am I
this
supposed
thing.
to? Well, what am I?
doing this.
Yeah, right.
Start- you
yeah.
know, you get-
And now, what do you want me to be? Well, what was going through your head, Bill, when you're getting booed by all those people?
I don't know.
Yet the two completed the episode by insisting that things had gone well.
I almost made it through without making an ass of myself. I got so close.
What are you talking about? I had a great time.
I did too. I really did.
I hope you did. I'm worried about you.
I
You-
did.
Thank God you got.
I'm playing
Wait.
it up. I'm playing it up.
The audience reaction, however, couldn't have been more negative. Longtime H3H3 fan, but I'm really struggling staying with the podcast. We all knew that Ethan wasn't a great podcast partner / interviewer, but today it's just horrible. Bill's realness really contrasts Ethan's wacky performance, which is furthered by a meme reading who would win. Stand-up comedian, actor, voice artist, writer, a musician, producer and social critic, industry veteran at 25 plus years, or a comedian who dresses up in costumes and says the memes. In a different post, u/SkyKid200 highlighted, "You know you messed up when you make Bill Burr cringe," and in the one and only post questioning, "Am I the only one around here who didn't think the interview with Bill Burr was bad?" the top comment simply stated yes. On the video itself, KG stated, "This just made me like Bill more than I already did," although there were others who thought Bill was the one who messed up the interview.
What I would say to Bill Burr is get a grip. There's going to be 1 million people watching this. If you don't want to do it, don't come. Don't be a crank. There's no room for cranks in these interviews.
The unpopular opinion was that Bill Burr was the douche, as he was purposely trying to be superior to Ethan the entire time. And the sibling shit, that was a dumbass overreaction by Bill. I know how many siblings Bill Burr has. Let's use this info to find him somehow. Bill came off as that baby boomer kind of guy who doesn't quite get what you are saying, and to compensate tries to make you feel uncomfortable. This was also argued by another user who wrote, "I'm curious, if I know the amount of siblings of a person, what would that kind of information ever benefit me, even if I was someone who have vicious thoughts in their head, ridiculously overreacted, although as was highlighted in the comments, Bill certainly has the right to his own privacy. Who was at fault wasn't important anyway. All that mattered was the interview went so poorly, Ethan cancelled all of his following podcast guests.
I was canceling episodes after that.
And instead hosted 7 weeks worth of episodes with just him and his wife, one of which addressing how the show had become hated.
It feels like nobody likes this podcast and everybody wants it to go away, but somebody likes it. I mean, people watch it, right? I mean, there's a few out there. This person likes it.
This was addressed in detail only 2 videos later, in which Ethan didn't reference the Bill Burr episode, but explained that something had derailed his life.
About 2-3 months ago is when I kind of hit rock bottom, and I was just so miserable that I was so tired. I didn't no longer wanted to be myself.
As a result of this unspecified event, Ethan had begun using antidepressants.
So I had this bottle of antidepressants in my bedside, and I said, after dealing with this and hitting rock bottom, I started taking it.
Which was the only alternative to ditching the podcast completely.
I have thought about quitting the podcast, honestly.
A lot.
Yeah. Because it's been such a pain. It's been so painful at times.
Ethan instead doubled down on the broadcasting by discussing his Bill Burr experience with the most unlikely of people, Theo Von. You see, Theo had his own disaster podcast with Bill, where Bill also acted harshly towards Theo for asking fairly innocent questions.
Do you keep a weapon on yours or no?
On what?
In your, I don't know if you have a helicopter or if you rent a helicopter.
Do I really have to answer that? He knows goddamn well I don't have a weapon. Why are you doing this?
You don't? You wouldn't have a gun. I don't think it's obtuse really to think you might have a weapon in there with you. Think about it.
Yeah, think about it.
Okay, all right.
You think about it.
All right.
Yeah, no.
Okay, fine.
Theo and Ethan therefore met to discuss what had happened, where Ethan confirmed his rock bottom moment was because of the Bill Burr episode.
I went into therapy after that episode. I'm not even
really?
I'm not even being kidding. I mean, I was having a depressive episode for a long time.
Right.
And I had these antidepressants next to my bed. And after that episode with Bill Burr, I came home and that's when I started taking antidepressants and I went to therapy. Wow. It was soul crushing.
Ethan then explained why the interview was so tough for him.
When he sees an opening, he attacks.
Yeah.
He is unlike anyone else I've ever interviewed because he's not willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. He will expose any chinks in your armor.
And that the hardest part to deal with was how the audience reacted.
It didn't feel that bad, but it was the reaction, the audience reaction to it afterward.
However, for those revisiting the original podcast, Ethan admitting to therapy opened a brand new point of criticism. H3 just said bullying is important. That's rich considering he needed therapy and antidepressants after a simple conversation with Bill Burr. It's ironic that Ethan said sometimes kids need to be bullied when he later cried about how hard the Bill Burr interview was. The fact that he went into therapy after this interview is crazy LOL, although Ethan was preparing for a shot at redemption. Exactly 1 year after the first Bill Burr interview, Ethan made a post on Instagram reading, "It was an honor to be fat shamed today by the great Bill Burr," confirming the two had done another interview. Surprisingly, it was Bill Burr who suggested the redo.
And then Bill Burr reached out to us to come back on a second time. He reached out to us, and the second one everyone thought went great. They said it was the redemption episode.
Ethan therefore reframed the first interview as a positive learning experience.
From that episode though, I've had a lot of growth. I don't take it back, the Bill Burr things.
You don't take the Bill Burr thing back?
No.
Especially given how it changed his day-to-day life.
Taking antidepressants, going to therapy was like the best choice I ever made for me and my family, and professionally too. I mean, it's made everything better.
Who are the 5 nicest celebrities and who are the 5 meanest?
I can tell you who the meanest one I ever met was.
Uh-oh.
Her name is Ellen DeGeneres.
But while all the evidence points to Ellen being awful, Adam Sandler is always highlighted as being incredibly kind. Take for example the time he was refused a table at IHOP after the server failed to realize it was Adam Sandler asking. Embarrassed, the server shared the CCTV to TikTok, prompting Adam Sandler to meet with the waitress personally while joking about the rejection by stating, "For the record, I only left the IHOP because the nice woman told me the all-you-can-eat deal didn't apply to the milkshakes," although fans were impressed for a slightly different reason. It's very humble of him to not assert that he's a celebrity and ask for special treatment. He acted just like a regular customer and didn't challenge anyone. I respect him for that, with his humble attitude extending to wedding photo bombs and that time he randomly appeared for some chicken.
Hi guys. No way. No way, you're joking.
He filmed a good chunk of Mr. Deeds in my hometown, and he was simply the nicest man ever. He would come out to sign autographs after a full 14+ hour day of shooting. Didn't matter how long the line was, he made sure every single person got to say hello. He had time for photographs and chats with everyone in town, frequented all the local coffee shops and posed with employees. He seemed to really care and know how excited we all were to have a movie happening and always had a smile, although Adam's fans aren't the only people to talk very highly of him.
You guys love each other. Is that fair to say?
For sure.
Yeah. I hear each of you individually talking about the other in such fond terminology.
Yeah.
After Pete Davidson worked with Adam Sandler on Saturday Night Live, Pete went on to state he's just such a cool, nice guy. I can't explain how wonderful of a person he is. Just like caring and sweet and not full of crap, which is very rare to find. But while Adam Sandler's happy on-screen mood clearly extends to his personal life, Mike Myers from Austin Powers is apparently much different when the cameras aren't rolling. Twitter users exposed Mike Myers as an absolute nightmare to work with. The article referred to a tweet reading, "Mike Myers had me fired off the set of The Love Guru because I made eye contact with him and I was there as his bodyguard." The tweet had been posted by a person named Jay Brody, who then expanded on the incident in a podcast.
You'll be basically guarding Mike Myers' trailer. Like, here's the catch. Can't look at him. But I realized, like, I can't let just anyone into the trailer. So I look up, I catch his eye for a second. I give him a nod to let him know I'm cool. And then I look away, and within an hour, I get a phone call letting me know that I'm fired and I have to get off set.
Prompting others to give their own anecdotes about Mike Myers' terrible attitude. I was an extra in Love Guru and remember being told we can't make eye contact with Mike. When I tell people this, they don't believe me. Thanks for confirming. People always wonder why there weren't more Austin Powers movies, but never realize how many stories there are like this about him. Basically, no one wants to work with the guy, with one of these other stories coming from the set of The Cat in the Hat, where Mike's co-star Amy Hill stated his area was all covered with tenting because he didn't want anybody seeing him. It was so weird, it was just the worst, I was miserable. Hill also revealed how Diva Myers selfishly kept everyone waiting for hours, overruled the director, and even had someone standing by, just holding his personal chocolates in a dish. It was just a horrible, nightmarish experience, although people have only ever said the opposite about Steve Buscemi. Buscemi worked as a New York firefighter before quitting to pursue acting, although when the Twin Towers were destroyed on September 11, Buscemi walked into his old fire department to volunteer, working 12 hours a day for a week straight in the hopes of finding survivors. He called his old firehouse, then receiving no reply, headed to the site, where he found his former engine company. I asked if I could join them, he said, adding I could tell they were a little suspicious at first, but I worked with them that day. It was a privilege to be able to do it. It was great to connect with the firehouse I used to work with and with some of the guys I worked alongside. Note, this was in 2001 after he was already extremely famous from movies such as Fargo, yet according to an independent article on his volunteering, very few photographs and no interviews exist because he declined them. He wasn't there for publicity. Wouldn't you think you were hallucinating if Steve Buscemi helped you out of the rubble? What a great humble guy, with a Reddit comment then offering a slightly more personal story. I used to serve him all the time and he never once was a diva. Always had a smile on his face, and I mean, I don't even think he once had a complicated order. He always ordered the most simple thing on the menu and always tipped 20+%, not to mention Buscemi gets extra credit for being close friends with Adam Sandler. However, it seems Jerry Seinfeld was left out of the party, given every clip of him I've seen outside of his shows is just him being an unlikable douche with an ego the size of a small country. This sentiment began with a Larry King interview from 2007.
I went off the air as the #1 show on television, Larry.
You were
Do you know who I am? 75 million viewers. Last episode.
Were you?
Don't take it so bad.
Well, that's the big difference between being canceled and being #1.
Okay, I'm sorry. B-movie
Can we get a
opens.
resume in here for me?
B-movie
so that
opens
I can
tomorrow.
go over?
Although this attitude extends into other moments like the time he rejected Kesha.
I love you so much.
Oh, thanks.
Can I give you a hug?
No, thanks.
Please?
No, thanks.
A little one.
Yeah, no, thanks.
That was a nice moment.
I don't know who that was.
Yeah, it was Kesha.
Okay.
Jerry then offered no apology for rejecting her.
I don't hug a total stranger. I have to meet someone, say hello. I need to know, who are you?
No,
and
I
she was
really-
very nice about it. We laughed about it.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you hug her afterwards?
No.
No?
Leading Kesha to change her mind about him for pretty obvious reasons.
What happened with Jerry Seinfeld? that
Oh my
time?
God. Are you friends with him?
I am not.
Okay, we're good. It was like the saddest moment of my life.
Jerry also has a reputation for destroying the paparazzi.
The worst place, like you bomb. I'm sure comics go through all the time.
Another very weak question.
And after Lady Gaga was moved to his luxury basketball box for acting rudely at a game, he had this to say.
This woman's a jerk. I hate her. I can't believe they put her in my box, which
They
I paid
did.
for. This is what you give people the finger and you get upgraded? Is that the world we're living in now?
Hysterical. I love him.
Jerry Seinfeld's meanness definitely has a charisma to it. However, if you're wanting a more humble type of charisma, then we have to talk about Post Malone. With entire compilations dedicated to him treating other people kindly, there are almost too many wholesome moments to choose from.
Did you draw this? This is awesome. I love you too. Thank you. Cool hat.
There was that time he went out of his way to greet a 21-year-old having his first beer, or that time he gave his $5,000 guitar to a fan after a concert.
You want a guitar? Yes. It's like a $5,000 guitar, so you have to promise me. You gotta promise me that you're gonna take care of it and play it. Okay?
We promise our life.
Post Malone treats paparazzi in the opposite way to Jerry Seinfeld.
Boss, I want you to know that I really like your music. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Yeah. That means a lot to me. Can you say hello to Nicole? Hi, Nicole. Love you guys.
And when this fan somehow made it past security, Post Malone hugs the guy and treats him respectfully before he's taken off the stage. In a different instance, Post Malone let a fan come on stage to play the guitar part and stay, and it's therefore no surprise that fans have told anecdotal stories such as, someone in a similar thread said Post moved into his brother's street and went and introduced himself to all his new neighbors and invited them for a barbecue. Genuinely sounds like an awesome guy. I believe this 100%. He had a party at an Airbnb or something a few houses down from my group's Airbnb, and he legit went around the cul-de-sac himself inviting everyone to the party. He also spent the entire night moving between groups, chatting and generally being a phenomenal host and ensuring everyone had a blast. 10 out of 10 dude. But while nobody has anything negative to say about Post Malone, it seems nobody has anything positive to say about Chevy Chase. Remember when Pete Davidson praised Adam Sandler earlier in the video? Well, Pete had the opposite to say about Chevy Chase, stating, "He's a fucking douchebag, I hate that dude. He's just a genuinely bad racist person and I don't like him." Chevy Chase was fired from Community after calling Donald Glover the N-word, not to mention before the firing, Chase was simply difficult to work with.
He was someone that did not want to be there for the hours that we were keeping. He sometimes could be in not great moods.
Earlier in his career, Chevy Chase had gotten into a fist fight with Bill Murray, and while interviewing Robert Downey Jr., Chase stated, "Didn't your father used to be a successful director? Whatever happened to him? Boy, he sure died, you know, he sure went to hell." It's therefore no surprise that even Will Ferrell stated, "The worst host was Chevy Chase." Yet Chevy Chase foolishly claims that all criticism is just jealousy.
Did you just say that writers writing anything negative is jealousy? Yeah, I did. What kind of jealousy? I'm funnier than them? Yeah, I guess maybe. I'm considered good looking? Yeah, there you have it.
It seems Chevy Chase needs a lesson on humility, and who better to teach it than Shaquille O'Neal?
Gotta humble yourself. It's all about humility. And that's why I am where I am now. I humbled myself. I don't look down on people because they're lesser.
Back in 2011, Shaq had hit rock bottom. He'd retired from basketball, divorced from his wife, and had no idea where his life was going next.
I was lost. 76,000 square foot house by yourself. No kids. Go to the gym. Nobody's playing in the gym. You go to their room. Nobody's there.
It was during this period that Shaq's mom Lucille gave him some advice.
And then the queen, Dr. Lucille O'Neal, said, "Hey man, I don't know you no more. You need to humble yourself." And when mama talks, a true man listens.
After which Shaq began working on becoming a better person. He'd state, "The day I killed the narcissist Shaq is the day my kids text me, "Hey daddy, I miss you." Bro, when I got one of those texts, man, I actually cried then. I didn't know what to say. After I got that love from them, I said, you know what, I'm not gonna be the asshole Shaq no more, because I was an asshole and I lost everything. The day I released all that me, Shaq is the day the blessings opened up. As a result, Shaq's been trying to create a fairly unique legacy.
Talk about legacies, I want mine to be one sentence. Shaq was a nice guy.
Which has been aided by his random acts of kindness, purchasing bikes, shoes, and laptops for less fortunate children. It seems the only people Shaq won't give money to are his own kids.
Because I believe in respectable nepotism. If you get all A's this next semester, you can get whatever you want. So he gets all A's, and I was like, go to the dealership and pick one. Then I get a call from Tesla. I said, man, you better take your ass across the street to Honda.
But while Shaq is an obvious choice as a nice celebrity, someone you might not expect to be rude is Bill Nye the Science Guy. I met Bill Nye as a kid and he was the biggest asshole I've ever met. It was a huge letdown after watching his show so often in class. My science teacher from 7th grade told us she had an explanation for why she tried to show us as few Bill Nye videos as possible. I believe she said she attended either a science workshop or an event for teachers where Bill Nye was there, and he was completely rude to her and dismissed her the whole time. Bill's dark side becomes pretty obvious when he debates other scientists. However, it seems he becomes the meanest when talking to his most popular demographic, kids. Bill Nye came to visit my university. I was sorely disappointed. Bill Nye relied on sexist jokes to relate to the crowd. He kept complimenting women's legs and saying weird stuff about how sexy women are. He was trying to be relatable, but was sorely mistaken as he faced a crowd of driven female engineers and scientists. He went on about climate change and basically insinuated that we could be the policy changers while the real scientists did the real work. I couldn't believe how much my views of him were falling apart as I watched him pander to students he clearly didn't care about. I later heard that he wouldn't speak with students, only professors, with this anecdote following the very common theme of Bill Nye was my hero until I heard him talk. Although thankfully Keanu Reeves is the perfect balance between good and evil. While filming the second two Matrix movies, Keanu Reeves chose to give up $75 million worth of his movie earnings, instead redirecting the money to the special effects team who he said deserved it more. Even then, this might not have been his most charitable act whilst filming. As a Reddit user stated, a family friend builds movie sets, doesn't design, is one of the poor dudes that just builds. Anyways, he worked on the set for The Matrix, and Keanu heard about family trouble he was having and gave him a $20,000 Christmas bonus to help him out, although money isn't the only thing that Keanu has given up. In 2011, he was candidly filmed giving up his seat on the New York subway, and 3 years later in 2014, he waited patiently for 20 minutes in the rain outside the wrap party of his own film Daughter of God after a mix-up because he didn't want to cause a scene. He didn't say, hey, I'm Keanu Reeves, or yo man, this is my party once to the bouncer, and the owner of the club was horrified when he found out afterwards that the actor was standing in the rain. It's therefore no surprise that there's an extremely popular subreddit dedicated to Keanu Reeves being awesome, although if there's one person who could offset this kindness with meanness, it's definitely Ellen DeGeneres. Right now we all need a little kindness, you know, like Ellen DeGeneres always talks about. She's also notoriously one of the meanest people alive. Respond to this with the most insane stories you've heard about Ellen being mean, and I'll match everyone with $2 to LA Food Bank. This was the tweet that started her downfall, as nobody could have expected how bad the responses would be. When I was 15, the Ellen Show was doing a contest of fans making a bust of her and sending it to her. I worked so hard on this and even wrote her a letter. Weeks later, she used it as a prop in a game and gave it away to a random person with $500 attached to the bottom. Working for her, I was instructed that I can't look her in the eye and never ever say hi to her first. But don't worry, she definitely won't be saying hi to you in the first place. She creates the most toxic environment for her staff. I worked at Real Food Daily, served her and Portia at brunch. She wrote a letter to the owner and complained about my chipped nail polish. Not that it was on her plate, but just that it was on my hand. I'd worked till closing the night before, and this was the next morning, almost got me fired. Chris Pontius stated on Steve-O's podcast that he wasn't surprised to hear these anecdotes.
It's crazy that all this stuff's come out, like, about Ellen being mean, because when I met her, I thought she was really mean, like, and she's like, so what do I gotta do? And she's just pissed to be there. And then she comes out on stage and she's like, all like funny, nice Ellen, you know, like the person that they think she is.
And apparently neither were the 10 employees who came forward 4 months later to expose her terrible working environment.
Toxic, phony, hypocrite, liar. That's what she is. We were told from the very beginning, don't talk to Ellen, don't do this, you can't can't go into her office. It was very nerve-wracking, very stressful. We all walked on eggshells all the time.
As a result, Ellen took a 14-week hiatus, returning with a pretty standard apology.
Sometimes I get sad, I get mad, I get anxious, I get frustrated, I get impatient, and I am working on all of that.
However, this failed to ensure a returning audience, as in May 2022, Ellen's show was cancelled completely. Post Malone was on track to become a megastar, and Charlamagne could clearly sense it.
Cause you don't realize you about to be a star. No, I think I know that it's coming.
Charlamagne therefore spent almost an hour trying to corner and embarrass his guest.
What are you doing for the Black Lives Matter movement? I don't know.
Although the whole situation completely backfired to Post Malone's benefit. It was August of 2015. Post Malone was yet to get his first tattoo, and had just 6 months prior released his major breakout song White Iverson. He'd done his first radio interview exactly 4 months beforehand, which went extremely well.
I put out White Iverson like 2 months ago. We just hit 2 million views like a couple days ago, which is crazy.
And to keep this momentum going, he'd agreed to appear on The Breakfast Club. The show's well known for being the most listened to hip-hop and R&B morning show in America, and features 3 hosts, one of which being Charlamagne the God, who to be fair is usually an excellent presenter. The Breakfast Club has hosted almost every rapper from Kanye West to Jay-Z, making it a massive opportunity for any up-and-coming artist, which in this case was Post Malone.
We are The Breakfast Club, special guest in the building.
State your name, soldier.
Post Malone.
Post Malone.
The interview began extremely positively, with Post and Charlamagne bonding over their support for the same football team.
He is from Dallas, and he's a Dallas Cowboys fan.
My guy.
Yeah.
And I tried my hardest.
Yeah.
However, when Post revealed his dad also worked for the Cowboys, Charlamagne's rudeness began to show.
His dad actually used to work for the organization.
What was he, water boy?
He does. He still works for the organization. He's like head of concessions.
See, I said water boy. That's like kind of.
No, he in the office. He's in the office.
Head of concessions.
He's in the office.
Laughing at his dad's respectable job is mad disrespectful. The shit that pissed me off more than anything was when they were basically laughing at Post's dad's concession job. Like, sorry his dad works a respectful job and ain't no drug dealer. Would have walked out right then and there. Dear Charlamagne, head of concession for a professional sports teams is a high-level job. They aren't watching over a high school cafeteria. Post Malone responded to Charlamagne's rudeness by kindly inviting him to a Cowboys game.
You know, we get free tickets. We get free chicken strips.
Free hot dogs.
It's good.
Well, he gets free tickets.
Yeah.
That's important. Good seats?
Yeah, sweets.
Sweets.
Come on, let's go.
To which Charlamagne responded by insulting Post Malone's look.
FYI, I think all white people with cornrows look stupid, but that has nothing to do with it.
No, that's
nothing
cool.
to do with you. I just think in general.
With this then resulting in an awkward confrontation about the color of Posty's skin.
Are you afraid as a white rapper that you may be considered a culture vulture?
I don't think so. I'm not scared. I'm not scared because I'm not trying to be anybody that I'm not. I'm just trying to, you know, I like what I like. And I don't think I'm biting off of a certain culture or copying a certain culture or trying to be part of a certain culture because, you know, I like what I like.
Charlamagne then tried to trick Post into saying the N-word.
Say my don't dance.
Hey.
Just full of say it. Go ahead.
And do the rock away.
No, say what I just said.
I can't. Y'all trying to get me in trouble.
Before hitting him with another loaded question designed to damage Post Malone's image.
What are you doing for the Black Lives Matter movement?
What?
I don't know.
Is that a serious question?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Anything?
I guess what I can do to help Black Lives Matter is I to keep making music. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Got you.
I don't know.
I would have just said nothing.
What are you doing for the Black Lives Matter movement? That's the type of question you know that no matter how you answer this dude trying to hate you, however, the worst of the interview was still yet to come. Post Malone had brought his girlfriend Ashlyn onto the show, prompting Charlamagne to try and baselessly convince her that Post was going to leave her.
You got a girlfriend, don't you?
Yeah, she's right there.
What?
Ashlyn right here.
Yeah, she's right
Oh, hey, Ashlyn. You know he's going to end up leaving you, right? The more
don't
famous
say
he
that.
gets.
That's not true.
You know, You know, the more successful you get, you're going, you know.
Charlemagne then doubled down on this when his girlfriend got on the microphone.
You know he's gonna sleep with other women, though. You do know that. He's gonna sleep with other women.
No, I'm not.
It's gonna happen.
Charlemagne said not only is he gonna get urban punani, it's gonna be folk, country, pop, urban AC.
Yes. A man is only as faithful as his
EDM.
options. You know that, right? You know that?
What?
A man is only as faithful as his options. I applaud you for trying to do the right thing.
Oh, I keep doing
But it's
it.
not gonna finish that way.
Although this had actually become Post Malone's first real chance to show his overwhelming kindness.
Listen. Here's something y'all don't get. I'm not a normal person. I'm a different type of man, and she's not a normal woman. She's an angel. She's an incredible person, and I don't think I'm ever gonna do nothing to ruin it.
Which ironically gave him more audience favor than if it were just a standard interview. My respect for Post Malone went up after this. He stayed cool the whole time. The more I see a Post, the more I like him. He seems like a good dude. This wasn't awkward at all. He responded very well. Posty handled that better than any of us would have, although not every comment was quite so positive. A small percentage of viewers hated on Ashlyn for barely saying anything, prompting Post Malone's first response to the interview by tweeting, "I'm 20. I've done about 20 interviews in my life. Ashlyn's done about 1. If you're hating, get off our dicks. Doo-doo heads, bruh." Before Post Malone appeared on 106 KMEL to talk about Charlemagne himself.
This about Charlemagne. What's up, Charlemagne?
Homie.
Holla at me.
Ooh, say it to my face.
I'm just joking.
He's so stupid.
I mean, I get it. I mean, that's his job. I mean,
Right.
that's his job to be a troll on the radio and on the internet.
I will say
And-
you handled that very
No, that's what I'm saying. You know, you can't get too excited. Just gotta relax. It's not that serious.
Post Malone expanded on this when talking to Ethan from the H3 podcast.
They kind of came at you in a really shitty way.
I think it's really easy to come at me. Just a guy that makes music, and not only that, but I feel like it's his job to be a troll. He should have said something. Like, if you're in that situation, it's a hell of a lot different.
Of course.
The internet's a funny place.
Yeah.
Yet Post Malone later explained in a Rolling Stone article that it might have been better to put the questions back onto Charlemagne. "I wish I'd said, 'What are you doing for Black Lives Matter?' Some sassy shit to shut him up. Like, maybe my music's not the best, but I know I'm not a bad person, so you're just being a hater." Charlemagne being a hater made The Breakfast Club look so bad, they'd wiped the episode from their official channel and website, while Posty's humility opened up unexpected opportunities. He began touring with Justin Bieber, had an extremely successful debut album launch, and gained over 1 million Instagram followers, prompting The Breakfast Club to invite him back for another interview, which Post Malone unbelievably accepted. The top comment read, "I'm not sure why Post Malone would ever return to this radio show, however, he was set to win no matter what. Either The Breakfast Club treats him disrespectfully, Post Malone keeps his cool and sees growth just like the last interview, or The Breakfast Club treats him respectfully, Post Malone again easily keeps his cool and sees growth, with situation 2 seeming more likely, given the second interview began by acknowledging how poorly the previous one went."
Oh, he's back.
And he has a Bud Light with him today.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Post Malone.
Post Malone is back.
I wasn't here, and it got rough.
It
No,
didn't
that's-
though.
it didn't get rough.
People always tweet me like, "Yo, you were so hard on Post Malone." How? We had a conversation.
Well, you did say that he was gonna lose his girl, but she's still here.
However, Charlemagne's jealousy had only gotten worse,
What's the hardest thing? Is it like the stardom? Is it the money? Is it the fame?
resulting in him instantly trying to sabotage Post's relationship with Justin Bieber.
He got mad girls in the studio.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Mad drugs,
Oh,
mad
stop.
alcohol.
little
You never
weed
been over there?
crowd.
Oh, in the studio?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I mean, not really.
You never been in the studio with him with a bunch of
No,
girls?
yeah. I mean, not really. This man eats salmon 3 times a day, and apparently that's very good for you.
Apparently.
Yeah, but what about all the drugs?
He doesn't do a lot of drugs. He
smokes
doesn't do
weed.
any drugs,
He smokes
actually.
weed.
Yet Posty kept his cool and instead did the opposite.
Hey, you and Justin really developed quite a friendship, huh?
He's a good guy, you know? I love him. And I have so much respect for him.
This would later bring their friendship even closer, although in the meantime, Charlemagne was still trying to ruin Post Malone's relationship.
How did you hook up with Kalani? Because the one with Kalani's dope.
Beautiful young lady.
No, she's super dope.
Mhm.
She's super dope.
Beautiful
Super
young
talented,
lady.
too. Super dope.
Isn't she beautiful?
Ashley, is she beautiful?
Yes.
She said yes. Ashley said yes.
Right, okay. So you're not allowed to even like acknowledge that girls are beautiful? No, he never said that. He said she was dope. He didn't say she was beautiful. So you have to ask Ashley like stuff like that?
Like,
Because I'm sure the
in
women have come
regards
at
to
you.
what?
Yeah.
Ashley was
There it
right
is
there.
again. Here it is
Really
again.
funny.
Round 2.
I'm sure the women have come with you.
Which was ironic given Charlemagne constantly talks about this man's woman and trying to get her on camera, but he goes out of his way to make sure nobody knows what his wife looks like. Posty responded by again inviting Charlemagne to a free football football match.
Can you get Charlemagne tickets?
Yeah, I mean, if you're nice.
I'm going Sunday.
They gotta go with each other. Y'all gotta go with each other. Like sit
Let's
next to
go.
each other in the game.
No.
Oh, you don't like me?
No, I don't dislike you, but I don't like the smell of beer and
with
cigarettes. And Post Malone smells like every beer and every cigarette that's in whatever convenience store in New York City right now. It's the new Kid Rock right here, ladies and
How is
gentlemen.
With the Kid Rock comment leading to another booby-trapped question.
Did you vote for Trump?
I didn't vote.
Tell me more. Because you're young and you got a voice, I would like to know your thoughts on the current system.
Do you feel like one of them was more fit than the other, though?
I mean,
If you had-
I'm gonna talk about that with my friends.
What do you do when you experience racism? Like meaning that you're around some white people who may be being racist. How do you
I mean,
use
I
your
don't
power?
hang out with racists.
Charlemagne disrespected Post Malone over.
You tweeted once that I don't know. I don't follow you on Twitter.
And over.
Did you listen to it?
Absolutely not. I might though.
What do you mean, absolutely? You might like it. You might like it.
However, Post Malone had again managed to keep his cool, resulting in even more favor from the audience. Everyone is talking about how rude they were, but what stands out even more is Post's ability to not let them under his skin, or at least not show it. He's a great dude with a lot of compassion and love for what he does, and everything/everyone around for him. Mad respect for this dude and the way he conducts himself, while everyone only had the opposite to say about Charlemagne. Charlemagne hella disrespectful, he's the product of jealousy. To see a kid much younger than you living your dream, it's gotta be tough. Someone's feelings are hurt because the best they'll ever do is a morning radio show, and Post made dude feel stupid just by being his nice positive self, leading Charlemagne to then invite someone dressed like Post Malone onto the show just so he could mock him. It's therefore no surprise that when asked about Charlemagne a year after The Breakfast Club, Post Malone calmly told Rolling Stone, "He's not a good person, he hates me because I'm white and I'm different. But we're still rocking and we're still successful and he can't stop it." Although this would only reignite their beef, as Charlemagne responded, "I don't not like people because they're white. I just didn't like him because at the time I thought he was whack," adding that he loves Rockstar and encourages Malone to keep growing, keep winning, although only 10 days after this, Charlemagne was saying the opposite.
After reading this Rolling Stone interview, not only is his music not my cup of mayonnaise, but neither is his personality. Because you're not as talented as you think you are.
Charlemagne then went to the effort of convincing other podcasters that Post Malone sucked.
You don't like Post Malone. You think he's trash? There we go. Okay, so let's talk about that. Why do you think he's trash?
Which clearly didn't work.
I don't even understand how you are this successful and this biased. I'm not biased. You think Post Malone is a dope artist? Yes. Why? And when I met him, he was a really good guy. And had really great energy.
While even Jake Paul, who had his own beef with Post Malone, told Charlemagne his attacks were baseless.
We actually went back and forth on Twitter.
Post is trash, but go
ahead. I mean, he's number one.
Still trash. You can be number one and still be trash.
Numbers don't lie, bro.
He's trash, bro. Numbers do lie sometimes. Numbers don't tell a whole tale.
All right, well.
He doesn't like Post, as you can see.
Damn, Jake Paul actually taking a W, and so was Post Malone in his own lane of music. Beer Bongs and Bentleys, released just 4 months after the Jake Paul interview, peaked at #1 on every chart in every country, while Hollywood's Bleeding performed equally well, turning the Breakfast Club interviews into an insignificant chapter in Post Malone's come-up. Charlemagne, however, still hadn't moved on over 2 years later.
You gotta kick 2 people out right now. You trying to kick out the rap game because you real critical about rap.
Post Malone.
Although it finally showed that he'd been somewhat humbled.
Post Malone definitely though. And for no other reason other than I'm probably hate.
Which could also be felt during a Vlad TV interview.
I'm cool, clearly, with white people being in hip hop. Just respect why you're here. You're here because of these people that laid the foundation for you to even have the platform of hip hop to stand on.
One of Charlemagne's most respectful and entertaining traits is that he sticks to his guns and refuses to be a pushover, although in this case he probably should have made an exception.
Just don't be a dick, because like dicks get places, but then like at the end of the night, you're gonna not be able to fucking sleep.
We're gonna list these 10 permanently banned channels, from smallest to largest, explaining what they did, beginning with the most unlikable channel in YouTube history called It's Owen. You might recognize the channel from his notoriously terrible intros.
Like this video and subscribe right now, or this spider will crawl on your ear whilst you're asleep tonight.
Always placed after shameless clickbait like Charlie D'Amelio is dying today. On top of this, Owen relentlessly clickbaited fake Mr. Beast scenarios. However, after Technoblade's passing on the 30th of June 2022, It's Owen took his scumbaggery to a point of no return. He'd upload a video titled Mr. Beast Final Goodbye to Technoblade, with the introduction stating this:
"This is Mr. Beast's final goodbye to Technoblade and their last time playing Minecraft together."
Although the video showed nothing more than Technoblade playing Minecraft and a completely fabricated Mr. Beast tweet. The video received over 800,000 views in under 24 hours, yet with a top comment reading, "The amount of disrespect this guy has is unlike anything I've ever seen before. Complete and utter shame. He was about to face some serious backlash."
Just awful garbage. I have more respect for shit stains in a gas station urinal than I do for Owen.
YouTubers clickbaiting Technoblade's death for views has made me lose all faith in humanity. It's just so messed up, which is followed by another tweet from Owen himself. "At Team YouTube, my YouTube channel with 3.5 million subs just got terminated. Please help me get it back. I'm so depressed right now, I don't know what to do." After YouTube then responded, Owen doubled down by stating, "I never received any community guideline strikes, so I didn't know what I was doing was violating the guidelines. If I received just one strike, that would have been enough for me to realize what I did was wrong. Please give me another chance. I'm so depressed right now, it's my only income." Owen then made another 2 tweets displaying how desperately he wanted his account back, although Team YouTube concluded their thread by stating, "Update, we've reviewed your account and confirmed that your channel was correctly suspended due to explicit content. Note that you will not be able to access or create any other YouTube accounts." Although while everybody was happy to witness Owen's ban, Steve Will Do It's termination was a bit more controversial. Steve had always been on YouTube's radar for his unconventional style of content, eating challenges, prank videos, and beginning in 2021 sponsored gambling uploads, for which he was being paid more than $1 million a month. It's therefore no surprise that Steve lent into this type of content, even picking up a sponsorship from Stake, until he made one simple error, undoing everything that he'd worked for. YouTube has an extremely strange rule where you're allowed to say the name of any gambling website, but you can't show the URL of the website with the .com included. Well, in June 2022, Steve uploaded a gambling video like any other, although the URL had been left in as his editor forgot to blur it. Despite Steve having no strikes on any of his channels, YouTube made the choice to permanently delete all of them.
I'm allowed to say I'm playing the website, but they would go to deleting my entire main channel because on my second channel, it wasn't fully blurred.
After which Steve said this:
"They called me the day of deletion and it was a girl. She seemed pretty stoked I was getting deleted. And I was like, she seemed happy. And I was with me and my editor and we're like, bro, like, she's happy."
As a result, the Nelk Boys were warned about filming with him.
They basically said, like, your channel's gonna be deleted if Steve's in your videos.
Which might be harsher treatment than that given to Leafy. Between 2013 and 2016, Leafy built a reputation for uploading edgy content, which flowed well with YouTube's zeitgeist at the time. However, between 2017 and 2020, Leafy went on hiatus before returning with a pretty controversial approach. He'd upload a video titled Content Nuke Pokimane, in which he'd offer pretty reasonable criticism.
80% of Pokimane streams is just her watching videos, adding actually nothing to what she's watching whatsoever.
However, he'd then go on to upload 12 different videos, clickbaiting Pokimane in the title and thumbnail, while talking about unrelated topics in the video itself, such as finance and investing.
Of his last 15 videos, 12 of them were on Pokimane. Having 12 videos all insulting Pokimane in the title and thumbnail, that's viewed as harassment by YouTube.
Despite having no prior strikes on his channel, Leafy woke up to a permanent ban for creating content designed to harass, bully, or threaten. He'd take to Twitter stating, "Morning at Team YouTube, my channel was suspended yesterday. Curious if there's anything I could do to get it reinstated, or if there's any statement on this you could give on this." However, despite his tweet, Leafy seemed pretty unconcerned about having his channel deleted.
If I am gonna be banned, like, so be it. The website is shit. What else is there like, there's nothing else needed to be said.
Pokimane took to Twitter stating, "I know I'm gonna get asked this, so I'd like to clarify I had nothing to do with Leafy's ban," before adding, "Don't want my silence to leave room for assumptions. assumptions. Leafy's ban was bound to happen eventually. However, someone whose termination was a little more surprising was that of Kabi Lami. He gained 100 million TikTok followers in less than 5 months, and with YouTube launching their own shorts program, Kabi started posting across the two platforms. His notoriously funny skits exploded on YouTube as they had on TikTok, giving him over 800 million views and 2 million subscribers during his very first month on the platform. This was then followed by another 800 million views in the next month, and after only 4 months of uploading to YouTube, Kabi Lami had racked up 2.4 billion views and 5.2 million subscribers. He was then banned permanently. Why? Well, you see, this wasn't actually Kabi Lami. It was an impersonator who was simply reposting his content to YouTube. He'd gained 2.4 billion views before YouTube ever realized, and this wasn't the only account doing it. Only 5 days beforehand, YouTube had banned another Kabi Lami impersonator with 4.84 million subscribers, after which YouTube found a third impersonator who'd gained over 100 million views in a matter of days before they were also banned. As a result, Kabi began uploading content to his own official channel, which remains very much active, unlike JStation. His termination began with a video titled "My Girlfriend Alexia Died, Rest in Paradise," in which he'd state the following.
Last night, we lost Alexia to a drunk driver, guys. She was on the way to pick up something for our video we were making on our second channel, Dream Team. She got it, guys.
As mentioned, JStation's girlfriend had apparently died in a car crash, prompting him to upload another video visiting the spot where it supposedly happened.
It's okay, man. Everything's gonna be okay.
However, only 3 days later, JStation began using his girlfriend's death to gain extra engagement.
As you guys know, my girlfriend Alexia just passed away in a tragic accident, guys. We're doing the Ouija board challenge on my dead girlfriend. Let's smash the like button right now, guys. 1 like equals 1 prayer for Alexia, guys. Rest in peace.
Prompting some ordinary gamers to investigate if she'd even died at all.
No, I don't have anything by that name on the system.
Nobody by that name specifically has suffered any form of death, right?
No.
As a result of the video, Alexia came forward confirming that she hadn't actually died.
Jay faked my death. I felt sick to my stomach from the minute that he posted it.
Before going on to add that the couple had since broken up.
Like the times that he was mean to me, it's just like he was so mean and I just don't know why.
Despite having posted years worth of unsavory content, it seemed faking his girlfriend's death was a step too far, as YouTube would permanently delete JStation's channel on the 12th of March 2021. JStation responded by stating, "I didn't even do anything wrong, and I made videos all year getting no controversy. However, when these delusions failed to bring back his channel, he concluded, I'm going to sue them. Crazy. Anyways, I'm done. Nothing I can do now," which is the same conclusion drawn by 7 Supergirls. The channel began in 2008 and featured 7 girls for the 7 days of the week that upload everything from skits to day in the lives, amassing over 5.6 billion views by 2018 when the channel took a pretty dark turn. The channel was owned by a 55-year-old named Ian Rylett, who on the 17th of August 2018 was accused of acting inappropriately with one of the 7 Supergirls. Roughly 7 months later, Ian pleaded guilty to the incident and wasn't only sentenced to 3 months in prison, but was also legally banned from working on YouTube. As a result, 7 Supergirls was terminated on the 12th of March 2019, at the time being the most subscribed channel ever to receive a permanent ban. That would be until 9 months later, when YouTube's scummiest copycat was banned for stealing content. The Indonesian channel named Alon Sojana had gained over 13 million subscribers by employing a highly unethical strategy that essentially find already successful videos spoken in English before copying the thumbnail in its entirety, adding their own watermark, and uploading it to Indonesian YouTube, where the original creator had no way of finding it. However, all of this changed in November 2019 when British YouTuber JT posted his own upload titled "YouTuber with 12 million subs steals my video.
This channel had the audacity to steal my thumbnail, put an emoji on it, and then put their watermark on it. They put their watermark on my thumbnail and claimed it as theirs. This YouTuber has stolen my thumbnail, stolen all the information from my video. They literally watched my video, took everything. They took the screenshots, they gave me no credit for my own DMs. This guy has literally just ripped me off completely, okay?
JT then highlighted another crazy fact.
This guy is the biggest YouTuber in Indonesia and he's stealing my stuff. He steals from people. People so much, okay, that he's got in his description, for copyright matters, please contact us at this email. He did this because he knows he's stealing content.
Leading the Indonesian media to talk about Callan's unethical practices. A YouTube account from Indonesia with more than 12 million subscribers has been accused of stealing other people's content, with the article attaching a side-by-side comparison of some of the videos they'd stolen. Having been exposed by his own country, Callan wrote an apology on Twitter translating to, "We from the entire extended family of Callan Sarjana apologize to the YouTube channel JT for using ideas, thumbnails, and video prototyping without permission," before posting a second tweet reading, "Thank you for all your corrections. Hopefully the things that have happened will truly become a lesson for us to not make any mistake in the future." However, it was already too late. JT and two other YouTubers who had their videos stolen chose to simultaneously copyright strike Callan Sarjana, terminating the channel on the grounds of multiple third-party claims of copyright infringement regarding material the user posted.
He was a fraud, he deserved it. You steal content, you pay the price. That's just how it is.
Although Indonesia wasn't the only country to lose their most subscribed channel, as Turkey's biggest was also banned at around the same time. The channel began with two kids and their father Muhammad, focusing focusing on children's content before they'd find themselves involved in Elsagate. Elsagate was the nickname for a 2016 genre of content where YouTubers took kid-friendly characters like Spider-Man and Elsa and mixed them with very unsavory themes.
Inappropriate videos have infiltrated YouTube Kids, often showing popular children's characters in violent and even sexual scenarios.
The motive behind the videos was pretty damn obvious.
Here's one from 1 month ago. 117 million views.
Although with so many people watching, parents began to talk about it.
There is a terrifying new trend in middle schoolers that I need to tell you about.
Prompting advertisers to pull their ads from the site. We are shocked and appalled to see that our adverts have appeared alongside such exploitative and inappropriate content, said a Mars spokesperson in a statement. We've taken the decision to immediately suspend all our online advertising on YouTube and Google globally, therefore forcing YouTube to take a stance against these sketchy videos. Only 4 days after Mars and Adidas pulled their ads, YouTube removed over 150,000 Elsagate videos, turned off comments on more than 625,000 videos, and terminated more than 270 accounts, one of which being Turkey's biggest channel with over 15 million subs. Although no termination is stranger than that of Manoj Parahar. The channel was included amongst hundreds of banned multi-million subscriber Indian Shorts channels who all employed the exact same strategy. They'd find Western videos that had been successful in English, cut them down into shorts and provide a Hindi voiceover, essentially re-uploading other people's content, with their language being the only difference. In an article discussing these channels, one owner stated, "I would pick any video and do a voiceover. I realized that if we do voiceovers in a short story, then we're bound to get views, so I just stuck to that," although this wasn't the end of the article. Over the past few months, he claims 8 such fact channels have been banned. The rate at which YouTube grew their channels, it's also taking them away at the same rate. Many of these fact channels add voiceovers to content belonging to other creators, and that it's important for creators to only upload videos that they have made or are authorized to use. The biggest of these channels, Manoj Parahar, was able to gain 20 million subscribers in just over a year before YouTube also smashed it with the ban hammer. However, even then, Super Jojo Nursery Rhymes was banned with even more. Super Jojo caught copying Cocomelon. This Reddit post referenced a Cartoon Brew article reading, "Super Jojo shamelessly freerides on Cocomelon's success by closely copying and exploiting every possible element of the Cocomelon channel, sometimes even frame by frame, which was displayed in the previously mentioned Reddit post, where user Billy Disney showed just how badly the copying really was. As a result, in August 2021, Cocomelon launched a lawsuit against Super Jojo, claiming that the defendant has built its Super Jojo YouTube business by blatantly copying Cocomelon. 1 month after this, a new article was published reading, "YouTube terminates Cocomelon rival Super Jojo channel with 22 million subscribers, citing that they had received multiple third-party claims of copyright infringement." Super Jojo's ban lasted for 2 months before the channel was then restored. However, this wasn't the end of the story. The channel's growth took a nosedive following their return to YouTube, and in July 2023, a jury has decided that Baby Bus committed copyright infringement with its animated series Super Jojo, and as a result, they were ordered to pay Cocomelon $23.5 million. In that very same month, Super Jojo wiped their channel clean, deleting everything down to their profile picture, so while the channel is still technically active, Super Jojo could easily be considered the largest YouTube channel that's permanently banned. These are the 5 worst family channels in YouTube history, and coming in at number 5 is the Prince family, who would quite literally give up their own children for a couple extra views. The parents Bianca and Damien gain an audience by peddling the most atrocious clickbait you might ever witness. Take for example this video titled "Pray for the Prince Family House Firefighters Pulled Up," with a thumbnail implying that the house had caught on fire. In all actuality, their house-related emergency was a leaking pipe in the backyard, which was fixed not with a firefighting crew, but rather by turning the tap off. In a different video they'd clickbait, "My car got repoed, we're going broke," although after clicking on the video, you'll find that the car was simply being taken to a mechanic as a result of a flat battery. On top of this, they've literally uploaded more than 10 extremely serious videos stating that they're breaking up without ever actually doing so, but even then this is nothing compared to how they use their children and pregnancies to get extra clicks. The scummiest example is this video titled "No Heartbeat," with a thumbnail of a pregnant Bianca going into an ambulance, implying that perhaps their baby had died. When you watch the video, however, it's explained that Bianca simply had a bladder infection, which moved the position of the baby in her womb.
They couldn't find her heartbeat at first because she moved so much. The baby keeps moving.
Then in this video titled "We got into a car accident at 32 weeks pregnant, she freaked out," the Prince family implied that they'd crashed the Lambo and put their unborn baby in danger, when in all reality they'd simply gotten a couple of scratches at the rear of the vehicle. Although it'd be when the baby was born that they'd become even scummier, beginning with Bianca implying that she wasn't happy with the baby's physical appearance just moments after giving birth.
She's gonna have brown eyes for sure. I thought you were gonna have pretty eyes. Light blue eyes.
She do got pretty eyes.
Like, she's gonna have brown eyes for sure.
Her ears. Look at her.
She's beautiful.
Imagine being 1 hour old and your parents are obsessing over your skin/eye color. The nurse had to remind them that she's a beautiful baby. If you mix this in with more clickbait about Damien not being the father, it's no surprise that they'd state "CPS almost took our kids from us," although this video was also clickbait, as they'd spend the entire 36 minutes doing a mukbang without ever addressing the title. While it's hard to call their content noble, the Prince family haven't really hurt anyone with their untruthful videos, although the same can't be said for the royalty family. The household, consisting of Mother Andrea, Father Ali, and their son Ferran, employ much of the same tactics as the Prince family, although with the added bonus of extremely fake videos, often made with the purpose of justifying poor choices. For example, in mid-2019, they'd upload a video titled "Why is this happening to our family? The truth?", in which they'd fake a scenario where fans were showing up at their house.
Hey bro, why are you taking pictures of my house? Hey bro, why are you taking pictures of my house? I love the show, bro. You think that's cool, bro?
So they could then announce in the very next video that they were buying a mansion. Once in their mansion, they'd stage another video where a homeless person had broken into their back house, leading Ali to become the hero by giving the homeless guy money.
I don't want him to stay on the streets. Can't be selfish. I'm gonna give you some cash, but I'm gonna need you to leave, alright?
Only 4 months later, their back house was actually broken into by a real intruder, leading them to show their true colors by giving a totally different response.
Are you serious, bro? Going to people's homes and sleeping in the back?
Hey Serge, call the cops.
With these videos also hinting at their next major problem: extreme materialism. Their channel achieved most of its growth through videos spoiling their son beyond belief. For example, 8-year-old takes parents' credit card, no budget at mall, throwing a dart on a map and buying whatever it lands on, and if you guess the price, I'll buy it for you challenge, in which they spend up to $1,000 on brand name clothing for their child, just so they can make a viral video. Although their fake videos and materialism are pretty minor when compared to their sketchy family history. In March 2021, the royalty family uploaded a video titled "I'm not Ferran's father, truth revealed," in which the dad Ali explained that he was actually Ferran's stepdad.
I'm not his biological dad, but I consider myself as his dad. I love him to death. He's like my son. I treat him like my son.
At around the same point in time, Ferran's biological father came forward to state that he'd been locked out of his son's life for over 4 years, which was followed by him appearing on the Dad Challenge podcast, where he'd completely exposed the family. He'd state that the mother Andrea was a former adult film star who fled to the USA after getting into trouble with a group of drug dealers in South America. After she and the biological dad moved to the USA, she cancelled the biological dad's visa, forcing him to return to South America, then began cheating on the biological dad with Ali after the two met in a gym. The son Ferran has no idea that any of this even happened, as he's completely forbidden from going on the internet.
Ferran is completely and utterly never allowed on the internet. Ali blocks him from every incoming anything. He's not allowed to have a phone with the internet on it.
And therefore the parents simply tell Ferran that the biological dad is crazy, although if you take this, add some scams, poor financial decisions, decisions and a severe case of bankruptcy, you'll likely end up with the Ace family. Similar to the royalty family, the Ace family gained close to 20 million subscribers by throwing money around in pursuit of the perfect family image. It began with the husband Austin purchasing a Jeep for his wife Catherine's birthday, although within only 18 months of doing so, this had escalated into buying Lamborghinis and flexing their mansion. Throughout the process, they were exposed for renting despite having claimed they bought the property, although it'd be when they did actually buy their own mansion that their channel completely fell apart. The Ace family essentially found two separate houses, ripped out the insides and combined them together, creating a 12-bedroom, 13-bathroom mega mansion. It cost them over $10 million to buy the property in an area where very few sold for more than $2 million, made worse when it was shown that they'd financed the entire purchase.
The McBrooms took out a hard money loan of $8.85 million from Five Arch Funding Corp and another $1 million loan from TMK Development LLC, who I'm assuming is also a hard money lender. Hard money loans are expensive loans used by house flippers that almost always have a 1-year payback term. They're considered expensive because the borrower typically pays multiple points at closing and an interest rate of 10 to 12% on an interest-only loan.
To pay off their loans, Austin hosted a boxing event called Social Gloves, which he estimated would make between $200 and $500 million. Instead, it sold only 136,000 pay-per-view subscriptions at between $50 and $90 each, meaning that at an absolute maximum, the event made no more than $12 million, or 17 times less than the estimated figure. For this reason, Austin was unable to pay any of the fighters, made worse when he was sued by the event's organizer for $100 million. This would then accompany 11 other lawsuits relating to previous rental properties and Catherine's makeup line, doing so much damage to their finances they could no longer afford their mortgage. In mid-2021, it was announced that their mega mansion was going into foreclosure, after which they'd upload a video titled Our House Story, in which they'd spend over an hour blaming the developer for building the house incorrectly, before stating this.
And we're probably gonna get like 5 more houses in the next 10 years. Like, we're gonna invest, we're gonna get more homes and more homes and more homes.
However, the Ace family have made no such comeback, as things have only gotten worse. When we covered the Ace family back in November 2021, their channel was still doing 10 million views per month. However, this number has since dropped to less than 2 million as a result of an almost non-existent upload schedule. The Ace family tried to redeem themselves by hosting a festival called Ace Fest, which attendees called underwhelming, before they'd announce a car giveaway, which was then debunked as a scam by Atozi in this video. The current state of the Ace family is best summarized by the dislike ratio on their most recent video, although even then they still look perfect in comparison to Daddy05. The family began on YouTube by playing fairly innocent pranks on each other. However, as time progressed, the parents seemed to realize that the more extreme the prank, the more views they'd get. With this in mind, the parents began to fish for increasingly severe reactions.
Get her as mad as you could possibly get her. I'll end it, but let's see how mad you can get her.
While realizing that not every kid in the family was worth pranking equally.
Emma cannot be pranked. When we do prank her, she has like no reaction to it.
While they couldn't get a reaction out of Emma, Cody was the exact opposite and would always give a highly emotional response in every single video. For this reason, he was heavily picked on by the parents, which would peak with a now infamous video titled The Invisible Ink Prank, where the parents basically accuse Cody of something he didn't do, then yell at him until he's crying in the corner. With comments such as, "These people are just sick and evil, nothing but a bunch of sadists. They severely traumatize the children. I'm so scared for all those kids." It's no surprise that the parents then tried to convince the audience that the prank had been set up.
I don't care anymore. Videos are fake. They're fake. They're over-exaggerated. Some videos are scripted. Some they're just played out.
However, just a few days prior, the parents had said something different to Keemstar.
Are these videos 100% real?
Right. The videos were not fake, but some things are a little exaggerated.
After which the family removed every single video from their channel, excluding a formal apology in a desperate bid to win back their audience.
This has been the absolute worst week of our life, and we realize that we have made some terrible parenting decisions.
But with comment after comment along the lines of, "Worst week of our life? Yeah, you gave them damage for their whole lives. You're disgusting." It seemed their viewers were done watching, and the audience wasn't the only thing that the family was set to lose.
Cody and his 11-year-old sister Emma were both removed from the home and at least temporarily placed with their biological mother, Rose Hall.
Emma and Cody are with me. I have emergency custody.
As mentioned, Cody and Emma were both taken and returned to their biological mother, after which an article was posted reading, "Controversial Daddy05 YouTubers sentenced to probation for prank videos with their kids." It explained that each of the parents had been charged with 2 counts of neglecting a minor, after which YouTube made the choice to permanently delete Daddy05's channel. With nowhere else to go, the family began posting videos to their own website behind a $5 paywall, although they'd soon discontinue the practice with the message, "In order to move on with the healing process from the 2017 events, we have agreed willingly to remove our videos from even this site. For the sake and well-being of our family, Mike and I feel it is best that we take a long break from the public spotlight." They returned to YouTube in 2019 with a new channel called The Martin Family, although with an average dislike ratio of around 75%, it seems their social media future is as dead as fried chicken. Even then, Daddy05 is lucky to have a life outside of prison, as the 8 Passengers Family channel recently landed its founder behind bars. 8 Passengers was created by Ruby and Kevin Frankie back in early 2015, where they began to share videos of their unique life as a Mormon family of 8. They'd post videos doing everything from sports to parties. However, the audience quickly noticed that whenever the kids did anything wrong, the parents always gave an unreasonable level of punishment. For example, when her 6-year-old daughter failed to make her own lunch before school, the mother punished the daughter by refusing to bring her food, despite being asked by the teacher.
I responded and just said, Eve is responsible for making her lunches in the morning, so the natural outcome is she's just going to need to be hungry. Hopefully nobody gives her food and nobody steps in and gives her a lunch.
Later stating in a different video, "My kids are literally starving. I hesitate to say this because this is gonna sound like I'm a mean barbarian, but I told the kids, I said, I'm not even gonna let you eat breakfast until you get your chores done." When these punishments failed to achieve the parents' desired outcome, they'd upped the ante by refusing presents to their 2 youngest kids on Christmas.
This year, they are not going to be visited by Santa. Christmas morning, their 4 older siblings will be getting Christmas presents to open, and that they will have the gift of love from their dad and I, because we want them to really have a visceral experience that hits them.
Which was in addition to their oldest son sleeping on a beanbag for 7 months as punishment for playing one single prank.
My bedroom was taken away for 7 months and then you give it back like a couple weeks ago.
I don't think our viewers know that.
Noticing a pattern of overly strict parenting, a Change.org petition was launched reading, "Get 8 Passengers Ruby Frankie under investigation for child abuse," after which multiple videos were published documenting the family's controversial history. As a result, their viewership evaporated by over 90%, and by 2023, the channel was struggling to gain 1 million views per month. Ruby had also grown tired of being criticized by the public, making the choice to permanently delete the channel on the 2nd of August 2023. However, this wouldn't be the end of the 8 Passengers saga. The oldest daughter, Cherie, had always been outspoken about her family's parenting style and would post this image to her Instagram story, showing police and the caption "Finally," only 4 weeks after the channel was deleted. It was then revealed that the mother had been arrested for aggravated child abuse after the 12-year-old son had been found emaciated and malnourished, with open wounds and duct tape around the extremities. The condition of the juvenile was so severe that they were seen by Santa Clara Ivan's EMS and transported to a local area hospital. Ruby Frankie is currently being held in jail awaiting trial. The people in these 10 classic memes look completely different to when they first went viral, starting with Side-Eye Chloe, which came from a 2013 video titled Lily's Disneyland Surprise. In the video, the parents tell their 2 kids, Lily and Chloe, that they're ditching school to instead go to Disneyland.
Chloe, we're going to Disneyland! Oh my god!
With the moment then being shared to Tumblr, where it received over 2 million notes with the title, "I just love this because Chloe is like, the hell is this girl crying about?" The post then prompted a BuzzFeed article titled "Side-Eye and Chloe is officially the patron saint of Tumblr," in which they'd showed that the meme had expanded and was now being put over everything from album covers to religious figures. Around 4 years after the meme first blew up, Chloe visited the Brazilian Google office, where her face had been turned into an elevator and was being used around the city for advertising.
So we just drive around and there's my child on a billboard. I was just
blown away.
But what happened to Chloe after the hype died down? After appearing in the meme at the age of 2, Chloe's mother continued to video her life up until the age of 10, at which point the family decided to sell the meme as an NFT, achieving a price of $74,000 US. They plan on using the money to put their kids through college, which isn't a bad idea given Chloe and her sister are now both in their teens, as is Dennis Collin, also known as the Popeyes kid. The meme began with an extremely basic Vine back in August 2013, where the real Snoopy videoed a random kid in Popeyes who was waiting to refill his drink.
Ontario at Popeyes. Ooh. Say ooh.
The following day, the image made its way over to Twitter with the caption, "When I see my teacher at a store," with the subsequent popularity of the meme giving the kid social anxiety throughout his early teens. However, this would motivate him to increase his skills as a football player, making a post on Twitter roughly 9 years after first going viral, reading "From Popeyes to state champion." The post was then reshared to Dennis' Instagram with the caption, "I need everyone to repost this and tag at Popeyes. I just want to talk business," which was followed by another post only 3 days later, announcing that he'd been officially sponsored by the company. He'd then feature in their Super Bowl commercial, where he'd announce his own celebrity meal deal called the Eyes on the Fries or Pies offer, which then led to him winning Breakthrough Athlete of the Year at his Lake Erie College just a few months ago. Although, while Dennis' story started low and ended triumphantly, El Rosita's story started triumphantly, but ended in tragedy. The meme was born back in June 2007, when El Rositas, translating to The Giggles, was interviewed on a Spanish TV show, where he displayed quite possibly the most contagious laugh in human history. Within only 5 days of the original interview, the clip had made its way over to YouTube. However, in September 2020, El Rositas was hospitalized as a result of diabetes, where he had to have his left leg amputated. In response to the unfortunate situation, a French video forum raised 14,000 euros for El Rositas, allowing him to purchase an electric scooter and wheelchair, although within only 6 months he was back in the hospital. El Rositas passed away on the 28th of April 2021 from complications related to his illness, yet his presence on the internet will likely live forever, as will Bad Luck Brian's, whether he likes it or not. The person in the photo's real name is Kyle Craven, who deliberately purchased a cheap thrift shop outfit so he could take a terrible yearbook photo. His friend then downloaded the photo, added the caption "Takes driving test, gets first DUI," and posted it to the Advice Animal subreddit on the 24th of January 2012 with the title "Bad Luck Brian." The meme was then remade with a different caption reading "Falls asleep in class, wet dream," with the now clearly established purpose causing the meme to go viral. Ask Siri to tell a joke, she turns on front camera. Stops, drops and rolls into another fire. Parents get divorced, no one wants custody. The virality of Bad Luck Brian led him to recreate the meme at VidCon 2 years later, before he'd then get recognized by Seth Rogen, which turned into advertising opportunities with McDonald's, the General Car Insurance and Volkswagen. Bad Luck Brian then featured in a book, on t-shirts and over 20 different games, which according to an interview with the Sydney Morning Herald, made him between $15,000 and $20,000 in the 3 years after first going viral. The article also explained that Brian works as a project manager for his father's construction company, where according to his LinkedIn, he recently became the vice president after 17 years experience. Brian has since gotten married and had 2 kids, although as shown by this photo, they might not be a fan of the meme. Despite this, Brian recreated the photo for his 32nd birthday, although can you even talk about Bad Luck Brian without mentioning Scumbag Steve? The guy in the photo had posted the image to his MySpace back in 2006. However, it wouldn't be until the 21st of January 2011 when the photo was reposted to r/funny with 11 different captions representing him as the unreciprocal stoner that everybody had in their school. I've never seen a meme I could relate to more. I knew so many kids like this in high school and unfortunately hung out with a lot of them for a while. Stupid high school phase. This one is on the money, only made funnier when the real person in the picture came forward as 22-year-old Blake Boston, who was unemployed and wanting to fight anybody who talked about the meme. The fact that he's a real scumbag makes the meme 1,000 times funnier. Steve then took advantage of the fame by launching his own rap career, starting a series called Scumbag Thursdays and attending RuffleCon 2012, where he'd gained favor from the public after eventually embracing the meme. By this point, however, his popularity had well and truly faded, and Scumbag Steve fell back into obscurity. That would be until April 2021, when Know Your Meme aired an update on his life.
My name is Blake Boston, aka
Scumbag Steve.
in which he'd show that he still had the hat while explaining that he was engaged, had 2 kids, and was trying to start a band. That very same month, Scumbag Steve sold the meme as an NFT for $57,000 before making a post on Twitter reading, "Whoever this is, thank you. You have no idea what this meant to me and my 2 boys. I'm humbled and so grateful," turning Scumbag Steve into Good Guy Greg, whose identity is still a mystery more than 12 years later. Good Guy Greg has been described as the antithesis of Scumbag Steve. The captions generally depict the character as kind, generous, or empathetic to other people, having blown up around 4 months after Scumbag Steve with this image here. "Sleeps on your couch, makes breakfast." Although despite the meme's instant popularity, the person in the picture never came forward to claim that it was them until around 3 months later when the following post was made to the Ask Me Anything subreddit. "I passed the 6-week challenge and crewed alongside Good Guy Greg. I'm a commercial fisherman AMA, attaching 5 supposed photos of the man who looked nothing like Good Guy Greg. Am I the only one who can't see the resemblance to GGG, leading other commenters to dig a little deeper? How did you come to find out he was Good Guy Greg? We showed him a picture of Good Guy Greg and he said that it was him. We didn't tell him that his picture was famous. Did GGG wonder why you had a picture of him? Not really. What, really? What the hell? So this random dude hops onto the same boat as him and just happens to have a picture of him from who knows how long ago, and he's just, yeah, that's me, and doesn't take a second to wonder why." In a different AMA, a user claimed to know the real identity of the real Good Guy Greg before posting this photo, which, while looking extremely similar, was debunked given the difference in eye color. The person in the picture likely didn't want to be famous from a photo of him smoking, yet this comment puts forward a much more beautiful theory. He didn't come forward because he's a good guy who isn't interested in fame. He's humble and happy knowing that his picture is out there giving people joy, and he's satisfied with that. He doesn't need the credit or the attention, and it's hard to give an update on someone who's practically a ghost. Although the overly attached girlfriend happens to be the opposite, having spent over 10 years on YouTube talking about the downsides of becoming a meme. The overly attached girlfriend came from a video titled JB Fan Video, in which a YouTuber named Lena Morris parodied Justin Bieber's song Boyfriend with lyrics depicting her as the stereotypical clingy girlfriend. Although as the meme began to go viral, it took only 11 days before Lena mentioned that she was uncomfortable with having her face everywhere. "I'm always amused by the overly attached GF tweets. Then I realize my face is associated with it and I'm slightly disturbed." Still awesome. Despite being slightly disturbed by the meme, it would shoot Lena into stardom, with every video on her channel racking up over 1 million views each, although this fame wouldn't last forever. The meme slowly lost its relevance, and by 2015, 3 years later, Lena was barely gaining 100,000 views per video. By 2019, Lena had completely abandoned her channel, prompting an upload titled Breaking Up with YouTube, in which she'd explained how fame had taken a toll on her mental health.
I'd sort of landed myself in a real depression, and I was keeping it a real deep secret.
For this reason, she'd then state that she was quitting YouTube for good.
I know that this part of my life is done, and it's time to say goodbye.
Before announcing in April 2021 that she was selling her meme as an NFT. It managed to achieve a mind-blowing price of $411,000, during which she'd give her live reaction on Twitter by stating, "What? BRB, I need a minute, WTF. Truly you have no idea how this is going to change my life. I mean it, I'm so incredibly thankful and also still just blown away. So weird, so cool, WTF, thank you internet." Although she could still never be as confused as the "Have you ever had a dream" kid. The meme came from a 1999 HBO kid show and featured an unknown child who was attempting to recount this quote from Hercules.
"Haven't you ever had a dream? Something you wanted so bad you'd do anything?"
Instead completely fumbling his words.
"Have you ever had a dream that you want him to do you so much you could do anything?"
In June 2011, approximately 12 years after the show aired, the clip was reposted to YouTube, where it went unbelievably viral, having racked up over 80 million views since it was first posted, although still nobody knew the name of the child. That would be until the 8th of July 2021, when Wavy Websurf posted this video, prompting a message from a fan who told Wavy, "Hey man, I know who the kid is from Have You Ever Had a Dream? Went to high school with him. I'll give you his his name so you can go check him out for yourself. He probably won't want to be out there like that, but thought it was cool you were looking and thought I'd give you the answer you were searching for before attaching a Facebook profile of someone named Joseph Serkiel who had the Dream Kid as his profile picture. After confirming that it was in fact him, the two recorded an interview where Joe explained that he was now working in the corporate world, with the wavy web surf interview then leading to a BuzzFeed video which has since received almost 10 million views. Joe still looks pretty similar to how he looked as a child, however the Kazoo Kid looks almost unrecognizable. The origins of this meme are actually very similar to that of the Dream Kid, as both include a 5-year-old child landing a role on a VHS TV show, only to achieve random success on YouTube many years later. In this case, the 50 million view video was called You on Kazoo, and given it was filmed 25 years prior in 1989, people began to wonder where the kid ended up. Using his name listed in the credits, Brett Ambler, people were able to track down his Twitter, and since he was now in his mid-30s, he looked like a totally different person. With his newly found accidental fame, Brett announced that he'd be hosting an Ask Me Anything, on which he was asked, "What profession do you have now? Are you an actor or musician?" Responding with, "I'm lucky enough to say that I'm still an actor and musician," which can be confirmed on his YouTube channel, where the Kazoo still appears in almost every video. But while the Kazoo Kid continues to document his media presence, the 9+10 Kid has been so quiet, people thought he became a missing person. After the legendary Vine was posted back in June 2013, an article was published to the website Hustlers titled 9+10 equals 21 Kid Vine has reportedly run away from home and currently being searched for. Read goodbye note here, which stated the child whose real name is Habib Sis ran away from his home Saturday night and is currently being searched for throughout the whole Baltimore area. Authorities say the child left a goodbye note in his bedroom that read, "I'm tired of everyone laughing at me. I'm running away forever now. If you want to find me, the only clue I'm leaving is 21. When the article was reposted to the IGN forums, users showed concern. However, it was quickly debunked when the original Viner uploaded a new video captioned, "My little bro is all good. Whoever made up that story has no life. By the way, his name is Xavier." However, despite being given his first name, there's almost no other information about him anywhere on the internet. His last online appearance was in December 2014, when he'd recreate the meme,
"You stupid." Why not? No, son. 21.
Although since then, the kid has completely vanished. His brother, who uploaded the original Vine, continues to post gym videos on TikTok and YouTube. However, his last name isn't public, so we can't figure out Xavier's full name. In a 9+10 Kid iceberg, one of the bottom tiers states, there was a rumor going around that the kid signed up for the Area 51 raid back in 2019, although there's no source on the post or on Google. Given the Vine is more than 10 years old, Xavier is now presumably in his late teens or early 20s, although given he didn't really care about his fame in the first place.
Hey bro, you know you famous, bro?
Yeah.
You got like 200,000 revines, bro.
He's likely made the deliberate choice to keep his identity hidden. For every 5 admired comedians, there's another 5 who are completely despised, and it's no secret that joke thief Dane Cook fits snugly in a category 2. In 2005, Dane Cook was listed as the world's most famous comic, although despite being known by an audience of millions, he was notably hated by every other comedian. A comedy radio host stated, "Not one comedian comes on my show and says I'm so happy for him, which is weird. They can't stand this poor guy, the reason for which being jealousy, at least according to Dane."
A lot of jealousy, a lot of animosity that I, at a young age, was famous, hanging around with beautiful women, rich.
Although the real reason might have been because Dane had stolen their jokes, given he was called out for copying a bit done by Louis C.K.
You can name your kid anything you want. I like that part. I'd like to give my kid an interesting name, you know? Like a name with no vowels, maybe, you know? Just like 40 Fs, that's his name.
I already have names picked out. I don't even know. First kid, boy, girl, I don't care. The first one that comes out, I'm naming it. I think it's beautiful. It's feminine but strong at the same time. Time for bed. I said time for bed.
Fans then noticed Dane had also copied a bit by Dimitri Martin at around the same time.
I went into a shoe store and I said, hey, can I get those in a 10? The guy said, sure, and he went in the back. And a couple minutes later he came out and he goes, I don't have a 10, I have a 9. Great. Because while you were in the back, my toes were severed off.
She walks out. She comes up to me, you guys, so enthusiastic, such like optimism. She's holding a boot. She comes right up to me and she goes, we have it in a 9. Great, you guys also have a bone saw anywhere nearby?
With Patrick CC running through even more examples in this video before touching on another reason Dane Cook is hated, his joke about the Batman movie theater shooting.
So I heard that the guy came into the theater about 25 minutes into the movie. I don't know if you've seen the movie. The movie is pretty much a piece of crap. Pretty sure that somebody in that theater about 25 minutes in realizing it was a piece of crap probably was like, oh, shoot me.
The controversial joke resulted in article after article, as well as Twitter posts reading, anyone who knows me knows I think Dane Cook is the single worst comedian ever. He's never been funny. Now he's just an awful human being. But while Dane Cook isn't liked for his disrespectful and sometimes stolen jokes, Theo Von is hailed for his unusual originality. His sense of humor has been described as so creative, unique, hilarious, and unorthodox that I can't compare him to any other comedian, which summarizes Theo Von perfectly.
There's a few guys, Theo's one of them, that have like a style of comedy that you will never be able to explain to someone. They gotta go see him.
When you hear him say, we had this one guy, you know you're about to hear a wild story full of bizarre situations and metaphors described in the strangest yet most perfect way possible.
This gentleman had half a limb, and
which limb?
He was missing part of his leg, I think. Or he said he was, so he could have been faking it.
CGI or something?
I don't know what his name was. CJ, it was a white dude.
Okay, yeah.
He's the absolute king of the metaphor. Whenever he says something is kinda like etc., it's always the funniest, most outlandish comparison I've ever heard.
You look like a guy if somebody had a cheat code in Double Dragon, bro. And they got to use an ultimate character, man.
Yeah, Dan Tony.
Amen, dude.
There are multiple compilations dedicated to Theo Von's absolutely wild sayings, although at the same time, he's able to show his softer, more vulnerable side in moments where it's appropriate. Theo's podcast this past weekend has risen to become the 7th most popular podcast on Spotify, while Brennan Schaub's bad reputation has caused his podcast to trend in the opposite direction. Brennan had previously been a UFC fighter, however, after a string of losses, he was convinced by Joe Rogan and Brian Callen to retire and instead pursue comedy.
You have a future in other things and you're really good at. Like, you're really funny.
You say funny shit, man.
Yeah, you do. You have a ridiculous talent for that.
Although with comments on Brennan's stand-up like, this is the best example of normal people thinking they're funny because they make their friends laugh, his sets aren't exactly the greatest. His first stand-up special titled You'd Be Surprised received an IMDb rating of 1.4 out of 10 stars and was labeled in front of millions as the worst comedy special I've ever seen. It was so bad that even Joe Rogan made a few little jokes about it.
The first one, I would have probably tried to talk you out of it, but I already talked you out of fighting. Yeah. And I was like, I can't talk him out of this too.
However, for Brendan, the worst was yet to come. 3 years after his first special, Brennan Schaub released another one titled Gringo Papi, which received an even lower IMDb score of 1.1 out of 10 stars, meaning he was unable to sell it to a major buyer like Netflix. Instead, he uploaded the special to his YouTube channel, where it received an 85% dislike ratio and comments such as, damn, this guy sure has some hidden talent. Hope he finds it one day. Every time I feel down, I watch Gringo Papi. Then I realize whatever has me down or whatever adversity I am facing isn't as bad as this comedy special. You know it's a Brennan Schaub stand-up special when the comments are funnier than the actual video. With the stand-up again being labeled as the worst comedy special of all time, it seems Brendan's main problem is that he isn't very skilled, and the audience has therefore been gravitating towards Shane Gillis. He got his big break in 2019 after being cast on Saturday Night Live, which he was then fired from immediately after the media dug up controversial comments made on his podcast.
And then I got canceled immediately.
You got canceled on the way.
They literally were like, how about this guy? And everyone was like, no.
Shane responded by writing, "I'm a comedian who pushes boundaries. Sometimes I miss. If you go through my 10 years of comedy, most of it bad, you're going to find a lot of bad misses. But while this made him unsuitable for SNL, this was ironically exactly what the wider comedy audience wanted. No wonder SNL fired him, he's actually funny." This, in combination with the mountains of press from the incident, took Shane's popularity to a whole new level.
The months after SNL, our listenership probably quadrupled, because then people heard about it and watched it.
So it's helped the podcast.
Like, this is actually funny.
So it's helped the podcast.
Tremendously.
Only made crazier when he'd post his live set in Austin, which gained over 20 million views by touching on funny political topics, although in a good way where it felt like he didn't have an agenda.
And I don't want to be on the other side of it, where it's like, I'm a free speech guy. It's like, dude, I don't want to be involved in any of this. I just want to do comedy.
Shane's great attitude and likable personality has made him the most subscribed person on Patreon with around 75,000 paid members, in comparison to Carrot Top, whose style was so unique the whole industry turned against him. He gained popularity as a prop comic in the 90s, but while his shows were extremely smart and absolutely hilarious,
O.J. Simpson's football. Okay, go deep, honey, go deep.
his bizarre look and style made him a punching bag for anybody and everybody.
You're a funny guy, man, and you at least used to take a lot of shit, and I never understood it.
I don't either. I would get shit for everything.
It's like Nickelback.
This became most obvious when Carrot Top simply flew over his city in a fighter jet.
And the next day on the front page of the paper, Carrot Top disrupts city with flyover. And everyone's up in arms because the building shook and everybody was like, oh, what, there's a war happening? and I think they were really, honestly, just pissed because it was me.
And in a Reddit thread talking about him, the only reasons people had to hate Carrot Top was he's annoying, not funny, and comes across as a gigantic douchebag, which pretty much confirms the theory. Carrot Top's name has become synonymous with bad comedian we should make fun of. In another article, Carrot Top was described as the most successful comedian no one will admit to liking, with one of these haters being another comedy legend.
So is Bill Burr just going coals on me? I mean, just right? I mean, just bad.
Who then apologized to Carrot Top after meeting him in person.
And then when I finally meet him, he was like, dude, I am so sorry. Like, he came and hugged me. And
Carrot Top was hated for so long that he's now considered a legend.
They're kind of like saying, you know what, geez, he won't go away. We've been ripping on him, but he's for some reason, he's still around, and you know what, he can stay now.
You had somebody
earn my wings.
With Bobby Lee having earned his wings in a similar kind of way. One of the things that makes Bobby Lee so likable is his ability to laugh at himself for the sake of audience entertainment.
Bro, you're the worst looking of all of us.
What do you think he is out of 10, for real?
You're a 2, buddy.
2, buddy.
You're like a 2.5 at most, probably closer to a 1.5.
Give me a bigger number.
Okay. You want an honest number?
No, honest.
Okay. You want the honest number?
Please.
I was being generous as a 1.5.
I'm a 1.5?
Something close to 1.7
Did you say 1?
Showing that he's comfortable in his own skin. This helps him deliver some of the most savage roasts on the internet.
My dad abandoned me, but then I love my mom. In your face! He doesn't have a dad!
Although just like Theo Von, his fans also have a lot of respect for how open he is with his addiction issues and sobriety.
Right before I was gonna get on the plane, I looked at my girlfriend and said, I'm gonna relapse.
When it comes to Bobby Lee's stand-up, a Reddit user wrote, I've seen him do the same set at the Comedy Store like 3 or 4 times, and I nearly cried laughing each time, while another person called it the hardest I've laughed at a comedy show of a decent slate of shows. It seems Bobby Lee finds love from the audience regardless of what he's doing, while the audience has recently been finding many reasons to hate Tom Segura. At the start of his career, Tom Segura was one of the more humble comedians. However, after losing over 50 pounds and building a net worth of 12 million, his ego became incredibly obvious. He'd begin to joke about the general population by calling them poors.
So I've received a remarkable number of messages, countless poor people, about the use of a washcloth in the shower. And, it's kind of well known, it's what poors do.
However, it quickly became obvious that he wasn't really joking.
Every time we talk about like a watch or a car, I'll get a bunch bunch of messages from losers that try to tell me that I'm making them feel bad about their situation. I'm struggling with rent this month. Figure it the f out.
In October 2023, Tom tweeted about being inconvenienced by American Airlines, and after being called entitled by his fans, Tom responded by stating all the poors and losers have the same response. Oh, you were inconvenienced, well you should accept it. That's what me and my dumb poor family have done for generations. This is why you're poor. In his next tweet, he'd respond to a fan by simply writing poor, while a third tweet read, the lowest level poors get upset, as they've been trained to do, when you point out they're happy to do what I'm told servant mentality. They don't value time because their time is worthless. You are specks of shit on a washcloth and washcloths belong in the trash. The rant instantly turned Tom into laughing stock for the internet.
Probably not that much money left over for the guys in the booth either.
Oh,
it's all
man.
Tom and Christina just running around, getting on private jets, making fun of poor people.
While others dug deep to find his wealth was likely inherited.
It turns out Tom was a trust fund kid. His father was the vice president and chief financial advisor of Merrill Lynch for 25 years, until he took over as the vice president and CFA for the Bank of America. His obituary mentions that he was a member of the Quail Valley Golf Club in Vero Beach, where a membership will run you a very modest $85,000 a year, not counting all of the other fees.
This led Tom to remove the entire chain of airport tweets and avoid every question that might imply he's rich.
What kind of car you have?
What kind?
You have cars?
Yeah, I
How
like
many
cars.
cars you got? You alright?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking.
Tom Segura has no excuse for being a douchebag, given Gabriel Iglesias is substantially richer and is one of the most humble comedians. When you type Gabriel Iglesias controversy into Google, it seems the worst thing he's ever done is pay a fine to a venue for spending too much time recording a Netflix special. Back in 2014, one of these specials was leaked and uploaded to YouTube for free, although instead of issuing a copyright takedown, he'd share the links to his Facebook, adding, I can't believe someone posted a direct link to watch my fluffy specials online for free. The nerve. I hope no one shares or watches these before they get taken down, prompting a top comment reading, this is why you're awesome, Fluffy. You don't whine about getting pirated, you promote it. Gabriel's nickname Fluffy is a joke about his own weight, which like Bobby Lee shows he's comfortable in his own skin. Although at the same time, Gabriel explained to Joe Rogan that he'd recently lost 70 pounds as a result of following better habits. And it was bad habits that led Carlos Mencia to become incredibly hated. The collapse of his reputation began after Joe Rogan wrote a blog post titled, Carlos Mencia is a weak-minded joke thief, which read, the latest and most disgusting joke thief of all is a guy named Carlos Mencia. The really crazy thing is that's not even his real name. He sells himself as being Mexican, but the reality is his real name is Ned Holness, and he's actually half German and half Honduran. The Mexican hook is something he did to integrate himself with the local Mexican population of LA where he started. From here, Joe began calling him Carlos Menstelia before confronting him on stage in an actual comedy club, which was recorded and uploaded to YouTube.
It's easy to say you steal shit, but I don't, because I'm not a little bitch. I think that every time you open your mouth, you talk about me, I think that you're secretly in love with me.
Despite denying the allegations, Carlos was then exposed for stealing from Bill Cosby and Ari Shaffir, after which Carlos made the crazy decision to own the fact that he stole all his jokes.
His attitude was this, like, yeah, I steal. If I'm in the back of the room, you better watch your material, because I'll take it, remix it, and make it a hit.
From here, almost every comedian destroyed Carlos Mencia.
A lot of your material, I'm not saying all of it, but a lot of your material was too similar to Paul Mooney or Bill Hicks.
And he went from performing in stadiums to small clubs. There's a heavy price to pay for cutting corners in comedy, whereas Chris Rock discovered there's much to gain in the power of a single slap. Chris Rock has been admired and respected since the mid-1980s, although it seems being slapped by Will Smith made him even more loved. Ironically, the Will Smith slap made Chris a beloved winner. Will Smith accomplished the impossible with one targeted slap. Now everybody loves Chris. This was reinforced when Dave Chappelle was attacked on stage, after which Chris Rock jumped on the mic to ask,
Was that Will Smith?
Chris Rock just proved that if someone does you wrong in life, just wait, and the perfect moment will present itself. Proud of Chris Rock. He didn't let the Will Smith incident take him to a place of bitterness and anger, but stays humble and even makes a joke out of such a difficult spot to be in. There could not have a more perfect moment to drop that line, and the fact that Chris Rock wasn't really talking about the altercation before leading up to this just adds to the perfection of his delivery, and when Chris Rock did address the controversy in his special, he reinforced a winner's mindset.
But I'm not a victim, baby. You will never see me on Oprah or Gail. I couldn't believe it, and I love Men in Black. No, I took that hit like Pacquiao.
Adam and Jamie from Mythbusters couldn't stand each other,
Jamie and I don't get along very well. That's not a secret we've held.
while Drake and Josh weren't exactly buddies either.
We made this thing that people really love, but maybe we weren't that close.
However, let's begin by talking about Leonardo DiCaprio and Claire Danes, who ironically played the inseparable lovers Romeo and Juliet. Prior to filming the movie, the actors had spoken very highly of one another.
Claire Danes is the most fantastic young actress I've ever come across.
However, in his early days, Leo would always pull elaborate pranks on his co-stars, which was appreciated by some people on set, but despised by others like Claire Danes. He tried to pull multiple pranks on Danes when the cameras weren't rolling, and the young actor wasn't having it. It's rumored that the young actress found Leo a little immature. For the very same reason, DiCaprio found Danes to be uptight and overly serious, and as a result, according to some sources, the pair barely spoke to one another when not filming scenes together. Roughly 1 year later, Danes was offered but turned down the lead female role in Titanic, with some speculating that she was simply uninterested in doing another film with DiCaprio. Despite this, the two have always talked highly of one another in public.
The dude is a genius. He's been a genius for decades now.
Which wasn't the path taken by Kevin Smith after figuring out that Bruce Willis was a complete and utter dick. The two had agreed to collaborate on a 2010 movie called Cop Out, and 2 years prior in 2008, Kevin Smith praised Bruce Willis for being his favorite actor and biggest inspiration. However, as the two began working together, Kevin Smith realized he should have never met his hero. Despite Smith being the film's director, Willis refused to take any direction, with Smith later stating, "I was going at it like Bruce, do it like this. I was directing Bruce the way I direct everybody else." And Bruce was like, "I've been acting like Bruce Willis for 25 years. Do you really think there's anything you're gonna tell me that I don't know?" At a later point during filming, Bruce Willis threatened to punch Kevin Smith, after which Willis had to be separately photoshopped into the movie's posters as he refused to turn up to the photo shoots. On top of this, Willis failed to attend the party celebrating the movie's completion, where Kevin Smith made a toast stating, "I want to thank everyone who worked on the film, except for Bruce Willis." In a 2013 interview, Willis clapped back by stating, "Poor Kevin, he's just a whiner, you know. We had some personal issues about how we approached work. I don't have an answer for him. I'm never gonna call him out and lay him out in public. Sometimes you just don't get along, although this isn't the end of the story." After Willis was recently diagnosed with aphasia, Kevin Smith took to Twitter writing, "Long before any of the cop-out stuff, I was a big Bruce Willis fan. So this is really heartbreaking to read. He loved to act and sing, and the loss of that has to be devastating for him. I feel like an asshole for my petty complaints from 2010, so sorry to BW and his family," which is a much nicer ending compared to that of Sylvester Stallone and Richard Gere. The two met whilst filming a movie called The Lords of Flatbush, where Stallone instantly disliked Gere's demeanor, stating, "We never hit it off. He would strut around in his oversized motorcycle jacket like he was the baddest knight at the round table, although the real argument came when the two were eating lunch together." Stallone stated, "I was eating a hot dog and he climbs in with a half a chicken, covered in mustard with grease nearly dripping out of the aluminium wrapper. I said, 'That thing is gonna drip all over the place.' He said, 'Don't worry about it,' which was followed by Richard Gere spilling grease all over Stallone's pants. As a result, Stallone, quote, elbowed him in the side of the head, after which the director chose to replace Richard Gere with a different actor altogether. Despite this taking place more than 50 years ago, Stallone has stated, 'To this day he seriously dislikes me,' which is an ending also shared by Ariana Grande and Jeanette McCurdy after their one and only season of Sam and Cat. When the show came to an end in 2014, Ariana Grande made an extensive heartfelt twitlonger thanking everybody involved in the production, except for the other main co-star Jeanette McCurdy. This implied that the two weren't as close as the show suggested, which was confirmed at a later date when Jeanette stated the following.
She would have to miss work because she was being pulled in all directions, so she's got to do radio shows, she's got to do the Billboard Awards, the Grammys. She's performing at the Grammys, and I'm like acting on the show with a box because they decided that like for that week her character needs to be trapped in a box so she can go perform at the Grammys.
As a result of this, Jeanette would write, Ariana misses work in pursuit of her music career while I act with a box. I'm pissed about it and I'm pissed at her, jealous of her, before expressing further jealousy in her memoir by attacking Ariana's upbringing. Ariana grew up in Boca Raton, Florida, an incredibly wealthy, idyllic town with a healthy mum who could buy her whatever she wanted whenever she wanted. Gucci bags, fancy vacations, and Chanel outfits. Jeanette's hatred toward Ariana always felt pretty pathetic. However, the feud between Will Smith and Janet Hubert reached a whole new level of petty jealousy. Janet played Will Smith's auntie in Bel-Air and took an instant disliking to Will Smith as she felt it was unfair he'd been given a TV show at the age of 22. Will Smith later stated, I can straight up say that Janet Hubert wanted the show to be the Aunt Viv of Bel-Air show. She said once, I've been in the business for 10 years and this snotty-nosed punk comes along and gets a show. To her, I'm the Antichrist. While Alfonso Ribeiro, who played Carlton, also noted Janet was painful to work with. There were days when we were all on set and she would literally go off on people, and they got to a point by the time the second season came around where we're like, this is unacceptable. As someone who was seen as difficult, Janet was offered significantly less money to appear in the 4th season, encouraging her to quit, which is exactly what she'd do. However, this only increased her resentment toward Will, as she'd state, there will never be a reunion as I will never do anything with an a-hole like Will Smith. He is still an egomaniac and has not grown up. This constant reunion thing will never ever happen in my lifetime unless there is an apology, which he doesn't know the word. Despite stating that there wouldn't be a Fresh Prince reunion, it did eventually happen in November 2020, where more than 30 years later, Janet was still convinced that Will had ruined her life, stating, I hated what you did, I just hated what you did. You took my career away of 30-something years, as Will Smith's comments about her being difficult made it hard for Janet to land work afterwards. At the end of their talk, the two made up and apologized, although Nicki Minaj and Mariah Carey had no interest in doing so. They'd appear alongside one another in season 12 of American Idol, where their almost polar opposite personalities began to clash immediately.
Are you country? Are you country? Do you like country? Do you like country? And I kind of feel like we're making her do.
I'm trying to help her. We're trying to help her as opposed to just talk about
I'm
her
gonna continue
outfit.
to speak.
Of course, you
well,
always
we're
do.
almost
Go ahead.
actually.
In a notable instance, the two had this argument mid-show.
Nobody said every moment. Oh, excuse me. The music will cut me off if I can. Oh, darling, may I express this to her as a singer? I just feel like what maybe trying to be expressed is just sing from your heart the entire time, and your notes will continue to shine regardless of the dirt that gets splattered around you.
After which Nicki threatened Mariah with violence.
Multiple people heard Nicki say, if I had a gun, I would shoot that
leading Mariah to state the following.
It felt like an unsafe work environment. I'm not going to take any chances, so yeah, I did hire more security.
In response to Mariah Carey's claims, Nicki responded by tweeting, hey y'all, let's just say Nicki said something about a gun. People will believe it because she's a black rapper. LeMayo, I'll then hit up Barbara and milk it, implying that Mariah had made the story up. Nicki then made another tweet reading, I guess it hurts to have the producers tell you to your face that Nicki is the best judge we've had since Simon, or poor you, keep them lies coming, implying that Mariah was also simply not as good at judging. For obvious reasons, both judges quit the show after only one season, after which Mariah Carey stated this.
That was the worst experience of my life. I would never want to be involved with it again.
With Drake Bell and Josh Peck holding a similar opinion about returning to their most famous show. While it seemed the two had a great time filming Drake and Josh, Drake would take to Twitter in 2017 writing, when you're not invited to the wedding, the message is clear. True colors have come out today. Message is loud and clear, ties are officially cut, I'll miss you brother, which was followed by Drake flaming Josh via text for the very same reason.
I'm getting married that night and I see these text messages from him like cursing me out, coming for me. I'm like, on the night of my wedding.
The incident was a sad moment for fans of the show. However, 2 months later, they'd make up, apologize, and even post a 12 million view video together, implying that the duo was on good terms. That would be until 2021, when Drake found himself in a bunch of legal trouble, after which Josh made the claim that they were never really friends.
Are you guys like not friends?
Not really, no. We made this thing that people really love, but maybe we weren't that close.
So you guys were never close during the, like when you were filming, Drake and Josh? You were just kind of co-stars?
Obviously there were times where we were closer than not, but when inevitably the show ended, I mean, we're just totally different kids.
These statements have since been criticized, given they'd spent a large amount of time together outside of the show, with one of these critics being Drake Bell himself, who'd give numerous examples of them hanging out together.
That's what bugged me about it. He's like, we weren't friends, we didn't hang out.
Your Christmas party, the party that I made.
He came all the way to Riverside to support me.
Josh is clearly trying to distance himself from Drake's sketchy legal situation, given Josh is still actively booking movie roles in an industry where reputation is everything. There are obviously mixed reports about whether or not they liked each other as co-stars, although it seems obvious that they're now no longer on speaking terms, and neither are the two main hosts from Mythbusters. Adam Savage and Jamie Hyneman hosted the show for more than 12 years, after which an article was published reading, "The Mythbusters always had an amazing secret weapon. They can't stand each other." The article referenced an interview from Entertainment Weekly, in which Jamie stated, "We like to point out we've known each other for 25 years and never once sat down to have a dinner alone together. We sort of managed to tolerate each other. I think it's probably safe to say that continuing our on-screen relationship in front of the camera is probably not happening." To back this up, Adam stated this.
No, I don't think Jamie and I will continue to work together on other projects. Jamie and I don't get along very well. That's not a secret we've held.
With him claiming it's not a secret they've held, as it was mentioned while the show was still running.
We are not friends. We tend to drive each other batty. We have never, in the 21 years we've known each other, had dinner alone together. Our very different personalities means that we spend a lot of time in sort of conflict.
Periodically, their behind-the-scenes animosity spilled out onto the camera.
What kind of seconds were you counting there? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? What kind of seconds are those? Who counts like that?
So it's no surprise that Adam would also state this.
There's a lot of fighting on camera. We got really mad at each other, like really significantly, vitriolically angry. We drive each other nuts every day. We get frustrated with each other on a daily basis.
However, the reason they're so proud of their awful friendship is because it's also their key to success.
The friction between Jamie and I has an integrity to it and a chemistry to it. We have respect for each other. We also drive each other absolutely batty.
We're not afraid to say something that will hurt the other's feelings because we don't care, Savage says. We consider it a point of pride that the right idea always wins. It doesn't matter whose it is. It's a working relationship based purely on respect and mutual gain, with their unconventional approach resulting in unconventional success as one of the most popular shows in TV history. Out of every celebrity we'll cover in this video, there are a few who have fixed their life like Robert Downey Jr. Between 1996 and 2001, he was arrested on 6 separate occasions for some crazy different reasons. By this point, he'd already been a famous actor for roughly 10 years, although this didn't stop a judge from giving him 3 years in prison. Upon release, he managed to land a single TV show role, which he was then fired from after police arrested him again, this time for walking around LA under the influence without any shoes on. Given this also resulted in Robert Downey Jr.'s divorce, it's no surprise he'd state it was my lowest point in terms of addictions. At that stage, I didn't care whether or not I ever acted again, although thankfully this didn't happen. He'd appear on Oprah stating,
and I said, you know what, I don't think I can continue doing this. And I reached out for help and I ran with it. It's not that difficult to overcome these seemingly ghastly problems. What's hard is to decide.
Although with his reputation in the dumps, the only role he could land was in an Elton John music video, and when he did return to the big screen a full 2 years later, producers withheld 40% of Robert Downey Jr.'s income to ensure he wouldn't relapse midway through filming. Only 7 years after being released from prison, Robert Downey Jr. was cast as Tony Stark in Iron Man, which grossed almost $600 million at the box office and paved his way for another 7 Marvel movies, although Samuel L. Jackson's turnaround might be even cooler. He'd met his alcoholic father only 2 times in his life, and having grown up in a broken home, it's no surprise that Samuel L. Jackson became an alcoholic himself. In his early 20s, he was booted from 2 plays on Broadway for his substance abuse problems, and by his early 40s he was still an unknown actor with no money and a heroin problem. Samuel L. Jackson finally attended rehab at the age of 43, and amazingly only 1 week after doing so, he'd star in a movie called Jungle Fever, which just so happened to be his major breakout role.
Once I got clean, everything kind of changed. The correlation between my career changing and me getting straight is very clear.
In just a couple of years after getting clean, Samuel L. Jackson starred in Jurassic Park, Star Wars, and Pulp Fiction, which then turned into another 6 Tarantino movies and his role in every single Avengers film. Despite finding no success until the age of 43, Samuel L. Jackson has grossed more than any other actor in human history, with Robert Downey Jr. being right behind him in rank number 2. This is good evidence that success is proportionate to struggle, which is a point often talked about by Oprah Winfrey. She was born to a single teenage mum who was living off welfare on a farm in Mississippi, and as a result she was primarily raised by her grandmother, who dressed Oprah in stitched together potato sacks and whipped her for reasons as petty as playing with the family's drinking water.
You get whipped, then they'd be annoyed that you were still sulking about it. You better wipe that frown off your face.
It's therefore no surprise that Oprah had run away from home at the age of 13, although this would lead to her first job as a part-time news reporter, which she was then fired from shortly thereafter.
I only came to co-host a talk show because I had failed at news.
With nowhere else to go, Oprah joined one of Chicago's lowest rated TV shows, which then became the city's highest rated talk show less than 2 months later thanks to her presence. Her contribution was so important, the show was not only named after her, but would also become the most popular talk show in American history only 2 years later. In 2003, at the age of 49, Oprah ranked as one of the world's 500 richest people, also becoming the first black billionaire in human history, and while that's a redemption almost impossible to top, Fergie might come close. Despite graduating from high school as a straight A student, Fergie began using crystal meth every day at the age of 26, causing her to drop down to 90 pounds or 40 kilos, stating, "The drugs thing, it was a hell of a lot of fun until it wasn't," given she experienced psychosis, dementia, and even hallucinations on a daily basis.
I started getting really paranoid. I went one day into this church, and I thought that the FBI and the SWAT teams were outside of the church.
Although this episode in the church also happened to be her turning point.
And I said, if I go out there and the FBI and the SWAT team's not out there, then it's the drugs and I'm stopping. So obviously I went outside of the church and there was no SWAT team.
Did you keep your promise?
I kept my promise.
Yeah, that was it.
That was it.
Fergie kicked her meth addiction in 2002, just months before joining the Black Eyed Peas, where she'd find unbelievable success with Where Is the Love only 1 year later. Fergie has since had a child, built a net worth of $45 million, and is almost 22 years clean. But while Fergie had to wean herself off only one drug, Drew Barrymore had to do so with many. Despite coming from an extremely famous Hollywood family and landing one of the lead roles in E.T. at the age of 7, Drew Barrymore was an alcoholic by age 11, a drug addict by age 12, put in a mental institution at age 13, and was legally divorced from her parents by her 14th birthday. She was therefore blacklisted from Hollywood at age 15, was cleaning toilets to make ends meet at 16, and by her 27th birthday she'd been married and divorced twice. Addiction had always been a major family problem.
Almost all of her ancestors were alcoholics.
And would even lead to her doing a nude Playboy shoot in 1995, which would actually become a significant turning point. Steven Spielberg just so happened to be her godfather and would send Drew Barrymore a blanket for her 20th birthday, attaching a letter with the message "Cover yourself up," also including the original Playboy images, which were altered to make her look fully clothed. From here, she made the choice to return to Hollywood, appearing in minor roles until her casting in The Wedding Singer roughly 3 years later. This then turned into 50 First Dates and Charlie's Angels, making her one of the world's most well-known actresses, just like Lindsay Lohan, although for a slightly different reason. The Parent Trap gave her worldwide fame at the age of only 12, and by her 20th birthday she'd acted in over 30 productions. However, it'd be during one of these movies called Georgia Rule that a letter was leaked implying that Lindsay's life was spiraling out of control. It read, "Dear Lindsay, you have frequently failed to arrive on time to the set. upset. Today you did not show for work all day. I'm now told you don't plan to come to work tomorrow because you are not feeling well. We are well aware that your ongoing all-night heavy partying is the real reason for your so-called exhaustion. We refuse to accept bogus excuses for your behavior. Today your actions on Georgia Rule have been discourteous, irresponsible, and unprofessional. You have acted like a spoiled child, and in doing so have alienated many of your co-workers and endangered the quality of this picture. Moreover, your actions have resulted in hundreds of thousands of dollars in damage. We will not tolerate these actions any further. The producer who sent this letter later stated she came to work every day after that. However, Lindsay's personal problems were only getting started. Just months after the letter went public, Lindsay checked herself into rehab for the first time, although this didn't seem to make much difference as she was then arrested for driving under the influence. Over the following 6 years, Lindsay was arrested a total of 6 different times while she'd state, "It is clear to me that my life has become completely unmanageable because I'm addicted to alcohol and drugs." As a result, she'd lose contact with her family and attend court-ordered rehab a total of 6 times, while almost every movie she was cast in during this period was a complete and utter flop. But as the negativity began to stack up, so did Lindsay's desire to get sober.
Was it over a period of time or all of a sudden that maybe I do have a problem?
Over a period of time.
And in 2014, she chose to document the process in an 8-part series with Oprah.
My main objective is, to maintain my sobriety.
And have you been sober since we last met? Yeah.
The show was given awful reviews. However, Lindsay Lohan was finally back on the straight and narrow. She'd moved to Dubai that very same year because there's a certain calmness that I find in Dubai. There's no paparazzi, no cameras, that's a big deal for me. Not to mention the strict culture has helped her to stay sober.
You don't see people going to liquor stores and drinking and that kind of thing. You can go out and have fun, but it's a different kind of fun that you have.
Lindsay has since fixed the relationship with her parents, gotten married, had a child, and even returned to the big screen. But while Lindsay's dark period could have likely been avoided, Liam Neeson's was tragically thrown upon him. Having found success with every type of movie you can think of, Liam Neeson and his family had seemingly the perfect life. However, on the 18th of March 2009, all of this changed unexpectedly. Liam Neeson's wife, Natasha Richardson, was taking a beginner ski class in Canada when she fell and hit her head. The fall wasn't bad enough for her to ask for medical attention, so she'd simply return to her hotel room and tell Neeson she'd taken a tumble in the snow. Well, it turns out her brain had been bleeding the entire time, and after experiencing a splitting headache, she was rushed to the hospital and pronounced dead shortly thereafter. Neeson's final words to his wife were, "Sweetie, you're not coming back from this. You've banged your head. I don't know if you can hear me, but this is what's gone down," while one of their sons stated, "It was so sudden. When it's unexpected and it's just a complete freak accident, it really sort of messes with your mind whether you believe in fate or not." She was a terrific mother. Neeson never remarried after the incident. However, he and his son played the 2 main roles in a movie called Made in Italy, the synopsis of which being almost identical to what they'd gone through in real life. Liam Neeson notably states in the movie,
"Disappointment is an absolute certainty. Everyone lets everyone down at some point. How you come back from that, that's romance."
With this redemption only being rivaled by Macaulay Culkin. After starring in Home Alone at the age of only 10, Macaulay Culkin became the world's most famous child star. He continued to appear in movies for another 4 years before choosing to retire at the age of 14 so he could live a normal life. Culkin was described by co-star Joe Pesci as being a really sweet kid and even at his age very professional.
He brings an incredibly mature perspective to everything he does, in spite of being very young.
However, as Culkin became an adult, he'd go through many periods of turbulence. For starters, Macaulay Culkin's success ruined the relationship he had with his father.
Everything that he tried to do in his life, I excelled at, before I was 10 years old.
While his earnings of $23.5 million before his 15th birthday also caused his parents' divorce in that very same year.
But as the money pours in, the Culkin family falls apart.
In the process, Macaulay began to experiment.
I wanted to drink 40s and get laid and smoke pot. That's what I wanted to do, and that's what I did.
And in 2004, he was arrested and briefly jailed for possession of weed. The Home Alone star, 24, was given 1-year deferred sentences on each of the charges and ordered to pay $540 in fees, after which the tabloid press took this photo and accused Macaulay of taking even harder drugs. He'd respond by stating, "No, I was not pounding 6 grand of heroin every month or whatever," although at the same time he would talk about drugs by stating, "I do love them, they're like old friends. friends, but sometimes you outgrow your friends, and it's therefore no surprise that Culkin has since gotten sober. I wouldn't be the person I am today if I hadn't had drugs in my life at some point or another. I had some illuminating experiences, but it's also effing stupid. So besides the occasional muscle relaxer, no, I don't do drugs recreationally.
You're remarkably normal.
Oh, thanks. I know, people are always struck at how normal I am. I'm like, just like, wow, really? I think my
you
reputation.
made it through the maze of being a famous child.
Yeah.
Macaulay Culkin recently had a baby and is these days usually only in the press for positive reasons. Before filing for bankruptcy, 50 Cent was spending $108,000 per month to rent an 18-bedroom mega mansion, while T-Pain's bankruptcy was so brutal that by the end of it, he had to borrow money just to buy Burger King. However, let's begin by talking about DMX, who had to file for bankruptcy on 3 separate occasions as he couldn't afford child support. You see, DMX had 17 children with 11 different women, and almost every child resulted in some kind of lawsuit or child support requirement. For example, DMX was sued for $1.5 million worth of child support in 2008 after a genetic test confirmed that he was the father of a previously unclaimed baby, which when combined with his declining music career resulted in his first bankruptcy filing. 4 years later in 2012, DMX was sued by a different ex-partner for a further $1 million worth of child support, and a year after this lawsuit he'd file for bankruptcy a second time. His third bankruptcy would occur in 2016, during which it would be discovered that DMX had racked up a further $1.7 million worth of unpaid child and family support, which accompanied $950,000 in bank debt and $1.7 million worth of tax debt. Since he had $0 in his bank account, DMX was sentenced to 6 months in prison for the child support, a further year in prison for the unpaid taxes, and was also ordered to pay the government $2.29 million in restitution after he was released from his time behind bars. However, DMX never had the chance to pay the amount back in full, as he'd die in April 2021, and despite his extensive family tree, DMX never wrote a will, meaning that his family was still involved in money-related legal battles even after he was dead and buried. Tiger was certainly better at managing his child support payments, although he definitely had a weakness when it came to luxury spending. After cultivating his career as a successful rapper, Tiger's name entered news headlines after he'd purchased a $200,000 Mercedes Maybach for his girlfriend, while being $480,000 behind in rental payments on a luxury Malibu home. As a result, Tiger was sued by his landlord, although he'd failed to show up to court as he was on holiday in Turks and Caicos, yet this situation wasn't the only example of Tiger spending big in one area while being financially behind in another. For example, in 2016, while shopping for a new Bentley, Tiger's Ferrari 458 was repossessed in the parking lot as Tiger hadn't been paying for the loan. Despite this, Tiger would go on to purchase another Mercedes Maybach, as well as a Land Rover, a Rolls-Royce Ghost, and a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, all of which were repossessed for non-payment, while he was seen looking at a brand new Lamborghini. In addition to this, Tiger was sued by a second landlord for $181,000 after once again missing rental payments in 2016, which was followed by a third property-related lawsuit in 2020, where Tiger had racked up over $200,000 in damages and unpaid rent on yet another rental property. It was then revealed that Tiger was being court-ordered to pay for $200,000 worth of unpaid jewelry, which accompanied the accusation by his ex-girlfriend Blac Chyna that he'd been missing child support payments. And just to add a cherry on top of the cake, while all of this was going down, Tiger was in $890,000 worth of tax debt to the government. Despite all of this, Tiger is still seen flexing a lavish life on social media, which is a luxury unavailable to rap producer Scott Storch, who blew through $70 million in less than 3 years. Scott had earned this money by producing for some of the biggest names in music, including Kanye West, Dr. Dre, and Jay-Z, yet Scott Storch's insane net worth began to diminish after he'd purchased an insane supercar collection,
30 cars, including Bugattis and Ferraris and all that kind of stuff,
as well as a $10.5 million mansion where he housed more than 20 staff, including a boat captain, just in case he wanted to go out on his yacht.
The captain was on full-time staff?
Yeah.
In case you want to take the boat out?
Yeah.
And the boat was how many bedrooms?
7.
7-bedroom boat, worth about how much?
20 million.
20 million.
Scott went on to explain just how much this lifestyle was costing him.
My monthly overhead for my household employees was somewhere in the neighborhood of $1 million a month I was spending.
And that if he continued to work, there wouldn't have been any problems, although this isn't what he would do.
It went from me working and delivering to doing drugs and not going to the studio.
I just stopped working, and then I got depressed and jaded.
As mentioned, Scott stopped making music and instead began to get addicted to the nightlife in Miami. And with no money coming in plus $1 million a month going out, it was only going to be so long before Scott hit zero. By 2009, just 3 years after having a net worth of $70 million, Scott had filed for bankruptcy. 6 years later, Scott would file for bankruptcy a second time, claiming to have a grand total of $3,600 of assets to his name, $100 in cash, $500 in clothing, and a $3,000 watch. Most shocking, his music companies are valued at $0, and in 2014 he made a grand total of only $10,000. Throughout this hardship, Fat Joe was one of the only rappers to keep their friendship with Scott, possibly because Fat Joe went through a similar situation himself. Fat Joe had earned $1.18 million in 2007, $1.28 million in 2008, $265,000 in 2009, and $630,000 in 2010. However, despite having made this $3.3 million in only 4 years, Fat Joe failed to pay taxes on it. He was able to come up with $718,000 and had also done extensive charity work. However, this wasn't enough to satisfy the judge, who sentenced Fat Joe to 4 months in prison. Despite taking personal responsibility for his actions by stating, "There was a lot going on in the years that I didn't file my taxes, but it was my responsibility," less than 4 years later, Fat Joe entered news headlines again after the IRS revealed that he still owed them $1.1 million in taxes. However, this number was absolutely nothing in comparison to Fat Joe's friend Lil Kim, who owed almost 4 times more and became, quote, too poor to file for bankruptcy. Lil Kim wasn't nearly as successful as some of the other rappers featured on this list. However, this didn't stop her from purchasing a $2.3 million mansion back in 2002, notably with the help of a mortgage. Throughout the 2000s, Kim's music career slowed dramatically, and by 2018, Kim was filing for bankruptcy as she still owed the full $2 million on her property, despite the 16 years that had passed. In addition to this, Kim now owed $1.85 million to the government for 13 years worth of unpaid taxes, which accompanied a further $185,000 in unpaid legal fees. The bankruptcy became even worse after discovering that by 2018, Kim was earning a comparatively small $18,000 per month, of which $2,000 went to staff, another $2,000 went to clothing, and $10,000 went to travel fees, meaning she had less than $4,000 per month to dig herself out of $4 million worth of debt. Somehow Lil Kim managed to, quote, get her finances into good shape, and her bankruptcy filing was dismissed. However, MC Hammer wasn't quite so lucky. Despite having the 5th best-selling hip-hop album of all time, which sold 17 million copies and featured songs such as You Can't Touch This, MC Hammer wasn't able to stay out of financial trouble. He bought more than 17 luxury cars, a private jet, 2 helicopters, and 21 racehorses. Some of the horses were valued at around $1 million. Most of his expenses, however, were on his home. He bought a property in Fremont, California for $12 million and spent another $30 million on renovations to turn it into his dream home. He added a bowling alley, basketball court, baseball field, recording studio, movie theater, 17-car garage, tennis courts, and 2 swimming pools to the 40,000 square foot mansion. One of the pools was shaped like his signature baggy pants that came to be known as Hammer Pants. He added several marble statues of himself throughout the property and installed a gold hot tub in his bedroom. And to keep everything running smoothly, he employed a staff of nearly 200 people on the property, which cost him an estimated $500,000 a month. Unsurprisingly, less than 5 years later, MC Hammer had filed for bankruptcy, at which point it would be revealed that he hadn't only spent his entire $70 million fortune, but had also taken on a further $13 million in loans, which had been borrowed from over 200 different lending institutions. Despite having spent a total of $42 million on his California dream home, the property resold for only $6.5 million. However, if we're on the topic of expensive homes being repossessed by the bank, we need to talk about Birdman, who's ranked as the 15th richest rapper in the world with a net worth of $110 million. But this is what makes Birdman's story unique. If he was worth over $100 million, why was his Miami mansion being repossessed by the bank for non-payment? Birdman had purchased the home back in 2012 for $14.5 million, yet by 2017 a foreclosure suit had been filed by the bank and, quote, all personal items within the home, including platinum records gracing the walls, a pool table, and dozens of pairs of shoes were all confiscated and placed in storage. The mansion was eventually sold by the bank for $10.85 million in July 2020. However, Birdman's lawyer has come out to explain the foreclosure, stating that it was the result of illegal loan terms set by the bank, so perhaps take Birdman's bankruptcy with a grain of salt. However, there's no ambiguity around how T-Pain went broke, as he's now come on multiple podcasts to explain just how brutal his bankruptcy was. T-Pain had built up a net worth of over $40 million at his peak in 2007, with all of his closest rap friends advising him that as long as he kept rapping, the money would keep on coming in.
Everybody before me that I had to look up to, they were just like, no, this is great. Once you start rapping, it's just money all the time. Nothing bad's ever gonna happen. Your family's not gonna come after you. Just rap, and it's just girls and swimming pools after this.
For this reason, his spending began to get out of control.
I bought my Bugatti.
You bought it for $2.1 million.
$2.1 million.
And then you, very shortly thereafter, you sold it for, all they gave you was $800,000.
Yeah.
So it was like renting a car for $1.3 million.
Yeah.
With the purchase of his Bugatti accompanying a $400,000 chain and houses for his workmates.
I got this house I want to get. I got this other house for my assistants and, you know, all my runners and my producers and stuff. So we bought a house after that, and we just started going crazy with the money. I wasn't paying attention to it.
Which was extra bad, as T-Pain never even checked in on how much money he had.
I didn't want to know because I was led to believe that this is just it's only gonna grow. Because these rappers told me that I'm just gonna make money forever. It's just gonna keep going up and up.
In the process, T-Pain began to create less music, and within a few years, his accountant was advising him that he was almost out of money.
My accountant was like, dude, you're like out of money. And I was like, no, I'm not.
And while T-Pain seemed confident that he had plenty of cash left, reality set in for him after he'd have to borrow money just to buy food.
When you say you was broke, you had like $0 broke?
I had to borrow money to get my kids Burger King.
What's the most you ever had in the bank at one time?
$40 million.
However, T-Pain was lucky to get away with a loss of only $40 million, as the final person on our list makes this number look like loose change: 50 Cent. 50 didn't only release the 10th best-selling American hip-hop album of all time, but he also made over $100 million on a vitamin water investment, plus a further $78 million from a luxury underwear deal. In the late 2000s, 50 Cent made an estimated $300 million in only 2 years, so when he'd announced that he was filing for bankruptcy in mid-2015, with debts totaling over $32 million, the entire world was thinking the same thing. How did this happen? Well, after 50 Cent uploaded a sex tape with Rick Ross's girlfriend, 50 was successfully sued for $7 million, which accompanied another court order for 50 Cent to pay $17 million to a headphone manufacturer after one of their collabs went sour. 50 Cent's clothing company G-Unit Clothing then fell out of the spotlight, which accompanied the closing of his movie company G-Unit Productions, as well as his boxing company SMS Promotions. Throughout the whole process, the global financial crisis had taken a toll on the value of 50 Cent's investments, and by 2015 he was earning a comparatively small $185,000 per month. You could certainly argue that this was enough for 50 to get back on his feet. However, $108,000 of this monthly income was going toward an 18-bedroom mega mansion, while the remaining $77,000 was going toward menial expenses such as his gardener, with bankruptcy documents revealing that 50 Cent still owed money to his stylist, fitness coach, and even his barber. Despite this, he began to troll on social media with posts such as this one, spelling out the word broke with $100 bills, and within 2 years, 50 Cent had paid back $23 million worth of his $32 million debt. 50 Cent eventually got back to zero, and according to Google, has built up a net worth of $40 million over the last 5 years. On the 20th of February 2018, approximately 5 months after the release of Fortnite Battle Royale, the TSM YouTube channel would upload a video to the platform titled Introducing TSM Fortnite. The video introduced 4 professional Fortnite players who had been chosen to represent the highly respected esports organization known as Team Solo Mid, or TSM for short. The first player on the team was known as I Am The Myth, who boasted rank #1 in the solos playlist and was often argued to be the best player in the world alongside Ninja.
I'd say at your peak you were the #2 to Ninja.
Given his skill level and high status in the Fortnite scene, he was given the task of finding 3 other players for the pro team, and would initially choose a player by the name of Hamlins, who at the time was ranked number 3 in the solos playlist, had a win rate of almost 50%, and a kill death ratio of almost 14. Next, Myth would choose a player by the name of Daquan, who shone as an outstanding solo v squad player and had placed first in many of the Season 1 Invitational Pro matches.
Let's go, baby! Let's go!
Finally, Myth would choose a player by the name of Camille's, who had been a part of a team who held the world record for the most kills in a single squad game.
Let's go!
50! Let's go, man!
Comments on the introductory video such as "this team is insane," "these 4 rolling together is a legitimate death squad," and "can't wait to see these guys compete" displayed the high expectations held for what seemed like Fortnite's most unbreakable professional team. However, to say that these expectations weren't lived up to would be a monumental understatement. In fact, TSM's original Fortnite Pro team can only be described as a catastrophic failure on so many different levels. Within months, players were being kicked for a lack of performance, the team was being trolled to unimaginable heights over on Reddit, there were instances where half the team decided not to show up to pro events, and when they did, you never saw a TSM player placing anywhere near the top of the leaderboard. Some couldn't handle the pressure, others fell out of the spotlight, and eventually in February 2021, TSM would announce that they would drop the entire Fortnite team and leave the competitive scene. With such a massive disconnect between expectation and reality, there's only one question left to ask. What could have possibly gone wrong? Well, let's start by looking at this comment on the introductory video, which stated, "Imagine these 4 in a squad, that would be insane." Well, the audience would be treated to such a viewing experience when, shortly after the announcement of the team, Myth would upload their first squad video together on his personal channel under the title "Introducing TSM Fortnite, Fortnite BR Full Match." The video featured the 4 previously mentioned players, being Myth, Hamlins, Daquan, and Camille's, with the most notable part of this nonchalant game being that morale between the 4 players was incredibly high. They joked and laughed about having joined TSM.
Sunday, you joined TSM?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Wow.
Yeah.
How'd you do that?
Casual.
Displayed their ability to work extremely well as a team, and ultimately ended the video with their first win together. These guys were obviously going to have no problem annihilating in a standard lobby as a full squad. The game was still full of new players, and as previously mentioned, these guys were basically the best of the best, each of which having played since day one. The issue was that in the beginning, Fortnite hadn't begun to host any professional tournaments, and there was therefore no way to put them up against other professional players. There was Fortnite Friday hosted by Keemstar, which many of these new TSM members would perform extremely well in. However, there weren't any actual official Fortnite tournaments where pros could directly play against other pro players. That would be until approximately 2 months after the formation of the TSM team, when Ninja would announce that he'd be hosting the first ever professional Fortnite event in Las Vegas on the 21st of April 2018.
There's an event that's being held on April 21st. Daddy's gonna be there, live, streaming at this event.
At this point in time, there was a consistent argument about whether it was Myth or Ninja who held the crown of Fortnite's best player.
No, he wants to kill me. Wait, why? Because we are the rivalry of the community.
So it only made sense that Myth would be invited to the event, where he would attempt to establish TSM's reputation in one of the first professional Fortnite tournaments.
Considering I've never been to a gaming event or a competitive gaming event ever, like where I'm actually playing in front of people or it's being like broadcasted live.
While Myth's spirits were high as he entered the doors of the esports arena.
Our primary thing that we're going to be doing is taking out Ninja, okay? Keep it on the low, all right? But that's the plan.
He wasn't scheduled to play until the 7th, 8th, and 9th game of the event, so he sat there watching Ninja take out numerous other players while the pressure continued to mount.
It's time to get up close and personal. Pump shotgun out. Ninja looking for the fight. Wins the first shot. Wins the second. The challenge comes in. Can Ninja win his first game? The Rockets are out. Yeah! Ninja! Let's go, baby!
It's hard to tell exactly what Myth had been feeling as he sat down to play the first of his 3 games, but whether it was excitement, adrenaline, or complete and utter anxiety, it would unfortunately lead Myth to perform far below the crowd's expectations. In the first game, while engaged in a build battle, Myth would jump as another player placed a ramp above him, causing him to fall to his death, resulting in a placement of 13th out of 100 players. In the second game, he'd be killed in an off-spawn 1v1 assault rifle fight, placing him at 48th out of 100 players.
Oh! And Myth goes down.
And in the last game, there's no footage or explanation for what happened to Myth. However, the commentators mention his death with 52 players remaining.
I've just received word that Myth is dead. I've just received word that Myth is down.
Oh my goodness, folks.
Another early exit.
showing that he had likely died off spawn within only minutes of landing. The placement of 13th, 48th, and 52nd was somewhat embarrassing for a guy who was widely argued to be one of the best players in the game, and all in all, it showed that while Myth was an incredibly good entertainer and public match player, perhaps himself and therefore possibly even the TSM team selected by him were going to need far more practice on the professional side of things. In order to get this practice, approximately 1 month after the Vegas Ninja event, the team would announce that they would all be moving to LA to live in a streamer house together.
And I'm ready to go to that house and I'm super excited. Literally. I'm like ready to see it. We're gonna get that team synergy. We're gonna create a brotherhood and win them tourneys, baby. That's what we do.
In the house, they would begin to improve as a squad, uploading Fortnite videos, random challenges, and even posting full-blown documentary-style videos titled Meet TSM Daquan or Meet TSM Myth, going into depth with their full story up until the point of moving into the TSM house together. The team seemingly had this strong, unbreakable bond that hadn't been seen with any other Fortnite team.
I met Daquan yesterday. Then me and Myth just met, and Myth just looked at the house. It's amazing.
Yeah. And it was no wonder that people had high expectations for the group.
This house is going to be used to make the dank Fortnite content and dominate the comp scene, baby. On the entire comp scene, bro.
However, while you might expect that moving in together would be the point at which things started to take off, the opposite actually happened, and it'd be at this point, before the team had really even gotten into the pro scene, that signs began to show up here and there that their team was already beginning to crumble. Myth, Hamlins, and Daquan played regularly together after moving into the TSM house, getting ready for the pro scene, which was still heating up, as would be stated by the TSM founder and owner, Andy Din.
I'm so hyped for the esports scene for Fortnite, but it's honestly not going to come out for like another year. Yeah. So it's just like, just chill for now.
However, Camille's, the final player in the squad, perhaps took the chill message a little too seriously, as it would become apparent that he hadn't been practicing, and his skill level as a Fortnite player was dragging significantly behind the rest of the group. Camille's moved into the TSM house in late May 2018, approximately 1 week after the other 3 members.
And we're waiting for the final member who saved the best for last. Put it in a separate video. Mills.
But less than 2 months later, in early July 2018, videos will pop up on YouTube like this one titled Daquan and Hamlins react to awful play by Camille's in tournament, is he getting kicked from TSM, which gained over 500,000 views.
Build up, brother. Build up, brother. Oh my God. No.
One thing was blatantly obvious. While Camille's was incredibly skilled in Season 1 and 2 when he was first recruited for TSM, his skill had dropped off dramatically by Season 3 and 4 when the pro scene was starting to get serious. The previously mentioned video displaying the awful play by Camille's would receive comments such as, "No offense, but Camille's is the weakest player in TSM and should be replaced with someone like Crafty or High Distortion." Being said this, time to bench Camille's for High Distortion, and he shouldn't be in TSM. While these were just the opinions of the audience, TSM actually seemed to have the same idea, as only 13 days later, the TSM Twitter page would tweet, "TSM Fortnite roster changes, TSM Camille's has been benched. We are looking for a more permanent fourth. We will be doing tryouts for the position." Only 56 days after moving into the TSM house, Camille's would be removed from the pro team and was forced to move back home.
So as you guys heard, I officially got put on the sub team. There's a lot of people's sides of it, of me not working hard enough, or me not, putting enough hours in, which essentially I guess is true, but it's more to it than that.
The other players explained that they like Camille's as a person. However, at the end of the day, they tried to help him to improve, but he simply couldn't keep up with the other players on the TSM Pro team.
He just didn't play enough. His work ethic isn't really there. That's all it really is.
We wanted him to improve so bad, and I told him, I was like, bro, I need you to improve. We had gave him like a long time to he start like taking it more seriously.
This seemed to put a huge dent in the spirit and structure of the team, considering they no longer had a permanent fourth player to practice with or rely on for upcoming tournaments, and as a result, the goals held by the remaining 3 players seemed to misalign. Myth continued to grind scrims and practice against other pro players. However, Daquan and Hamlins took a different approach by focusing on improving their stream and public match skills. Now, this is understandable, as it's probably what would have been bringing in the most money for them at the time. However, as Fortnite was getting more serious about pro events, the decision to focus on content creation began to damage their reputation as professional players, especially after one specific event in September of 2018. It was the largest professional event to date, with Fortnite offering their biggest prize pool ever of $1.5 million to be split between the 100 finalists. It was week 8 of the Summer Skirmish, held at PAX West, hosted over a period of 4 days. In order to qualify and make it into the finals, players would have to place in the top 33 out of 99 total competitors in their qualifying matches. The first player up was Myth, who despite having put in the hours to practice against other pro players, would perform poorly in the skirmish, being unable to achieve a single point and therefore failing to qualify for the finals or even in the top 50.
Earlier, Myth's elimination earlier on King, but Myth goes down to Jake. That is the end of the event for TSM's Myth.
However, despite Myth's poor performance, it was still far better than the other 2 remaining members, Daquan and Hamlins, who chose not to attend the event at all. In the days following, Reddit would begin to clown on TSM in posts such as this one reading, "I am disappointed in the TSM Fortnite team. The biggest event in competitive Fortnite history happened this weekend. Only one member of the TSM team, Myth, even bothered to attend and compete in the event. Myth has proven that he really cares about competing, streaming less and grinding scrims more to try and improve. The same cannot be said for the other 2 main members of TSM, Daquan and Hamlins. Both of them opted to stay home and stream instead of attending and competing in the event. Daquan has said that this was a business decision for him. I wouldn't blame him for wanting to take advantage of the higher stream numbers when everyone else is at PAX, but he is a member of the competitive TSM Fortnite team. In my opinion, Daquan and Hamlin should either fully commit to being competitive Fortnite players, or they should just become content creators with TSM. The post will be met with comments such as, I'm going to be honest here, apart from Myth, I think everyone is half-arsing. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Myth actually leaves for another team where he can find teammates that are as driven as he is. While Reddit was clowning on Daquan and Hamlins for their lack of drive, Myth wasn't off the hook either. Articles such as this one would point out that Myth hadn't placed in the top 10 for any game in the 8 weeks worth of Summer Skirmish tournaments. With no 4th player, Daquan and Hamlins deciding not to attend the biggest pro event in Fortnite history, and Myth failing to place in the top 10 even once, we can start to get a pretty good idea as to why TSM as a professional Fortnite team was somewhat laughable, summed up by comments such as this one. I have lost interest in the TSM Fortnite scene, which sucks because not too long ago I was super excited to see the TSM boys play in Friday Fortnite. Myth has the competitive drive but has just been failing week after week. Day and Hams do not even have the drive to play pro anymore it seems, and I've watched numerous good players go to other orgs instead of being TSM's 4th. Myth would then state that due to Daquan and Hamlin's lack of drive to improve as professional players, resentment started to build within the group.
I was really driven to play competitively, and they really weren't. Like, it came to a point where we had to like sit down and have a talk, and I kind of like resented them for that a little bit.
Yeah. Myth would have discussed the extent of the beef. However, thankfully it seemed to be at a low enough level for them to continue making videos in the house together. But with differing goals and time being against you when it comes to maintaining friendships, the group seemed to slowly drift every single month, and with such came a further decline in their performance.
Sadly, game 1 didn't go too well, but yeah.
When looking through old placings for Daquan, Hamlins and Myth, besides from Hamlin's 1 duo first place, the tournament placings were generally unimpressive compared to say FaZe or Liquid. TSM had been signing some other Fortnite players outside of the official pro team, such as Cowboy and Zexro, which became somewhat comical after a Reddit user noticed Zexro has almost earned more than their entire pro roster combined. However, at this point in time, their tournament earnings and professional performance was of little concern, as their external battles would slowly become internal battles. On the 14th of December 2019, Hamlins would post a tweet stating, "Y'all ever just start crying but don't know why? Current mood, love you guys, and good night / good morning." While Daquan would post a tweet longer in the same month stating, "I went through so much BS this year and I learned so much from it all, but I hate how this year went for me. I'm disappointed in myself in terms of how much I streamed. I hate how much I haven't posted to YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, etc." With Camille's completely removed from the team, Hamlins and Daquan fighting their own demons, and missed popularity following a downward trend, they would announce that the TSM house would be coming to an end in early 2020, with each creator moving into their own place.
I bought a house and I bought my car, you know what I'm saying? So we gonna be moving into a new place this week, actually. We gonna have a lot of streams, bro.
However, despite Daquan saying that they would be streaming loads after moving out, if you've seen our videos on the disappearance of Daquan and Hamlins, you'll know that only 1 week after moving out of the TSM house, they would go completely silent on all social media, at which point the pressure would go back over to the only remaining active member, TSM Myth.
Hey guys, I'm not Channel 7 effing news, and I ain't got the daily scoop on Daquan or Hamlins, so stop asking me. If
Day or Hams wanted y'all to know about how they were doing, they would tell you guys, that's the facts, so leave it be.
Daquan and Hamlins would stay silent for 18 months, returning in August 2021.
We back and we taking over! Yes, sir!
However, they would simultaneously announce that they wouldn't be returning to TSM and instead joining the Fortnite group NRG. While Myth was extremely excited to witness their return,
I really just want to say how happy I am that they still got that fucking energy, bro. Like, you know what I mean?
It didn't actually matter whether or not they went back to TSM, it was already too late. Because midway through their hiatus, on the 2nd of February 2021, TSM would announce that the organization was departing from competitive Fortnite altogether, somewhat of a theatrical ending to what started as the most hopeful competitive Fortnite group in the game's history.
We're cool, but we're not really close friends and we don't really talk consistently anymore, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Lispy Jimmy makes fraudulent content with a whole GTA 6 with fake giveaways. The list goes on. I could be here for hours.
I've been basically manipulating my fans into liking my video thinking there's gonna be a big giveaway, but I kind of thought most
when you actually make a video that's not clickbait and that is related to you, you get like 5 views.
Basically forcing kids to use them for support a creator and for fake giveaways.
We're giving away a bunch of V-Bucks cards. Bro, I'm not even joking.
This is the story of how gaining 6 million subscribers based solely off personality and hype is destined for failure over the long run. A story warning of the potential dangers in taking advantage of your young audience's naivety. The story of how building a career on deception and lies will always come back to haunt you. When you build your YouTube channel on sand as opposed to rock, it's only going to be so long before it all comes crumbling down. We're talking about the story of Lispy Jimmy, a long-time YouTube content creator who was at one point gaining millions and millions of views by essentially lying, deceiving, and clickbaiting his audience in every single video. Fake giveaways, fake game updates, predatory titles. His behavior led him to gain sometimes up to 300,000 subscribers per month in the short run. However, over the long run, it's been revealed to all that being ingenuine with your audience ends up coming with somewhat of an expensive price tag. What motivated Lispy Jimmy to go from a once respected content creator to what many consider to be the worst clickbaiter in YouTube's history? Was it worth the short-term spike in subscribers? What was the long-term price that he ended up paying for taking advantage of his young audience's naivety? This is the story of Lispy Jimmy's downfall. Lispy Jimmy would begin his journey as a YouTube content creator all the way back in October 2012. And in the beginning, there was little that indicated that this creator might end up as one of YouTube's most notorious villains. He was simply posting gaming videos on both Grand Theft Auto and Call of Duty.
What is going on, everybody? Lispy Jimmy here, and in today's video, guys, I got a Call of Duty.
The growth of Jimmy's channel was slow in the beginning, but he would begin to gain low-level popularity after uploading guide-style videos for the games he was playing.
What is going on, everybody? Lispy Jimmy here, welcome back, and in today's video, guys, I have an awesome trick and tip for you on basically how to steal a tank.
Which also led to a provision of respect from the early audience watching his content. After gaining 5,000 subscribers in his first 12 months, Jimmy seemed to make the realization that if he ramped up the overly enticing titles and thumbnails, the videos would appeal to a wider audience. Get Master Prestige in one day, amazing glitch.
When you collect that briefcase, it tells you to do something or a challenge.
Lispy Jimmy never did show his audience how to get Prestige Master in one day, or the amazing glitch, it was fake. But considering the nature of the platform back in 2013, this video performed extremely well, and along with other videos promoting insane money glitches in GTA 5, Lispy Jimmy would go from 5,000 subscribers to 100,000 subscribers within the space of only 2 months. Now, while this was awesome for his channel, what it did for Lispy Jimmy himself was a little more insidious. It began to reinforce the idea that the most effective way to grow his audience was to make the most outrageous clickbaity titles possible regardless of the content within. GTA 5 online millions in minutes.
You guys can make insane amount of money, super fast and easy, no problems.
This clickbaity video having significantly more views than the many surrounding it, reinforcing that using clickbait was the most successful strategy for making his channel thrive. For this reason, the clickbait nature of Jimmy's channel would slowly get more and more severe. GTA 5 online ghost caught on camera. GTA 5 online money glitch scam warning.
These are scams. It's like one basic guy or another guy.
Lispy Jimmy got very skilled at identifying the fine line between unbelievable clickbait and an extremely enticing title that people would click on. And for this reason, his viewership and subscribers would continue to increase. And while a lot of this growth was owed to a reasonable provision of clickbait and the old
"Let's go for this video, 10,000 likes,"
boosting his videos in the algorithm, we have to also give credit to his incredible work ethic, pumping videos out almost daily, inevitably leading to higher viewership. By October 2015, 2 years after creating his first video, Lispy Jimmy had passed the 500,000 subscriber mark. And from all outside accounts, it seems as though there was little standing in the way of Jimmy continuing to grow, except one thing: the decline in the popularity of the game he was playing.
GTA 5 is f***ing dead. Nobody plays it anymore unless you're 11, and it's the only game you could f***ing afford. So basically, all these channels are starving for views.
As 2016 rolled around, GTA 5 was pushing 4 years of age and ultimately experiencing a decline in popularity. This led GTA 5 YouTubers to consider two different options. They could either continue to make videos on GTA 5, which appeared to be on its way out over the long run, or alternatively jump ship to a new content style. Lispy Jimmy would ultimately choose the latter, and after clickbaiting a potential face reveal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, he would reveal his face.
Dude, they're never gonna know that I'm Lispy Jimmy.
And begin making a mix of both IRL and GTA content. However, there was a problem with this. Since most people knew him for his GTA videos, his IRL content didn't get many views. And while this was a problem in the short run, Lispy Jimmy certainly had a solution that worked in the past: pump up the clickbait. YouTube is deleting my channel, please watch. Kid gets arrested playing GTA, you won't believe what happens. Caught girlfriend cheating in the act, you won't believe what happens. Clickbait had become far less acceptable by 2016, but it was still a time at which pranks in the hood gone wrong were still a norm on YouTube, and therefore Jimmy's clickbait would be beneficial, and his channel would grow past 2 million subscribers.
Thank you guys for 2 million subscribers. We just did a live reaction. You guys saw my reaction, it was awesome.
And while once again it seemed as though Jimmy's channel was going to continue growing forever, there was a new obstacle that would present itself, leading to a slowdown in his growth: the inevitable changing of the YouTube landscape. As the cancerous nature of YouTube in 2016 and 2017 began to establish itself as the new normal, the platform began to see an explosion of channels created for the sole purpose of discussing and therefore criticizing other creators. And for the first time ever, Lispy Jimmy began to get put under the YouTube microscope for his insane levels of inauthenticity.
Recently, though, he started making these videos that are 100% misleading and 100% false.
Then he made a fake video pretending to quit YouTube. Like, dude, you're a fucking scumbag. No one in the community likes you aside from your retarded fanboys.
He actually got to the point of ripping off old police chase videos and uploading it to his channel for his own personal gain.
This guy is probably the worst clickbaiter I've ever seen, and trust me, I have seen some bad clickbait.
Do not tell me this video is not trying to get you to click on it so he can get the ad revenue. That's exactly what this and tons of other videos on his channel is, right?
However, these videos wouldn't do much to discredit Lispy Jimmy. He'd become so skilled at manipulating the YouTube algorithm that his content simply prevailed over the opinions of the YouTube community at large. For this reason, Lispy Jimmy would go on to post further clickbait such as "Why YouTube is deleting my channel" and "Deleting this video in 48 hours, YouTube sent me this." And while both of these videos performed quite well, the YouTube landscape was continually evolving, and as time progressed, the strength of Lispy Jimmy's clickbait would become less and less enticing to his audience. By late 2017, after hitting 4 million subscribers, his channel would experience an extended growth plateau, and it seemed like Lispy Jimmy's time in the sun might be coming to an end. But Lispy Jimmy would come to find a savior for his dying channel, and it wasn't a religious deity, it wasn't a friend or even another YouTuber. The savior for his channel turned out to be a game released in September 2017 by the name of Fortnite Battle Royale.
Luckily, we got a brand new update in Fortnite, which is lit. There's this new sniper mode bunch of...
The cartoon-like family-friendly nature of Fortnite meant it instantly appealed to a younger audience. And with a younger audience being incredibly naive by default, much of the general content produced for Fortnite would be exaggerated with clickbait attempting to gain viewership from this young, naive audience.
It's just fear-mongering to make children afraid and click on his video because they think their beloved Fortnite's about to go offline for a few minutes.
Lispy Jimmy, aka the clickbait master, certainly saw an opportunity here. But this time Jimmy made a realization. You could get even more views by completely lying about what was happening in your videos or stream. New Thanos update out now. New Fortnite skins free skins update. New refund system is here, refund skins for V-Bucks in Fortnite. The worst part was none of these updates were even in the game yet. And the titles in which he would blatantly lie about the content were always the ones where he would get the most views. And as mentioned earlier, the increased viewership from lying about the content reinforced to Lispy Jimmy that it was the correct behavior for growing his channel. Lispy Jimmy's channel would then become an absolute wasteland of live streams titled as fake updates with the sole purpose of suckering in unsuspecting little kids. But that was only on the outside. When you actually went in to watch these live streams, there was a whole new level of cancer to behold within. Let's take an example so we can really understand the full scope of what was happening. Fortnite Cube Volcano event happening soon, Fortnite Battle Royale. Now, just to begin, like all of his other videos, the Fortnite Cube Volcano event wasn't actually happening at that time. It had just been teased on Reddit, YouTube, and Twitter, so the goal was to spark FOMO, get people to think it was happening earlier than expected, and ultimately click through to his live stream. And once the viewers got through, there was absolutely nothing of value being offered to the audience. The goal was hype, engagement, and watch time.
Like the stream, make sure you're subscribed. I shared the stream with a friend. Thank you, Colin. More importantly, guys, I need you to like right now and comment liked. I need to see some likes. Alex liked, Gucci liked, Alpha liked, Storm liked. Guys, you need to like the stream right now.
And if you think this was just a small part of the stream, you're wrong. This is literally all he said throughout the whole 4-hour stream.
As I count down from 5 on 0, everyone like the stream. All you need to do to win some free V-Bucks is like the stream, subscribe, and comment done when you guys are done. Stop what you're doing. Stop. All right? And leave a like on the video. Like the stream right now and make sure you're subscribed. Platinum, thank you for liking the stream, my guy. Noah, thank you for liking the stream. Legend, thank you for liking the stream. Yeah, Nicholas, all you need
On top of this, Lispy Jimmy would put a countdown timer for the event that was never actually happening to make it seem like the event was going to occur at the end of the countdown to keep people watching. But since the whole thing was just a huge lie, as soon as the timer hit 0, it would just reset back to a new time that Lispy Jimmy would arbitrarily decide on.
14-minute hype. Let's go. Timer is on the clock now.
The problem with these streams as a whole was that the people who were watching and subscribing weren't doing so for some unique long-term anchored entertainment that Jimmy was providing. They were watching for the V-Buck giveaways, the hype, and the apparent new game updates that were never really ever going to come. This meant that the huge fan base he was building up around his Fortnite streams were never going to stick around should his uploads slow down or if his content style was to change. An important element for later parts of the video. And when I say huge fan base, I mean huge fan base. Between June 2018, when Lispy Jimmy would begin to post his Fortnite clickbait, and June 2019, only a year later, he would go from 4.5 million subscribers to 6.3 million subscribers, a gain of almost 2 million. And while reaching 6.3 million subscribers based extensively on lies and deception was in some backwards kind of way an impressive feat, it would also be in June 2019 that everything done in his past would come back to haunt him, and the Lispy Jimmy empire would begin to come crashing down. In January 2020, Lispy Jimmy would post a video titled Meet My Daughter, in which he would explain that 9 months previously, around April 2019, at the age of 23, he had become a father.
I'm a father, 23 years old, by the way. 23, how you doing? How you guys doing out there?
And while the opportunity to raise a baby was extremely exciting for Jimmy's life in general, it would begin to change his life in ways that were far from beneficial for his YouTube channel.
I am under stress every single day. I don't even think I have time really to do any streams or do any Fortnite, anything really, honestly.
Jimmy explained that since having a child, the amount of time he had to invest into the channel had dropped dramatically, and this began to show in the content he was producing. Jimmy would go from doing multi-hour clickbaity type live streams to posting 1-minute videos of what was in the item shop.
Now this is the item shop for today. Don't think it's anything pretty special. We do have a new skin though.
Since there really wasn't much demand for seeing what was in the item shop and people could sense that there really wasn't any effort going into the content anymore, his audience would not only stop watching the videos, but also begin to rapidly unsubscribe. After gaining 430,000 subscribers in April and May 2019 through his classic clickbait strategy, June 2019 would be a different story. He would lose 15,000 subscribers, then another 50,000 in the 3 months following, totaling a loss of 65,000 subscribers in the 4 months following his change in content. But why would his followers unsubscribe so quickly? With most content creators, they just stagnate. What was different about Lispy Jimmy? Well, it comes back to the fact that a vast quantity of his subscribers were subscribed purely for the hype and giveaways, so as soon as the hype and giveaways were replaced with boring 2-minute videos about what was in the item shop, unsubscribing was the only logical thing to do. Upon seeing a loss in his fan base, Jimmy attempted to return to his former strategy of clickbaiting kids with fake titles such as "How to get the Travis Scott skin in Fortnite," "New Fortnite nuke event happening now," "New Renegade Raider in Fortnite." But by 2019, his audience had become a little more sophisticated, and the YouTube algorithm had changed to filter out clickbait garbage and reward genuine creators with a returning audience. It's also likely that after a year of clickbaiting his audience over and over and over again, most people who are fans of the Fortnite genre on YouTube began to recognize Lispy Jimmy's name and would stop clicking on the videos because they simply knew it was a load of garbage. All of this was combined with the fact that Fortnite had simply declined in popularity since its peak, an element that was totally out of Jimmy's control, but would certainly add to the declining interest for his channel's content. By the time mid-2020 had rolled around, Lispy Jimmy had lost 150,000 subscribers from his peak. The quality and effort put into the content had declined further, and his views had ultimately dropped dramatically once again. New gifting Lachlan skin now, 12,000 views. New Fortnite NFL skins out now, 19,000 views. Even a PS5 giveaway was only gaining Lispy Jimmy 29,000 views.
Leave a like right now if you want a PlayStation 5.
Lispy Jimmy's clickbait had lost almost all of its power by late 2020 as his audience became more sophisticated, and in October of the same year he would gain only 480,000 views, equivalent to only 15,000 views per day on a channel with more than 6 million subscribers. On the 1st of January 2021, Lispy Jimmy would post a video titled "Goodbye," including a thumbnail displaying Lispy Jimmy with defeated body language indicating that he might potentially be done with YouTube. However, this would once again be clickbait, with the video actually being an extremely cliched goodbye to 2020 for being such a horrible year.
This year has been such a crappy year for so many people. It's time to just throw it out, dude. I am gonna try my hardest in 2021 to be the best I can be.
The state of Lispy Jimmy's channel seems best summed up by this comment on the video. Honestly seems like kinda nice guy in some parts, but he's still one of the clickbaiting GTA YouTubers, so his channel will die soon. More recently, Lispy Jimmy's views have dropped even further to around 5,000 per day on average, and the content has become nothing but spending 30 seconds explaining the item shop.
It looks like they added Shogun back to the item shop, also Jawblade.
Then 1 minute of advertising a sponsor.
If you've never tried Bang before, I'm telling you right now, there is so many flavors that you could choose from.
And some garbage about how there might be a skin coming to the item shop at some point in the future.
So Travis Scott will be making its way this week.
The comments on his videos have degenerated into nothing besides "your subs are dead" and "you never gave me my reward," showing that all of his supposed giveaways from the past might have been total bogus, a possibility considering everything else on his channel is completely fake and exaggerated for no other reason than to gain viewership. What was the real cause of death for the Lispy Jimmy YouTube channel? Well, honestly, it seemed like somewhat of a perfect storm. Lispy Jimmy had less time to create content owing to becoming a father, mixed with a declining reputation for his predatory clickbait practices, mixed with a changing YouTube landscape punishing clickbait and rewarding authenticity, mixed with declining popularity for the game he was playing and streaming at the time. It's hard to pinpoint exactly what was the most influential trigger, but they certainly all seemed to play into one another, ultimately resulting in the death of Lispy Jimmy channel.
You never know. You might be like a broken man in your late 20s. Like,
you think?
I mean, most YouTubers are, so.
He was basically with his underage fans, you know, sending eggplant emojis. They were sending back peach emojis.
19 and 17 isn't illegal. It's only illegal on Twitter.
So recently, Carson has been facing some very serious allegations that he was soliciting pictures from an underage fan of his.
Using his position as a YouTube creator and internet influencer in order to manipulate fans.
This could honestly just be the end of Call Me Carson. Like, this could honestly actually be like a genuine cancellation of Call Me Carson.
At one point in time, Carson was what many considered to be a king of the internet. He had an incredibly loyal, almost cult following, a differentiated public image as a nerdy yet confident introvert, and arguably one of the most solid reputations across the content creation sphere. But only 4 months ago, all of this seemed to change. With the assistance of the drama community, including individuals like Keemstar, Scarce, and almost every commentary channel on YouTube, Carson's content creation journey would come to a halt. Since completely disappearing off the internet 4 months ago, Carson has barely said a word. Where did Call Me Carson go? Why has Carson decided to avoid the drama instead of facing it front on? Do these 4 recently posted updates hint at a return? Or is it simply Carson finding an outlet to troll while remaining out of the public eye? This video will explain every single event leading up to the sudden disappearance of Carson King, so we can ultimately answer the question of what happened to Call Me Carson. Carson King would create his first YouTube channel all the way back in September 2011 at the age of 12 under the name Blue Creepers 1.
Hey guys, it's the Blue Creepers 1.
And considering he's only 21 years of age now, this means that Carson has been on his YouTube journey for almost 50% of his lifetime. Carson explained that his desire to begin making content came from
watching like Pokemon walkthroughs. And I was like, I want to do that.
And that he was almost addicted to the content creation process from the second he began. However, despite this long-lasting channel making Carson an absolute YouTube veteran, he saw little success in the beginning. Carson would upload videos such as Carson's Choice and Minecraft multiplayer adventures.
Yo, what's up guys? I'm playing a little Minecraft again.
But due to his young age, the poor quality and lack of story within the videos, they wouldn't even touch the surface on the YouTube algorithm. And Carson would remain as a barely recognizable prepubescent teen with a following of less than 50 subscribers. But despite the lack of following, Carson enjoyed making the content and always seemed to have that vision for being YouTube famous despite his young age.
I already love the idea of being a big YouTuber, but I was a f***ing child.
And perhaps with the assistance of his early obliviosity, Carson would do something bizarre. He'd create 3 similar but separate channels to make videos on. Blue Creepers 1, as previously mentioned, Gamercraft 157, and Icebox Carson, spreading regular content across all 3.
Hey guys, what's up? Carson here. Back with the Minecraft challenge.
Throughout 2011 and 2012, Carson would upload more than 130 videos across these 3 channels, once again signaling his love for the content creation process from a young age. However, despite clearly enjoying the idea of being a YouTuber, none of these channels really did much for him, as most of the videos on these channels still have less than 50 views to this day. But the lack of success ended up being a positive for Carson, as it perhaps indicated to him that it was time to ditch all 3 channels and focus on a new singular channel that he could invest all of his energy into. For this reason, on his 13th birthday, the 10th of May 2012, Carson King would create the channel that would eventually become the famous Call Me Carson channel that we know of today. The official Call Me Carson channel, or Blue Crew Pros as it was known in the beginning, was pretty similar to the previous channels in terms of performance. Carson's young age and fairly horrible video making skills repelled a potentially loyal audience. But this would begin to change slightly in 2013 at the age of 14, when Carson would upload a video titled Mine of Duty Summit Trailer. This video has since been privated, but would gain him 100,000 views and provide the channel with its first bit of subscriber growth, also possibly signifying to Carson that continuing the uploads would be worthwhile, and with perseverance and consistency, something might eventually become of this channel. But if Carson was going to continue the uploads, it only made sense that he wanted to put a face to the name. So he would go ahead and reveal his face to the audience in a video appropriately titled Face Reveal.
Hi, how are you?
Now, having a face attached to the Call Me Carson channel was extremely useful for identifying the owner, but it did little for him in the way of growth. Throughout 2014 and 2015, Carson had some semi-viral videos such as a now deleted Butter song dedicated to Sky Does Minecraft, but by March 2016, almost 5 years after starting his YouTube journey, Carson had barely cracked the 4,000 subscriber mark. The videos he was posting were self-described as
videos were so They were so unbelievably bad.
And therefore, this kind of low-level growth would continue into 2017, then 2018, gaining at a rate of around 200 per month. After 7 years of making content, Carson was still unable to gain more than 1,000 subscribers in a month, but Carson didn't care that he was gaining less than 1,000 subscribers a month. He instead valued the growth in comparison to 2011 when he was gaining 0 subscribers a month. Carson just continued to push through the mud, and in May 2018, the Call Me Carson channel would finally get its big break.
You guys like Garfield?
Oh, I love Garfield. Show me some
Garfield.
I don't like Garfield all that much.
Oh my.
On the 11th of May 2018, Carson would upload a video to his channel titled DeviantArt is not safe.
Powers/abilities. Keep this on stream.
She's not an alien.
She's an alien.
No, she is.
The video was done in a somewhat similar style to many other rising internet review videos which were being popularized at the time, and as a result performed in somewhat of a similar manner. Only 2 months after the video had been posted, it had added a total of 1.25 million views to the Call Me Carson channel, which was more than the channel's combined total views from the 6 years worth of previously posted content. On top of this, Carson would gain 35,000 subscribers from the video, and Carson had officially gone from a nothing to a small YouTuber. However, Carson wouldn't stay as a small YouTuber for long, because he was about to post a video for his 35,000 subscribers that would quintuple his total count once again.
How's it going, Don Cheadle?
Hey, Don Cheadle, how's it going?
I'm doing pretty okay.
Oh, hey, Don Cheadle.
Hey, Don Cheadle. How are you today?
Oh no, 3 Don Cheetos.
Oh,
hi, I'm
Don
Cheadle.
Hey, how's it going, Don Cheadle?
Oh, hey, Don Cheadle. Hi, I'm Don Cheadle.
After seeing the success of his DeviantArt is not safe video, Carson would go on to upload a video titled Invading Discord Servers, and to say that this video was hilarious would be an absolute understatement.
Watch out, gamer. I'm close to leveling up and you look like just enough XP.
The hilarious nature of this video caused Carson to gain a whopping 158,000 further subscribers in July 2018, only 2 months after he would gain his first bit of traction, ultimately revealing 2 main things to Carson. Firstly, that his videos were finally of high enough quality to maintain an audience, and secondly, that he should continue to pump out videos with a similar style and premise. Carson would go on to do so.
What is this, Gene? Where is my super suit?
And by March 2019, only 9 months after initially blowing up, Carson will pass 1 million subscribers, which was accompanied by a video celebrating the milestone.
Thank you guys all for 1 million subscribers. This has been my dream since I was about 11, so I really can't overstate how joyful I am about this.
Carson's YouTube channel and Twitch streams would continue to grow throughout 2019, to the point where he would even announce that Carson and some of his YouTube friends would be hosting a podcast titled Unzipped.
Here's the plug.
The plug! The plug! It's coming! Go subscribe to the Unzipped podcast down below. We are going to upload podcasts weekly.
Each of these elements led to an incredibly successful 2019 for Carson, to the point where he would state that he couldn't even leave his house without being recognized in public. However, despite Carson saying that constantly getting recognized in public was one of his goals,
sooner or later you will start getting recognized out in public. Like, I swear I know you from somewhere. You know,
That's the goal.
And then, I mean, is it?
It would be in 2020 that Carson's fame would begin to turn into somewhat of a burden for him.
Am I cute?
Are you cute? Yeah, you're cute.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Carson had begun to date popular Twitch streamer Katarino in late 2019, early 2020, and in the beginning, everything seemed to be going well.
Do you think I have Disney princess eyes?
You have very pretty eyes.
However, many people who barely even know who Carson is are aware that this relationship would go on to end in somewhat of a catastrophe. In March 2020, after dating for approximately 3 months, it would be revealed that Katarino had been hiding some skeletons in the closet that she had been keeping from both Carson and her audience.
Carson gave her everything, and then she goes and cheats on him with Fritz.
Crazily enough, Katarina was actually in another relationship at the time while dating Carson, and had also been cheating on each of her partners with a long list of other confirmed and unconfirmed content creators, one of which being Fitz, who Carson was good friends with.
You know, I have apologized and explained myself to Carson privately behind the scenes, and things have sort of been working
As the information was spilled out into the world publicly, Carson would make a tweet stating that he was taking a break indefinitely. This has been a difficult decision, but after considering some recent personal events and my own mental health, I've decided I need a moment to step away, going to focus on making myself a better person. Thank you for the support. Katarina would then post what you might call a classic YouTuber apology, stating that she was in the wrong and that she was sorry for cheating on Carson.
I still let him on and ended up hurting Carson and my boyfriend at the time very badly in the process.
Which resulted in a hilarious ratio of 565,000 dislikes to 17,000 likes, showing that the audience most certainly saw Katarina as the perpetrator and Carson as the victim. Throughout his time off, Carson would continue to make random hilarious tweets in true Carson style, such as, well, at least I have 8-ball, increasing his notoriety once again. But after 1 month, it seemed as though Carson had got tired of doing nothing, would make a statement about the event and return to creating content.
I've missed this, by the way. I've missed being on this site. Anyways, it's been a minute. And I'm glad to be back in the saddle, I think.
Generally speaking, to be involved in drama often ends up in a loss of reputation for the YouTubers involved. However, since Katarina was the one who did the cheating, the event as a whole would be incredibly beneficial for Carson's reputation and growth. Despite being completely inactive for the month of March, Carson would gain 180,000 subscribers and 17 million views, resulting in the second most successful month ever in the history of his YouTube channel, despite the fact that he wasn't even posting videos. And when compared to Katarina, who would lose more than 30,000 subscribers from the event, it's safe to say that Carson would come out as the victor in this episode of YouTube drama. Carson's increased notoriety stemming from the drama would lead to further viewers, followers, and subscribers on both YouTube and Twitch. And with the cheating scandal now in the rearview mirror, it seemed like Carson was ready to take over the world. However, within less than a year, Carson would find himself embroiled in yet another controversy, ultimately leading to his disappearance from the internet.
But this is a very important story. Today we are going to be talking about one of the most beloved Minecraft YouTubers known as Carson.
On the 5th of January 2021, YouTubers Travis and Hugbox, who are part of Carson's Lunch Club group, would come forward and explain to Keemstar that Carson had been texting a 17-year-old girl in 2019. Carson had admitted to this via Discord, so the proof was certainly there and Carson was unable to refute the reality of what was happening to him. Other members who were also part of the Lunch Club, such as Jay Schlatt, would post a video explaining that he had been aware of the situation for some time.
He explained that he had exchanged photos with the 17-year-old while he was 19 and that he was done with it. He hadn't done it in months. He was ashamed of what he had done.
And that he was unimpressed with Carson's actions. Carson would lose a massive 270,000 subscribers following the release of the information, which was approximately 10% of his subscribed fan base. After making a tweet on the day before the release of the allegation stating, "If you spell your name wrong on an IQ test, does your score get knocked down?" Carson would go ghost on all social media and hasn't been heard from besides a few recent appearances, which will be discussed in just a minute. The most unimpressive part about the whole drama was simply how Carson dealt with it, or you might say how he didn't deal with it.
You know, since the drama, he hasn't said anything. He hasn't made any public statements, any apologies, literally anything. He just went dark and left the platform.
Carson just went completely silent and didn't even put any effort into saving his image. Now, it's not like Carson should have come on and tried to convince his audience that he wasn't in the wrong, but Carson had an extremely loyal audience who supported him through the thick and thin, and if he'd just been a little honest, stated that what he did was wrong, he'd learned from his mistakes, then continued to upload videos, depending on how he executed it, there's a reasonable chance that his audience might have moved on, because it's not like what he did was something that he couldn't come back from. Sure, what he did certainly wasn't commendable, but it's not like he did a full-blown EDP and got caught in 4K attempting to meet up with a 13-year-old. We talked about this in the video discussing how Logan Paul saved his reputation after the Japanese forest video. Give it a little bit of time, acknowledge it happened, then frame the whole scenario as a stupid mistake and not such a big deal.
Delete Logan Paul's YouTube channel, check it out. 533,029 have signed. Well, I'm gonna make sure this gets to 533,030 right now because I'm signing it. Because, Logan Paul, right?
But for Carson, he perfected the part where he gave it a little bit of time, but instead of coming back and framing it as a, yeah, whatever, it was just a stupid mistake, he clearly let the whole thing consume him to the point where a successful return is becoming less and less likely. However, I could be completely wrong, as from numerous comments on Carson's videos, it actually seems as though his fans are almost yearning for his return, and perhaps many many have forgiven him after a bit of time has passed, best summed up by this comment. It says a lot about Carson that after he got cancelled, the comments of his last video are mostly about fond memories and hoping he gets better instead of hating him. And perhaps Carson has noticed this, because over the last month, he has lightly resurfaced across a few social media platforms. And while we're trying to avoid a full-blown commentary channel clickbait situation here of Carson is back, there are 4 main pieces of compelling recent evidence that hint at a possible return. The first sign that Carson is still alive and well was during a stream of Ludwig's on the 5th of April 2021. On the stream, Ludwig was playing a video involving Carson.
Carson first, Carson?
Pag chomp.
And Carson actually texted Ludwig to request that he stop playing it.
You want to know who told me that the Carson video is playing? Carson. Send me a text.
However, Carson would then go silent for another 3.5 weeks, up until the 29th of April 2021, at which point he would post the following video to his Instagram story. Carson would leave the video up for approximately 8 minutes before removing it again, an action that made many of his fans question whether or not the video was posted accidentally. He deleted this 5 minutes after he posted it. Do you all think this was an accident or meaning something? However, the more likely reality is that Carson was testing the waters with how his fan base might react to a potential reappearance, which is also backed up by another act relating to him testing the waters, and that's his Steam profile changes. Over the last month, Carson has changed his Steam profile name from Happy Easter to Fart World Road Trip, the CEO of the world, a message from Carson, long sandwich, and most recently, Balls Man 2, which thankfully shows us that Carson is still somewhat active and has maintained his sense of humor throughout the rough period. The final piece of evidence for where Carson is at the moment comes from Twitch streamer Connor Eats Pants, who stated on a stream from early May 2021 that Carson has been seeing a therapist and seems to be getting the help that he needs.
Yeah, I've been in contact. Not too much, but I do know that he's in therapy and he's getting help, so that's what's good.
A much needed message for the many fans wishing for Carson's return. What happened to Call Me Carson? Well, the answer to this question seems to be somewhat obvious. He clearly took a break to deal with the drama associated with his scandal in early 2021. But the more important question that everyone wants to know the answer to is that will we be seeing a return from Call Me Carson? Well, the answer to this question can only be determined by the man himself. However, much of the evidence seems to hint that Carson is on his way back to creating content. Sure, there's nothing that's rock solid, but 4 pieces of information in the space of a few weeks as opposed to a few months of silence previously show that he's certainly wriggling his toes once again, and we might be seeing a return of Call Me Carson in the near future.
Hello. I'm back. I'm back. Alright guys, like the stream, like the stream. Press the like button, guys. Hit the like button. Like the stream. Like the stream. Now play Blocks Fruit? Nah. No Bloxy Fruity. I don't think this account is the one that I played Blocks Fruits in. Is this my Blocks Fruits account? I don't even know. I'm not sure if it's my Bloxroot's account. Do you remember me? No. Who are you? Who are you? Like the stream, guys. There's 68 people watching. Like the stream. 42 of you voted. Come on, man. Like the stream. Don't be like that. Don't be like that. Don't be like that. Play AFS? No, I'm good. I'm good, bro. Kitsune? It's a perm. L? Shut up, man. Kitsune is fucking broken. L? Shut up, morons! Shut up, shut up! What the fuck does L mean? Yo, okay, I'm getting dumpster from this dough user. Oh fuck, man. I'm dead. I'm dead. I got one-shotted. I got one-shotted. Also, my game doesn't load. I don't know what the problem is. Is it low graphics, maybe? Could be low graphics, actually. Bro, I didn't even see the guy, okay? I didn't even see the guy. Getting hunt. I didn't even see the guy, bro. Getting stream sniped. Could be, but no, I don't think so. That was just a random guy. That was legit just a random guy. Wait, I want to transform. I want to become a Fury. Holy shit, there's so many out of context clips in this stream. Forget what I said. Forget what I said. Forget what I said. That was out of context. $7.8 million bounty. Shock is typing. You guys have been saying that Shock has been typing for like the past 10 minutes. I guess he's posting update log. Thor was doing that earlier. Thor was doing that earlier. He's posting the update log, guys. Bro can't predict the future. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! He stops typing. It's because he's like looking at what to type. Kitchen is level 600. Yeah. What do you think? Do you think I'm some newbie? I'm a beast. I'm a beast. Say it. I'm a beast. Repeat after me. Like the stream, guys. Like the stream. Let's get 50 likes. We have 32 likes. Let's get to 50 likes, okay? Let's get to 50 likes. Do some PvP. I don't have a race in this account. How the fuck do you want me to do PvP? I don't have race. I'm gonna get fucking clapped. You're not? Shut up. It's this fucking moron, man, that's trying to kill me. Bro, what the fuck is he doing? What is he doing? Look. Guy's just clueless. Oh, this guy sucks. Look at him. Bounty hunter. This guy sucks. No. Oh, fuck. I dodged him. Nice. Come on, buddy. Come on. Come on, buddy. Ooh. Good luck chasing a Kitsune. I don't even have pilot helmet, but he still can catch me. Even without pilot helmet, there's no way he can catch me. PP is disabled. It's gonna stay disabled, trust me. I'm not turning. If he catches me, I'm dead in one hit. He can literally kill me with one combo. If he catches me, I'm not gonna turn it on. If he catches me, I'm dead in one comp. Ain't no fucking way I'm gonna die to this idiot. I don't even have race in this account. This guy's probably V4. Wait, they're fighting again. Turn it on? No. Let him fight. Hack is off. Yeah, it is. Bro, he's fighting another Kitsune. Who wins, guys? The Doe or the Kitsune? Who wins? D9. Who the fuck is D9? That's typing in announcements. What's an admin? Top A-list Glazer. Doe with Cyborg win. Kitsune should win. Actually, I don't know. Doe is really strong in PP. They posted up to look for the second and delete. They probably posted it too. They probably forgot to add something. Yeah, they forgot to add some stuff. That's why they deleted it. Says, I'm not gonna lie, I've been typing and deleting the word real for past 10 minutes. Guys, I know the update log like 5 hours ago. Tor was writing it with me. I know the entire update like 5 hours ago. You better run when your shield depletes. You bet. You bet I'm fucking running. Hopefully the game will be up. For Cyborg and Doe Spammer. I mean, this guy's unkillable, man. The only thing that happens here is like he just can't kill the Kitsune if he starts running. But he can never lose a 1v1. Leak? No leak, man. Just wait 2 minutes. Just wait 2 minutes and the fucking update is gonna be up. You might as well replace Shock and post update log. No, man. Shock is good at what he does. Shock is good at what he does. How the fuck am I supposed to replace him? They leaked it accidentally in Discord. They didn't leak it. They're probably editing it. Are you guys hyped for the new map? Now you can call the game AA2. He's typing now. Okay, I'll type it up right now. He's typing it now. They accidentally posted this announcement. No, man. Is Lokira gonna be meta? After Evo, yes, but not right now. Not right now. It's a Baba. Baba Doggy. The pirate hat. Shut up, Fury. People have the SS from people streaming. I mean, Blum has leaked so many shit so far. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't just like open the game and they type Outlook. What is a dev product? I don't know. Something that you buy from devs, I guess. Tor is talking. Apparently they're adding other stuff to the update log. It says, wanna see this insane update log. Can we release 2 dev products a little after update? Oh, I think they're adding the packs. That's the dev products. Yes, bro, just drop the fucking update, Tor. Just drop the fucking update, Tor. What do you mean by dev products? Like stuff you can buy. Yeah, like game passes, yeah, something like that. Guys, if you don't have VIP game passes and you have Robux, you should buy them. You should buy all of the game passes except the mount. Fuck the mount. But you should buy the game pass products that make you use less emeralds. They will be very useful. Oh shit, man. Update log is so fucking big. How long was my mic not working for? Shock taking 10 minutes to type. Update log is pretty big, guys. Who's this guy? Gamba. I quit this. Bro, the game is releasing in literally a minute. Relax. That's the new code. New code secret 564 of 100k, but we delay our game by the hour. agree. Okay, sorry, I'm talking with the guys from the team, so I'm not really paying attention to the chat. I'm talking with the guys of the team. Alright, how much Robux do you have, Doggy? Zero? Are you planning to buy any Robux or not? The new code is Nils is cute? Nah. I'm going insane by every minute. 3 hours without anime is last 10 you have on Earth. Agreed. They said update in a bit. It's been a full hour. Yeah, man, relax. They're fixing stuff. They're fixing stuff. At least it's not ACS, where after 3 days of, after 3 weeks of waiting, not even 3 weeks, 2 months of waiting, they dropped a bugged update. 4-hour maintenance, AA could never. It's not even a 4-hour maintenance. It's literally less. But trust me, man, everything happened last moment. A lot of things happened last moment. Like one of the main devs was sick, so that's why everything was like so slow. Next week it will be good. You need to bathe and feed and shower your mods. Fuck, man. So no one get this man to 39k. How much do we have? Guys, we need 54 subscribers to 39k. Should I donate Nils another 50 cents? No. Bro, if you wanna donate, donate through PayPal, not through Super Chat. YouTube takes half the money. The guy's not even typing anymore. Bro, relax, 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 relax. They nerfed Vulture and buffed Cosmic, Demigod, All-Seeing, Entrepreneur, Avatar. Yes, Loner. I made the balance changes with Thor. I did all the math for the curses. For the curse techniques. Like subscribing? No. Like if you wanna donate money, use PayPal donations. Like if there's a donations link below from PayPal. I take most of the money from PayPal. PayPal takes only a small commission. From YouTube, YouTube takes half the money. Curses are very, very balanced right now. After the changes that we did today, curses are very balanced. And there won't be any changes for a while. Like, it's not gonna be like ACS where they change things every week. Curses will stay like that for a while. 16-16 for Super Bowl? Game is about to be fucking insane. Game is about to be fucking insane. How long left? 157? Bro, what the fuck? Should just watch it while I'm chilling here for fun. I could pull up the game on my second monitor and just watch it, to be honest. 49ers better win, yes man. I mean, if anybody put money on Chiefs, they double their money. If wins, oh no man, I got frozen. Chiefs win too much? Nah, man, Chiefs cannot win, man. 49ers need to win. What the fuck? We might not get full update content. You get the full update content, don't worry. 49ers up by 3. It was 16-16 like 2 minutes ago. But no minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute ago. My work is getting closer. Why don't you call in sick, Toby? Just call in sick to grind with me. There is a lot of grind. Is anybody actually watching the game? Is anybody watching the game? Is the game good or is the score just like close? It's my first day? Okay. What the fuck? Really good? I mean, it's close, yeah, but like, is the game actually good? That's what I'm asking. Do you know how much they are nerfing gem grind method? I do not know that question. I didn't ask that. I did not ask that question. Ow! Oh my god, you guys hear the crack? Oh, fuck. Do you guys hear that? I just severed my neck from my head. It was a fart? No, man. I cracked my neck. Guys, like the stream, guys. We have only 55 likes. What the fuck? 55 likes, but the poll has 253 votes. What the fuck? I'm actually gonna cry. Don't cry. If you combine with the other stream, it's 100. It doesn't work, man. There's people that like both. It's duplicate likes. That doesn't count. Bro, come on. 114 left. Oh my fucking god. If we lose, it's gonna be so shit. Come on, man. 14 hours can't lose. Update drops. Guys, update drops. Update drops when the game ends. You bet money? No, I don't like gambling. What game? Super Bowl or Super Bowl? Update drops when the Super Bowl ends. Real. Real. Anime late stand. It's better. It's still better than anime delay sim. Alright, guys. How many of you guys played anime delay sim today? How many of you played anime delay sim today? I'm shocked. You're not. You're not. Shock is shock. Shock is shocky. Shocky boy. Shocky boy. Woohoo. Shocky boy. Come on, 49ers. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. 40 seconds left. 40 seconds left. Let's fucking go. 49ers. 49ers. OTM switch games after 2 hours of ACS. I don't know, man. I would never watch the stream. Do you actually watch it? If the guy changes his own game to stream something else, something is really wrong. Did we win? Did we win? Did we win? Did 49ers win? $20 seconds? Can you showcase your Sisyphus simulator account? I haven't even played the game. I just joined in once. I haven't not played the game. Time remains. It's over like 20 seconds or something. 16 seconds. 49ers. 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 Bro, Jennings fucking carried. Jennings fucking carried. Hey nerd, hello Gilgamesh. 49ers. 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 El Mahong. Fuck Mahomes. Fuck Mahomes. 49ers. Taylor Swift, Ice Spice, and Blake Lively were hyped after Chiefs took the lead. That is the fucking reason. That is the fucking reason why they can't win. That is exactly the fucking reason why they can't win. Bro, Taylor Swift. $49ers. 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 I didn't know it was super fun. No, I only watch the Super Bowl. I don't watch anything. I don't watch sports. You should. You should watch NBA. Bro, it's 10 fucking seconds. 10 fucking seconds. But Chiefs have the ball. Chiefs have the ball. Anyone here eat dogs? Nice, bro. The fuck does eat dogs mean? Hot dogs? $49ers. $49ers. 6 seconds left. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, baby. How much time for the Super Bowl to end? 6 seconds. 6 seconds. $49ers. Guys, the dev was sick. Shut up with a delay. Like, literally, one of the main devs was sick. One of the main devs was fucking sick. $49ers. 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 49. Oh my god, it's 90. What the fuck? No, it's tied. It's tied. No. What the fuck? Bro, what the fuck? No. They actually scored. Bro, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Ain't no fucking way. Why am I not watching the game? Ain't no fucking way, bro. What the fuck? Ain't no fucking way, bro. How many time remaining? I don't know, man. Look, I can play the game. I can play the game. I can just click play button and play the game. I don't know about you guys, but I can do that. Yay. I can play the game if I want. Do we then leak the update? Nah. Overtime, oh man, fuck. I wonder if Planspot is leaking the update. He already leaked stuff, man. Planspot is like the ultimate leaker. Forty-Niners. 49ers. 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 I'll be back when the update drops, maybe. Update drops really soon. Forty-Niners. Forty-Niners. 49ers. 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 Do. How often you want to see 49ers now? 49ers. 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 I feel like competition life is crazy. Yeah, man. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? We should have won there. We should have won there. How do I get 600 starting money? Join the group. You go here, you press anime last stand. Well, you should take it to the group if you do it on the browser. I'm not on the browser, that's fine. Press here and then you join the group. It's made by Alopec. There you go. Developer. You join the group. Join the group here and GG. Will the Super Bowl take like 2 hours or something? No. Chiefs for the win. Okay, guys, listen. Plus Taylor Swift on top. Okay, permaban. Fuck this guy. This guy said Taylor Swift on top. Bro, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, so listen. I am in a very difficult spot right now, okay? I want 49ers to win, because fuck Mahomes. Fuck Mahomes. But if Chiefs win, I get $100 for free. I get $100 for free because a guy put like $500 on Chiefs, and he said if Chiefs win, he will give me €100. Do I trust my team or do I trust the rules? Ban him. After the drops when Super Bowl is over. Real. I'm a hope of buy some groceries. What time is it for you and you're gonna go buy groceries, bro? It's 5 a.m. for me. It's 5 fucking a.m. for me. What the fuck? Okay, guys, you know what? It's League of Legends time. It's League of Legends time. I'm gonna play TFT. I don't know why I'm not playing TFT this entire time. Not league time. Fuck it, I'm gonna go offline. No, stay here, stay here, stay here, stay here. You can't go anywhere. You cannot fucking leave. Do you understand? Do you fucking understand? You're already in way too deep. You can't escape now. You're already in way too deep. You hella hype, bro, the hell? I guess it's your first time watching me. Never back down, never. I don't know about never, but shut the fuck up. How about that? Agreed? Agreed. Steve the set is mid. I don't like the set either. It started off, it was fun at the start, but I don't like it at all. It's been over 2 sets that I actually enjoyed it. So you started as your channel went up, and this is only the beginning, bro. It's only the beginning. We are gonna skyrocket. Alright guys, we need 34 subscribers for 39k. 34 for 39k. We cooked. We overcooked. $49ers. $49ers. Can I play a fucking video game? Please. Please, like please, please. Hey, let's gonna die quick. No way they lie about a bug to watch Super Bowl? Yeah. Wait, I'll send this to Shock, guys. I will send this to Shock. Alright, there you go. I fixed it. Really hoping they don't do the STD. What do you mean? Bro, can I play the video game? Can you please find the match? Hello, hello, hello. Should just play normal, or what? I'll just play fucking normal game. Yeah, there you go. Go to ALS Discord server in the banner section. Where's the banner section? Banner. $49ers. Update live. Update is live. Update is live. Update is live. Update is fucking live. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's go, baby. Let's fucking go. 49ers. $49ers. Alright, guys. I'm gonna go in my fucking private server. I'm gonna go in my fucking private server. Where's my private server? What? This experience does not support private servers. I want to join private server so you guys can join me. Our buff, it's a small buff. Yeah, it was intended to happen since the start. 49ers. So many assets to load. God damn, this shit takes time. There's 4 codes, guys. There's 4 new codes. $49ers. Okay, do you guys like the new lobby? Isn't it so much better? Alright, guys, we need to start going for Kojo. Yeah. Okay, so there is a lot of things coming to the game, guys. The game is gonna take off within the next 2 weeks. Update 1 hype. Wait, what the fuck? Hype. It doesn't work, what the fuck? Type for 25M visits, OMG. This works. 200k members. Insane. That doesn't work either. 50,000 favorites. This works as well. 200k members. Insane. Okay. Update 1 hype. Only this shit doesn't work for me. Update 1 hype. Shit. What's the banner? Oh, they didn't change the pictures. It's Oshi? Okay. Alright, guys. It didn't reset? Yeah. I need to screenshot this. They have damage task. Where do you guys see the quests? Permanent. Oh, it literally tracks my shit. How many viewers do I have now? How many viewers do I have now? 28. 28. I'm gonna try my luck. Please, Overlord. Please, Overlord gods. Please, Overlord gods. Please. Please, Overlord gods. Please, Overlord gods. Please. Please. Please be nice to me. Please. I love you. Please. I love you. I love you. I love you. Please. I love you. Please. 25 from code. Please, Overlord gods. No. No. Alright, guys. We have a lot of shit to do. Inactive. Active. If you want to play with me, join me. We are going to be evolving Gojo together. Let me try it again. Update 1 hype. Team. Got Avatar on Gojo. That's an F moment. Alright, are you guys ready? We're recording our first video. If you want to be in the video, just stand next to me. Hey guys, so the very first update of ALS is finally live, and we are gonna go ahead and evolve Gojo, which is already leaked, and most of you guys know that it has an evo. So let's go ahead and just pop the panel right here, and you can see what exactly Gojo actually needs to be evolved. So as you can see, we need six eyes and 25 spirit shards. So in order to get those things, we actually have to go both into a Nightmare Infinite and a challenge. So first things first, we are going to start out by jumping into a challenge. Hopefully it's an easy one. Desert Village Act 6. Okay, it shouldn't be that hard. So yeah, we're going to do this, and I'll show you guys at the end what we get. Alright, I need a team. I need a team. I need this guy. I need this guy. I need this guy. I need this guy. I need Oshi. That should be good. Alright, get in. Sup? Hello? Shocky boy. Shock. If we fucking lose, I'm gonna smash my monitor, man. My homes cannot fucking win. My homes cannot fucking win. I hate that guy. He's so fucking overrated, and he's such a fucking crybaby. And he's so fucking favored for the refs. He is so fucking favored for the refs. How do you guys like the new Desert Village map? Isn't it fucking sick? Isn't it fucking sick? Why can't I place? I can place here. I can place at the start. Alright, I'm recording this, so we're good. This Burbone, I have no idea what the hell is Burbone, what it actually does. I have actually no idea. Bro, placing units in this fucking map is so weird. We are gonna do a reels giveaway later, guys. Shock is generous enough today to do a reels giveaway. Man, I can't place anywhere, what the fuck? I can't place here. That is not good. That is not good. And those guys do no damage whatsoever. Well, Noob to Pro does some damage, but... These guys have no... Oh my god. You guys have no traits either. You guys have no traits either. Well, this challenge is too hard. I don't know. Like, these guys do no damage. I'm gonna do infinite. I need good people for this shit. I need good people. We are not beating this. There's 0 damage going on. Yeah. No curses on the units. Yay. And what is this thing that I can't place units? Like, what the fuck? Look. It's so hard to find areas to place units. Shock, can you check this? Like, I can't place here. We are not beating this, guys. We are not beating the allegations. Overlord Guts is bugged. Why do the units don't show like they have quirks? Yeah, they don't. They don't work. Ah, wait, fuck. Wait. BMG. That's why it's so hard, because curse techniques don't work, I guess. Curse techniques don't work, that's why it's so hard. Challenges bare bones, not curse techniques. Oh, fuck. Did I just ping him for no reason? Units get no perks. I thought it was a bug or something. Oh, that can't be good. I think we just go farm infinite and we fuck this and do it later. Is that update? It's not the update, man. It's the fucking challenge. No comments, Shock. No comments. Shards don't come from infinite. Where do they come from? Shards were supposed to come from infinite. Nightmare infinite, to be specific. That's what I was told. That's what I was told. Nah. Challenges 30%. Isn't that the 6 highs? We had to change. Oh, so the 6 highs come from infinite now or what? Bro, I have to do 75 challenges? I'll help carry you, sure. Challenge, I guess. So what? Do the eyes come from infinite now, Shock? Did you just like swap it out? Codes? Go to the Discord, man. Go to the official game Discord, update log. There's like 4 codes. Everything in challenge right now? Okay. How come you changed it from infinite? Do you have issues with like scripting or what? What's the drop on the 6 eyes? 25 shards and 30% chance? Shut up, man. Like, it's a fucking Evo. It's supposed to be hard to grind. It's supposed to be hard. You can't have everything easy. Like, let's be reasonable, yeah? The last one don't work? What does that mean? So shards give ice and infinite shards? No. Send PS, DMs? Yeah, sure. Code 1 doesn't work. You have to go to a private server. If you go to a private server, it works just fine. You just have to go to a private server. Challenge is bugged. You can't die. Does your thing just take no damage or what? Your base. Yeah, I'm not dying. Alright. Shock, I don't know if it's true, but maybe you should have a look at that. Maybe you should have a look at that. What I missed. It takes no damage. And what happens? Do the mobs just die? So if the boss just crashes in, what happens? They just sit there. At the end they walk backwards. Oh, that's kind of monk guys. That is kind of monka-s. How much new codes? There's 4 codes, guys. 4. Codes are dropping like the raindrops in this game. When I evolve my Warlord Gojo, I want to showcase him. Hopefully I will get my own Overlord Gojo. And I showcase mine, but sure. It will take you a long time. PS isn't updated? What do you mean updated? I'll shut it down. Let me finish this and I'll shut it. Actually, I can shut it down now. Bare Bones is crazy. Yeah, this fucking thing is so hard. The Bare Bones shit. Bare Bones is actually a nightmare. Why quirks not working challenges? That is the challenge, man. That is the challenge. Quite nice challenge to start out the game with. Quite the cancer. I got nothing. Oh, hell no, bro. Hell no. Hell no. I got a shard. W. Alright, guys. Apparently we're up by 3 points. 22-19. 2:48 to play. But Chiefs have the ball. What if they score a touchdown? That could be good. Is the new character coming tomorrow? What do you mean? All the new units are in the game. I was bugged with my guts and was dealing no damage. Ah, it's Bare Bones. Bare Bones cancer. It's the Bare Bones cancer. No, check update 1. Unit comes tomorrow. What do you mean? Oh, they did not add the units or what? Update log. $3K gems costs 1.6K Robux. 65%. Okay, ice 22.5. There's no time back is kind of good since the challenge is hard. Game link. Anime last stand. Just Google it. Just type it in Roblox. It's gonna show up. The game is flying. Wait, what is that? How to evolve Gojo? Spam challenge. You need 25 shards and 6 ice. Just challenge. Just challenge. What about the 25 item? They also drop from do you know if Gojo time stops with his ability? I don't know, man. We'll see when we evo. Are units bugged or something? No. It's Bare Bones. W update. The update is good, guys. Just wait for everything to be implemented. Update is really good. There's a lot of cool stuff added. There's a lot of cool stuff added. Alright, let's get 2 more people in here. Do we just do it? Or do we bring 2 more people? As update, relax pro. Do is fine, okay. If you say so. I should have brought a Rukia. Saber probably coming in 15 minutes. The devs are working, guys. Devs are working. Why do I have such a hard time placing units? Look, like, okay, there we go. Okay, I guess that's the anti-magician slow. Good. Should we even place farms? Or just play for Skuna Coach or whatever? Genos? Right, guys, there you go. New unit linked right here. New unit showcase. Boom. 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 I should have placed Gojo down instead of farm. Farm wasn't so smart, actually. And I can't place anything. Oh my god, man, I hate this. Genus is rare? No. Genus is a mythic unit. Look at the border. What do I get? In challenges, guys. In challenges. I is 22.5% drop chance. The shard is 60%. Okay, I can finally place Sukuna down. 49ers lost? No way. Can't be serious. How to get the item to reset skill 3? You buy it with gold somewhere. Bro, I should place my Sukuna in the back actually. I'll just place another. This guy. They sold? Well, that means I get 100 rerolls from the other guy. Did you just get 3 idols in 1 summon? Well, that's good gold for you. Some gold for you. Shouldn't be complaining. Disappointing mega ass update. Bro, you're here hating this entire time, man. You haven't even played the game for fucking 5 minutes and you were complaining. Shut up and play the video game. What is gold for? You'll be able to buy a reset skill trees with gold. When does challenge change? I don't know. I actually have no idea how often does challenge change. Alright, there we go. Rukia is putting in work. Guys, do you think Shock is trolling? Has only 500k damage, but I guess he's playing support. That was like every 30 minutes. Well, challenge better change because this is cancer, man. This particular challenge is fucking cancer. It better change. Shock trash. Nah, he's playing support. I'm just joking. I'm just memeing. He's playing support, man. He has slow and freeze down. And the Genesis. What the fuck one-shotted them? Is it my Sukuna that one-shotted them? Or did Shock like play something strong? I don't know. So Genos stats. There you go. Okay guys, Genos, as you can see, has a lot of placements. He's not like turbo strong, but he has a gazillion of placements. Which inherently makes him strong. Placement is so bad on your map. I agree. Placements need to get adjusted a little bit. Like look, you can place almost anywhere. It's so hard to find like spots to place. It's so hard to find spots to place. They didn't nerf jump grind, so that's good. You are gonna need a lot of gems, my guy. You are gonna need a lot of gems. Bro, Chiefs actually won. No way. Buff Gogeta? There's no way they buffed him again. Saber in-game? She should be in-game. Infinite should be better now. Easy for shock. Easy for shock. For real shock. Shock for real. Shock for real. Are the new missions bug or the rewards are really that low? I mean, what do you expect to just get infinite rerolls through the rewards? Like every time you complete a chapter? That's kind of absurd, no? Oh, hell no. Okay, look at this, guys. He just used Infinite Void from Gojo. Where the fuck did he place him? I don't even see him. Oh, there he is. There he is. Do you guys like it? Doesn't look so clean. Doesn't look fucking clean. Chiefs won. I saw. Kinda sad. Kinda sad. They sold, man. They sold on fucking overtime. Is that Gojo Evo? Yes. It's Infinite Void. I got nothing again. Wait, Shock didn't rejoin? Oh, he rejoined, nice. Okay, place. Oh, placement is so much better now. Do you see that, guys? Placement is so much better now. Place everywhere here. Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. Yay. How much is Genos on placement? I'll show you in a second. I'll just put this guy down. So we have a stun. Wait, he doesn't stun? He needs upgrades to stun? Fuck. I just wasted my money. Does 1.39k on placement. He's an air unit. He's not that strong independently, but you can place so many of them that he becomes super strong. How do you get Gojo? You need to do challenges. You need 6 eyes and 25 fragments. Roy replacement. He's a mythic. Roy is a celestial. You cannot replace Roy with him, but he's decent. Roy is too good. Plus no technique too, and no skill tree. Yeah, he does not have technique actually. I don't know about skill tree. If he added it or not. Alright, we're doing so much better. I need to place one guy in the back or 600 HP, yeah. I just placed this guy right here real quick. Pro placement is so annoying. Okay, oh, he plays Genos. I didn't see. My bad. Just waiting on banner in 3 minutes. Let me know what the banner is, guys. Let me know what the banner is. I lost somehow even when it glitched. Don't abuse damn bugs. What the fuck does that mean? I get spirit shards. Challenges, guys. Challenges. So Geno stats. There you go. That's on placement stats. Bro, the damage is so trash without the curses. Damage is so trash without the curses. It's actually unreal. Unfucking real. How bad it is. How do you get ice? Challenge, guys. Challenge. Complete the challenge. That's literally it. Got a finger. Devastation Mastery gives... Wait, did they fucking overbuff? Oh my god, man. BMG actually buffed Devastation to 55? Crazy. Crazy. We were talking about skill trees earlier. Ah, that's easy. What is Shock saying? Air got passed? Wait. Am I blind? Oh, I was earlier. New map W or L. Do you guys like the map? Isn't the map so much better? Isn't the map so much fucking better than the previous one? And the lobby. Is this map like clean? Element 2 and Shadow 2 got rework? Yes. Tell him to fix the placements. They will fix the placements. Like damage quest is 3 billion? Yes, because it has accumulated the entire damage that you've been doing this entire week. All the damage that you've done this entire week that you've been playing has been saved in your data. They didn't like reset the data. It's too bright. It's also too bright because of the lighting. Like if they fix the lighting, it's gonna be fine. You just need to fix the lighting. It's everywhere. Like everywhere you have the same lighting. Got 155 kills done and got 6 rerolls. Can you reset the tree now? I mean, you should be able to get the item sooner or later. El Banner. Janus might be the best starter. And Janus is good. Does a lot of damage. 450 cost, yeah. And hits air. I'm gonna let you in into something. Shock. When I prepared my thumbnails for the updates, so I don't have to do them if I make the videos live, I put best mythical on the Janus thumbnail. I think Janus is the best mythical in the game now. I think Janus is the best mythical. Sukuna better? I don't even remember how Sukuna Prevo looks. I actually don't remember. Prevo Sukuna. Ha! Wait, I have to sell. Please let me place somewhere, anywhere. Do I just place here or here? Bro, where do I place? Help. Help. I don't have anywhere to place. I don't have anywhere to place. I have to place in the back here, I guess. Hits. Oh, I could have placed here. They changed the placement of certain skills in skill tree? Yes. Challenge changed? Alright. It should work. And we get new units whenever the banner changes, bro. It's high cost. High cost doesn't matter, bro. You drop one unit with Overlord and it's GG. Which map is it? Can you guys tell me which map it is? Bro. Penguins is live and he is not gonna be... Charlie is not gonna be happy. Charlie is not gonna be happy with this game. He got the prediction right, but I don't think he's gonna be happy with the game. Finger? I got nothing, bro. I got nothing, bro. Water park? Yeah, but what level of water park? The Olkira Evo is for future updates. It's Water Park 6 again? Bro. Oh, hell no. Is this easier or harder? It's probably easier, right? This is still probably easier. It's probably still easier. High cost is so terrible. It's probably easier. You place one over or down and it's GG. It's actually GG. Overload Saitama solos. Yeah, overload anything solos. I can't leave my skill tree. Gotta rejoin. Wait, never mind. Right, Brody, right. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna be visiting some of the most unique and craziest hotels in America.
Stop. So I'm sure that many, if not all of you watching this video right now know that I had a pretty big controversy with Brent Rivera. Brent Rivera is a YouTube golden boy who's always on the front page. YouTube themselves will interact with him on Twitter or other social medias. On YouTube itself, they might even comment on his videos. And the man behind the Brent Rivera channel, Brent Rivera himself, is actually a complete scumbag. I mean, who would have thought? Whether it be sexualizing his own sister for views, copyright striking people who criticize him, or just being a complete dick altogether. In this video, I wanted to detail my experience with Brent Rivera and showcase the entire Brent Rivera saga for all of you people who want a complete, cohesive, comprehensive timeline of events. And in today's video, that is exactly what I'll be delivering to you. If you're new to the channel, subscribe, and as always, drop a like, drop a comment, and let's begin. So I essentially first became aware of Brent Rivera's existence when my friend Keed told me to make a video on the Tyler Oliveira and Brent hotel situation. The funny thing is, I had absolutely no plan to create this video, but once I did, it pretty much immediately took off, and I'm really thankful to my friend for giving me such a successful video topic. Like, that shit was fire. At this point in time, I was not involved with any drama regarding Brent, but I soon would be. Soon after uploading the video, I wanted to capitalize on the momentum, so I, of course, made more Brent Rivera videos. I also uploaded short-form Brent Rivera content on TikTok and YouTube Shorts, which those TikToks were quickly removed. Now, at this point, I didn't believe Brent had anything to do with it because TikTok's terms of service are notoriously dog shit. My thoughts on this matter soon changed as I found out I was blocked by Brent on TikTok. After asking why I was blocked on Twitter, well, I was blocked on Twitter. as well. Now, I thought this was actually pretty funny. 25 million subscriber YouTuber getting so bent out of shape because of my little videos that he blocks me, right? Now, I didn't find what happened next funny at all. So as I was doing my Brent victory lap on stream, all was well, but after the stream, it was removed for community guidelines. Very interesting, as none of my other live stream content has ever been removed. The very next night, I received 2 copyright strike takedown requests in the middle of the night by Brent Rivera himself. As you can see here, he completely lied and tried to spin a narrative that I downloaded his content and re-uploaded it, making no changes. This is 100% false, and he broke copyright and laws by filing this false document. Brent Rivera literally tried to take me down, and now I can welcome you all to the full, in chronological order, Brent Rivera saga. Please enjoy.
Whenever I wear headphones, I feel like everyone is calling me. Yeah, what do you want? Huh? Freak.
Today we're talking about the most annoying man alive, Brent Rivera. All right, that's the rage coming out of me. For all of you who don't know, Brent Rivera is a Mr. Beast clone, okay? He finds a video, finds a topic, copy paste, does not add anything new, doesn't add anything original. All right, I can give you some slack if you're adding some new stuff, does not add anything original, nothing new. He has the look of the 2016 Vine kid.
Brent, wake up. It's already 7:20. I'm up. Frick!
Dude, I had no idea he was an actual, like, 2016 Viner. Holy shit. But yeah, man, this guy is a well-renowned Mr. Beast clone, huge ego, wannabe gangster. He's like Mr. Beast without the good morals and good ethics. He's like Mr. Beast if Mr. Beast, strangled people. Brent Rivera is essentially like an evil alternative version to Mr. Beast. It'll be like if Mr. Beast gave $100,000 out to homeless people, and then once the cameras turned off, he not only took the money back, but also proceeded to beat the shit out of the homeless people. Essentially, the other day, Brent Rivera got in a life-altering, career-threatening drama with a YouTuber named Tyler Oliveira. Both of their names are kind of confusing when talking about yeah. Anyways, both Tyler and Brent actually booked the same exact location to film at, and when Tyler realized this, he approached Brent and simply said, "Hey man, do you fake your videos? Are your videos fake? Are they, you know, fugazi?" And Brent Rivera had a baby moment. So we'll be checking out the video, reacting to it. I'll give you guys my opinions, and if you guys enjoy, end up agreeing with anything I say, leave a like on the video and subscribe if you are new. We are brain flip switched hardcore grind mode rest of 2023. I'm tired of being a broke baby.
That's Brent Rivera calling security and then the cops on me after I asked him this. Do you fake your videos? No.
That right there, that looks like the face of a broken, destroyed, devastated, broken, devastated, destroyed man. Also, we're gonna have to see the full context of this because I don't want to just blindly, you know, I don't want to blindly throat goat Tyler in this situation. I want to see if there's any nuance to this, like maybe the guy asked him if the videos were fake and then stood around him and, you know, watched him pee in the bathroom and stuff. Like, I don't know, maybe he harassed him. Guys, we have to be open-minded in this situation, okay? We can't be blind throat goat mode to Tyler. Or maybe we can be blind throat goat mode to Tyler because we'll get more views. Ooh.
It all started when I was staying at the Shining Hotel, came out of my room, and randomly found these 2 girls in the hallway. What is happening? Who? You'll see. Who are you people? What do you mean? What is your name? Brent. Brent?
Yeah. Yo, Brent is
Charlie's conflict with the insane bodybuilder Vegan Gains would go down as one of the most tumultuous controversies in YouTube history. A mentally ill vegan who goes as far as making fun of children with cancer.
So blah blah blah. Cancer is an almighty killer and I wish there was a cure for it. I for one will be supporting Team Lewis in the future and hope you guys will too. One day, cancer will be a thing of the past and the memory of Lewis will live on in the cure when it's found.
To wishing death upon Charlie.
Would literally jizz my pants if I heard a vegan ended the existence of Penguin Zero or
all the way to threatening literal babies.
And when I see babies in a stroller, especially when they're crying, I just want to put my foot through the and step on it until it's nothing but blood and pulp on the
pavement!
Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we'll be looking into the insane vegan YouTuber known as Vegan Gains, as well as his catastrophic controversy with YouTube titan Penguin Zero, aka Moist Critical or Charlie. If you didn't just have a bout of nostalgia, you may be asking yourself the question of who is Vegan Gains? Vegan Gains, real name Richard Burgers, rose to fame on YouTube by generating controversial and provocative content centered around veganism. Targeting meat eaters and other YouTube bodybuilders, he cultivated a reputation for his aggressive and confrontational style, quickly becoming a divisive figure in the YouTube landscape. By 2015, his notorious antics had garnered disdain from the broader YouTube community, although his following of more radicalized vegans continued to swell amidst the escalating drama. In late 2015, the world would witness some of the first signs of sociopathic symptoms, when Vegan Gains' grandfather would suffer and die from a heart attack right in front of his eyes. For an average person, this would be an extremely traumatizing event, but for Vegan Gains, this was an opportunity to take out his camera.
I just got back from the funeral thing that we had. It wasn't exactly a funeral, but a bunch of family got together and I was dragged to it. But anyway, I was planning on showing you guys footage of my grandfather actually having the heart attack. As soon as the paramedics got to the house, I took out my camera and started filming. But a bunch of people in my family, my mom, my grandmother, uncles, shit like that, they threw a big fucking fit about me showing that footage on YouTube. They're perfectly fucking fine with eating foods that cause fucking heart disease and make people actually die of fucking heart attacks. But when it comes to actually showing people what happens when they eat these foods, that's just too much, so...
Later in the video, Vegan Gains would talk about the situation like it didn't even matter and like it was deserved, showing zero empathy at all.
Now, why this heart attack happened, it's obvious he was eating like absolute fucking shit. Ridiculous amounts of like red meat and pork and ice cream and shit like that, and you know, I knew a few months ago he didn't have long to live. I even told my mom, I think back in like February or March, like he's not gonna make it to the end of the year. And yeah, I called it. He died because his fucking diet was absolute shit.
One of the most notable controversies earlier in his journey was with the YouTuber Furious Pete, which was explained well by the Gamer of Mars, where he discussed Vegan Gains' interaction with Pete.
Furious Pete is one of the biggest YouTubers in the genre of eating challenge videos. Along with this, Pete is also known to be very into fitness, with him often making videos about his workout routines. In August of 2015 though, he had some bad news to reveal to his 3 million subscribers. When people in the comments started to mention that it looked like he was losing weight, Pete decided to make this video. In it he explains that he was fighting a second round of cancer, which was taking a toll on him physically and mentally. Now this is where Vegan Gains enters the picture. Richard is a Canadian-born man in his 20s that is fully committed to the vegan lifestyle and runs a YouTube channel about it. Because of past altercations with Pete, Vegan Gains decided to make a video about the cancer and let his true feelings out loud and clear.
And it seems I was correct because Pete got cancer again. Oh, so sad. And before you all start calling me a sociopath as some sort of attempt to insult me, how about you consider the fact that Furious Pete makes fun of the suffering and death of the animals he eats on a daily basis. So I don't see why I shouldn't make a joke about his suffering and death. So who would like a "haha, you're gonna die of cancer" t-shirt?
This would just make up of one of the many times that Vegan Gains would actively push out borderline sociopathic opinions and stances online.
There are some people that I really do love, and I think they're worth something, but the majority of the human race, I just have absolutely no respect for. So don't get on my bad side, make some vegan gains, and be nice to animals, or I'll kill you.
One of the many fitness YouTubers that Vegan Gains would beef with was a creator known as Lex Fitness. Throughout the controversy, Lex Fitness would claim that Vegan Gains was a keyboard warrior and challenged him to confront him in person, which to Lex's surprise, he actually did. By July, Grade A Under A, a popular YouTuber at the time, would create 2 videos calling out and making fun of vegan gains, which would gain 1.6 million views and 4.8 million views respectively, ultimately massively boosting the awareness for vegan gains. For vegan gains, any attention was good attention, and he would make a video thanking Grade A Under A for sharing his content to millions of people.
A lot of you have been begging me to respond to Grade Under A, and some of you have gotten the idea that the reason I've been reluctant to do so is because of fear of embarrassment, but no, I just don't have a problem with someone giving me free advertising that is so effective it reaches over 3 million people. So let me do what I do best, which is feed off the popularity of others.
Say goodbye to your bad habits the delightful way with today's sponsor, Fume, the award-nominated device that's all natural. At the start, I wasn't sure what to think about it, but after trying the maple peppercore for the first time, I was completely sold. Instead of using electronics, Fume is completely natural. Instead of using vapor, Fume uses flavored air. And instead of using harmful chemicals, Fume uses all natural delicious flavors. You get the deal. Experience the ultimate relaxation with Fume's adjustable airflow dial and fidget-friendly design, perfect for easing stress and anxiety as you reshape your habits. Discover Fume Fume's exhilarating new cores, where the zest of orange vanilla meets the tangy delight of raspberry lemon and the refreshing burst of sparkling grapefruit. Stopping is something we all put off because it's hard, but switching to Fume is easy, enjoyable, and even fun. The new style of content didn't sit well with his audience demographic of both radical vegans and non-vegans who subscribed for drama, and in turn, his channel would constantly lose thousands of subscribers each month. As 2020 rolled around, Vegan Gains was still losing subscribers and gradually fading into irrelevancy. That would be until he spotted a golden opportunity on the 27th of March, when YouTuber Penguin0, who we'll be referring to as Charlie, published a video exposing another creator for mistreating animals. In a video titled, "YouTuber Tortures and Eats Animals Alive." Throughout the video, Charlie would call out and challenge the disgusting behavior of a particular mukbang YouTuber known as So Young, who was creating live feeding videos on her channel.
Her name is So Young, and what she does on her channel is she buys sea creatures alive and then kills them in the slowest, most inhumane ways possible because she likes to watch them squirm around and put Facebook royalty-free music behind it as a joke. For example, with a squid in particular, she cuts the hood off and then sets the body down, and the body is still alive, the squid is still technically alive, and it's moving around trying to get the fuck away. She'll pour sauce on it, puts some goofy music and makes some stupid fucking jokes about it. It's terrible stuff. She treats it like it's a Nick Jr. cartoon where she's making these like goofy sounds and goofy YouTuber faces like, that's kind of fucking garbage. That's what she does.
Jack Doherty is one of the most hated YouTubers on the platform, and it's completely deserved. His endless attempts at gaining views and subscribers has led him to engage in borderline criminal activity, from disrupting local Walmarts by shutting off the power.
That means aisle 14, aisle 16.
To purposefully harassing random strangers on the street, only to hide behind his bodyguard.
What? Little bro, what you gonna do? What you gonna do, bro? Yeah.
It might all be fun and games for now, but Jack is only one reckless stunt away from landing himself in a potentially life-threatening situation, and the worst part about it is that he isn't even aware of it. Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we'll be diving into one of the most hated YouTubers on the platform, who honestly completely deserves all the hate he gets, Jack Doherty. We'll be looking into how he became a millionaire at the age of 15, and the many controversies that led him to become so hated.
All had nothing good to say about their experience being around Jack Doherty for like the 6 hours we were there.
Like, just by doing things that go against the social norm isn't inherently funny. You just look like a socially incompetent
an idiot.
But I would argue that he hasn't matured a day since then.
There is no way Jack looks like the cool kid in any of this.
He might be one of the biggest losers I've ever seen.
While Jack's online persona didn't always run on outrage and controversy, there was always an element of lighthearted trolling and a keen eye for viral moments as seen with his first few uploads. After creating his YouTube channel on the 15th of July 2016, Jack focused mainly on prank call videos and marker flipping videos, one of which showcased his propensity to engage with strangers for content, and the other showcased his ability to spot viral trends. Jack's first video to surpass 1 million views came in November of the same year and was titled Trick-or-Treating the Day After Halloween.
I'm gonna go to like 5 houses or so because I don't want to get in trouble or anything or make anyone look bad, you know?
Despite the video seeming a bit unusual, the audience seemed to enjoy Jack's unique spin on traditional prank content, and the views would reflect that, with the video going on to gain over 3.9 million views. A very remarkable achievement for a 13-year-old with no experience in video production. But this was only the beginning of a very successful career on YouTube. By late November, Jack reached a 1,000 subscriber milestone, and by the 17th of January 2017, Jack would create the most viewed video on his channel, titled I Flipped All of These, which racked up an astonishing 29 million views. This boosted Jack's subscriber count from 1,000 subscribers to over 10,000 in less than a week.
Yeah, I've gained over 1,000 subscribers today, which is like freaking insane. Like it's like 1,200 or something already, and it's only 3 o'clock, so in 12 hours I got like 1,000 subscribers, because from 2:30 in the morning when I hit 10K to 2:30 right now when I'm about to hit 11K. That's pretty insane.
Just 1 month later, a young and inexperienced Jack would go from 10,000 to 100,000 subscribers. While Jack had attained success on YouTube that he only could have dreamed of when he started, he knew he had to keep his content fresh to maintain that success. So with that in mind, he began hopping on viral trends such as the fidget spinner trend and the trampoline trick video trend. Jack's instincts for spotting popular trends and diversifying his content allowed him to sustain his success. But it was the push for public stunts that truly gave him the edge he needed. Uploads like his flips for a kiss at the mall and fake falling in public, which gained 10 and 2.4 million views respectively, are key examples of Jack's willingness to participate in more outgoing content. However, it was his video titled Trying Not to Get Kicked Out of Walmart, Spilled Paint that truly set the precedent for wild antics that Jack is now known for. The video starts with Jack and a few of his friends making their way to the Walmart. Upon arrival, Jack announces their intention to participate in some quote shenanigans, unquote.
Guys, so I'm here with Michael, Leslie. We're here at Walmart and everything. Yeah, so we're just gonna be like doing some like shenanigans in Walmart, guys.
What followed was Jack and his buddies fooling around with various products and going into places they shouldn't be entering.
I'm in here. Guys, I'm in the back of the fort.
Jack's Walmart tomfoolery netted him 3 million views, and since there were no consequences, it gave him the confidence to continue with this type of behavior into the future. Uploads like Flora's Lava Challenge at Walmart, kicked out, and singing Despacito on the Walmart intercom, kicked out, had over 10 million views each, and signaled to Jack that more pranks or more challenges meant more views and subscribers. A dynamic that would feed into a cycle of increasing extreme acts for the sake of subscriber growth. Speaking of which, Jack would reach the 1 million subscriber milestone on the 2nd of January 2018.
Why is everyone doing this? Two more! 1 million! Yes! Oh my gosh, look at that!
Within just 2 years of being on the platform, Jack had grown from nothing to over 1 million subscribers with several popular uploads. However, as he grew, Jack acquired a need to disregard public spaces and people for personal gain. He went from shyly going door to door asking for candy a day after Halloween to trashing Walmart with his friends. Whilst working on this video, I realized how badly people stink. And no, not in some metaphorical way, literally smell. But you know, it doesn't always have to be that way. This video's sponsor Scentbird is actively solving this problem, allowing everyone the opportunity to become the best smelling person in the entire room. Scentbird is a fragrance subscription that allows you to choose a new designer fragrance to try each month. month, all for the great value of just $17. Scentbird allows you to try a variety of designer and sort after fragrances that you normally wouldn't ever get to try without breaking the bank. Every month you can choose from over 600 perfumes, colognes, and unisex options. And these are brands like Gucci, Prada, and Versace. But you know, it goes deeper than just the brand names, with indie labels such as Skylar, Heretic, and Confessions of Rebel. People will be asking what you have on. With each fragrance, you'll get a 30-day supply so you can find your smell before committing to a full-size bottle, which could set you back up to $500. Support the channel and use code Anarchist for 55% off at Scentbird. It's just a little over $7 for your first month, available in the USA and Canada. But let's get back into the video. Sadly, messing up a few store shelves was only the start of Jack's time as a public nuisance. In February of 2018, Jack's trend writing led him to start uploading Fortnite-related content. This new format granted Jack moderate success, but that wasn't enough. So, Jack came up with the brilliant idea to add his usual trolling antics into the mix and targeted the most popular Fortnite streamer at the time, Ninja. On the 7th of March 2018, Jack published a video titled Trolling Ninja on Twitch, $1,000 donation, in which he tried to get a reaction out of Ninja by repeatedly sending donations with annoying messages.
Oh, sorry, dude.
I donated $240 to him so far. It's $200 at a time. Since you won't call me dad, I'll call you my dad. Dad, you better play with me after this one. Hey, I donated you $100, Ninja. You better respond.
Dirty, dude. I don't know, like, if you live under a rock, man. It's okay. But I don't play with people that donate, man. If that's your intention, I apologize, man. But I'm not gonna play with you because you're donating money.
He's mean.
At this point, Ninja was fed up with the trolling and decided it would be best to refund the donations, which is exactly what Jack wanted.
So he's donating a shitload of money. He's asking me to react and call me his daddy and shit for like a YouTube video. Now he's asking to play. He's like, oh, here's another 100. We better play. So I just blocked his email and now I'm refunding him because he's annoying.
That was my goal, just to annoy him.
Given how deliberately Jack goaded Ninja into responding negatively, you'd think he'd recognize that he was in the wrong, but that was far from the truth. Later that month, on the 30th of March 2018, Jack revisited the situation, this time posting an exposed video on Ninja, claiming that he was in the wrong for refunding the donations, and requesting that the video be taken down.
He DM'd me on Twitter like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, something like that, I'm not too sure. He goes, hey man, I refunded all your donations when you did that video, and also never gave you permission to use my content or any of my vids. Sorry, I use your vids, not your VODs. Can't take down my video because I never use any of your VODs, bro. Just saying. Please remove the video in the next couple of days or I will report it. You're just annoying. You just want everybody's money. Dude, I'm 14 years old. Chill, LOL. Mr. Beast made a vid donating to you and you were fine with it. Why can't I do it? The video has 1 million and it's helping the both of us. There's definitely people that subscribe to him from that video as well. I don't understand. Like, he just cares more about the money than the followers and the subscribers and anything else. Anything that has to do with money, he cares about more than the fans and all the important stuff, literally. Remove it in the next 8 hours or strike. He's just really weird. Like, he's just like being sarcastic and stuff like that. I can just tell.
It was one thing for Jack to feel entitled to a reaction from the Fortnite streamer, but for him to assume the video was somehow helping Ninja was a completely different story. Naturally, Jack wasn't satisfied with the situation and tried to pull the same stunt again, this time with Ninja's charity stream in August, but to no avail. The entire situation did two things to Jack. One, it rightfully gave Jack the label of a clout chaser trying to use the name of a bigger creator for views and recognition. Two, it taught him that getting rage-fuel reactions from people would lead to more views. Chasing ever-growing view counts and subscribers was the only thing on Jack's mind, and he didn't care how he got it. In the following months, Jack got himself into all kinds of trouble for the sole purpose of just getting higher engagement. From falling around in every Walmart he set foot in.
You ready, guys? For the therapy, boy?
Yo, I need you to get out the store.
What?
I need you to get out the store.
Oh, sorry, I was just playing around.
Off the chain. You need to get out the store.
Can we stop and we'll just buy something?
You need to get out the store.
Okay, I'll get out the store.
To allegedly getting involved in an FBI investigation for Zoom booming school classes, which essentially means hacking and disrupting a Zoom meeting.
Him along with another juvenile was on there giving him information. The video bombed the Madison classroom, and that's why Madison public schools had to shut down the use of Zoom.
For Madison?
Yes. I don't know if you got the update yesterday. They're no longer
I got
using
the
Zoom
update, but I didn't know
because
why.
Because of video bombing. bombing. And the video bombing was from his associate on YouTube.
He even got arrested for pretending to be intoxicated in front of police officers. While all these incidents are troubling in their own right, the one that stands out the most in Jack's long list of dangerous activities took place on the 22nd of November 2019, when he filmed himself taking his older brother's car for a joyride.
So I'm trying to figure out how I can get my brother to get out of his room to know that I'm stealing his car. So I'm thinking either me or my dad or Jacob goes like bang in my brother's room and say, Jack's stealing your car, Jack's stealing your car, to get his attention or something. I'm just hoping something like that could happen so he runs out, and as soon as he runs out, I'm just gonna take off down the road. Oh my gosh, he's coming! Look out, look out, look out!
Jackie!
Hi Mike, Phil. Hi Mike!
Okay, Jack, that's enough, Jack!
Michael!
This eventually became the catalyst for Jack making an appearance on the Dr. Phil show the following year, where he would be finally confronted about his reckless pranks. As you would expect, Jack wasn't open to the idea of changing his ways, and instead took every opportunity to disrespect both his father and Dr. Phil. Anyone watching the interview at the time could easily conclude that Jack was a clout-hungry brat who disregarded any figure of authority that he came across, and this only further fueled the negativity towards Jack's image, and subsequently bolstered his notoriety as more and more people began recognizing him. However, by early 2021, that quick rise in recognition didn't seem to translate into viewership, as his average video views went from 1 million views per video to only a few 100,000. It was also around this time that Jack leaned into his more spoiled rich kid persona by flexing how much money he was making, which may have put off the majority of his audience that preferred his trolling videos. Couple this with the fact that his channel was hacked in May of 2021, put Jack at an all-time low.
Okay guys, so I'm throwing this clip in after I try to post this video because I want to let you know why I haven't posted this video yet, because if you're watching this video, you know my channel got hacked. But yeah, that's basically what this video is about, but I'm throwing this clip in here to say the reason I didn't upload this video earlier is because the hacker got a strike on my YouTube channel. I'll show you right now. Channel violations, active community guideline strike. It happened. I got the strike because of the live stream that the hacker put on my channel, as you can see right here. For some reason, YouTube rejected my appeal, even though I told them it was hacked, like the XRP thing, whatever, that's what hacked my channel. Yeah, I wasn't able to upload on my channel for a week because of that.
A stagnating subscriber count, no trends to latch onto, and a fresh strike on his channel put Jack in a very uncomfortable position. He was in desperate need of a new strategy to revive his online career. Fortunately for him, Jack managed to find a strategy that worked well in terms of financial success, but it sadly did irreparable damage to his reputation and put him in several life-threatening situations. By January 2022, Jack made two major alterations to his online career. One, he created his own OF account while managing various OF models, and two, he pivoted to producing more short-form content. At a first glance, this might not seem like much, but once you look a bit deeper, you'll start to see the bigger picture. Jack's move towards creating shorts and TikTok videos meant he didn't have to spend time going out to annoy people and instead focused on creating numerous bite-sized prank or skit videos.
Alright, Sam, if I'm in this bottle on the cap, you gotta give me a kiss on the lips, but if I miss, you get $100. Deal?
Fine.
Let's go.
Get out of here!
No!
No!
That was gonna win!
Most of the shorts featured several models that Jack managed, allowing him to then funnel traffic to their respective pages and boost revenue. In addition, both TikTok and YouTube were heavily pushing short-form content, which only made it easier for Jack to reach more users. From March 2022 to December 2022, Jack's viewership on YouTube steadily grew to over 100 million views per month, and his TikTok account reached over 4 million followers. However, this new direction in Jack's career didn't mean he had to abandon his old ways of wreaking havoc on Walmart stores.
Yo, ready? Oh, right here, I'm open. Oh, fuck. Okay, ready? Oh, okay. Dude, L throw.
While 2022 proved to be a very fortunate year for his career, 2023 saw Jack making some horrible decisions for the sake of clout. In early 2023, Jack's multi-million-dollar home became the venue for various kick streamers and influencer parties. At first, it seemed like a good idea in terms of creating content from the ensuing drama, but things quickly became too hot for Jack to handle. On the 23rd of August 2023, Jack invited Neon, Fuzi, and the Island Boys over to his house in hopes hopes of capturing viral moments from the inevitable confrontations between them.
Alright guys, so basically the Island Boys, Neon, and FouseyTube, they're all coming over. I bet hell's gonna break out and it's all gonna go terrible. But drop a like, subscribe if you're new, because this is gonna be a crazy video. I can't imagine what's gonna go down. All I know is Neon said he's gonna go off on the Island Boys. A bunch of security guards are gonna be here, and I don't know, shit's just gonna get crazy. Like, I think everyone knows that, so.
Once his first guest, Fousey, arrived, so did the drama, as he would waste no time before antagonizing Jack for, quote, faking his pranks, unquote.
Fire, do you do real pranks or fake pranks? Be honest.
Yeah, it depends on the.
They're fake as shit. Be honest. Own
Depends
that
on the video,
shit.
you know, like.
Own it. Your pranks are fake.
Real. Hey, I give away money to people.
They're not real.
They're fucking real.
Giving away money to people is real, but you tell them, hey, I'm gonna do this, and they give you money.
Nah, we'll live stream it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, but all your pranks are fake.
Nah.
Yeah, they are.
Well, it depends on
Show
the
me
video.
a prank right now.
Some of the videos are skits.
Fake.
Some of the videos are skits.
That's the fakest shit ever. A skit?
All
Yeah,
right.
guys. Hey, guys, it's a skit. I know she sucked my dick on camera, but it's a skit. Your pranks are fake. I had enough balls to say it. You're 19. Own your shit.
I said some of them are. Some of them aren't.
No, which ones are real? Show me a real prank right now. Not
Why
when
you
they
say
get
my
people
pranks?
money.
It's not that deep.
It is that deep because you're trying to stand on something that's not true. You're trying to build
No,
your
I
business.
told you how it
You're
is.
trying to build your business on a lie. F your Lamborghini, f your McLaren. You're a liar.
Dude, yo, that was the craziest switch up I've ever seen in my life. Buddy went from like good shit to fuck you.
Yeah, meet the legend.
Facts. All right, I like that. Whatever. Okay.
One by one, the other guests arrived, and as their numbers rose, so did the tension between them.
Oh, Neon, you're a bitch, bro. To my face, you're a bitch. To my face, pussy.
I'm in his house telling him.
Yo, they're on the fucking Island Boy side. He wants to kiss them.
You.
Just calm down. Yo,
You.
Hey, Boozy. Hey, ask him what happened between him. Why are you pushing me?
They're good. Keep going.
All right, take his chain.
Not long after, things reached their breaking point, and Jack got a surprise he wasn't ready for.
How we can't box as a whole.
I slapped the dog shit out of you.
That didn't even hurt.
I slapped the dog shit out of you.
You punched like a bitch. I saw him back.
Events that transpired that night were unexpected, but they ended up working in Jack's favor, as the video featuring Fousey racked up an astonishing 3.9 million views. This opened Jack's eyes to just how much he had to gain from kick streamers, and with that in mind, he decided to join the platform himself to reap the benefits. There was a growing market of people who were very interested in watching heated situations like this unfold, and Jack was willing to give the people what they wanted. A few days later, Jack went live on Kick to recreate what happened with Fousey and achieved a similar result.
Hey! Oh my god. Hey, then leave. Oh, you try to. Oh. You're next though once I drop your bitch ass. Zerka won't leave my house. McKinley's literally in my room in the shower, and Zerka fucking just snuck in my room somehow. I don't know how he got in the passcode lock. Look at this guy. Look at this dog shit motherfucker. He's Fousey. He ripped my sign down, guys. Look.
Things would have been fine if he restricted these insane confrontations to the realms of his own home, but Jack wanted to know just how far he could push the envelope. By the end of September 2023, Jack tried his hand at IRL streaming on Kick with a personal bodyguard. The streams would range from harassing more cops to intentionally pushing random people on the street.
What? Little prop, what you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Jack even got his security involved in a confrontation that ended with a random partygoer getting knocked out.
Yo, just stop. Tell him stop. Tell him stop. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, yo, stop.
Everywhere Jack went, trouble and controversy were sure to follow. However, when things did get too heated, Jack would quickly cower behind his bodyguard. But sometimes that wasn't enough.
I didn't say any curse words. What'd I say?
Just watch your language.
What'd I say?
You got a stupid shirt on over there.
Yeah. Your kids can't read, though. Your kids can't read, can they?
I'm sure your kids watch.
Get away from me.
You started talking to me, buddy.
Get away from me.
You get away from me. Watch your kids. Go walk away. McKinley, back up.
What the fuck's your problem?
Jack was pushing his luck too far, and if he wasn't careful, he wouldn't be the only one that would get hurt. On the 11th of November, Jack would put his girlfriend in hospital after crashing a golf cart.
Wow, yo, just one to try to fucking crash. Ah!
Antagonizing people, engaging in dangerous stunts, and generally being offensive towards others gave Jack two things he craved most in the world: attention, and money. It didn't matter if his childish antics resulted in the entire internet hating him, as long as it drove clicks and views to his channel. Fundamentally, Jack hasn't changed much compared to when he started YouTube. He's still simply jumping from one viral trend to another, acting immaturely, and trying to provoke innocent people for clout. Just like with Ninja back in 2018, Jack is doing everything and anything in his power to annoy the people around him for the sake of making content. The only difference is that the stakes back then were much lower. Back then it was a kid throwing things around Walmart for attention. Now he's pushing grown adults on the street and messing with police officers. Considering how frequently Jack streams like this, it would only take one random person with an unusually high tendency towards violence to push Jack into a life or death situation. Somewhere down the line, Jack has to ask himself whether money and clout are worth risking his safety for. If you're interested in how Penguin Zero destroyed a psycho YouTuber, then click the video on stream. See you next time.
Zillion claimed that he had been in a wheelchair since 2011 after being involved in quite a serious car accident. In mid-2012, around a year after the incident, he'd gone create a Twitch account before gaining a reputation for his personality, gaming skills, and finally, his physical disability as a wheelchair streamer. Within months, Zillion OP had become a Twitch partner and was streaming to an audience of between 200 and 400 viewers per stream, leading to subscriptions and donations, fueled in part by Zillion's unfavorable physical circumstances. As a whole, in the beginning, there was absolutely no reason as to why the audience might assume that, for some reason, Zillion wasn't actually disabled. That would be until January 2013, approximately 6 months after beginning his streaming journey, when Zillion OP's promotional Facebook page would be hacked, creating initial suspicions that his apparent disability was nothing more than one giant hoax. The hacker, who seemed to have known Zillion personally, began publicly posting to the Facebook page in posts that confidently suggested Zillion was able to walk and was therefore a fraudster, swindling sympathy money from his audience. Don't get angry, Zillion, just walk away from the computer for a minute. I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's a chip-in button for a charity. Let me steal your money, maybe. We're not like you, sir. We wouldn't mess with your PayPal. Unlike you, we're above stealing money from those in need. Hey guys, I'm sick. Donate to me to pay my hospital bills. I'm giving away a keyboard that was given to me by another fool who doesn't care that I scam my viewers for money. Hi guys, who wants to raise money for some kids? Daddy needs a new set of legs. Did some squats tonight, my thighs are on fire. Please stop DDoSing my legs. In spite of these posts hinting that Zillion was a fraud, the hacker didn't post any actual evidence proving that this was in fact the case. Therefore, Zillion's Facebook audience simply assumed that the hacker was a troll who was using the opportunity to publicly mock Zillion's handicapped status. However, in light of these posts, the audience would notice that Zillion did have a history of engaging in fraudulent activity for his own personal gain. For example, on the 10th of January 2013, just 10 days before his Facebook was hacked, he'd be banned on Diablo 3 as a result of beginning his stream whilst having a botting script active. The incident will be shared to Reddit, where it received over 700 upvotes, with a post also explaining that Zillion lied to his audience about the ban, stating that it was for account sharing as opposed to the reality for botting. Although the craziest comment on this entire post was without a doubt this one. It makes me question whether he is really in a wheelchair. Maybe it's all just part of the act to garner sympathy. While this comment was only speculation at the time, only 4 months later, on the 5th of April 2013, something would happen while Zillion was streaming, proving this Reddit comment correct whilst ending Zillion's entire career in the process.
Watch, check it out. Get on your mount and follow me.
Maybe I don't want to follow you.
When it's easily outgeared.
Our dog, oh my god, we took our dog, like to the fish shop today because the dog loves just like going out and meeting new people. We constantly have to take him to like, and I was like, oh, this is so cute, like he's cuddling with me because he's scared.
If you believe that actions speak louder than words, Zillion turning his camera downwards to hide his empty wheelchair was basically the same as him saying, I've just exposed myself doing something that I definitely shouldn't have been doing. His girlfriend seemed to realize this as well. She was the one in the background of the call telling the story about their dog. The second Zillion gets up, she pauses mid-sentence, then lets out a very panicked oh my god,
Our dog, oh my god.
before going on to tell some very rushed, possibly improvised story about heading to the fish shop earlier that day. After Zillion's camera was turned away from his empty wheelchair, the stream would end. However, the chat would continue to discuss what they had just seen, and seemingly in a state of panic, Zillion joined the discussion by both gaslighting and lying to his audience about what had just happened. WTF, did Zill just stand LOL? No, I fell. I pushed off my chair and ate it. Oh my gosh, Zill. I'm gonna say, it did look rushed, possibly improvised story about heading to the fish shop earlier that day. After Zillion's camera was turned away from his empty wheelchair, the stream would end. However, the chat would continue to discuss what they had just seen, and seemingly in a state of panic, Zillion joined the discussion by both gaslighting and lying to his audience about what had just happened. WTF, did Zill just stand LOL? No, I fell. I pushed off my chair and ate it. Oh my gosh, Zill. I'm gonna say, it did look like you stood up. Is he alright? LOL. He got back to the keyboard. He is okay. I'm pissed and in pain. Wait, so the stream's over? I need to fix myself. And my dog dumped water on everything. I will try and be back. It hurts to breathe. I hit my side on the corner of the desk. Poor Zill. I'm gonna die for a few. I will try to be back soon. Is he walking? Yeah, he stood up and walked, then the camera went off. The viewer known as Indie Rocker, who had written this final message, would then take to Reddit shortly thereafter, continuing the discussion around what had just happened. Indie Rocker here. Felt so gypped when I saw him stand up and walk. Called it out and all my comments were deleted straight away. Wish I hadn't donated money to this guy. Zillion deleting any comments calling him out instantly suggested that he was guilty. His story didn't exactly add up either. If he had really fallen out of his seat, how was he able to get up and move the camera so that it was no longer facing the empty wheelchair? Additionally, after the VOD was clipped, viewers noticed that Zillion walked away without any problems, as seen in the reflection of the fish tank behind him, and in the wake of this discovery, the fraudulent moment will be shared to every corner of the internet. The person who originally hacked Zillion's Facebook page would also find the clip, prompting him to log into the page once again before making another hacked post which stated, "So, what a day. I wake up to be informed of what has happened. I read all the articles, all I can say is karma. You deserve everything you have coming to you, Zillion. I do hope you put those legs to use and get a real job. You owe a lot of people money now. What I find funniest about this is your terrible cover-up of it all. The streaming business is a much better place without creeps like you in it. Oh, and by the way, this isn't James. It's Matt in brackets Hypno, you fool, with Hypno being an old friend that Zillion used to stream with from around 1 year prior. However, an I told you so hacked Facebook status was only the beginning of the repercussions against Zillion OP. When Twitch would learn of the fraudulent activity, his account would be banned permanently, with an official statement by Twitch reading, "The Twitch broadcaster Zillion OP did indeed have his channel closed and his partnership contract terminated on the basis of fraud. Moving forward, we'll be offering refunds to those who subscribe to his channel through Twitch. We have zero tolerance for this type of behavior, and the character demonstrated in this situation is truly reprehensible. His actions are a huge slap in the face to Twitch community members with real disabilities such as Aaron, and groups such as Able Gamers, who have helped spread a message of inclusiveness and positivity to not only the Twitch community, but gaming as a whole." However, this was still only the surface of what would become the Zillion OP disability rabbit hole. In July 2013, just 3 months after his massive expose, a user by the name of Inigo Montoya TV would upload a video titled "Zillion and Panthoria Meet OMFG," in which Zillion can be seen standing up straight with seemingly no need for any wheelchair assistance.
There's Zillion. He has legs. We got Zillion. It should be. It's live. They're gonna go nuts. They're gonna be like, "What, Zillion?" Because no one's seen you since it went. He has no beard. Look at this. No beard. Look at how much he lifts.
Interestingly, Zillion had also shaved his beard, making him almost unrecognizable, which might have been a deliberate move to avoid further public humiliation. The beard would make a comeback when Zillion started streaming on Hitbox TV in 2015. However, he'd find little success given his obliterated reputation, so there was really no discussion about the streamer for 7 whole years between 2013 and 2020. However, this would change once again when the internet would discover a channel that looked suspiciously familiar, going by the name of It's Bluish. The streamer running this suspicious page was clearly Zillion, and it would hilariously be the person who originally hacked his Facebook page in 2013, who would once again expose him on the livestream fail subreddit in a post reading, "Streamer Zillion OP banned for faking a disability, has returned under a new alias and just got partnered." However, this is where the story takes a bit of an interesting turn. With Zillion having somewhat of an audience once again, he'd begin to put forward numerous pieces of evidence showing that he had actually been in a wheelchair wheelchair during the early days of his streaming career. In one notable moment, he'd pull up his Facebook before showing numerous wheelchair photos whilst out in public just prior to beginning his streaming journey.
My beard's much shorter there. I was in a wheelchair beforehand. Me at concerts, me out traveling, me out doing everything. This was just like I was in a wheelchair. I did get better, and I am obviously no longer in a wheelchair.
Unless for some reason Zillion had lived a year of his life in a wheelchair for the sole purpose of looking disabled prior to beginning his streaming journey, it was basically confirmed that Zillion was most certainly disabled, or at least had been temporarily. This is where Wavy Websurf comes into the mix, who's another YouTuber here on the platform. Many of you will already know exactly who he is, but we'll still leave a link to his channel in the description below. After Wavy Websurf would learn of Zillion's return in June 2020, in conjunction with the newly found evidence that Zillion was disabled at least to some degree, Wavy Websurf would conduct an hour-long interview with Zillion to get the full story from his perspective. Throughout the interview, it feels as though Zillion is speaking in a way that's truthful. It doesn't feel like he's trying to hide anything. So under the assumption that this whole discussion wasn't yet another lie, here's what they discovered. Firstly, Zillion wasn't lying about either the car accident or needing to be in a wheelchair.
I was in a wheelchair for 2 years. I was in a car accident, which put me in a wheelchair for more than a year prior to streaming.
And therefore, the disability was never fabricated out of the blue in order to gain extra donations.
And, you know, with these Facebook photos, that just by you showing those photos that you created a fake, you know, disabled personality, that's completely not true. And
the problem was that at some point in the journey, there was clearly a shift from not being able to walk to being able to walk.
When I started streaming, I needed it like completely.
Okay.
It was my 100% go-to. If I needed to go to the bathroom, I was getting out of my bed, pushing myself in a chair and going to the bathroom.
However, none of this was disclosed by Zillion at any time. Therefore, he'd conclude that his lack of explanation about where he was at in his journey was one of his biggest shortcomings.
Do you feel like you screwed up in the sense that, like, when you are integrating your disability so much in stream that it may have put off a certain image that you were wheelchair bound when you weren't? Are you willing to admit that perhaps not updating people was a mistake there?
It was my biggest mistake, not updating people. I should have been open about the recovery from day one. My wheelchair is part of my stream, and it's something where people see me do wheelies and something people see me stuck in. I should 100% have been like, hey guys, today at physical therapy, I walked 2 steps.
Yeah. That would have helped.
What an exciting day for me, and I didn't say a damn thing.
The way that Zillion talks about his past mistakes clearly shows that he's learned his lesson. He knows that he approached it terribly. Yet, despite his clear remorse for what you might call the mismanagement of the situation, Twitch would still remove his new It's Bluish account for ban evasion. It seems a little unfair given his clear display of remorse, as well as the fact that it happened over 9 years ago now. However, it did seem like Twitch was in the process of unbanning his OG Zillion account, so perhaps he'll have another opportunity to do his stream the right way in the future.
I'm gonna spend the next 7 days buried alive under 20,000.
Zillion claimed that he had been in a wheelchair since 2011 after being involved in quite a serious car accident. In mid-2012, around a year after the incident, he'd go on to create a Twitch account before gaining a reputation for his personality.
Any question about my personal life, ban them. No, I don't got any friends, dude. No person deserves this kind of ridicule. Like, I hate my f***ing life at this point. My grandma's dying. I spend my entire life sitting in this room. I had $1,400 worth of chargebacks come out, and all you do is get picked on and criticized. That's my life. Most of you guys would crack under the stress that these people put me through. I just want to escape the bullying. I do. People make fun of me and pick at me. I'm pretty much defeated in every aspect of my life. You know, I have no self-esteem to begin with, and I feel like nobody loves me, but guess what? It's okay. He's an easy target.
If you haven't heard of his name before, I guarantee you're definitely not going to forget it from this point onwards.
I detest this game. I hate you too. Come on! Honestly, can you stop, Cuzzo? Ban everybody that says I got on. I'm done. I'm sorry, I'm done with the stream.
Geordie Jordan aka Wings of Redemption was born on the 21st of April 1986 into what you might call unfortunate circumstances. His birth had been the result of a teenage pregnancy, and due to the young age of his parents, Geordie would be raised with the help of his grandparents in their trailer park home. At the age of 2, his father, an alcoholic, would abandon the family entirely, giving us a pretty clear idea of the unfortunate means by which Wings of Redemption had been brought into the world. However, while the circumstances were far from desirable, as Geordie Jordan entered school, he would begin to excel in sports, claiming to be one of the most athletic people in his class. That would be until a physically gifted foreign exchange student joined his year, placing Geordie in second place for most school sporting events. In order to counteract this, Geordie explained that he began to eat more during dinner time under the assumption that it would help him grow faster, hopefully giving him a physical advantage over his opponents. However, this would cause Geordie to begin gaining excessive weight, ultimately leading to a sporting underperformance and isolation into the fantasy world of video games. In the process of this, his family, including his brother and single mum, would move from his grandparents' trailer park home into low-income government housing, where Geordie Jordan would continue to gain weight while further isolating himself from society. By the age of 14, he had reached approximately 240 pounds or 110 kilograms, also being diagnosed with bipolar and social anxiety disorder, adding to the isolation even further. To counteract this, Geordie Jordan would begin to take on various low-skilled jobs in order to get out of the house more often, as well as earn himself a little bit of income. In his late teens, he would take on various positions such as working at a video rental store, a supermarket as a 911 operator, and even as a Domino's pizza delivery driver. However, he found many these to be boring and unstimulating, often leading him to quit within only 2 weeks of starting. However, at the age of 18, Geordie Jordan would finally get into a position which he was able to hold for some period of time, specifically a job working for a company by the name of Metglass.
What I did at Metglass is I was an overhead crane operator for blast furnaces that basically poured liquid metal and things out, kind of like Terminator 2.
While working at Metglass in 2007, Geordie and another friend by the name of Z7 Taylor would play Call of Duty in the evenings, also starting to regularly watch sniper montages over on YouTube. In the process, Geordie thought about making his own videos, however, given his busy work schedule, would dismiss the idea as he had minimal time for doing so. However, in 2008, an event would occur that presented itself as a negative in the beginning, however would turn out to be a huge turning point in his life, the global financial crisis. Geordie explained that since he was one of the more expensive employees at Metglass, he was one of the first to lose their job as business profits began to tumble.
They started laying people off, and one of the people that got laid off was me because I was one of the newer employees, and I was also getting paid more than most of the employees on the flag factory floor.
He would then be put on government unemployment payments, which in combination with his previous employment history seemed to dampen Geordie Jordan's confidence in relation to his ability to hold down a job working for someone else.
If you think I could hold a job down, you're kidding yourself. The reason I don't get a job is I can't hold one down.
However, there was one advantage to come out of this whole situation. Suddenly, Geordie Jordan had all the time in the world. His friend Z7 Taylor had started making his own Call of Duty videos, and noticing the success of them,
because I seen Taylor and his channel and I love reading the comments, so I'm like, damn.
He would order a HD PVR capture card and begin to record his own high-definition Call of Duty videos in his newly found free time. Geordie Jordan would then register a YouTube channel under the name Wings of Redemption, taking the name from an inscription on King Tut's tomb which stated, "Death shall come quick on swift wings to him who disturbs the peace of the king." But while making a brand new channel was extremely exciting for Wings of Redemption, he wouldn't even make it past his first video before embroiling himself in some level of controversy. In his very first video, Wings felt the need to stick up for a Call of Duty strategy known as camping, where the player would stay in one location for a prolonged period of time and wait for players to come to him instead of the other way around.
Some people think I'm a camper, which I am a camper.
The strategy was common but often frowned upon by players who were more aggressive, and as a result, his comment section would fill up by many who opposed his playstyle. However, on the opposite end of the spectrum, people also respected Wings for his honesty and his unapologetic nature towards the strategies that he preferred, and as a result, he began to build an audience. Given the almost non-existent competition on YouTube at the time, Wings would quickly become one of the fastest growing creators on the platform, and with such he began to gain the attention of other large Call of Duty YouTubers, specifically one by the name of Woody's Gamertag.
Hi. This is Woody, the unexceptional gamer, and I make Call of Duty videos designed to help my unexceptional brethren do better in the game.
Woody's game tag had begun YouTube at around the same time as Wings, and in order for them to share their audience with one another, they would begin to post dual commentary videos.
Hey guys, it's Woody the Unexceptional Gamer, and I'm doing a dual com with Wings of Redemption today.
Also starting a podcast together by the name of Painkiller Already, or PKA for short.
Hello guys, this is Painkiller Already, and I'm your host, Jordy Jordan, aka known as Wings of Redemption, for anybody else who can't put two and two together.
In this podcast, Wings would continue with his strong opinions and unapologetic attitude on topics relating to Call of Duty. However, with such, would also begin to gain a reputation as a guy who would constantly respond to those who shared differing opinions. While Wings' goal was to subdue the negative feedback by responding to it, it instead seemed to amplify it, as his audience noticed that the best way to get attention from Wings was to simply leave a negative comment, which Wings often struggled to ignore. In addition to this, Wings would begin to show his face more regularly in his videos, prompting negative comments in relation to his weight. However, despite clearly being on the heavier side, his subscriber count was mediated by his gameplay rather than his physical appearance, and by August 2011, Wings of Redemption had peaked as the 281st most subscribed channel on all of YouTube, with a little over 300,000 subscribers, and for all intents and purposes, Wings of Redemption's YouTube channel seemed to be chugging along just fine. That would be until the 67th episode of the Painkiller Already podcast, where the tragedy of Wings of Redemption would really set into motion after one of, if not the most notorious Call of Duty events in YouTube history. To spice things up on this episode of the podcast, Woody and Wings would invite another streamer and YouTuber on by the name of Syndicate, who Woody described to be
the best Call of Duty Zombies player on the planet.
Possibly feeling subconsciously threatened by Syndicate's channel and Call of Duty skill, Wings was, quote, wildly disrespectful to Syndicate throughout the stream.
I could put up a fight against, in like COD 4, Modern Warfare 2, World at War, but then throw me against Black Ops.
You would get destroyed in World at War. I have never lost.
In addition to this, Wings would go ahead and state that
He says that he'd be much better at zombies on his first game. He doesn't even play zombies, but if he were to, he'd be much better than the best player on the planet.
In order to settle the dispute, Wings and Syndicate would agree to 1v1 each other in multiplayer.
What, you gonna go M16s on Bog right now?
That could go. I'd do it for the fun of it. I'd go for it.
Let's do it.
So what map are we playing?
With game rules that favored Wings as opposed to Syndicate.
He lays it all out there, so it's to his advantage.
Just to top it all off, the match was hosted on USA servers, favoring Wings and giving Syndicate a massive disadvantage due to lag as he was located in the UK. There was no way that Wings could possibly lose this match, as the odds were completely stacked in his favor, or so he thought. The winner would be the first player to reach 30 kills, or whoever had the most kills at the 10-minute mark. After 9 minutes of intense back and forth, Syndicate had 13 kills, while Wings only had 9 with less than a minute remaining. Realizing that there was no way he could catch up, Wings would announce that
yeah, I probably won't be on Painkiller Already again.
Which was followed by events that I think are best experienced by simply watching the real footage.
Wings, did you spawn in?
I broke my controller.
You broke your controller?
Yeah, keep laughing, you. Why the you stream that shit?
It was your idea.
No, I didn't say stream it.
In front of 7,000 live viewers, after hours of trash talk, Wings was humiliated with 9 kills as opposed to Syndicate's 14. Jordy's reaction led his audience to realize one simple thing. Wings of Redemption was not this famous Call of Duty hero who took a romantic risk by starting YouTube. No, he was an immature man-child who happened to catch the Call of Duty YouTube wave while living on unemployment. The difference between his online persona and true personality had finally shone through, and in case Wings' reputation hadn't deteriorated enough already, this was really only the beginning. Syndicate would post a screenshot to his Twitter the following day, displaying a conversation in which Wings had requested that they play again in a fixed match, where Syndicate would let Wings win with the goal of restoring Jordy's reputation. The screenshot would end with Syndicate stating, "You want to come out on top of this situation, you just made it 10 times worse," as well as, "No way Wings, you just blew it big time." Wings' videos would then begin to fill with comments regarding his childish reaction to the loss. However, rather than rectifying it by stating that Syndicate won fair and square, Wings would paint himself as the victim of the situation, stating that the reason he didn't win the match was because Woody hadn't set the rules correctly. In addition to this, he would upload videos talking about the many problems that he'd been dealing with, uploaded with the assumed goal of garnering sympathy from his viewer base.
There'd been so much stress with sub box breaking, the view count thing, the losing the 1v1, all the haters all the loss of subs, I've actually gained 20 pounds because all I've been doing is worrying and eating, worrying and eating.
The problem was that attempting to garner sympathy ended up having the opposite effect on his reputation, as the approval seeking did nothing but display his overwhelming lack of confidence. This lack of personal confidence also began to manifest itself in videos where Wings would talk about his weight, stating that he had gained approximately 100 pounds from comfort eating since his reputation began to decline. In order to combat this, Wings would move in with a newer member of the PKA podcast, Kyle, where Kyle would act as his personal trainer, giving him an exercise routine and cooking him healthy food for every single meal. Kyle had even spent $5,000 to rebuild his shower.
And if he was going to live with me, we would have to put in a new shower. So construction began the next day on a $5,000 shower,
stating that it would have been too small for Wings to fit in. However, despite Kyle putting in an incredible effort to help Wings, after only a week, Wings had requested to leave. Kyle convinced him to stay for another 3 weeks, leaving after having lost an impressive 40 pounds. Upon returning home, Geordie would hire a personal trainer, however, problematically, given his lack of discipline and the return to his old environment, Wings would gain the weight back in the few weeks following his return home. Despite having left Kyle's house, this wouldn't be the last time that they hung out. Approximately 5 months later, the 3 main members of the PKA podcast, being Woody, Kyle, and Wings, agreed to go on a survival-style camping trip in the woods together. Kyle traveled 3 hours from his house to the location at which they agreed to meet, which was followed by a call to Wings checking to see how far away he was. This would be the point at Woody and Kyle's continually compassionate attitude towards Wings would finally dissipate.
I'm driving in the night before. Let me give old Wings a call, make sure we're all good to go here, you know. Call him up, say, hey man, you ready to do this thing? I'm driving in now, about 3 hours from the place. What are you up to? He's like, I'm not going. What? What do you mean? I'm not coming. When were you going to tell me? I'm telling you right now.
Wings had left Kyle and Woody to camp by themselves, resulting in Wings alienating his final 2 YouTube friends and ultimately being kicked off the PKA podcast.
Yeah, so we've decided, it was a group decision, we decided that Wings of Redemption wasn't going to continue with us on the show for at least the foreseeable future. He's got a lot of stuff that he needs to work out before he's, up to par with what we need from him. He's having a hard time. And he's made some decisions that we didn't feel were so friendly. So for the time being, we're gonna continue without him.
It would then become apparent that Wings was questioning whether or not he wanted to continue as a YouTuber, stating that he would like to quit YouTube. However, the status it provided made such a decision extremely difficult.
I know what I need to do. What I need to do is quit YouTube and move on with my life. But at the same time, this is the high point so far in my life. It's hard to walk away from having access to 50,000 people, basically being able to get advice at any time of the day, any day of the week. Hard to walk away from, being somebody of importance to going back into a world where you're nobody.
However, perhaps the end of Geordie's YouTube channel was out of his control, because by this point, his subscriber count had already begun to decline. The release of Black Ops, Modern Warfare 3, Black Ops 2, as well as the increasing simplicity of creating video content meant that Wings had substantially more competition for the videos that he was creating. With a dying channel and absolutely no one else to turn to, Wings would begin to upload variety videos on games such as Fallout and Final Fantasy in a desperate attempt to slow the death of his channel.
Welcome everybody. Welcome to my Fallout 4 playthrough.
He would also attempt to recapture his old fame by covering Call of Duty drama and starting a new podcast called The Podcast Show with other washed up Call of Duty streamers like Whiteboy 7th Street. However, these would also fail to slow the death of his channel. In addition to all of this, Wings would break up with a girl he had been dating at the time by the name of Brandy, which depressed him even further, dropping his motivation to lower and lower levels. From this, Wings of Redemption would move over to Twitch, stating that it required less editing, and through donations and subscriptions, he was able to make more money than he ever could while on YouTube. And while this was a positive, in a strange backwards kind of way, this extra income would come to him alongside an equivalent amount of emotional stress and further unexpected problems. The lack of editing and live nature of the streams meant that Wings' personality was on full display, warts and all. This meant that if something annoyed him within the game, there was no way to simply cut it out as he had on YouTube, and anyone watching was able to record whatever reaction Wings happened to have. Wings would break controllers, complain extensively,
Headache, I'm hot, my sugar's low, somebody drank all my Pepsis,
as well as constantly rage. As a result, channels began to pop up such as Sean Ranklin, Xbottle, and Gulag Kingpin, all of which devoted to uploading Wings of Redemption's worst moments. This created a meme community around trolling Wings, where viewers would often recreate his most common actions, such as banning subscribers from the chat, drinking Pepsi, and eating Wendy's chili, done for the sole purpose of getting videos for these specific troll channels.
Because if I talk about anything on everything, there's a video made about it and there's 20,000 people laughing at me, or there's a podcast with 100,000 viewers.
All of this would lead up to an apex in a stream on one unassuming night in late 2017, at which point Wings would do something which many consider to be the most iconic moment in the history of Wings of Redemption. The livestream started like any other. However, as with many of his streams, it wouldn't be long before half the lobby was there purely to stream snipe and annoy Geordie Jordan.
Ah, damn it, dude.
As the night progressed, the stream sniping only got worse. Then, in order to combat the stream snipers, his viewers suggested that he appear offline, to which Geordie responded with,
Look here! Look, listen! Appearing offline does not stop it, so stop giving advice you know nothing about.
possibly paving the way for the breakdown which he was about to have. The stream sniping continued, and feeling helpless to the circumstances he had found himself in, Wings of Redemption would respond with the following.
I don't know when I'll stream again. I really need to make this money. I really wanted to get this surgery, man. I wanted it so bad. I just can't do it. I can't take this no more, man. All I wanted to do was, like, I was lonely. I wanted to just stream and have a good time, have a good game. I hate my life.
The clip has gained 2.6 million views to this day, and just like his last rage, the clip would go on to continually haunt him. However, unlike his last rage, where he would have to simply deal with comments, this time around, his trolls would go to much more effort, joining his games in order to play the content through the speaker.
Look here! Look, listen! Appearing offline does not stop, so stop giving...
Alright, your boy, did you invite him?
While giving more fuel to the growing number of troll channels. One of these channels goes by the name of Liquid Richard, who has to date uploaded 4 full-length professionally produced albums, all of which being made from the stupid things that Wings has said over the years, which is especially hilarious as the music is unironically extremely well made and entertaining. From the point of his notorious COD World War II rage, the Wings of Redemption cycle continued over and over again. He would do something stupid, attempt to prove that he was in the right, resulting in even more trolls. Or he would attempt to improve his life in some way or another, fail miserably, and be publicly ridiculed by his detractors. He would get weight loss surgery in Mexico, apparently lose 100 pounds, never prove it, and still look the exact same 2 years later. He would continue to ban trolls from the chat, giving them the exact attention they desired, ensuring that they rejoin at a later date on a second account.
Exotic's been banned 9 times. Him giving his free Twitch Prime to me is not going to stop him from being banned at this point.
It was as if, in every situation, it was impossible for Wings of Redemption to choose a response that wouldn't end in complete and utter catastrophe. Seemingly consistent with the overwhelming misfortune in Geordie Jordan's life, only 2 months ago, on the 26th of July 2021, his Twitch partnership would be revoked for breaking Exhibit D of the content guidelines, as explained on a Wings of Redemption YouTube livestream titled Twitch Fallout.
Twitch took my partnership away today for Exhibit D.
Geordie then stated that he may leave the internet and get a real job.
Everybody in the chat's telling me to get a job, and, you know, that's a possibility.
However, if his past has taught us anything, the chance of that actually happening is unbelievably low. Wings continues to stream on YouTube, however the dislike ratio and a short look at the chat gives us a pretty good idea of how many people are there for no other reason but to continue to troll him. I was watching a video created by one of my favorite YouTubers the other day, Exerbia, who included a line in his video Thoughts from Your Deathbed, which I think runs incredibly true to the tragic tale of Wings of Redemption. The hard road was easy, while the easy road was hard. Wings of Redemption has spent his entire life attempting to walk the easy road, avoiding anything that would result in short-term adversity. However, through seeking comfort, he's ironically transformed his life into a complete and utter tragedy. It's as if you can't really avoid the tragedy of life, but the choice we get is whether or not we want to experience the tragedy now by our own voluntary admission, or whether we ignore what we need to do and have the tragedy happen to us later down the road, as is what happened in the case of Wings of Redemption. His videos have become the purest form of cancerous clickbait. Who misses when LEA used to play the actual game instead of just showing characters dancing and emoting for 10 minutes? Why on earth would I watch one of his videos when I have no idea what's in it because the thumbnail and title are blatant lies? LEA has now become an insufferable Fortnite clickbait. His face and his thumbnails with them over-the-top reactions just make me want to put my fist through the screen. Why does LEA get so much hate? LEA is clickbaiting the out of his videos. He abuses it like there's no tomorrow. The epitome of trash YouTube. He's never actually given away any views. It's been a long journey, but I guess it's coming to an end.
I'm seeing a lot of YouTube content not doing quite as well as it normally would at the beginning of the season.
During his peak month in March 2018, LEA gained a whopping 207 million views. His bass boosted intro appeared in every Fortnite meme video across YouTube. People respected his opinion on whatever game he happened to be discussing, and his Fortnite content was at peak relevance. However, in recent times, following a fairly linear decline in popularity, LEA's viewership has dropped to around 15 million views per month. This is 90 to 95% fewer than at his peak. And while 15 million views per month is still pretty reasonable, comparative to his own past performance, the last time LEA received only 15 million views in a month was July 2012, over 9 years ago. There's no doubt about it, LEA has fallen from grace. And when considering how many people grew to hate him over the course of his career, we have to ask, was LEA a misunderstood positive creator who was simply forgotten about as better, more creative content took its place? Or was his demise a case of raw karma coming back to haunt him after years of clickbaiting his audience? Well, I want you to keep in mind one specific thing while you watch this video. LEA's YouTube relevancy was heavily tied to the popularity of the game he was playing. There's no coincidence that LEA and Ninja's viewership graph look like this side by side, both of which having two very similar peak months at 200 million views each. They were playing the same game with the same audience. However, Fortnite wasn't the first game where LEA had experienced this phenomena. In fact, LEA had gained over 9 million subscribers before Fortnite had even been released. Beforehand, he had been a Call of Duty YouTuber who covered updates, game announcements, and general news dating all the way back to 2010.
Hello everyone, I'm LEA or Alistair, and this is the second nuke I get in a row.
LEA would begin to experience this same scenario where his viewership would fluctuate based on something completely out of his control, how popular Call of Duty was. It should also be noted that since LEA was covering news and announcements within the game, the only people watching were going to be the current player base. If he were making something like gameplays, even people who were no longer playing the game might have checked in occasionally to be entertained by the skill, but when covering specific updates, the only people interested are going to be the people playing the game at that current time. This whole phenomena also seemed to be the reason for why he eventually stopped making Call of Duty videos in the first place, stating my Fortnite videos would get more views in the first few hours than a COD video would do in a day.
I was struggling making content, the views were not very good, and at the end...
This was also observable by looking at his graphs. By 2017, as the interest in Call of Duty declined with every new release, we can see that LEA's views dropped from around 50 million in 2015 and 2016 to around 20 million in 2017. Was the quality of the content getting worse? No, there was simply less interest in the topic. So understandably, when Fortnite was released, he saw an opportunity to jump ship. LEA did so, but once again made a deal with the devil, being that his viewership would be directly tied to the popularity of Fortnite. However, LEA's game switch also created a new problem that would eventually contribute to his demise.
Yeah, there was definitely some backlash from the Call of Duty community when I decided to depart ways and go towards Fortnite. You left COD. How could you do this to us?
Upon leaving Call of Duty, LEA's reputation took a bit of a hit, as much of his audience began to dislike him for departing COD for Fortnite with the goal of gaining more views. Now, the game change made sense from LEA's perspective. Only 2 months into making Fortnite content, his monthly viewer count had tripled. Unfortunately, his Call of Duty audience was slightly less rational and saw it as somewhat of a betrayal, with some Reddit comments stating, "He did exactly that. He forgot about the fans that made him as big as he is." This began what would be the early stages of a universal dislike towards LEA, and once a few people start, it doesn't seem to take long for a whole group of people to jump on the bandwagon, and suddenly that number grows purely because their friend hates him. However, there were further reasons as to why people were losing respect for LEA. After switching to Fortnite, he would cover updates, general news, and future announcements for the game, just as he had with Call of Duty. This worked extremely well as people were constantly desperate to know about what was going to be put in the game next, often helping LEA to gain up to 8 million views by simply talking about new additions to the game.
It's update day in Fortnite and loads of things have been added. I'm gonna let you guys know everything that's new.
However, the part that started to erode his reputation and turn more of the community against him was that LEA would go all out with the clickbait. Many of the most viewed videos on LEA's channel display a complete lie of a thumbnail. New secret chests found in Fortnite, displaying a chest that wasn't in the game. The Hulk challenge in Fortnite, when the Hulk wasn't even in the game. Opening the secret bunker, what's inside, when the bunker couldn't even be opened.
Misleading title, Photoshop, misleading thumbnail. This is exactly what's wrong with YouTube in my opinion. It's so easy to game the algorithm.
There were even posts on Reddit with around 400 upvotes stating, "The one thing I can't stand with LEA is his Fortnite thumbnails and how fake they are. All he ever does is put OMG or insane in his title and puts fake ass stuff as the picture. I used to be a fan of his until he became the most clickbait guy of all time. I cannot stand him." Upon clicking on any of these videos, you would be greeted with an over-the-top, excessively happy, ingenuine persona.
Welcome everyone to another Fortnite Friday. I am
We've talked about this in another video, but I like to use the example of Ninja. People liked him in the beginning because he was genuine. When he was happy, he was happy. When he was annoyed, he was annoyed. When he felt toxic, he was toxic. People respected it as he was willing to show warts and all. However, LEA gave off a different vibe. He was constantly smiling, everything was exciting, always with a high-pitched, "Oh, what's gonna happen next" kind of aura. Now this might be a little far-fetched, but I think people can sense that humans aren't really like this and therefore dismiss this kind of personality as fake and unlikable. In relation to this, one Reddit user stated, "Yes, every time I open trending gaming on YouTube and see his fake OMG expression face, I want to vomit." However, there is one exception to the rule. It works with children. It's LEA, the most cancerous person on YouTube. Nobody but 13-year-olds care for his opinions. By observing his thumbnails, titles, and persona, people quickly figured out that his audience was almost exclusively kids. Now this has contributed to his demise in a few different interesting ways. From a reputation standpoint, people seem to have a natural dislike towards creators who simply appeal to a younger audience. Perhaps it's because there's an underlying vibe that young audiences are the low-hanging fruit of YouTube and will simply watch anything, or maybe there's a touch of jealousy and resentment for the fact that most creators with a young audience simply get insane view counts owing to the massive pool of kids on YouTube. Additionally, viewers who are older seem to distance themselves from creators who have a young audience because they don't want to admit that they enjoy content that's pandered towards children. Now these are some reasons for why having a young audience damages a creator's reputation, but the other problem is that with enough time, children eventually get older and become teenagers and adults. We saw a similar phenomena when examining the downfall of Stampy. The whole video was summed up with a comment being that Stampy didn't have a downfall, we all just grew up. Fortnite is pushing 4 years old now, meaning that the 13-year-olds that might have been enjoying LEA's clickbaity content towards the beginning of the game are now pushing 16 or 17 years old and have more than likely moved on to more mature creators. In time, the 11-year-olds who were the early fans of LEA will be 21 years old, and unless the content changes, they will no longer be interested in the videos being produced. As one Reddit comment stated, well, there's no chance you watch Allier videos if you're 16 or older. But what made it worse was that Allier also seemed to be scamming his young audience to some extent. In a video titled "Fortnite sent me a secret package, what's inside?", Allier would unbox a bunch of different Fortnite merchandise items while pinning a comment stating, "Let me know which prize you'd like to win," leading to 300,000 comments on a 6 million view video. Additionally, Allier would state,
Finally, make sure you subscribe to the channel so I can get in touch with all the winners once they've been decided.
which was once again a blatant lie, as YouTube isn't a social media like Twitter where you can just get in touch with a subscriber. Penguin Zero, or Critical, was the first person to cover this topic in a video titled Allier, Master of Clickbait and Scams, which spread the negative reputation of Allier even further.
And in a nutshell, Allier is what it looks like when you sell your soul to make money. He's YouTube's premier clickbaiter for children. He'll play whatever games just really pop.
Following this, other commentary channels jumped in on the trend, spreading the hate exponentially.
His YouTube name is Ali A, and he makes some of the most shallow and money-grubbing gaming content on YouTube.
Eventually, if you picked a random player out of the population and asked them what they thought of Allier, it was the same response every time: "I hate his videos."
Now, if you bring up Allier in a conversation, a lot of people don't like him.
I mean, come on. On most YouTubers' first video, there'll always be a comment stating 00, a legend was born. But on Allier's first video, the top comment is 00, a meme was born. Allier's reputation could be summed up into 3 words: he wasn't respected. However, another thing that Allier had to come to terms with, ultimately adding to his demise, was the lack of rewatchability on his channel. Many channels can stay afloat for months or even years after an initial blow-up period simply because the content is timeless. In the Fortnite space, C-Day is a good example of this. Many of his videos from 1 to 2 years ago are still hilarious and easily watchable, despite the fact that the game has changed substantially, because the gameplay and editing underpins the quality of the video. He still gains over 100,000 views per day, despite the fact that he hasn't uploaded in a year and a half. But with Allier's content, a video about an update or a new skin that came out 2 years ago is completely useless in today's environment. Allier's style requires him to churn out constant videos on novel parts of the game, but the issue with this is that most of the videos are totally irrelevant after about a month. With a creator like Noah's Noah, you have comments on almost every video along the lines of "Noah's Noah is the only reason I'm still watching Fortnite," and that's because his content continues to appeal to people who no longer play the game. Similar to C-Day, the content is underpinned by comedy, unique editing, and specifically entertainment, as opposed to Allier's informative videos, which appeal to only the current player base. All of this also assumes that there's even a demand to know about the new updates from the current player base, which is a problem that Allier has also had to deal with. The hype around a new update in recent times isn't even closely comparable to the hype for a new update back in 2018. When the game was first released, everyone was constantly on the edge of their seat wondering what the next new game-changing item was going to be. People were so desperate to know that the clickbait worked perfectly. New Season 5 map changes gained almost 5 million views because people actually wanted to know about what the new map was going to look like. However, a video from only 4 months ago teasing the new Battle Royale map gained Allier less than 400,000 views because people simply couldn't care less about the map. They're going to be playing regardless. Additionally, in the beginning, there was also loads of hype around new cosmetics and skins in the game. A title such as unlocking free legendary skins lured the kids in without any problem whatsoever, as people were desperate to know about what the next cool skin might be. But recently, a title such as Epic gave me the new Zero Batman skin early simply doesn't create the same hype because, whatever, it's just another skin. We've seen it all before, so people simply don't watch the videos. But to the credit of Allier, the decline in his viewership seems to be a primary result of Fortnite's declining player base. If we compare his graph to say Muselk and Lachlan, we can see that they all follow a very similar pattern despite the fact that they all still make very good quality videos. And to take it one step further, if we compare these to the Google trend graph for Fortnite, you can see that there's almost a perfect correlation. However, it also without a doubt has a lot to do with his fairly tarnished reputation owed to the years of clickbait. Allier has another Call of Duty channel called Allier Plays, which so far has seen far less success than his Fortnite channel. This might be because there's not a huge audience for COD content on YouTube anymore, but I also have a sneaking suspicion that the game's older audience refuses to watch Allier, as he's already established himself as a cringy kids Fortnite clickbait YouTuber, which an older audience might distance themselves from for reasons mentioned earlier. But to refute this claim once again, Allier has a third channel with 7 million subscribers called More Allier, on which he posts reactions to random non-Fortnite videos. Hilariously, this channel now gains about double as many views as the Allier main channel at around 30 million per month. So perhaps it's unreasonable to say that Allier has become irrelevant. Maybe his viewership has simply switched to a different type of content. Perhaps Allier will simply pivot once again when the next big game comes out, as he did initially with Call of Duty. However, this time around, his reputation is significantly worse off, and such a switch might not be so seamless. Boogie recently announcing that he's basically broke shouldn't be a surprise to anyone, as if you follow all of his incredibly poor choices made over the last 4 and a bit years, you'll understand that bankruptcy was almost unavoidable. So let's begin by looking at October 2018, in which Boogie's main source of income, his YouTube channel, slowly began to die. Up until this point, Boogie had established a reputation as an overweight yet friendly, nerdy gamer who people considered charming since he was totally fine with each of his flaws. When he wasn't playing his fat Francis character, Boogie was telling wholesome stories about his personal life, with one of the more notable ones being a video titled "What It's Like to Be Broke." In this video, Boogie explained that he had grown up in a fairly poor environment.
So they had decent income. It's just they didn't like to spend it on us kids. At least on me.
And that as a result of that, he was now much wiser with his income.
Now, you know what I do with my money? Every single dime, every single penny goes into the bank. Because I don't ever want to live that way again.
Which felt both inspiring and relatable, especially since Boogie highlighted that he now only spent money on things that would improve his videos.
I used every dime to buy better computer equipment, to get better. And after just a year and a half, I was able to go off because I started earning my YouTube income.
This desire to improve the content unsurprisingly resulted in better uploads, and by early 2014, Boogie passed 1 million subscribers before uploading a new video simply titled "How Much Money Does Boogie 2988 Make?", which felt like yet another wholesome yet modest upload, which had clearly been made with the goal of helping his audience.
I want to make sure you have the tools in mind so that you fully understand how much income we already have coming in and make an educated decision of whether or not you ever want to participate in that kind of thing.
Boogie went on to politely imply that he was making over $100,000 per year from YouTube, which didn't include third-party income like Patreon.
So let's take, for example, a YouTube channel similar to mine that's bringing in 10 million views per month. If a YouTube channel is bringing in 10 million views per month, divide that by 1,000, you've got 10,000. Multiply that by $1, and you'll have a really good idea of how much ad revenue that channel's bringing in.
And that if you counted his YouTube channel as an asset, he himself was worth more than $1 million.
Boogie, are you a millionaire? Well, it depends on how you calculate millionaire. If you include my YouTube channel as it is, yes. After 3 more years, I'll have earned by then $1 million total in YouTube ad revenue.
This was followed by Boogie reassuring his audience that all of the money was being used wisely.
The majority of the money we make goes into the bank. We do not live very large by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, obviously, I'm large, but we do not spend a grotesque amount of money.
Which led to more positive comments such as, "Wild guess, but he's very rich now. He deserves it. He's one of the only YouTubers that didn't let the money and fame get to his head. He's still just as humble and cool as when he started. I admire that. Amazing video, Boogie. You're one of the realest, most transparent YouTubers out there, and please know that your fans appreciate it." I clicked on this video randomly and I stayed to watch, and to be honest, I'm really happy this guy makes a lot of money. Don't know him, never seen his videos, but I'm just glad that he makes money. He's very humble and I respect that a lot. This positive sentiment toward Boogie resulted in more views, subscribers, and Patreon members, which strengthened his financial position immediately, whilst also giving him the chance to stream on Twitch, opening up another source of income which kept him financially stable during the adpocalypse.
I will be fine. Losing my YouTube ad revenue will hit us pretty hard, but I've diversified our income.
Things were going so well for Boogie that in August of 2017, he paid for weight loss surgery.
I'm home from surgery, that everything went well. The surgery went way better than I had expected. The doctor did it in a very short period of time.
However, while this would initially improve Boogie's health dramatically,
I'm 110 pounds down since the pre-op diet, and then I've lost 7.5 inches from my waistline.
It would eventually contribute to him going broke in an unexpected way. Boogie explained in a video that for married people, the weight loss surgery tremendously increases the likelihood that you'll end up getting divorced.
The surgery and the recovery from it is really, really hard on a marriage. 85% of marriages fail after the surgery within the first 2 years.
He added that in the lead up to the surgery, his marriage was already in a rough spot.
Our marriage was far from perfect. One major issue that was persistent throughout the entire entire marriage, and that was my anxiety disorder.
And as a result of him now being in a healthier condition, his wife suggested that they should divorce.
She told me that she was thinking about separating now that I was out of the surgery and now that I was nice and healthy. We talked about it and decided that she should take a break. 2 weeks into that, she called up and said that she had made her decision, that she wanted things to be a more permanent change, and that we should start moving in that direction.
Boogie explained that his wife was extremely generous in the divorce, having stated that she wanted far less than 50% of the finances.
And she's like, I want enough to where I know I'm going to be taken care of. And I'm like, okay. So she gave me a number, and I'm like, but that's not half.
More
It wasn't half of what we were worth.
It was less.
It was less.
However, as a result of the law, Boogie ended up giving her half of what he had anyway.
She's legally entitled to 50% of everything we own. Make sure it's half, so she has no recourse moving forward.
While Boogie's financial position had taken a pretty substantial hit, his audience was still cheering for him with comments such as, "I hope this is the birth of a new Boogie, a healthy Boogie, no baggage, just a happy, healthy, outgoing Boogie." However, after his marriage would officially come to an end, the opposite of this happened.
My brain is kind of in a situation where it's just chaos all the time. It's just chaos. This emotional stew in my brain all the time of positive feelings, negative feelings, numbness, frustration, and anger, you know.
Not only had the split resulted in a massive blow to Boogie's mental health, but throughout the process, the storytime rambling videos, which were once uplifting, inspirational, and designed to help his viewers, began to feel like they were being made with the goal of receiving sympathy pity from the audience. Additionally, Boogie's positive can-do attitude, where he wanted to invest his savings into making excellent content for the viewers, had transformed into this complete lack of confidence for the future of his channel.
And I'm not smart enough to be able to figure that stuff out. I'll never be good at titles. I'll never be good at thumbnails. I'm not even that good at video creation.
Leading him to develop an attitude of just wanting to get by as opposed to wanting to grow his audience.
As long as my rent is paid, as long as my mortgage is paid, as long as I can keep the lights on, as long as I can support myself and the people that I currently employ, hey, I'm happy with that.
The final video related to his divorce, in which Boogie explained that he now fully owned his house again, happened to have been uploaded in October 2018, which was the very same month where Boogie began to lose subscribers. The decline will be addressed in a video titled State of the Channel 2019, in which he mentioned that the breakup had a significant impact on the channel's viewership.
2018, as we've talked about, was one of the roughest years of my life, and it really showed here on the channel.
Before going on to state that the Storytime Pity Party videos were also impacting the channel negatively.
I know, just complain and whine and just be miserable. Sharing who and what I am has been counterproductive in quite a bit in the last year or so. Mostly when it comes to the mental issues, the anxiety, the depression, stuff like that.
Boogie would conclude the video by stating that he was very excited about the future.
I'm feeling a lot better, and I'm very engaged and excited about what we will be doing here on the channel.
However, only 3 days after this video was uploaded, a now infamous mega thread would be posted to Reddit, which would go on to significantly impact Boogie's reputation. It was titled "The Hidden Truth Boogie Doesn't Want You to Know," and it featured over 5,000 words, showcasing that Boogie wasn't exactly the nice guy he tried to portray. The thread brought up topics such as his behavior on stream, various edgy comments he had made over the years, as well as the way he acted in his marriage, with commenters stating, "This document is up there with the Constitution and the Magna Carta." However, the thread was posted to a fairly unknown subreddit, and if Boogie had simply ignored the thread, people likely would have forgotten about it, although this isn't what would happen. Boogie instead decided to wage a war against the person who began the mega thread.
"I started a war. This guy has been coming at me for 5 years."
Before going on to complain about the criticism in countless different videos.
"This subreddit has been actively attacking me and going through everything I've ever said and ever done on the internet for the last 3 years.
Just 2 years prior, in 2017, Boogie was handling criticism much more effectively, even stating that some of the points were valid.
A lot of people have been discussing me over the past couple weeks. I've been on the front page of Reddit, and they tend to discuss me in a very negative light, which is reasonable.
And obviously, Boogie's new 2019 strategy of trying to stop the criticism only led to more criticism. 3 months after the mega thread was posted, Boogie would upload a new video titled "Taking a Break, I Give Up, You Guys Win," in which he'd state that he needed a short break as a result of being anxious and nervous. With fewer uploads and a declining reputation, his monthly subscriber count began to fall off a cliff, losing 5,000, 14,000, 28,000, before losing another 42,000 in August 2019, representing a decline of more than 100,000 subscribers in only 4 months. Rather than improving the content, Boogie ramped up the complaints and apologies, which not only led to a decrease in views from an average of 10 million per month to 2 million per month, but it also led to comments from his audience such as, "I used to watch every video before. For me, you were like the Mr. Rogers of YouTube. Soft, understanding, and compassionate. Lately, it had just been apologies and complaining. I miss the old content, not because of Francis or gaming or whatever, but because of that person." Despite Boogie's clear decline in his views, subscribers, and income, his spending habits hadn't changed one bit, as midway through this collapse, he'd announced that he was taking on a $100,000 loan to purchase a Tesla.
I ended up buying the X. I still haven't got it fully financed yet. I'm having to finance it, obviously.
Oh my god, I just put myself $100,000 in debt. My car payment's $1,700 a month or something like that. That's more money than I make on Twitch. That's like half of my YouTube revenue this month.
Boogie then made a tweet about how expensive the car was, giving him another opportunity to make himself look like an idiot.
I tweeted out that I was not going to be able to afford this car.
Reddit and Twitter lost their minds. Oh, are you trying to manipulate people into giving you money?
The answer is yes. Give me some money. If you guys want to help me pay for my Tesla, please go ahead and dig deep. I sure would like a free Tesla. Reach down in your pockets and give me $100,000 tonight.
Which becomes even worse after he'd mentioned that he still owed a bunch of money on his house.
My house is worth $300,000. I still owe $200,000 in the house.
And that he knew the Tesla was going to decline in value over time.
But that car is just going to get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper as it goes.
In the year that followed, Boogie's Patreon members almost halved, from 120 down to 65, partially as a result of him taking long breaks from creating content.
You'll notice that for the last 3 weeks, I've really not been updated. I have not streamed in 3 weeks.
Which accompanied the transformation of his comment section from a once positive place full of supporters to a wasteland of negativity full of detractors. It's incredible how openly money-oriented this guy is. This guy talks like a minister from some cheesy, scammy late-night ministry where you're supposed to send a $50 check for good luck. Imagine this guy would win the lottery. He'd be broke within 12 months, which would eventually turn out to be somewhat accurate. After his back and forth with Frank Hassel in early 2021, Boogie had to shell out a bunch of money for legal fees.
Let me point out just how expensive all of this was. And obviously, I took money out of my bank account and I paid for it out of pocket. This cost tens of thousands of dollars to fight.
Which also resulted in Boogie producing less content.
I was advised by everyone to live stream less, to make less YouTube videos, to say less things that could be taken out of context and used against me before we had a result, because you know from Reddit and 4chan that that's what they like to do to me. But that cost me a small fortune and lost wages and lost ad revenue as well.
However, thankfully, according to a video titled "I Am Finally Rich: How Crypto Made Me Rich," Boogie apparently had no financial problems whatsoever. In the video, he explained that back in 2019, Boogie had taken a massive gamble by purchasing a bunch of cryptocurrency, and by early 2021, he had quadrupled his money.
I basically took every dime I had in liquid funds and invested it in a huge gamble. I invested pretty much everything I had into cryptocurrency. I invested all the way back here, and yeah, that's where we currently are with that market. So to say that I doubled my money is an understatement. In fact, I did more than that.
Boogie then tried to pathetically coax his audience into trying to give him more money.
Never feel pressured to get one of those memberships down below. Never feel pressured to subscribe on Twitch. Never feel pressured to make a donation or interact with one of my sponsors. Never feel pressured to buy a t-shirt.
Before going on to state that he planned on taking the money out of crypto to put it into a safer investment.
And that's if I don't take the money and invest it in something that will make me money, which I am most certainly going to do.
However, as highlighted by almost every comment, the video aged incredibly poorly, because only a year after posting it, Boogie uploaded a new video titled "I Need Your Help," in which he explained that he had lost almost all of his money to the crypto market and now required donations from the audience.
Well, this is a video I've dreaded making. You know, I spent a tremendous amount of money on dumb things, but the biggest issue is that I had a nice big nest egg, but I put my money in the crypto market in the wrong section, and I pretty much lost most of everything.
This is the most interesting case study, watching someone who hasn't had to work in over a decade finally have to go back to work. I remember him saying, "Don't worry about me. I'm financially secure to the point that if I stop making videos tomorrow, I can live comfortably for the rest of my life." Just remember that the reason this video was filmed in his garden is because if it was filmed in his office, we'd all be able to see his is thousands of dollars worth of arcade machines, magic cards, and gaming memorabilia. While it's almost impossible to find a single positive comment on the entire video, Boogie would receive $1,109 in donations. However, this small figure was certainly at the expense of his dignity and reputation. Boogie hasn't seen a single month of positive subscriber growth since May of 2019, almost 4 years ago, and with no clear desire to change any of his daily habits, it's unlikely that his YouTube channel or financial situation will see any kind of recovery anytime soon.
What is up, Drummer Nation? I'm your host, Killer Keemstar.
Yo, everybody type in the chat, Alex is a stupid name.
Do you have any idea how fast I am? Why am I still getting hate?
Alright, Ranger Joe. Now, I'm gonna give it to you. Like I gave it to your mom last night.
I'm sure that 90% of you watching right now already know who Keemstar is, on the surface at least. You know Keemstar to be the love-to-hate veteran gnome YouTuber from Drama Alert, but perhaps you don't know the full story of Keemstar. And when I say full story, I mean full story. Where he came from all the way up until where he is now. How did Keemstar go from an upstate New York legal collections officer to one of the most influential drama reporters in YouTube history? Following hours and hours of extensive research, I bring you the Keemstar documentary. Let's go back to the very beginning, before Drama Alert, before H3H3, before even Black Ops trolling. How did Keemstar even get into YouTube? Back in 2009, a very unknown to the world individual by the name of Daniel Keem was working at an attorney's office doing legal collections in upstate New York.
I was never planning to do YouTube, right? I worked in an attorney's office. I did collections, legal collections.
One night, after getting a big bonus check from work, Mr. Keem of upstate New York got extremely intoxicated at a bar. He came home and started trolling people on Xbox.
Took everyone in the office out for drinks, got completely wasted, went home, got on Xbox Live and just started talking shit to people because that's what I like to do. And I was especially really drunk.
But it turns out someone was recording his trolling and uploaded it to YouTube.
And someone actually recorded me in that game and put it up on YouTube. And I had no idea that I was on YouTube or anything, but like the next day I get on Xbox Live and my messages are just filled. I saw your YouTube video, you're hilarious.
I feel like I'm a gorilla with a baseball bat fighting a with a spoon.
The person that uploaded Keem's trolling then invited Keem to join their trolling group, which at the time was known as FAG, Federation of A-Hole Gamers.
He goes, dude, you're the funniest dude like I've ever heard, best trash talker. He's like, you should make videos with us. We just formed this group. We're like, you know, messing with kids, talking trash to them in this game.
Daniel Keem accepted FAG's offer, and the first of many Keemstar channels was then created on the 1st of October 2009, which was named XDJ Keemstar. At the time, Keemstar had his own channel as well as a group for the FAG members.
Hi guys, my name is DJ Keemstar. Whether you are an MLG tryhard or just playing to have fun, gamers have always laughed hysterically at the videos that the FAG has created.
The FAG channel absolutely blew up in the early days of YouTube, reaching 250,000 subscribers in 2009, which Keemstar believes to be the equivalent of about 10 million subscribers in recent times.
I mean, we got 250,000 subscribers, which back then
huge.
was like in 2009, that was like literally having like, I don't know, 10 million subs today, right?
Yeah.
The FAG channel blew up because they had such an unfiltered, over-the-top, hilarious trolling style that no one else had the courage to replicate at the time.
Oh, I want you on your back. Oh no, I want you on your knees. I'll prop you up on your knees. Say my name. Say my name. Say Keemstar. Say Keemstar. Go girl. Go girl. Come on, cupcake. Let me lick the frosting. Let me lick the frosting. Oh, oh, oh.
Following Keemstar's blow up from the FAG channel on YouTube, Keemstar began live streaming on Blog TV in late 2009, early 2010, where he would grow his trolling reputation further. Blog TV was one of, if not the leading live stream site long before Twitch was around. The website had deals with people like Philip DeFranco, Shane Dawson, and as noted, Keemstar. Keemstar claimed to be getting around 2,000 to 3,000 viewers every single night while streaming and trolling on Halo 3.
I was doing all my pranks and all my trolling and all my trash talking and all my different characters that I would do in Halo 3 in front of a live audience, pulling anywhere between 2,000 and 3,000 people every single night.
That is insane.
That's
Very
crazy.
good.
Within 3 months of streaming on Blog TV, Keemstar took over Philip DeFranco to become the #1 live streamer on the site. So you might even say that Keemstar was the king of streaming in the early 2010s, being the top streamer on the top site.
I only do this show for money. That's it. All right? I don't do it to entertain people. That's just a scam.
However, this would create complications for Keemstar, as Microsoft put a personal vendetta on Keemstar in an attempt to stop the trolling, believing it was giving the company a bad name. So every single time that Keemstar would stream, Microsoft would put a console ban on Keemstar's Xbox, which he would then return to wherever he bought it, change the Xbox, stream again, get banned again, rinse and repeat.
I would stream for about 1 hour, get banned, console banned, can't do anything with it. It's a bricked, it's literally banned from going online. Take that the next day to GameStop, return it. Hey, this didn't work. Get a new one. Then the next day it would be Walmart, and I would just switch places just so I could keep doing it. That became so stressful and so much hell that I needed to find something else to do because Microsoft was trying to shut me down.
Keemstar would also begin live streaming on a website called Battlecam, which was launched in 2010 by billionaire Alki David. The site was set up like this. 2 people would have a verbal argument or conversation, and the people watching would vote for who stays in and gets voted out. Keemstar would bring his army of 2,000 plus viewers from Blog TV and have them consistently vote for him, so whoever came up against Keemstar had absolutely no hope of staying in the spotlight. This is where the infamous "Alex is a stupid N-word" clip came from, a video that has absolutely haunted Keemstar to this day. This is how the story goes as told by Keemstar. Battlecams was a site where anything could be said. There was no being nice, there was no being respectful like Twitch these days. Keemstar as well as an African American by the name of Alex were moderators on the site. Alex began to make jokes about Keemstar being Italian, highlighting Italian stereotypes to throw at Keemstar. In retaliation, Keemstar got everyone from the chat to call Alex a stupid. Well, I'll just let the clip talk for itself.
Alex is doing this shit. You f***ing nigger. I swear to f***ing God, I'm gonna find out. Yo, everybody type in the chat, Alex is a stupid nigger. Just type in the chat, Alex is a stupid nigger. Fucking.
Even 11 years later, this meme still pops up all around the place and is well known by most who follow Keemstar.
But it wasn't until 2012 when it started to turn and it started being used against me. Like, cause the internet changed, right? Like if you're a racist, you're
So let's do a little timeline check. It's 2010. Everything seems to be going well for Keemstar. He's the protagonist on a huge YouTube channel called FAG, #1 streamer on Blog TV, moderator on Battlecams. He clearly had a solid following and audience. However, Keemstar's audience dynamic was quite strange. There was a load of people who hated him because they believed he was brash and disrespectful. But on the other hand, people loved him because he had no filter and didn't care what anyone thought of him. We can observe this dynamic as articulated with this screenshot of his original YouTube channel from November 2009. So with this in mind, Keemstar began to build up a reputation as someone who was willing to say literally anything, which people found admirable, and it's safe to say that this is a trait he's carried on to this day. However, having this trolling toxic audience where Keemstar had an army of people who hated him started to work against Keemstar. Keemstar decided that he was going to join one of the YouTube networks as we covered in the Machinima video. Turns out the network that he decided to join was run by a hacker, but Keemstar was promoting the network, meaning that people were joining the network under Keemstar's recommendation then being hacked by the owners. This ultimately had Keemstar banned from YouTube and blacklisted so he couldn't make any account on YouTube without it being deleted.
Right, so it became this big ordeal and they shut down my channel for it. And I'm like, what do I do now?
Keemstar would continue to make various accounts, but because Keemstar created an audience consisting of trolls and people who hated him, the trolls would always just tell YouTube that Keemstar had a new channel, ultimately getting him banned.
Because of who I was and the trolling and stuff like that, there were a lot of people constantly notifying YouTube, here's his new channel, take it down. So I would build these channels that get 30,000 subs, get taken down.
On top of this, the main FAG channel was then deleted. Keemstar claimed that the FAG channel getting banned was a story in itself on the Misfits podcast.
Channel got banned, that's a whole nother story. I want to know how the channel got banned.
But I can't find any source for why it was deleted on the internet. So if you guys have the reason or the story, feel free to post in the comments. So Keemstar went from the position of being the #1 streamer on Blog TV, as well as being on one of the biggest channels on YouTube to having every single YouTube channel banned and every single console being blocked as soon as he would start streaming. By 2011, it's safe to say that Keemstar didn't have much opportunity to grow on the internet, given the boundaries put in place by third parties that wanted to put an end to his disruptive behavior.
The trolling stuff was done and over with, right? Didn't know what I was going to do in my career.
However, 2011 would also be the year where multiple things would start to turn in the favor of Keemstar. Keemstar made a realization that a lot of the big Call of Duty players began to play this strange indie game that appeared to be rising in popularity both socially and on YouTube.
Big Call of Duty YouTuber at the time starts playing this weird indie game. What is this 8-bit weird indie game? All right, just it makes no sense to anyone, right?
A game that he believed to have the potential to take the spot as the #1 game at the time. This game was what we now know as Minecraft.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god!
However, Keemstar noticed one main issue with this Minecraft game. It was only available on computer, and there were hundreds of thousands of people wanting to play it on console.
Minecraft on a console. And that's an awesome idea, and if someone could do it and do it right, it would be amazing. I would play it pretty much every day.
It was around the same time that Keemstar started to get notified of a Minecraft ripoff that was coming to Xbox by the name of FortressCraft. The stars just seemed to align for Keemstar here. Thousands of kids wanting to play Minecraft, they all have consoles. There was an amazing opportunity here and Keemstar wanted to get in on it.
Get me in contact with this dude. So I got in contact with that dude.
Keemstar then got in contact with the creator of the game and offered to promote the game in exchange for a cut of the company. The owner of the game was reluctant at first, so Keemstar had to do something in order to show the owner that he could really make things work for this game.
I go, okay, I'm going to promote this game for 24 hours. I fire it up and I'm just going to prove to you what I can do.
Keemstar had all of his fans spam every YouTuber and gaming website in order to let everyone know that this Minecraft for Xbox game was coming out.
Like, oh, this game is coming, Minecraft clone is coming, da-da-da-da. Within 24 hours, this game has so much publicity. Every gaming website does an article on it.
This proved to the owners of the game that Keemstar could be influential in the growth of FortressCraft. The owners then gave Keemstar 30% ownership of the game, which was followed by 2 million sales once the game was released.
The guy gives me 30% ownership of the game, and the game comes out, and it sells 2 million copies.
So what did Keemstar have at this point? Well, he had a bunch of money, but still not really any online presence. He bought himself a new car and a new house, but probably figured out having a lot of things and nothing to do is a pretty unfulfilling life. Keemstar wanted to get back into the internet world. He wanted to start working again.
I needed a new shtick because, you know, the trolling in online games, it wasn't the hit thing that it was before. There were so many other people that were doing it at that point.
It was also around this time when another YouTuber had recently blown up on the website. A YouTuber that these days is subject to much controversy, but at the time was considered an absolute legend. I'm talking about the one and only Use Me Blade. Keemstar and Blade began to form a friendship following Keemstar and Blade accidentally getting in contact with each other.
I was like, dude, can you get me in a Skype call with this Keemstar guy? So getting this call and Keem's like, Blade, bro, huge fan. Because Keem and I both kind of started at the same time.
Blade then decided to move from Seattle to Buffalo to go and live 5 minutes from Keemstar.
Keem has a girlfriend and a daughter. He can't move. I had no restraints, so I moved from Seattle to Buffalo and got a house about 5 minutes away from Keem's.
Blade and Keemstar then began doing the Bad Kid podcast, which was very popular and blew up. However, Keemstar was blacklisted from YouTube, so the channels kept getting deleted over and over again.
Started a podcast with one of my friends called The Bad Kid Show. That blew up, but the channels kept getting deleted and shut down and shut down and shut down. So we'd make new channels and just keep doing the podcast, right?
Keemstar and Only Use Me Blade then began getting really addicted to the show Newsroom while living close to each other in mid-2012.
Got addicted to this show called Newsroom on HBO. Like addicted. Like I was in that world.
Newsroom was a political drama series on HBO that ran from 2012 to 2014. The show was based on a fictional newsroom covering politics. Keemstar got so into the show that he started to realize that an idea like this might actually be able to work on YouTube. There was the occasional beef going on between people, but very few people reporting on it or even mentioning it. So Keemstar would go on Twitter and jokingly report on the beef between YouTubers as a meme.
When people started like fighting back and forth in the COD community at the time, on Twitter, I would like shoutcast it. I would say, you know, so-and-so said this about so-and-so, hashtag drama alert.
Then the idea of drama alert in video format began to crystallize for Keemstar.
And then one day, beef broke out between a guy called White Boy 7th Street and Blame Truth. And I said, I'm going to make a video and I'm going to read the tweets back and forth and make it in an organized manner where people can understand exactly what took place.
So that's when Keemstar and Blade came up with the official idea of Drama Alert.
I remember being in Buffalo watching Newsroom with Keem, and that's where we came up with the whole concept of Drama Alert. And then obviously it took off there.
The first Drama Alert video was then uploaded in what Keem says to be early 2012.
What year would that have been?
Early 2012.
Yeah.
However, Newsroom didn't get released until June 2012, and Keemstar stated in the No Jumper interview that it was actually 2013. So we'll go with 2013.
What year was this?
This was like
1942.
2013, I think.
The very first Drama Alert video was based on some drama going on between two Call of Duty YouTubers, Blame Truth and White Boy 7th Street.
And I decided to make a video once on these two YouTubers that were fighting, Blame Truth and a guy called White Boy 7th Street. And when that video took off the way it did on a channel that was just brand new that I just started, that's when I knew that holy shit, I was onto something. And I went on to create Drama Alert.
This video exploded, getting 100,000 views in the first 24 hours on a brand new channel.
I got 100,000 views on a brand new channel.
Jeez, that's massive.
24 hours.
Following this, the channel got 30,000 subscribers in the first 30 days, with every single video having over 100,000 views. This rare screenshot of Drama Alert from the 4th of January 2013, approximately 16 days after the creation of the channel on the 19th of December 2012, shows the channel already having 593,000 views and 24,500 subscribers. There's very few channels that can boast that many views and subs only 2 weeks after starting. However, we can't forget, Keemstar was still blacklisted on YouTube. He wasn't allowed to make a channel without it being banned. So from late 2012 all the way up until early 2014, Keemstar had 4 different Drama Alert channels that all got banned after hitting 100,000 subscribers.
In 2014, I had 4 channels get over 100,000 subscribers that they shut down.
It was only when Keemstar created the now huge Drama Alert channel on the 15th of June 2014 that Keemstar finally figured out a way to get around him getting banned every single time he started a new channel.
Eventually, I teamed up with Freedom. You guys know them, right?
Yep.
And they went to YouTube and figured out a solution where I could just be on the channel, but technically not own it because it's not my name. And
so Keemstar finally had the ability to grow a channel without the risk of being banned. He was like a dog off a leash in an open field. But giving Keemstar free speech would also come with its own set of problems and controversies, as might be predicted from his line of reporting. Keemstar remained relatively low profile from mid-2014, creating his Drama Alert episodes and growing steadily in size. Keemstar had a burst of 106,000 subscribers in the month of December 2014, so you can say that Keemstar was well and truly established as a drama YouTuber by 2015, which happens to be the same year as Keemstar's first big Drama Alert controversy, specifically the Bashiverse controversy of April 2015. Now, Keemstar states that he thinks the best story he believes to have ever covered is the Bashiverse story, as it was never ending and became so elaborate and ended up having a global reach.
I would say that the best story that I ever covered was the Bashiverse story, because it was never ending. The story just kept going and going and going and going, and it became so elaborate.
However, many people in the YouTube community criticized Keemstar for belittling Basher, destroying his YouTube career and basically driving him off the internet.
You got to make videos every day. For the last 6 months, you haven't done shit. You just fucking gave up. You let Jarrett or Garrett or whoever calling you a pedo win. You let them win, and you can't do that.
However, it creates the age-old argument that Basher shouldn't have been doing the things that got him on Drama Alert in the first place. So it's hard to blame Keem, but it's just another stupid thing to endlessly argue about. I'll let you draw your own conclusion.
And Keemstar just keeps freaking, it's just constant barrage. Like, all my videos are like, I've been up for so long and I'm so stressed right now, and it's just...
However, this controversy was only minor compared to what Keemstar would do only 8 months later in January 2016. On the 9th of January 2016, Keemstar would make what he called the biggest mistake of his YouTube career.
The biggest one is probably, getting a story wrong. And that was the 65-year-old guy, Tony, the RuneScape player.
Keemstar accused 62-year-old RuneScape Twitch streamer RS Glory and Gold of being John Phillips, a convicted felon who was in jail for being interested in children. One of the people in the Drama Alert team had created the story for Keemstar to read out, which Keemstar did without double checking whether the information was accurate. Well, it turns out the information was very much not accurate at all.
Come to find out, completely wrong. I'm like, how did this get in here? I start tearing up my manager. I'm like, how the hell did this get in here?
The person who put the story in for Keemstar to read only verified the story by simply saying that the Twitch streamer and the person in jail looked similar.
And he goes, yeah, we verified it by matching the faces. They were looking at the picture of this guy that was arrested for being a pedophile. and looking at this dude's stream, and they're like, yep, looks like the same guy, good enough.
Did you hire 4chan?
Obviously, the 62-year-old RuneScape streamer was devastated by the allegations, as people were coming into his stream accusing him of something that he clearly didn't do.
I know who and what I am, and my real friends know who and what I am, and they stuck by me. Thank you very much for everything.
Keemstar tried to make up for the allegations by offering the streamer $20,000 cash, but the streamer refused to take the money and just wanted his stream to be shouted out.
They're like, look, we just want you to be Tony's friend. And then I quickly started to understand that by being Tony's friend, it meant that you have to shout out his stream.
However, months after the incident, after all the hype had died down, the streamer expected Keemstar to continue to shout him out. And Keemstar was in a tough position because it was hard to refuse, considering Keem had put him in such a bad position to begin with.
So then he starts hitting me up, right? And it's like a lot of guilt trip, like, hey man, can you shout me out? And how am I supposed to say no? I can't say no. So I start shouting him out.
After shouting the streamer out over 50 times, Keemstar got very sick of shouting him out and stopped. At which point, the 62-year-old streamer started saying that Keemstar had ruined his life and career from the initial allegations. Eventually, as you might guess, Keemstar got pretty sick of having to be a crutch for this streamer who was accidentally accused, as even 1 year later, the streamer was still talking about how Keemstar ruined things for him. To this day, there's been continual beef between the streamer, RS Glory and Gold, and Keemstar. Ironically, Keemstar was then removed off the YouTube blacklist only 1 month later in February 2016. Kind of interesting that this would be the month to be removed off the blacklist considering the massive mistake 1 month previously. The infamous Keemstar content cop by iDubbbz was then created on the 5th of May 2016, where iDubbbz criticised the actions of Keemstar in various different ways, both past and present.
On his Twitter, he will constantly allude to people being guilty or innocent or not guilty, depending on whether they go onto his show or not.
This video absolutely exploded, having 30 million views at the present time. Keemstar has stated that he thought the video was funny, and he's also said that it's been an advantage over time, as he lost subs when it first came out, but then started gaining subs after.
I sweat it for that first hour because I was losing subs, but then when I started gaining subs, I was like, whatever.
We're going to fast forward a little bit here to 2018, because most of the stuff that happened between 2016 and 2018 is just standard kind of Keemstar doing shitty things. In early 2018, however, Keemstar had another brilliant gaming business idea, similar in style to his original FortressCraft deal. Keemstar discovered that there was a hole in the market for a competitive scene on the incredibly popular game Fortnite. Keemstar, like his mindframe with FortressCraft, saw that there was millions of kids wanting to watch competitive Fortnite, but no one actually hosting it. So for this reason, Keemstar began hosting what he called Fortnite Friday in May 2018. The best Fortnite players would go up against each other to see who could get the most kills over the space of a few games, with the winners getting $20,000, usually split between two people. This was hosted every single Friday for 10 weeks in the beginning, getting around 600,000 views per stream. However, Fortnite Friday would begin to become controversial for Keemstar, as the developers of Fortnite wanted to host their own competition. Keemstar was only offering $20,000 per competition, while the developers of Fortnite were offering over $500,000 per competition, with much more professional production, so Keemstar took a bit of a backseat in the Fortnite esports scene. However, this wouldn't be the end of Keemstar working on esports. During the Fortnite Friday period, Keemstar jokingly dropped a tweet about a fake event, Minecraft Monday. It was a joke, but a load of content creators began petitioning for Keemstar to make Minecraft Monday a real event. So Keemstar tweeted that if he gets 5,000 retweets on a Twitter post, he would make Minecraft Monday a reality. As you can probably guess, it got the retweets. The first Minecraft Monday was played on the 24th of June 2019, and the rest is history. Keem's reputation and name grew larger and louder through these events, which only led into the year 2020. Now, it's safe to say that 2020 has been a pretty crazy year for Keemstar already. On the 13th of March 2020, tattoo artist Romeo Lacoste filed a lawsuit against Keemstar for $3.5 million over the defamation of character. Back in March 2019, Romeo Lacoste was accused of sending inappropriate videos to underage fans, which was then covered on Drama Alert.
The biggest tattoo artist in the space on YouTube, all around the internet, his career is finished. I mean, this is bad. This is so bad. We're talking about Romeo Lacroix.
Romeo then filed the lawsuit against Keemstar for defamation. The case is yet to settle as it's so new, so it'll be interesting to see the outcome of the case in the future. Maybe if you're watching this video in the future, you might already know the outcome. Then more recently, in May 2020, the H3H3 Keemstar drama began with Keemstar and H3 getting into a heated argument on Twitter. The content creators already had an unstable relationship dating back several years, which is interesting considering Keemstar was one of the first few guests to go on the H3H3 podcast when it first began.
We are here with the legend, the supervillain, the
villain of YouTube. You know him. You might love him. You might hate him. But you know him for sure. His name is Killer Keemstar.
H3H3 then uploaded the first content nuke on the 19th of May 2020, which basically outlined the entirety of Keemstar's controversies, of which, as you can guess, there were many. The controversy between H3H3 and Keemstar has caused DramaAlert to slowly lose subscribers since the upload, losing 90,000 subscribers over the last 1 month as at June 2020. Keemstar also lost his long-time G Fuel sponsorship following the controversy. Keemstar claims to have walked away from the sponsorship, but I'll let you do your own research on that one. A lot of people on Twitter have claimed this to be the end of Keemstar's career. However, if there's anything that Keemstar's past has taught us, this little H3H3 drama is not going to be nearly enough for Keemstar to give up making his content.
If it happened to me, it wouldn't destroy me. I mean, so much. You know, there's a video of me saying the goddamn N-word 7 years ago. People make videos every day saying expose Keemstar, he's a racist and da-da-da. That didn't make me just give up. I didn't go in my hole and say, oh, everyone thinks I'm a racist, I'm done, and that's it, you know? You got to go to work every day. You got to make videos every day. Basher, I've been shut down like 15 times, had to rebuild. I just never gave up. Dude, back in 2000 and...
So we can sit here and highlight all the terrible things that Keemstar has done over the years like H3H3 did. False accusations, racial remarks, general scumbaggery. But I think sometimes we're so busy hating him that we forget about some of the good things he's done as well. Think about all the awareness he might have raised for domestic violence, as well as other ways that he's helped the YouTube community which no one talks about. You can either love him or hate him, but I think we all have to unbiasedly admit that Keemstar has had a very impressive career on YouTube over the last 11 years. He's maintained relevancy and continues to grow despite waves and waves of hate, a feat that's not often achieved by others on YouTube. That's going to be all for this video though, guys. If you guys could like and subscribe, I'd appreciate the hell out of that. But other than that, I'll see you guys in the next one. Take it easy.
This is Minecraft, the most popular game in the world. It released over a decade ago, and through the years it's transformed itself over and over again, keeping players gripped more than any other game on the planet. And I've transformed the game entirely. Every environment, every structure, even down to the finest details like the soundtrack and achievements, all in a single island. I've included inspirations from across the globe, adding brand new structures, stories, and features, revolutionizing how survival Minecraft can be played by both players and viewers alike. After dedicating my life to this project for over a year, I have finally released the world download on my Patreon. But stay tuned to find out everything you need to know about the map and see for yourselves how I brought this world to life. So to get started in my enormous quest to transform the world's most popular game, Steph and I spent hours researching and discussing how we can make one giant island that could somehow contain virtually every key aspect of the game. We sketched out a general layout for the ultimate survival world island, which would span across 16 million blocks. Yep, you heard that correctly. If you stacked up every Minecraft block in this map, you could nerd pole through the center of the earth and still have millions of blocks to spare. We try to place the environments in the most logical way possible, so you're not walking around from the freezing snowy mountains straight into the scorching hot desert. We even thought about some of the themes and real-world inspirations we could include in different areas. So with the layout planned, I jumped into World Painter to bring this epic plan to life in Minecraft. I built a huge mountain range for the snowy biome, broke up the island with some rivers and lakes, dug out a grand canyon in the mesa, added sand dunes in the desert, and painted on the different biomes so that they'd register in-game. And as you can see, this island is enormous, and we have a heck of a lot planned to fill it. To give you just a tiny teaser of what to look forward to, I've planned an epic Wild West inspired town and railroad for the mesa, an abandoned ancient city for the jungle, a dwarven kingdom in the deep dark caves, and so much more. That's not to mention all of the hidden Easter eggs, backstory, challenges, and custom loot, along with tons of insane ideas that you guys have come up with. With our empty island ready, I pasted in all of the vanilla structures ready for me to upgrade. First, I added villagers into every biome, including including those that don't naturally spawn villages. Next, I added in a bunch of pillager outposts across the map, which will also be themed based on their location. And finally, I placed all of Minecraft's structures into their corresponding biomes. Plus, when we get to transforming, I'll be adding some of my own custom structures as well. With the structures in place, I moved on to the vanilla trees, placing them across the entire map to simulate how they would spawn in a naturally generated Minecraft world. And I have to admit, I did add some oak tree clusters to the plains, even though they don't usually spawn there. It felt way too bare without any. And so our vanilla Minecraft map is ready for a big transformation. So let's get started with the plains. For our first transformation, I wanted to keep things pretty simple and true to the original game, especially since the plains is the most common biome in Minecraft, and it's the central hub and spawn point of our island. The first transformation to tackle are the oak trees scattered across the plains. I built several trees in a more realistic style in different sizes, and replaced the vanilla ones with our shiny new ones throughout the biome. The environment was still looking pretty empty, so I also created some small bushes and boulders to help populate the empty space and break up the landscape a bit. Before transforming the outpost in the village, I upgraded the island's ruined portal, which, when repaired, will lead to an epic transformation of the Nether. I played with the design a little, but ultimately settled on this stone archway, which nicely mimics the original design, just upscaled and a bit more dramatic. I added some damage and nether materials to make it look as though the nether blasted through to the overworld when this portal was first made by the island's resident witches, who inhabit the mushroom swamp down south. According to USW legend, the portal was destroyed by the plains villagers to prevent the Piglin clan from wreaking havoc on the overworld after the witches tried to steal resources from the nether. Spooky stuff, but it makes a pretty epic centerpiece for the island. At the other end of the plains, I'd placed down a pillager outpost, so I headed there for the next upgrade. Now I thought it'd be cool to match the materials with the sources of wood accessible in this biome, so I switched out the dark oak for some lighter oak and topped off the tower with the pillager faction's very own flag. The pillagers who inhabit this camp are actually ex-villagers from the Plains village who are stationed here to guard the border from the witch coven that inhabits the mushroom swamp. It's no wonder they're hostile to strangers, with witches living so nearby. To complete the pillager outpost camp, I took some of the small decorations that can spawn at an outpost tower and made some tweaks, just to enhance what you'd usually come across in vanilla. I updated the tents, training dummies, cages, and also added some of my own decorations, including a fire pit and bundles of oak logs. I used these new assets to decorate and surrounded the campsite with a spiked wood wall for a handmade look. Now this really looks like a fortified base put together by the pillagers themselves. To add an extra line of defense for our witch hunting pillagers, I added 2 guard towers either side of the entrance, trying to match it with the design of the main tower. And that's our outpost upgrade complete. Which biome's outpost upgrade are you most excited to see? And to finish up the plains, I headed to the village. Now in Minecraft, villagers can have a variety of professions which give you different options for trading. A villager's profession is determined when a specific block is placed near them, but a lot of the time their houses don't actually reflect their job roles that noticeably. This is something I thought would really elevate the Minecraft survival experience. So I decided to enhance all of the profession buildings, choosing different selections for all of my village transformations. In the plains, I dedicated my first building to the local fishermen. I branched off from the large lake with a river leading to a small pond and repurposed one of the original village houses for the fishermen to live in. I kept things really simple for these designs, with the plains being our most true to vanilla transformation on the whole island. There'll be plenty of crazy builds elsewhere. I added a couple of little piers, which will make nice fishing spots for both our villagers and for you guys, and I couldn't resist building some small fishing boats out on the lake. Next, I decided to make a windmill for the local farmer. The poor farmers in default Minecraft villages don't get a cool house to live in. They're just out tending to their crops all day. So I figured a quaint windmill would make a nice little home for our plains farmer. For the next section, I actually added a totally custom addition, a beekeeper and a little bee haven. Obviously, vanilla Minecraft doesn't have a beekeeper profession, but I thought this was such a cool way to include the game's bees in the village and give that aspect of the game a little revamp. With a large space left in front of the windmill, I of course had to add a crop farm. The villagers here are definitely hungry for some veg to go with their fish. I divided the farm up into 3 fields, one for wheat, one for potatoes, and another for carrots, also making a stream for our water source. With the farm finished, I worked on the layout for the rest of the village, creating some new, more natural looking paths, and quickly upgrading the village bell before gradually repositioning the remaining village buildings. Next up, I made some small tweaks to the librarian's house, and of course, I'm upgrading all of the interiors as I go as well. Throughout these transformations, I'll be showing you some of the interiors I've created, but I'm also going to be leaving a lot for you guys to discover for yourselves. Anyhow, I topped off the library with a small bell tower, before working on the stonemason's house. To suit the profession, I used more stone in this design and repurposed one of the gables to shelter the entrance. I added some custom boulders, and out back I even created this miniature quarry, featuring this large, almost medieval looking pulverizer to help our stonemason villager break up all of that stone underground. For these little stall decorations, I whipped up an upgrade and created a nice little market square where the villagers can trade and sell goods. When you guys visit here, you can upgrade these market stalls by giving the villagers professions so they'll trade with you and replenish your supplies between your adventures across the map. And at the back of the market, I added a travelling wagon for the cleric. Clerics are religious leaders and would typically spawn in the village's church. But I thought this wagon would be a cool alternative for this village because the cleric tends to sell mysterious and magical items in game. So you might find these mysterious travelling merchants in wagons across the map. To wrap up our market square, I added a supply cart and benches before moving on to the church. This transformation is once again pretty true to the original game. But across the USW, we'll be transforming our village's place of worship with different religions and cultures in mind, taking inspiration from around the world to create our own fantasy buildings. This church-inspired building ended up bigger than I expected. Honestly, it looks a bit more like a cathedral, but this still felt like a tiny build compared to my creative projects. Finally, I revamped the remaining village houses for our nitwits and unemployed villagers to live in, and scattered them around the village before adding some finishing touches. I upgraded the little fountain design outside the church, placed some hay barrels, whipped up a lamppost design, transformed the flower pot design, and scattered around some shrubbery. And that's our plains biome upgraded. So let's take a look at the transformation. I thought the mushroom and swamp biomes complemented each other nicely, so I combined them to create the ultimate spooky, witch-infested island. To connect our mushroom swamp to the main island, I built a medieval-style gatehouse and bridge before adding some damage to the middle section. There's a reason the Plains villagers have stationed an outpost so close to the border. This peculiar-looking island once looked much like the Plains, with fields, trees, and quaint little houses, until one day a child from the Plains stumbled across the bridge, and her curiosity took her across. She spotted a beautiful glowing altar in the center of the village and went to investigate, discovering an assortment of crystals, candles, and dried flowers, shrouded in a vibrant green glow. Curious, she picked up one of the crystals and heard a loud shriek from the other side of the mysterious village. She'd accidentally broken an ancient spell used by a coven of witches to disguise themselves from the outside world. The girl made a run for the bridge as her surroundings began to transform around her. The terrain became more menacing, the fields were becoming waterlogged, the trees were transforming into giant mushrooms, and the once quaint houses started to look unusual and creepy. As the girl neared the end of the bridge, the witch who had discovered her sent a spell after her in an attempt to protect the coven's secrets. The girl escaped unscathed, but the bridge was badly damaged. Since that day, no one has ventured to the island to see what remains. Some even say there's a mysterious ogre who lives deep within the swamp. And so that wraps up our spooky mushroom swamp transformation. For our desert transformation, I kick things off by rearranging the vanilla village layout to create a clear village center and main street, taking a little inspiration from Breath of the Wild's Gerudo Town. With the main strip laid out, I repositioned the village buildings neatly either side, prioritizing the larger ones and the profession buildings, leaving the remaining buildings and decorations for later. Our first profession building of the village is none other than the Shepherd. This Shepherd is actually a very important character in USW lore, as he once lived in the sandstone ruins which lie just across the dunes. In fact, the villagers who lived here narrowly escaped a grisly fate, and rebuilt their lives in this village after they escaped the evil pharaoh who once ruled these lands. Anyhow, next up, I built a house for the stonemason. I tried my best to match these buildings to the surrounding environment, meaning they're predominantly made up of lighter materials that are found in the area, to beat off that scorching desert sun, with colourful draped cloth providing some shade. And with our stonemason complete, I moved on to the village library, for which I took inspiration from mosque architecture. I tweaked this design a little later, as I didn't want to take away from my transformation of the vanilla place of worship, which is coming up. Honestly guys, the best part about building this for survival is that I get to challenge myself with different themes whilst keeping things survival friendly, which includes adding interiors to every single building. Now moving on to the toolsmith. I stuck to the same theme here, but added plenty of furnaces so the local toolsmith can forge and create a variety of tools for their fellow villagers to use. I then whipped up this gatehouse to guard the entrance of the village, before transforming some more large houses to make things feel more bustling and populated. And to finish off the main desert village, I built a grand mosque to house the cleric at the back of the village, fitting pretty nicely with our Egyptian inspirations. Throughout this project, I really wanted to influence our designs and lore with real-life cultures and histories. Even though it's all fantasy and not intended to be accurate, Steph and I wanted this project to feel inclusive and unique. For this particular place of worship, I used the Mosque of Muhammad Ali as a reference to create my own design. And seeing as the desert and jungle are historic allies in the ultimate survival world, it was only fitting that the jungle supplied the desert with some new wood to rebuild their village following their escape from the evil pharaoh. So you might spot some jungle wood around the village, which complements the sandstone and terracotta really nicely. Finally, with all of our larger buildings complete, I was left with a bunch of very small, cube-like buildings to transform and scatter throughout the town. These custom houses are still very simple in design, and are pretty much still just square buildings, but I added plenty of small details and colour variation to really make these immersive to explore. Moving on to the decorations, I transformed the pile of scattered hay, adding it to the back of a wagon, and housed the village bell in some sandstone. I then added the wagons throughout the town and placed the bell at the end of the main street. And for a final touch, I upgraded the almighty desert well. Down on the ground, the village looks even busier, with market stalls cluttering the main street, greenery clinging to the village buildings, and apparently all of the villagers want to go for a swim. So let's move on, shall we? So moving on to one of the most popular vanilla structures in Minecraft, the Desert Temple. And first things first, I basically quadrupled the size of it because I wanted to create a truly epic spectacle in our desert. The entrance of the original Desert Temple looks somewhat like a face, so I thought a massive skull would work perfectly to replicate this on a much more grand scale. Plus it's a great way to ward off attackers. Centuries ago, the evil pharaoh forced his subjects to build this temple for him to store his vast collections of treasures. He fell into an obsession and a dangerous greed for such things, leading to the summoning of a merciless demon from the nether. I mean, that was never gonna end well, was it? Anyhow, this skull was actually from an old build of mine, so I made tons of adjustments to the sculpt to make sure it fit nicely as an entrance to the temple, finishing up by igniting the skull's eye sockets and creating a staircase leading inside. The other main feature of the Vanilla Temple's design are these two large towers that sit on the front two corners of the pyramid. On these pillars, the pharaoh demanded that the eyes of the sun god and the moon goddess were to be etched, as he believed that this would grant the building and its precious contents protection during both the day and the night. On the second level of the tower, I built a statue loosely based on an ancient Egyptian Medjay. The Medjay were an elite force used to protect valuable areas, so they're a perfect addition to our paranoid pharaoh's temple. Next, I added crenellations and built a snake symbol on the other side, as this was used to symbolize royalty in ancient Egypt. Plus, our evil pharaoh wanted to remind those pesky sandstone villagers who was boss. And to top these menacing towers off, I added a couple of giant fire braziers before completing the exterior by splitting the main body of the pyramid into 3 sections and creating walkways on each level. I added further fire braziers to decorate and a protruding section on the pyramid side to create some side entrances and make the shape a little more interesting. I then repositioned our desert temple in the terrain, blending the sand dunes to sit flush with the build. And of course, we can't forget the interior. I wanted to go for a very clean interior to match that of the vanilla pyramid, and to leave plenty of space for the pharaoh's collection of treasures. Although, they're actually no longer hidden in here, so I think you might have to search for them elsewhere. Our menacing pyramid is complete, and beneath lies the pharaoh's tomb, filled with the remaining treasure and secrets. Just be sure you don't miss a step, as it's rigged with booby traps. And to add that Trixie Blocks twist to this desert, I wanted to include a few custom builds, starting with the sandstone ruins. The desert people who once lived here grew tired of the evil pharaoh's cruelty, so they sought the help of the jungle to overthrow him. The pharaoh grew wise to this plot, and in his anger, he summoned a wither to wreak havoc on the people. But the wither turned on the pharaoh, after destroying the ancient village and leaving it in ruins, as you can see. Many of the people fled to other regions before returning to their homeland years later to start again, gradually establishing themselves in the nearby village. These ruins are a reminder of the destruction caused by the last known person to summon a wither. Perhaps until one day an epic Minecrafter like you will take on the challenge. These ruins are great fun to explore, and you may just find some old hidden treasure and story within. Another feature I wanted to add to spice up the desert was an oasis or two, so I dug out an area and built several palm trees at varying heights. I pasted them in clusters and decorated with plenty of greenery. I included a bunch of tropical fish and even a few turtle eggs as well. Stumbling across these on your adventures could be a real lifesaver, but you better just hope that it's not all just a mirage. Moving away from the desert and towards the beaches, it's time to transform Minecraft's shipwreck. Now, this particular shipwreck was struck by a devastating spell by the nearby witch coven on the mysterious Mushroom Swamp Island. Pirates from a distant land had got their hands on the first clue to the treasure hunt leading to the lost treasure of the evil pharaoh and made their way to the island. They ventured too close to the witch's domain, leaving their ship wrecked on the USW beaches, and the pirates themselves seemingly lost to the sea. So with our lovely, unbroken ship built, it's time for a little destruction. These kind of tweaks take a ton of manual work, but the results are always worth it. After fixing things up, I built some tattered sails hanging limply from the masts after being left to rot. Perhaps on the inside, there are some clues about what really happened, or even the first riddle to a huge treasure hunt involving dangerous quests that span across the entire map. And I guess you'll have to find those out for yourselves. And since I'd already placed another vanilla shipwreck on the beach next to the jungle, I decided to change things up and make this into an actual ship, sailing in to explore the uncharted lands of the jungle. I made some changes to the colour scheme of the hull and added the shrouds, which is the rigging that stabilises the masts. And then I worked on the sails, which took a little bit of time as I made them organic, as though the wind is blowing into them at a slight angle. I added in a foresail at the front before finishing the rest. Since I was going for that black pearl vibe, I thought it would only be appropriate if the sails followed suit. I suppose she looks a little less tatty and weather-beaten, but I guess this was around the time when Captain Jack first obtained the ship, so she's not too battered and bruised yet.
Why is the rum gone?
Here you can see her in all of her glory approaching the jungle's beach. Perhaps there's something hidden there. Captain Jack wouldn't be making this journey for nothing. You'll also find a rowboat at shore. Let's hope those pirates don't nab whatever they're looking for before you guys get the chance. And our desert transformation is complete. So, first things first in our dark forest, I removed the original darkwood trees to make way for our brand new woodland. And as you can see, I really wanted to upgrade the scale of these trees dramatically to create a spooky, fantasy forest like something from a fairy tale. And because I'm building a survival-friendly world, I had to ensure that the trees had enough branches to stop the leaves from decaying once placed. I ended up building 4 different trees, making sure they had enough variation in height and shape to avoid a repetitive-looking forest. I thought it would make sense to create a few little man-made bridges to connect the plains biome to the darkwood at different ends of the biome. Perhaps this was built by the villagers to aid in traveling across to trade in each other's biomes. Okay, now it's time for some major changes. I really wanted to add a bit of variation to the landscape, especially around the main village, as the biome previously felt way too flat. So I quite literally repositioned and pasted an entire mountainscape here. Then, I cut through the entire biome to create a river flowing through and connecting to the large lake in the center of the island. With that done, I started layering the landscape up the side of this hill to create a tiered effect, as this would be the foundations for our new village. As you can see, I dug out a few routes for some rivers and waterfalls, stemming from a large lake of water that sits behind the village, encased in some mysterious mountain peaks. With a lot of the main terraforming complete, I started to fill out the forest with those trees that I made. Before placing the rest of the trees, I wanted to include a small lake with a monument in the center. Legend says that one of the most powerful swords in the land was placed there by a mysterious wizard, who claimed that only a worthy adventurer would be able to retrieve it. Do you reckon you'll be up to the challenge? Now we've got to fill out the remaining half of the biome to finish our dense darkwood forest. Honestly, when you guys play this, you will never run out of a wood supply. You could build an entire kingdom from chopping down even just one of these trees. And if you can't face chopping down all of my creations, you could always make yourself a tree farm from the saplings. Anyway, before moving on, we've got to fill this forest with some shrubbery and rock clusters. Placing these custom bushes and rocks around really fills out the forest floor, making it much more dense and like an overgrown woodland. These decorations literally cover the entire biome, so you won't want to stray too far from the pathway, otherwise you might get lost. And this is our magical forest, ready for some epic builds. If you look around closely, you'll even find fireflies in this biome when you're exploring in Java. Now, since the main pathway weaves throughout the forest, I whipped up a bunch of bridges to cross the cliff sides and allow access between each section of the biome. So starting with the first of our profession-based buildings for the Darkwood village, the cleric, or I suppose in this case, the rabbi. Now, as mentioned in earlier chapters, I'm changing things up for the village church and using different inspirations for the places of worship across the biomes. So far, I've been inspired by a church in the plains biome, a mosque in the desert, and for the Darkwood, I decided to refer to synagogue architecture. The synagogue is a Jewish place of worship, but can also double as a place to study and a community center as well, so it's a perfect centerpiece for our forest village. Now, after researching into the architecture of a typical synagogue, I discovered that they're not limited to a particular style or shape. They vary in design quite a lot. However, the most notable features I found from reference images of real-life synagogues were large, circular windows sandwiched between 2 towers with bulb-like roofs. So I used this as a reference point and added my own twists. Which alternative place of worship would you most like to see in Minecraft? As for the interior of the synagogue, I discovered that the style and layout seemed to vary quite a bit. The only thing that did seem to persist were archways overlooking balconies either side, rows of pews, and a raised platform. You can access the second floor via the front towers, and with the design laid out, I mirrored it to the other side of the building. I realized how massive I ended up making this building once I attempted placing it down. I guess I was kind of compensating for the fact that the Dark Forest doesn't spawn its own villages in default Minecraft. Our second profession-based building is for the village cartographer. I settled on a peaked roof, fantasy style for this building, which will loosely persist throughout the remainder of this village. Obviously, because the cartographer lives here, I had to include a separate lookout tower that connects to the side of the building. I then tackled the next profession building, the weaponsmith. The plan for this building layout was to follow the same sort of design as the vanilla building, with the main forgery and large furnaces residing on a stone platform work area that's attached to the side of the building. You'll also notice I added a slight curvature to the rooftops of each building using slabs and trapdoors. That, in combination with diagonal building, is super time consuming. Honestly, I don't really know why I do this to myself. With the weaponsmith complete, I had to accompany it with an armorer. You can actually see the vanilla armorer building to the right, which of course I used as reference. And with the main profession buildings complete, I placed them at different levels across the village. As for filling up the remaining space, I used my trusty red wool to plot out a guideline for the remaining village houses. From that, I started building up individual village houses on loads of different angles. I really limited my use of World Edit here and had to create these houses by hand, but it avoids repetition and creates a way more immersive environment for you guys to explore, especially with all of the interiors. Now, to add even more variation to the village and to enhance that fantasy theme, I included some Hobbit-inspired houses embedded in the different layers of the terrain. I built the original Hobbit house normally and had to include a few diagonal variants along the final top layer of the village. Even though I didn't plan to include the farmer profession in this biome, I thought it would fit nicely in one of these flat spaces I created up on the hillside. Plus, I couldn't leave these villagers going hungry. And to bring our little custom village to life, I redesigned a few small decorations, including a cart, a small flower bed, a lantern, a bell, and a well to scatter around the village. But it was still missing a little magic. So, the hidden lake behind the village has a mystery of its own. A crazy old wizard lives up there. He spends his days trying to unravel the mysteries of the ultimate survival world. The cursed treasure of the evil pharaoh from the desert, the eerie beached shipwreck, the peculiar coven of witches in the mushroom swamp biome, the bizarre disappearance of the wealthy family who lived in a nearby woodland mansion, and much, much more. Perhaps this kooky old guy has discovered something more about this surreal island and its secrets, not to mention the legendary fabled treasure. As you can see, I went for a traditional wizard tower vibe, sticking with the materials that match the rest of our darkwood forest. To make this tower a little more wacky and puzzling, I added plenty of smaller rooftops to the main tower to finalize the design. And that's our custom village complete. So, what do you guys think of it? And finally, we're moving on to the woodland mansion, which literally could have been an entire video on its own. So as you can see, I'm starting with the entrance and really trying to channel a menacing vibe into my building. Now, I've seen a few woodland mansion transformations that give off a sort of ski lodge or log cabin vibe, which is cool, but I think a mansion should look a little more intimidating and ominous. For the main entrance, I opted for this grand design, with 3 feature windows at the top and a harshly sloped roof. Even though the original Woodland Mansion's roof is super flat, I thought I could take that feature and put my own spin on it with a harshly sloped roof, since it still has a large surface area. To make the front even more grand and imposing, I decided to add towers on either side. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm definitely getting spooky vibes already. I got to work adding plenty of details whilst still maintaining some semblance of the original design, before repositioning things so that the serious building can start. Once said to be home to a rich family of merchants, this ominous mansion contains many secrets. Trading across the vast regions of the ultimate survival world, this family learned many secrets about the island, its history, and its inhabitants. Many attempted to infiltrate the mansion, in hopes of uncovering ancient secrets or hidden treasure. But the wizard cast protective enchantments to help keep the family safe. One day, the family mysteriously disappeared without a trace, and the mansion is now said to be home to far more fearsome inhabitants these days. I wonder if you guys will be able to work out what really happened. Anyhow, with the front and sides of the mansion complete, I thought it would be cool to create a courtyard in the center, with a bunch of walkways, balconies, roof variation, and even a clock tower. I mean, it doesn't actually work, but hey, it's still accurate twice a day. I then finished up by adding tons of extra details. These kinds of features take tons of time to plan and design, but they can really elevate your Minecraft build to a whole new level. I don't know about you guys, but I can definitely imagine the merchant family living here in its heyday. Now, with the exterior of our new mansion complete, I spruced up the surrounding environment to match our shiny new build. I whipped up several mountains to surround the mansion and provide a more interesting and intimidating backdrop. Having said that, I actually returned here later in the project and made some drastic improvements to the terrain after learning more building techniques. But that's for a later chapter. Lastly, I added in the trees, rocks, and shrubbery we created earlier to finish this section of the Darkwood Forest. And of course, we created that perfect opening in the middle of our mansion for a courtyard. So I decorated it with pathways, bushes, flowers, and a fountain. As a final addition to the mansion, I mixed in different block materials to add texture and wear and tear to the mansion. It is abandoned after all. So, that just leaves the enormous task of tackling the interior. First things first, I dissected the vanilla mansion just to see the different types of rooms we're dealing with. That way, I could really make this an authentic upgrade. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to paste the hallways and rooms into the new mansion and directly transform them. However, I can build an interior that follows the same kind of style to the vanilla version, just with larger rooms and much more detail. As you can see, our new mansion was initially a hollow shell for the most part, with some remnants of the vanilla interior. So I cleared it out in preparation for all of our new rooms. Using an assortment of my trusty coloured wool, I mapped out the ground level of the mansion, marking out hallways, rooms and staircases. Of course, the first room we need as soon as you walk into the front door of the mansion is a grand entrance. The main reason I started here was because I planned to keep this entrance very open plan, allowing access from all 3 floors of the mansion to balconies with a view all the way down to the bottom floor. As for the hallways, the most notable part of the vanilla design is the pillared supports on either side that line the walls, so I recreated that in my own style. I made sure to add plenty of small decorations which took up the majority of time, from banners to plant pots, paintings, armor stands, and cobwebs to add that creepy and abandoned vibe we're going for. That's not to mention all the special loot and lore related items. I then tackled the second floor, plotting out all the different rooms and decorating the long winding hallways. And not forgetting the third floor, where I had to plan and decorate yet again, making sure to include plenty of chests, which of course means lots of epic loot for you guys. So starting with the first main room, I decided this mansion needed a grand kitchen. So I added a laundry area, a large cooking area, a classic checkered kitchen floor, and some tables for food prep. I then added some sinks, lighting, chests, towels, well, banners, and a whole lot more to really bring the kitchen to life, as if it was left this way many years ago when the Darkwood merchants disappeared. Next up is the grand bedroom. We can't have a mansion without a classic 4-poster bed. I also added a nice big rug, a bookshelf, a little grandfather clock, a wardrobe, and some armor stands. This family's ancestors were famously members of the USW Order of Knights, so they have a pretty sweet collection. Another essential room in a classic mansion is a big old dining room, so that's our next stop. I added this long table and chairs as well as some decorations, and of course taking a few bits of cake to keep me going through all of this building. Now for a cozy library, where the merchant family wrote their diary entries and gathered to tell each other stories. Honestly guys, I don't think anyone could read all of these books in one lifetime. Just to quickly show you guys some of the other many rooms I spent hours adding, including vanilla upgrades and new additions, we have a once cozy lounge and study area, a fully stacked wine cellar for the family's partying, an upgrade of the villager statue room, which might just be linked to the ancient relics in the jungle biome, and finally a chest room crammed full to the brim with chests. As well as these main rooms, there are a bunch of smaller rooms throughout this huge mansion. Last but not least, we have the abandoned zombie village to tackle. For this area, I adapted some of the Darkwood village buildings so that they looked a little more ruined and abandoned. If you're wondering why this village has been left like this, it all started many years ago when a plague began to spread throughout the community. It almost took over the whole village, with some survivors fleeing to the Darkwood village. Terrified that they might have brought this plague with them, the Darkwood villagers would not allow the survivors to settle there. With nowhere else to go, the outcast surviving villagers fled across the river to the jungle and turned to a life of pillaging. Their story continues in the jungle chapter. But anyway, as you can see, this little fishing village would have been a picturesque little community in its heyday. Maybe as a side quest, you guys will be challenged with the task of cleansing the village of the plague to restore the community to its prime. And with the rest of the trees and forest decorations added, let's take a look at all of our progress. Jumping into the jungle, it's time for some major terraforming, although we've got to keep things survival friendly as usual. Now I know I'm going a bit crazy with the terraforming here, but hear me out. We've tackled some biomes so far that are typically super flat, including the plains and the desert. So I thought, why not give you guys some really cool landscape to explore in the jungle? Since I wanted to create a super intricate landscape to really immerse you guys in your jungle adventures, I actually spent 2 weeks making manual edits to this terrain to get it just right, as this was before I learned some of the terrain tools that you'll see me using in later chapters. There will be plenty of secrets to explore, including a custom abandoned mineshaft with its own ores featuring later in this chapter, along with literally dozens of custom caves and dungeons, which will be coming in the finishing touches chapter. I added tons of variety to these mountains and made them very dynamic, decorating them with plenty of caves, rocky overhangs and steep cliffs. To break up the mountain range even further, I mapped out a route for plenty of valleys, rivers and waterfalls that connect back into the ocean surrounding the ultimate survival world. And of course, I made a big stone island for our jungle temple to sit on. Speaking of water, with our landscaping complete, I started filling up our valleys with blue wool, which would eventually become the various rivers and waterfalls of the jungle valley. Now I've used this technique before on the channel, and it's the best possible way to achieve some really nice looking waterfalls and rivers without Minecraft's water physics breaking through and filling up the entire map. To finish off our shiny new jungle landscape, I added grass, moss, and plenty of foliage to add a little life to the basic terrain. And as you can see, compared to the size of my character, this place is huge. But it's still very empty, and jungles are typically known for being, well, the complete opposite of that. So to turn our epic landscape into an actual jungle, I created a few variations of palm trees and jungle trees, an assortment of shrubs, plants, and bushes to add greenery to the jungle floor, and of course, some custom boulders and rocks. Now, I had to start in true Jumanji style and create some giant statues to guard the entrance of what will soon be a legendary ancient city. To give you guys some context, the jaguar was worshipped in Mayan culture, and it's often associated with power, bravery, and foresight. Similarly, this jungle civilization built a pair of these powerful figures to not only protect their city, as they worshipped the jaguar for saving them from a horde of giant jungle spiders. The jaguars also encouraged the worthy to tackle the maze, empowered by these symbols of foresight and bravery watching over them. We'll return to this mysterious maze of the jaguar shortly, but with our jaguar statue almost complete, I made a few small tweaks before repositioning it either side of this gap between the mountains. To kick off this ancient city, we need to upgrade the vanilla jungle temple that's going to sit smack bang in the middle of it. Of course, I had to listen to you guys and take inspiration from Mayan, Incan, and Aztec architecture for this one. Remember though, these creations aren't meant to be accurate to real life, and if you don't see your favorite cultures or architectural styles in this world, you definitely will when I make the next one. Anyhow, I transformed the original temple, attempting to incorporate a similar style and size. Well, actually, this isn't the whole thing. This is just the top of the temple. I guess I lied to you about the size. Since the jungle temple has been tackled in Minecraft so many times before, even by me, I tried to create something unique for this world, incorporating lots of different elements to each layer of the building. So, what did this intricate temple mean to the ancient jungle city? Well, every year, many of the city's people would undertake a perilous pilgrimage across the vast jungle landscape, searching for the 4 elemental protector totems. At each totem, they would leave valuable offerings and perform rituals to preserve the power of the sacred elements, which were essential for the city's survival. After finding earth, wind, fire, and water, the pilgrimage would finish at the temple, and those who succeeded were celebrated in a grand ceremony as saviors of the city and were provided with many valuable benefits for the next year. And that wraps up the exterior of our jungle temple transformation. And so, to tie our temple to its equally grand surroundings, I did some terraforming to make some space for the main bridge to the city, creating walkways to connect things up, as well as some more foundations around the base of the temple to support this massive structure. Out the front of the temple, I created this Mayan-inspired statue head that will act as a water duct. I added some streams that filter off through these stone channels and out the mouth of these abstract faces to add a really magical vibe to the temple. For the interior of our giant new jungle temple, I was able to include many walkways, balconies, and other areas for you guys to explore with plenty of hidden loot, thanks to the multiple levels of this structure. As you can imagine, this temple was hugely important to our jungle civilization, being fundamental to many of their rituals and ceremonies. It's even rumored that the Jungle King is buried deep within the temple with his most precious possessions, protected by dozens of booby traps. Also, you may recognize the villager head statues from a previous USW chapter. Given the plethora of sacred artifacts found in our ancient jungle city, there are many tales of adventurers who traveled here, including members of the merchant family from our woodland mansion. In fact, you may have spotted that they had orchestrated a grand heist to steal a sacred statue from the city, which still remains in their mansion to this day. And it's rumored that this was the source of their bad luck and eventual disappearance. Anyway, with the temple finally complete, I headed back outside and made room for the only way in and out of this city, the Maze of the Jaguar. For this legendary maze, I was inspired by the Labyrinth, famous in Greek mythology for playing host to the monstrous Minotaur. I love combining inspirations from many influences since there are no rules in Minecraft, and it gives me a chance to be as inclusive as possible. This jungle maze was designed to test the bravery of those seeking entrance to the ancient jungle city, and it is said to be enchanted, leading to many unworthy adventurers becoming insane before finding the exit. I wonder if you and your friends are worthy of entering the ancient city. Plus, in the center of the maze, I incorporated the first of the 4 elemental totems that are hidden across the city. Perhaps you can find them all and discover their secrets. This earth totem was created to keep the ground fertile, bringing the people a good harvest and protecting the land from natural disaster. However, to keep these protections alive, the elemental totems required offerings, hence the pilgrimage undertaken by the jungle folk. Unfortunately, one year, a desperate thief took on the pilgrimage, stealing her offerings from her fellow people in hope that she would enjoy a comfortable life the next year. Her deception tainted the rituals, and the protection provided by the totems for centuries was tarnished. Eventually, the city dwellers could find no fertile land, their water was contaminated, and their hunting ventures always ended in fatalities. The elements were totally against them, and a devastating elemental storm broke out, leaving the entire city abandoned. Now, with all of this talk of an ancient city, I'd better start building it, hadn't I? Remember though, this is all just a supplement to my jungle temple transformation. The actual vanilla village upgrade is totally separate. Anyhow, to start things off, I added a bunch of platforms and additional bridges around the mountainscape to start plotting out the city's foundations. I also added some of the larger infrastructural buildings at this stage, which you can discover when you explore the map yourselves. Just imagine finding this hidden deep within the jungle. This seriously is an adventurous playground. So guys, this particular building is super special. You may recall that the desert and jungle biomes have always had a solid trading relationship. Well, the 2 civilizations created a huge mining network alongside those native to the mesa and the dwarves of the deep dark, with a giant tunnel network connecting their biomes underground to transfer ores and other resources to one another. This building is the grand entrance to the USW's inter-biome mining network, and I can't wait for you guys to explore it for yourselves. Next up on my agenda was to brighten things up a little bit, so I whipped up this huge fire brazier, which rages on to indicate that the unruly elements still curse the land. I then created a couple of standard designs to assist with tackling the large area, including a basic building and pillar design to kick things off. I then placed the fire braziers either side of the jungle valley and a couple of the standard buildings elsewhere, before moving on to plan out where I would place the city's main buildings using my classic red wool technique. And of course, it was then time to populate the city with the smaller buildings where our city folk used to live. In its heyday, this city was self-sufficient, bustling with inhabitants. They had their own military, prison, library, and more. Rather than spoiling all the fun now, I'll let you guys explore them properly for yourselves. Last but not least, I had to add that custom mine I promised you guys, where the jungle sources its valuable 1.17 ores. Now you know why the desert was so keen to have good trade links with the jungle. Anyhow, as you can see, I created a large lift and crane for moving materials around, since the whole city is spread across this mountainscape. I added in an entrance to some custom caves, where the ancient city folk did their mining back in the day. I wonder if there are any shiny 1.17 resources left to be found in here. With the ancient city complete, which was really all just a massive jungle temple transformation with lots of added extras, I placed down the trees and shrubs that we created earlier to bring it to life. And to really add that jungle vibe, I added some giant hanging vines across the whole city. And that just about completes the USW's legendary ancient jungle city. I suppose it's time to move on to the rest of the biome. Scattered around the jungle, I decided to place 3 small temples for you guys to discover. These temples were built by the survivors who fled the ancient city during the elemental storm, restoring their spiritual connection to their gods and helping to ward off the jungle spiders. Before transforming the jungle village, I populated more of our vast jungle with the trees, shrubs and rock clusters that we made earlier. As you can see, I left a clear area to do some terraforming for the village transformation, where the survivors of the elemental storm now reside. I created a large lake and waterfall feeding into some winding rivers that lead out into the ocean. To plan out the transformation, I placed down the original vanilla village around the new landscape and mapped out the pathways and bridges. One of the most requested features from you guys for the USW jungle was tree houses, so I just had to include some for you guys. Taking inspiration from the vanilla village buildings, I created 2 alternative treehouse designs to sit up high in the canopies of our jungle trees. I then scattered them across the village, connecting them up with thin, rickety bridges to create a treetop network above the ground-based village. The ground-based village was feeling a little short of bridges now, so of course I added the bridges that I'd planned out below too. And to finally kick off the profession buildings, I began with the cleric. Similarly to my plains cleric, I decided to go with an alternative building design, given the mystical items that the cleric trades. So I took the wagon that I made for the plains biome and adapted it to house our jungle's wandering voodoo doctor. No one ever sees the wagon arrive or leave, and its bizarre, rickety structure seems to defy all physics. But no one asks any questions, since our voodoo doctor is a little prone to casting hexes on those who snoop. He does make great herbal tea though. 5 stars on Uber Eats. Next up, I transformed the Fletcher's building. I opted for a relatively simple design on a diagonal, with plenty of targets and firing ranges to test out the latest arrows. He also holds free archery classes for the kids on Wednesdays. And finally, for our butcher/farmer, I created a quaint little jungle farmhouse and a small farmyard to wrap up the profession buildings. Now, since our village was still extremely empty at this point, I transformed some default vanilla houses to place around. I tried to stick as closely as possible to the vanilla designs to make this as authentic an upgrade as possible, given how carried away I got with the ancient jungle city. So you may remember from earlier that there were several tribes inhabiting the jungle, one of which was made up of the survivors of the elemental curse in the ancient city. Over centuries, these tribes lived in territorial conflict with one another, but eventually they agreed to live in harmony. They created a new community which has thrived ever since in the form of this charming jungle village. Now, for those of you who've been listening carefully, you might remember that a plague broke out in the north of the Darkwood Forest near the coast. Those who escaped the zombie-infested village fled to the main Darkwood village, but were turned away, as the villagers were terrified of catching the plague. The stranded survivors fled across the river to the edge of the jungle, turning to a life of pillaging and scavenging to survive. The survivors began to clear an area, destroying the trees to create a new settlement, threatening the newfound peace in the jungle. Perhaps you guys can make it your quest to cleanse the zombie village of the plague and save the jungle from the threat of the pillagers too. And so, with all of that building and lore covered, let's take a look at the completed USW jungle. To kick things off, I decided to do a little bit more terraforming than I first planned for this biome. I wanted this biome to feel like an enhanced version of how this kind of environment looks in the real world, with plenty of stacks to break up the landscape to make for some more exciting survival exploration and adventures. And as usual, I spent far too long fiddling with the terraforming, since the main goal here is to make sure you guys are fully immersed in this world. Eventually, after many hours of tweaking and adding cacti instead of classic old broccoli trees, I was happy with the environment and ready to move the vanilla town out of the way to upgrade it. And yes, I had to add my own vanilla town since the mesa doesn't spawn its own naturally. Bit rude of Mojang to leave them out really. Now, to start on our village, which will actually be based on my interpretation of a Wild West town, I'm building our first building, which is the weaponsmith. When planning this village, Steph and I realised that so many professions suit this biome, which led us to incorporating a whole bunch of building types, some of them corresponding with in-game Minecraft professions, and others based on what sprung to our minds when we thought about the Wild West. As you can see, I've tackled both the weaponsmith and toolsmith Minecraft professions, mainly from a more realistic, practical standpoint, but also because I love the idea of a steampunk Wild West. Imagine all of the cool steampunk mining tools that they could create. Next up, I just had to include a leather worker. Honestly, I don't think I can imagine a single Wild West scene in my head without copious amounts of leather involved. I topped off the building with a little water tower and scattered some barrels, another Wild West staple for some decoration. Now, to honour Minecraft's dungeons, I had to incorporate a little jail into our western town, along with a classic sheriff's office. Having said that, this town was actually founded by a group of outlaws, who journeyed across the USW's biomes, wreaking havoc for years, before invading the mesa and settling there, destroying the resident wolf tribe's village and chasing them away to the savannah. I'll let Steph tell you more about the lore in her USW movie series. But for now, let's continue with these village buildings. As you can see, I decided to get a bit more colourful for our bank and hotel buildings, and if you look at real Wild West towns, some of them were actually pretty colourful too. I decided to add a bit of height variation with the hotels as well, and I am of course doing all the interiors. I'm just not going to show you guys since I don't want to ruin the surprise for when you play the map for yourselves. Before you start panicking, don't worry. We are of course building a saloon. Our resident outlaws definitely deserve a drink after all that looting and pillaging. Well, maybe they don't, but there's no way I could deny our mesa miners a cold drink when they come to visit. Just wait until you see where they have to work every day. For our place of worship in this biome, I took a little bit of inspiration from history and included a church. Having said that, a lot of old western towns didn't have the luxury of a dedicated church building, and some services were even held in the saloon. And finally, to finish up our village buildings, I created a little house. I envisioned a lot of our villagers having sleeping quarters above their businesses, but there is one house. I wonder who lives here. I wonder if they have a story. Now it's finally time to place all of our buildings, sticking to a classic cul-de-sac style of placement, which I think we all typically associate with Wild West towns. Real Western towns often look quite different to this movie-like interpretation, but they did often run parallel to a railroad, which we'll bring to life in the next segment of this build. To decorate the village, I of course had to include a water tower. Water towers were actually used to supply water for steam trains along the railroad lines, so they're much more than just a cool looking decoration. To go hand in hand with the water tower, I built a windmill. These windmills were actually used to pump water, which would be stored in the water towers, and that's why you often see them depicted together. I also built a stagecoach, which would have been used to transport passengers from place to place, and came up with a couple of smaller wagon designs, a well, a stack of barrels, and some gallows. Perhaps a little morbid, but often history can be. And to finish up this segment of the build, I scattered the decorations around our Wild West town. I think these finishing touches really bring a build to life. Now it's time to move on to our railroad network. To link this up nicely to the village, I whipped up a station and a platform and included another water tower close by to make sure our trains have plenty of access to water. That is what steam trains run on after all. I added in some decorations, the beginnings of a very long track, and incorporated a classic railroad tunnel as a finishing touch. Obviously, I had to build a train to ride these tracks, so I built a little steam train. Now since this is all survival friendly and on a relatively small scale, this was quite a challenge, but I'm really happy with how this turned out. I added the finer details, including the various stacks and domes on top, and the pilot, which is often known as a cowcatcher, at the front, before moving back to build the cab. After making lots of tweaks to the front of the train, I built a coal cart to follow closely behind the cab, ready to fuel it up, and then I built some carriages for passengers behind to finish this first train up. Since I'm building such a huge railroad, I really had to build another train to go round it. I copied the same design for the front, but this time designing the carriages for transporting materials and goods rather than passengers. You'll notice the gold and coal in the back of the carriages, which have been transported from the huge mines that we'll be tackling shortly. Before we move on to the mines though, we have an enormous railroad to tackle. And of course, rather than making this easy for myself, I plotted out a route that winds around the whole canyon, making twists and turns and taking diagonal routes across the landscape. It literally took hours for Steph and I to plot out this route, but it was definitely worth it. The whole canyon has been brought to life. Now, since this track is so expansive and we have 2 trains heading around it, I had to incorporate another station with a little water stop to get our trains more water, since early steam trains would need to stop for more water every couple of hours depending on their journey and load. To support our huge railroad, I created a trestle bridge, inspired by the Goat Canyon Trestle in California. Timber trestle bridges not only have an iconic look, but they were usually seen as a more temporary structure, which is why I chose to use them here. I really wanted this canyon to seem as though it is in its prime, bustling with new activity in the USW's own mini gold rush period. Trestle bridges are actually very strong, which is why similar designs have been used for wooden roller coasters over the years. Luckily, I was able to create a more modular trestle bridge design to support the railroad, although I did have to manually build the corner pieces, which took quite a long time, but it was definitely worth investing the time because these bridges really elevate the landscape to a whole new level. And after the painstaking process of finalizing the trestle bridge design around the entire railroad, it's time to move on from our train network and head to the mines. To kick off the mines, I took my crane design from the Jungles mines and placed it down in the canyon, which may seem odd at first, but hear me out. When the outlaws took over the mesa, they were mostly driven by greed, having heard that the land was full of gold and valuable resources. When they first came to the canyon to begin mining the land, they discovered an ancient tunnel, which led to the inter-biome mining network. This ancient network connects several biomes via giant underground tunnels. You may remember me mentioning it when we tackled the jungle. So, the crane design here is the same as the jungles because the outlaws travel to the ancient jungle city, stealing the crane design for their own mines and saving themselves lots of planning time. Let's just hope that they haven't stolen all of the jungle mines resources by the time that you get to play them out for yourselves. Anyway, as you can see, I'm building several overhanging mining buildings on stilts, incorporating a lift with several different levels so that the miners can move resources around easily, mainly refining coal and gold, ready to be transported around the USW. With all of these extra buildings, this is really shaping up to be a little mining town of its own. One building I really loved creating was this sluicing mine. This method of mining is often depicted with an exaggerated building with crazy pipes all over the roof, and it's something I remember seeing as a kid. Steph said it's from Club Penguin, but I digress. Sluicing uses sloping water channels to break down the earth containing gold. So our mesa miners will be beavering away in the caves, dumping a mixture of gold and earth into their mine carts and sending it up for the sluicing to get the end product. But of course, there are different materials and methods being used across these mines. So a larger crane was definitely necessary here. Now we haven't yet tackled the pillager outpost, and I thought that it would be a great addition to the mines. The mesa is home to the outlaws anyway, so you would certainly expect to see a few outposts and watchtowers overseeing their precious mines. To keep some consistency between the outposts across different biomes, just like vanilla Minecraft, I repurposed the outpost I created for the plains, redesigning the roof in a more western style, and changing up some of the materials and finer details to differentiate it further. I then added a more temporary campsite for those stationed at this watchtower, as they would have different duties to the miners and would likely move from outpost to outpost, since I placed another 2 around the mining canyon. Since there are going to be so many materials and supplies coming in and out of this mining area, I knew that I had to add in an extra train station here, just next to the outpost so that the workers can easily catch a train back to town if need be. And finally, to create our actual gold mines. Now, without giving too much away, I've dug out several tunnels weaving through the canyon, incorporating a whole minecart track network as well. It's honestly like a miniature roller coaster. If only mining was this fun in real life. To finish up this area, I added in some stairs to connect up to the cranes so that our mesa miners can operate them without clambering up the side of the canyon. I also incorporated some extra platforms and pathways, creating a dock area near the water's edge to provide another means of transporting goods from the area, with another dock at the town to receive goods and send out supplies. To come up with some final decorations, I copied some of the wagon designs from the main town, changing their contents to dynamite and ores gathered from the mines. Then, I built a custom wagon to transport a larger load of dynamite and TNT, before finally creating a smaller crane based on a previous design that I made to load and offload goods around the dock area. I scattered these decorations across the mining canyon and placed down 2 steamboats that I previously designed from my survival series with Steph. I also mixed in raw gold, iron and coal blocks into the piles of barrels, just to add a little variation. And with that, the mesa is complete. The savannah tends to be a pretty forgotten biome, and it has definitely been the biome I've received the least ideas for. So I thought we'd do it some justice and create something really special. I can't be sending you guys to sleep now, can I? To kick things off, I of course had to upgrade our savanna trees, taking inspiration from African acacia trees so we can achieve that classic Lion King horizon. I created a few different variations to keep things nice and organic, eventually removing the vanilla trees and placing our custom ones across the entire biome. I also placed some custom boulder clusters to change up the environment. I really am getting those Lion King vibes now. And as you can see, our environment is now freshly upgraded and ready to be filled with some crazy builds. I started by plotting out our cattle field with a custom fence, being sure to make plenty of room for our cows to graze. I also included a classic ranch entrance sign to fit with the rest of the mesa buildings, before relocating this to the actual entrance of the ranch and plotting out some pathways, along with some coloured wool foundation plans for all of the ranch's buildings. Next up, I tackled Crazy Pete's house. He's got to have a cozy home to relax in after a long day on the ranch. Steph did the interior for this one, and apparently he has a beer tap above his sink rather than a regular tap. I guess that's why she's named him Crazy Pete. Then I whipped up this large barn, building it on a diagonal to keep things from looking too regimented before bringing over a couple of decorations from the Mesa town, including the water pumping windmill and the water tower to accompany it, since we don't want our animals getting too thirsty. They can't survive on beer alone like Crazy Pete. And of course, I couldn't forget to add in some stables. You guys were sad not seeing them in the Mesa, so of course I wanted to dedicate a part of the ranch to the stables, incorporating the stable hand's house on the end. Now to finish up our ranch, I created this cattle shed in a classic cartoon-like barn style, with a small outcropping for feeding, as well as another windmill and water tower to make sure the cows' water troughs are kept nice and full. Now these Mesa folk are getting a little close to the savannah. Tensions are certainly rising, but hey, at least the animals are happy. Not too far from the ranch, we're going to be building our wolf tribe, taking some inspiration from the Native Americans. Typically, what we often see depicted in movies and stories is based around the Native Americans of the plains. No, not the plains in Minecraft. This plains was between the Mississippi River and the Rocky Mountains. These people were known for dwelling in teepees and wearing elaborate feather bonnets, which I think we all tend to think of as the main symbols of the Native Americans. Now I love that imagery, but I don't think many people know how diverse the Native Americans were. Historians actually divide them into 10 separate culture areas. They lived in very different dwellings and had different cultures depending on where they resided. In the southwest, the environment was much like our USW's Mesa, and the people there lived in mud and stone houses called pueblos and hogans. On the flip side, in what is now modern-day Alaska and Canada, in a contrasting environment, living very different lives to the farmers of the plains or the southwest. To somewhat reflect this diversity, I wanted to take inspiration from some of these different building types in the Wolf Tribe's village. Now, the Wolf Tribe originally resided in the Mesa, where their houses were more like the pueblos and hogans I mentioned earlier. To kick things off in a recognisable style, I whipped up a couple of totem poles to sit either side of the Wolf Tribe's entrance, with several different totems carved into the wood. These 3 totems are important symbols for the tribe. Anyway, I quickly got to work on the tribe's teepees, creating a few different variations to dot around the camp. I also incorporated some glazed terracotta into my designs, since teepees are traditionally painted with depictions of battles, personal experiences, and even animals. Since I couldn't incorporate actual paintings on the teepees in vanilla Minecraft, I thought the terracotta was a good replacement to add some detail and colour. For the rest of the tribe's main houses, I whipped up a wigwam and longhouse, which would have typically been viewed as a pretty symbolic building, representing territory being shared across nations. In the USW, the Wolf Tribe's longhouse represents their ancient allegiances with the desert and the jungle. And since our Wolf Tribe is based around a lake, I thought it would be pretty appropriate to include these chickies elevated above the wet ground to provide a cozy, dry dwelling for the villagers. In Native American culture, it was very common for the children to learn the workings of the camp at a young age with first-hand experiences. So I thought it'd be cool to incorporate a mini camp for the Wolf Tribe's children to hang out, where they can learn to tend to the fire, look after animals, grow their own crops, and even practice their archery. And with our various buildings complete, I scattered them across the camp, and now things are really starting to come to life. Remember, all of these buildings will have interiors too. I'm just not going to spoil the surprise. To guard the front entrance from those pesky Mesa outlaws, I created a couple of basic, stilted watchtowers, peeking up over the large fence to keep an eye out for suspicious visitors. And you also may have noticed the large space that I left at the back of the camp, which is of course for the chief's hut. I was inspired by the wattle and daub style of building for this hut, as I wanted to create something completely different to the rest of the buildings to give the tribe a special place to gather before the chief. I think it actually ended up looking pretty similar to the large Dothraki hut from Game of Thrones, still fitting nicely with the theme of the camp. Just to one side of the chief's hut, I created a communal fire pit area for the villagers to gather around and included a warning bell as well as a small stables to keep a few horses. And to add some finishing touches before tackling the most important part of the camp, I added in some bridges to connect the islands scattered across the winding lake, created some areas for farming crops near the water, built a little fishing dock jutting out into the lake, hung some banners at the entrance in the tribe's very own colours, and finally added in some small totem poles either side of the entrance to the chief's hut, perhaps even including a hidden booby trap or two to ward off you Minecraft adventurers from seeking entrance to the hut. Now this tree is not just an important spiritual tree for the Wolf Tribe, but a fundamental part of the USW's backstory. You may remember that the Wolf Tribe fled to the savannah from the Mesa, chasing out the residents of this camp and claiming it as their own, in desperation to escape the Mesa outlaws. The original residents were known as the Bone Tribe, who we'll visit later on. The Bone Tribe's healer created magical medicines from plants and bones, and had left behind a mysterious pouch when the Wolf Tribe took over the camp. The pouch contained a strange powder, and the Wolf Tribe soon discovered that it made things grow at rapid speed. It was bone meal. The Wolf Tribe believed in a spiritual connection with nature, and in an important ritual, the camp's elders were to plant a sacred sapling to strengthen the tribe's bond to nature and provide them with a special place for future rituals and worship. Realizing that the magical bone meal could bring their spirit tree to life quickly, they used it to grow it to full size. Inadvertently, the camp's elders had created a strong spiritual connection between the Wolf Tribe and the Bone Tribe, bringing this bond to life in a magical tree which grew from a combination of important ingredients from each tribe. The spirit tree called out to the Wolf Tribe chief, as well as the elders, encouraging them to reconcile with the Bone Tribe after they had forced them out of their home. The two tribes were now linked through nature. It was fate that their paths would cross, and if they were to stand a chance against the ever-expanding Mesa outlaws, their alliance was essential. But anyway, I won't give too much away for now. And that's our Wolf Tribe complete. I love how this turned out, and it's such a unique little area to explore. I can't wait for you guys to come across it during your Minecraft adventures. And now it's time to head over to the other side of the savannah to find out where the Bone Tribe has got to. Now this is where the building gets serious. We're jumping right in at the deep end here, creating a gigantic quarry for our Bone Tribe to live in. This quarry was used by the Bone Tribe for simply mining resources. But when the Wolf Tribe were forced to seek sanctuary in the savannah, the Bone Tribe fled here. But what on earth did they do with all of this space? If you've seen the USW movie series, then you'll know that the USW was once home to many primeval creatures, which the first people of the island fought off. The Bone Tribe received their name from their legendary bone armor, forged by their ancestors from a giant primeval creature that they eliminated when it posed a threat to their people. Legend has it that the enormous animal fed the tribe for weeks, and the bones of its body were used to forge their armor. But the skull was never found. And as you can see, the rumors were true after all. Centuries later, the descendants of the Bone Tribe discovered the skull when excavating a large quarry to mine for materials near the savannah's hills, and it became their salvation at their most desperate time of need. In fact, the Bone Tribe actually view this giant beast's skull as a sacred blessing from their ancestors. When the Wolf Tribe were chased out of their home by the outlaws that now reside in the Mesa, the Bone Tribe lost their home too. They fled to the quarry, where they'd recently uncovered this gigantic skull, which none of the tribe ever really knew was more than a myth. They hid inside the skull, and it kept them safe, sheltered them from the elements, and concealed them from attackers while they were still vulnerable. It later became the hub for their tribe, and they actually dedicated different parts of the skull to different purposes. For instance, the inside of the creature's cranium is their equivalent to a main headquarters, where the real thinking happens. But we'll turn to these dedicated parts of the skull a little later. And with this gigantic skull complete, it's time to place it in the quarry. It makes a pretty epic centerpiece, but what exactly are we going to build, and where? Steph and I spent a long time planning all of the different building types that incorporate bones in an unusual way. From 2-story huts to crazy towers with bone mechanics, we color-coded each structure and decided where to place them across the quarry. This process actually took hours and hours, but it was definitely worth it to make sure everything fitted together coherently. And now for the exciting part, creating these bony buildings, incorporating giant bone and horn supports in as many different ways as possible. For the buildings themselves, I didn't want to use any one specific reference. There is so much variation in African architecture, which we wanted to incorporate into some of our buildings, whilst focusing on coming up with a unique architectural style that suits these crazy surroundings. I did, however, want to make sure that everything was intentional and meaningful. As you know, we love to incorporate plenty of story and symbolism here on the Trixie Blocks channel. So we decided to use the colour red as the tribe's main colour, drawing inspiration from the Maasai tribe of Kenya, who wear a vibrant cloth known as a shahuka. Red is considered a sacred colour by the Maasai, also representing blood, and it is the basic colour for all shahuka. Similarly, the Bone Tribe adopted the red colour as a warning to potential attackers, but also as a celebration of their sacred home, centred around the skull that saved them from a terrible fate. As you might have noticed, I also incorporated this building, which is actually a mini upgrade of Minecraft's vanilla pillager outpost. I wanted to challenge myself to actually downscale a Minecraft structure rather than upscaling it, since the goal here is to transform the entirety of Minecraft after all. So why not try achieving that in different, more challenging ways? We thought it'd be really interesting to combine an ordinary village with some pillager outpost elements. Now this is going to be a village in the map, spawning villagers as opposed to pillagers, but this little pillager reference shows the tribe's fighting spirit and doubles as a mini outpost upgrade for the savannah. And with the first small buildings finished, I placed them around the quarry, following the color-coded plan that we laid out earlier, and making a few adjustments to the landscape here and there. Now, for our first and most obvious profession building, the armorer. We can't exactly have a tribe fabled for their bone armor without an actual armorer building. For this particular building, I took some inspiration from the huts of the Dorza in Ethiopia, incorporating some different elements to ensure the building suits its surroundings and showcases the Bone Tribe's colour. With the armourer building done, I placed it down before moving on to the healer's hut. Now you may remember me mentioning the healer earlier in this video, and she's a very important part of the tribe. In our world, it is a belief in traditional South African Ndebele society that illness is caused by spells or curses. So there would be a healer to combat these forces, known as a Sangama or Inyaga, depending on their area of speciality. They often use herbs and bones in their rituals, and this is pretty common still. In fact, it's actually estimated that these healers, who are essentially shamans, are about 8 times more common than conventional doctors in South Africa. How cool is that? Now, since our healer primarily uses plants in her practices, her hut is actually our unconventional farmer's building of the tribe. So I created a little area for crops, which the healer uses for her medicines, and a small grazing area for some sheep. I also added these little green and yellow banners, taking further inspiration from the Maasai tribe, who believe that yellow and green colours are said to bring nourishment and growth. The Bone Tribe's healer painted these banners herself, placing them around her crop field as lucky charms. It certainly worked, because this is the only fertile land in the quarry. Next up is the cartographer's building, which I use the healer's hut as our foundation for. With these bony buildings, it was really useful to take some inspiration from World of Warcraft's orc buildings. But I also tried to include some original concepts too, and I'm pretty chuffed with how this turned out. I thought it'd be cool to include a lift, taking the cartographer up to the lookout tower, using this rotating bone mechanism at the top to act as a pulley system. And of course, I had to fiddle with the design a little further once I placed the building, adding an extra little tower at the top to finish it off. Now, our Bone King resides on the left side of the skull in the district where the elders reside. His tower had to be something a little special, so I started with a sturdy base, incorporating bone supports for the main structure and the roof too. I wanted this building to really embrace the Bone Tribe's traditions, so I was sure to embed the largest bones of any building in the quarry in its structure, creating a grand tower for the tribe's leader to reside in. I placed the Bone King's grand tower down, connecting it to the Elders District with a bridge. I also created a bridge across to the skull's right eye, as this is where the Elders conduct their rituals, through which they gain insight from their ancestors. Through this path, they can reach their meeting hall based in the cranium, since that's where all the thinking happens. And they can also reach the other eye too, which is the Elders' viewing platform, giving them a view across the rest of the tribe. In fact, each part of the skull is used in a way reminiscent of how the creature would have used that part back when it was alive. The eyes represent sight, hence the rituals and viewing balcony. The mouth contains a grand feasting hall, and the head contains the Elders' headquarters. And you'll soon see what the nose is used for. I thought it would make sense to add one final profession building, the stonemason. I just built a deep slate foundation for the Bone King's tower and realised that it made a lot of sense for the stonemason to have a similar building style. So I whipped up this round, bony mini tower, which is clearly built from deep slate carved by the stonemason himself. I set the stonemason's building down in its pre-planned spot before adding in some more bridges, an elevator, finalising some platforms and placing pathways. And of course, our Bone Tribe needs some protection at its front entrance. So I created a large, square watchtower to sit either side of the grand entrance, incorporating a spiky, menacing design, as well as some bones and red banners to tie it into the rest of the tribe. I then placed down the watchtower either side of the entrance as planned, incorporating these huge bones to frame the entrance, almost like you're walking through part of a ribcage when entering the quarry. Next, I add a little protection around the front with a fence, the same one as the fence from the Wolf Tribe. I mean, it was originally the Bone Tribe's fence before they were pushed out after all. The Wolf Tribe didn't even build it, so I think we can forgive them for using it for their new home. Now, to tick another Minecraft structure off our transformation list, I decided to create some smaller scale skulls and some rib cages, recreating vanilla Minecraft fossils to act as some decoration for our Bone Tribe. I created two smaller skull variants, a large rib cage, as well as a campsite, some market stalls for the tribe's trading, a few fire brazier variants, and of course some rock and ore piles, since this is a quarry after all. After coming up with these decorations, I dotted them around the quarry, even creating a rib cage camp at the quarry floor. I also thought that it'd be cool to flip the rib cage up the other way, to create a more sheltered outdoor area next to the Bone King's tower. Now he and the elders can enjoy their garden parties, whatever the weather. It's really crazy how much this quarry comes to life with all the final decorations, especially the fire braziers. But to add a little more functionality for the Bone Tribe folk, I dotted some cranes around, making it easier for all the heavy materials to be hauled around the various levels of the quarry. And to add a few more details, I whipped up some canopies for supplies and added a couple of camps just past the quarry border, where the tribe's hunters and foragers are stationed. And last but not least, we're finally discovering what the tribe uses the skull's nose for. When the tribe were forced to flee their home by the Wolf Tribe, which was really all thanks to the outlaws, the tribe hid inside the skull. When they lit their first fire, it was fundamental to their survival, and the camp kept that fire alight no matter what. The elders ordered that the two things that had enabled their survival should be unified and that the flame of the Great Fire should never dwindle. The fire now resides in the skull's nostrils as a constant beacon of hope, said to breathe life into the camp. The tribe also tells stories from the Great Fire's smoke, including the tale of their ancestors' epic battle with the giant creature, whose skull provides the foundation to their tribe today. The camp's designated firekeepers keep the flame alive, which is actually not dissimilar to the traditions of the Himba tribe situated in Namibia. Their holy fire is called the Okaruwa, which they must keep burning, the smoke of which they believe connects them to their ancestors. To add the final touches, I scattered some grass, trees and rocks around the edge of the quarry to blend things with the rest of the biome nicely. And that just about wraps up our bone tribe. This is probably one of the most unique builds in the entire USW, and definitely makes for an epic spot for an adventure. So let's take a look at everything that we've built in our upgraded savanna biome. Now, if you guys have been paying attention to the other chapters, you may remember me mentioning that several of the biome's people made pacts, and even had complex trading relationships. This cave is actually home to the hub of the Interbiome Mining Network, where the indigenous people of the desert, mesa, and jungle banded together to strengthen their collective resources via a complex network of mines. What I didn't mention was that this hub is also the home of an entire civilization of people and the fourth members of the Alliance, the USW's dwarves. With the shell of the cave complete, you can spot plenty of 1.17 and 1.18 elements here, with the giant dripstone stalagmites, glowberries, spore blossoms, and more. This is the ultimate lush cave to start our epic transformation in. Now, first and foremost, let's start with our giant dwarf statue, since this vast cave is their home, and they were the ones to establish the epic lush ancient city we're going to be tackling today. Little is known about the origins of the dwarves, but they were outcast by those inhabiting the surface, leading them to seek sanctuary underground. It was a long time before the dwarves made contact with the surface dwellers again, but when they did, the kindness of the Jungle King led them to a strong alliance, which eventually led to the Interbiome Mining Network forming. Without the dwarves, the surface biomes would have struggled to prosper as they have, so it's fitting that this dwarf statue feeds the cave with its only lava source, essential for the smelting of materials mined from the cave network. To finalise our grand dwarf statue, I incorporated plenty of deep slate variations to tie in with the deep dark theme, which will become much more apparent when we tackle the rest of the city. I also gave the dwarfs some weapons, which actually represent one of the two factions of the city, which we'll explore more later on. The Copper faction was known as the fiercer faction of the dwarves, renowned for their resilience and survival abilities. To honour the sacrifices they made to protect the entire dwarven race, the Amethyst faction, who are the more innovative of the dwarves, built this statue bearing two weapons said to be wielded by the Copper faction's eldest ancestors. I think he makes for an awesome centerpiece of the forge area. With our dwarf statue complete, it's time to set it in place and get started on the next statues. If you've been following the Trixie Blocks channel for a while, you might remember my underground kingdom. This mega build was my first major project, and I really wanted to include some sort of reference to it in these caves. So I took the Atlas-inspired statue I created for the underground kingdom and improved on it, to act as the basis for our founder statues. As you can see, the two statues look pretty different to each other, and I definitely think the new one is a major improvement. Using the foundations we just built, I added the finer details to the Jungle King statue. The Jungle King was also key to the creation of this Interbiome Mining Network, so he sits between the dwarf statue and the other statues, since it was his diplomacy that bridged the gap between the dwarves and the people inhabiting the surface. With the Jungle King statue complete, I place him down in front of the dwarf statue before moving on to our final two founder statues. To meet the lava channels that we're going to be placing, these statues need to be a little lower, so I tweaked the same Underground Kingdom statue into a kneeling position before getting started with the finer details. Then, to tackle the pharaoh statue, I built his headdress and added some clothing and jewelry to set him apart from the other statues. You may have also noticed the gemstones I have placed in the head of each statue, which is just a little representation of their home biomes. And for the wolf tribe chief, I tried my best to recreate a feather war bonnet, which was pretty tricky using just Minecraft blocks on this scale, but I think it turned out looking pretty cool. And with the final founders statues complete, it's time to incorporate them into the smelting area of the forge. As you can see, our Jungle King is supporting the main lava channel, which sloped down into the back of our Wolf Tribe Chief and Pharaoh statues. Now, whilst I really wanted this part of the build to be a crazy centerpiece that does the USW's lore some justice, I also wanted to make sure that it made some sense as a practical element of the build. So the front statues are each feeding a large basin of lava that they carry, which heats a vat attached above it. This way, all of the gold mined from the cave networks can be brought here and smelted, before transporting to the main forge. But we'll tackle all of those logistical elements later. These huge statues were a great way to kick off this cave upgrade, and I love how they tie the lore of the Ultimate Survival world into this transformation. Before completing the forge area, we need to lay out the city entrance and the city itself. To mirror the thin corridors and multi-leveled elements in the vanilla ancient city, I created these narrow staircases to connect the upper and lower platforms of the entrance and trading area, adding some basic crenellations to start off with. I then started to work on the first of the 3 biome entrances, with a chain and cog system to work the doors. Well, we'll use our imagination and pretend that they work the doors. I played with the gear design for a while before settling on a style and embedding it in the wall either side of the entrance. As you may have guessed, this is the door to the desert. So I created the door in a style inspired by the USW's desert to keep things nice and themed, before adding the same theme to the inside of the door, as I really wanted it to feel like you're heading to another realm when you exit through these doors, since they do actually lead all the way to the biome that they're themed on. Yes, these doors literally connect these biomes with long, winding tunnels. So to continue the themed doors, I made some adjustments to the upper entrances, before adding an entrance themed around the Mesa's wolf tribe, and of course the final entrance was themed around the jungle, leading straight into the ancient jungle city. To tie things in nicely with the cave, I created a curved wall design before spending a long time decorating the back walls and floors in a typical dwarven style, as well as adding some soulfire lighting to tie in with the 1.19 theme, as these are going to be a key part of 1.19's ancient cities. With the main shell of the entrance and market area almost complete, I connect it up to what will later be the main forge area with a dwarven bridge, before making the final tweaks to the front wall. I think you guys will be excited for what I have planned for these archway designs later on. Finally, I made some final tweaks to the finer details of the walls and floor designs, before getting started with the market, starting off with some wool that I use for planning. I plotted out a marketplace, building a range of different market stalls using warped materials to tie in with the colour scheme. I then replaced some of the warped blocks with the new sculk sensors, which of course we're going to need for our deep dark cave. They also serve an important purpose to our dwarves, which we'll find out about later on. Now this entrance and trading area is the perfect place to gather supplies for a long adventure into the caves. Once you see the scale of what's coming, you'll definitely want to be geared up. Before we revisit our forge area and with our entrance complete, it's time to head over to begin the city, which will line the walls of the cave. I connected the city's foundations to the main forge area, before adding the main staircases to connect the different levels to one another. Since this city was going to connect and interact with the main forge area, I decided to get it all plotted out with wool in advance, so I knew exactly what space I was working with and how everything was going to link together, because I really wanted to make sure that the system made logical sense. I then continued my wall plan across the foundations of our city, incorporating plans for the faction's banners and relics, as well as plotting out paths for the water channels throughout the city. And to kick things off, I began with the bottom level of the city. In our dwarves culture, they actually didn't have a typical class system. Instead, the younger dwarves inhabited the lower city, working hard and providing for their people, working their way up the tiers with age, until eventually making it to the elders' dwellings, studying the ancient dwarven texts. Also, you may have gathered that this is the Amethyst faction from the current rooftop designs. However, this didn't quite feel right, so I switched to our warped skulk rooftops to match the market and the 1.19 theme of this build. We'll still be including different details to set apart the two factions, which you'll see shortly. Now to tackle the middle layer of our deep dark city, I added some slightly larger buildings, since the dwarves gain more luxury as they work their way up the city. I also switched the main building materials as well, and I think it's really starting to look like a deep dark city now. And to make way for the top tier of the city, I made some final tweaks to the arching roof supports, ready for our final additions. Now, as I mentioned earlier, these dwarves have their very own library of ancient texts, which sits at the very top of their city. Generations of elders have studied these texts, even discovering ways to protect their city from the miners from the surface. The dwarves couldn't live with such a threat after their historical conflicts with the surface dwellers. Despite the serious reading that goes on in this library, it looks like a pretty cozy place to get lost in a good book. And of course, I had to add the elders' dwellings at the end of the top tier, taking inspiration from that classic Erebor style of building from The Hobbit. To finish up the city, I built the water channels we plotted out earlier with wool, and then mirrored the city to the other side, joining them to the entrance and trading area with more bridges. Now you'll remember me mentioning the two factions of dwarves, and you may have guessed that each faction inhabits one side of the city, depending on their strengths. They're very much seen as equal, but different, so their cities reflect this. Neither faction is inferior to the other. The Amethyst faction is based around innovation and creation, known for their extraordinary abilities to find valuable materials and use them to construct magnificent designs. The Copper faction is based around survival, known for their fierce fighting style and their sharp, savvy approach to surviving, affording them the greatest endurance no matter the odds. The factions each have two key relics representing their core values. The Amethyst faction has a pickaxe and a shovel, mirroring their roles in mining and creating, whilst the Copper faction has an axe and a sword, representing their survivalist abilities. And of course they keep the copper hammer of their ancestors in their banner. Whilst they've found more efficient fighting tools to use themselves, they still honour their heritage with this symbol. This deep dark dwarven city is insane, and we're not even finished up yet. And with the main city complete, it's time to finally start linking things up to the main forge. As you can see, we're adding a cave entrance at the edge of the city and finally getting started on those hanging conveyors. Now that I'm finally transforming this wool, you can see that I've incorporated these pouring towers where the conveyor buckets tip the mined materials, which you can see is gold in this case, into the smelting pots. These hanging conveyors work their way around the entire network of caves in a looped system, so that the dwarves and the other interbiome miners can keep the smelters operating virtually non-stop with an endless supply of gold. And finally, we're back at the forge area, creating our main base for weapon and tool creation. Once the materials have been smelted at the founder's smelting area, the liquid is poured into buckets and transported across the water to this forge. The pouring towers then transfer the liquid into these new vats, which keep the liquid heated with fires kept roaring by the bellows that you can see next to them. The liquids can then be poured into molds and forged into weapons on the forging tables, where the dwarves beaver away to create the most powerful tools and weapons of the USW. This is possibly one of my favourite parts of the build so far. I had to tackle things in a bit of a strange order to plot everything out properly, but it was definitely all worth it to see the forge up and running, linking so seamlessly with the rest of the elements in the cave. And of course, the dwarves need a place for fishing and transporting supplies, so I added in some docks at the bottom of the two sides of the city and dot around some boats carrying some materials. Since Amethyst Geodes are a 1.18 addition to the game, and one of our factions is named after it, I had to add in my own Amethyst Geodes at the back of the cave, as well as a bunch of cave entrances and platforms to start our cave network. The caves wind through this back wall, creating an intricate mine network full of epic loot and materials, including copper of course, since we can't leave out the Copper faction either. Honestly, these caves took forever to map out, but they're going to be great fun to explore, especially once we've added in the minecart system. And if you've been keeping up with the mini-movie series on the Steph Blocks channel, you guys will recognise this Emerald Cave from the Desert chapter, where many friendships are born and even a plot to overthrow the Pharaoh was hatched. And of course, I haven't forgotten about the Warden. In fact, the dwarves had many a battle with the Wardens of the Deep Dark when searching for a home safe beneath the surface. When they settled here and expanded this cave, they used sculpt materials on their rooftops to alert them of trespassers entering their city. These materials were stolen from the Wardens, who had become the dwarves' greatest enemy, eventually striking an attack on the city. The Copper faction defended the city from harm, and the dwarves were victorious, locking the Wardens away in these dungeons across the city. The Wardens now act as guards to the dwarves' most valuable treasure collection, sections. We thought this would be an epic way to incorporate the wardens into this transformation, giving you guys mini bosses to tackle in your adventures, and also doubling up as a mini upgrade for Minecraft's dungeons too. Will you tackle the wardens head to head, or will you take the stealthy approach? And lastly, to finish the caves, I tweaked the vines to make sure that none were broken, and added some giant hanging lanterns based on the design I used in my Underground Kingdom build. I then tweaked the number of glowberry vines until I was happy with them, before finishing up with a crazy network of working minecarts, connecting the forge to the whole cave network and spanning across the entire back wall of the cave. So, with that, let's take a look at the Ultimate Survival World's new upgraded caves. So, to get started on this blank canvas, we're draining the water from the area and creating lots and lots of space to work with. I then began with the terraforming, using sand to create a natural looking landscape where I had cut away at the original ocean floor using World Edit. I also created a long, gradual slope to the ocean floor, leading away from the USW and towards the natural oceans, since this transformation is situated in that horseshoe-shaped bay of the island. And with the main base shape laid down, I converted the sand back to stone and began working on some super exaggerated, fantasy-style arches to line this enormous area we're working with, and later frame our ocean monument really nicely with a coral reef. I of course had to add some caves and overhangs for exploration too, making the base landscape as dynamic a canvas as possible for placing plenty of decorations and secrets later. And to finish up the base landscape, I added some more gnarly rocks varying in shape and size to act as the main foundations for our coral later on, trying my best to create as many interesting areas as possible before painting the entire environment with a natural gradient, leaving the sand in place where it would naturally fall. Anyway, to fill our empty canvas with some vibrant colours, it's time for the coral. Now, I already made some large coral from my Underwater Kingdom project that I was really happy with, so I decided to use some of it for this project too. But to make sure that this massive reef had plenty of variation, I also built some new coral types. That way we can place a wide range of sizes, colours and shapes around the huge landscape. In a similar way, I also nabbed some of the shells from my Underwater Kingdom project, making some tweaks to the colours so that they were a little more natural and also adding some new shell variants as well. Steph and I then took on the challenge of placing all of these shells around the vast landscape, some hidden in caves, others sitting in the sand on the ocean floor. You can already see that this place is packed with some super dynamic terrain and tucked away areas to explore. And of course, plenty of nooks and crannies where I can hide secrets for you guys to discover. It's already starting to look like it's teeming with life and we're just getting started. Speaking of liveliness, as promised, we're incorporating a giant glow squid based on the tentacles I built from the enormous kraken I created in my Underwater Kingdom project. I know you guys must be wondering how the hell a giant glow squid fits into all of this. And I'm not surprised. Without spoiling too much of the story, the glow squid was sent by the Witch Coven of the Mushroom Swamp Island to retrieve a powerful enchanted artifact, which they'd misplaced when they first fled from the main island. This artifact is actually the key to this entire transformation, causing this insane environment to blossom and explaining why it's limited to this particular radius. The Coven sent the giant glow squid to retrieve the artifact, but it had already fallen into other hands, who weren't willing to give it up. They used the power of the artifact to defeat the witch's glow squid, binding it to the very island from which it was sent. Two of its giant tentacles remain exposed, lashing around in its attempts to escape, bringing down any unfortunate ships that sail too close to the witch's island. I wonder if the strange artifact that everyone wants to get their hands on has something to do with the ocean monument and those who built it. And what happens to the lost souls of the ship's crews? I suppose we'll just have to find out later in the video, although I reckon those shipwrecks are packed full of secrets for you to uncover yourselves. And anyway, moving on from that little tidbit of lore, let's finish up this environment and place the coral and seaweed. There's a hell of a lot of ground to cover here. As you can see, placing this coral completely transforms the entire ocean floor, creating a magical coral reef packed full of opportunities for adventure. There is literally coral spanning as far as the eye can see. The more you look, the more details you see, and the more that you want to explore this place. Honestly, this place is pretty insane. I can't believe how intricate this reef turned out and how cool the shipwreck graveyard looks. As you can imagine, we've hidden ridiculous amounts to find in this crazy jungle of coral. There's virtually an endless supply of caves, archways, shells, coral, and sunken ships to lose yourself in. And it's going to be a real challenge. So definitely get your night vision and water breathing potions at the ready. Now initially, I wasn't sure exactly what to start with for this build, but I quickly realised that God of the Sea statue head entrance we planned would really help me work out the scale this thing needed to be. So, taking inspiration from Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, I moulded this Poseidon-esque head from Prismarine, with its mouth open, ready to swallow up those of you who'll be crazy enough to venture into this monument. But why does the entrance depict the God of the Seas? Well, that all ties into that powerful artifact that I mentioned earlier, lost by the fleeing witches many centuries ago. The mysterious artifact, which was an enchanted heart of the sea, was accidentally dropped into the ocean, swept out with the tide, forming a powerful conduit in the USW seas. For years, the conduit sat alone on the ocean floor, absorbing the ocean's power and gradually growing in size, transforming the surrounding landscape until eventually it was discovered by adventurers from a distant land. They were pirates, traveling to the USW in search for the lost treasure of the evil pharaoh. But they ventured too close to the witch's mushroom swamp island and were struck by a devastating spell. Their ship washed up on the shores of the desert without its crew, with the first clue to the treasure hunt left inside. The crew were seemingly lost to the treacherous waters until they discovered the heart of the sea. To their surprise, once they neared its glowing light, they could somehow breathe underwater and gained other powers too. It had saved them from a grisly fate and actually gave rise to a new race of people thanks to the powers of the Heart of the Sea. And so they believed that the God of the Seas had plucked the heart from one of the witch's pockets, placing it on the ocean floor in its rightful place. The Mer people worshipped the God of the Seas as their savior, and of course included a depiction of him in their monument. Anyway, while explaining some of that crazy backstory, we now have a blocked out monument structure heavily based on the original vanilla version, a grand God of the Seas statue head entrance, and some small trident bearing guards that I've put to the side for now. We'll come back to those right at the end of the monument's exterior transformation. With the main structure laid out, it's time for the fun part. Lots and lots of detail. Even though the vanilla ocean monument is a bit of a strange looking structure, it's actually arguably one of the most detailed structures in the game, so I had to do it justice. Starting with the bottom layer, I designed the main supporting pillars and added some intricate archways, incorporating plenty of sea lanterns to keep these details nice and visible later on. I then moved on to the next layer, detailing the smaller pillars and adding a wavy design under the slopes of the roof. This part is actually called the pediment in classical architecture. And before we move on to the next layer, I decided to tweak our God of the Seas head to match the materials more coherently with the rest of the monument and add sea lanterns into his eyes to make them pop. Next up, mimicking the other small pillar designs, I started detailing the next layer, and you can see things are really starting to take shape nicely now. Continuing with these ornate details, I created a design to line the bottom walls. Even though they're pretty hidden for the most part, I wanted to pay attention to every detail here and make this as immersive as possible for you guys. And so, to finish up the detailing of the main structure, I got to work on the top level, also adding a small platform at the back where something special will sit later on. At the top of the monument, I added a staircase to the top platform, which I think fits really nicely with the roof. I then finished up the front pediment with one last pattern, before moving on to tackle the top platform, which actually plays host to that fabled artifact I mentioned earlier, the enchanted Heart of the Sea. After serving as salvation for the lost souls of the stranded pirate crews, the heart was positioned in pride of place on top of the monument, allowing its powers to reach far across the ocean, transforming the surroundings and its inhabitants into something magical. As well as the heart of the sea being key to the pirates' survival and the emergence of the merpeople, there were 6 large shells scattered near one another, which the stranded pirates used for shelter before they were able to build their own infrastructure. They later became known as the 6 shells of the sea. Without their protection, the ocean may have never have seen the emergence of an entire new race of people. And so, once they were strong enough, the founding crews of the merpeople led the inhabitants of the ocean and instructed that a monument was to be built and house the heart of the sea to protect them and what was left of their treasures from harm, with the 6 shells of the sea placed atop the roofs for the founding crews to reside in. With the 6 shells now all cozy in their new homes, it was time to make the final adjustments to the exterior of this monument, creating a more natural sandbank towards the entrance of the monument, and finally returning to those statues that we set aside earlier. Now, as you can see, I originally built these statues with legs, but that doesn't entirely fit with the story. Over centuries, the first lost pirates were joined by many more lost souls, cursed by the witches or caught out by the tentacles of the giant glow squid. The community quickly advanced, with rapid evolution occurring thanks to the magical heart conduit. The merpeople became their own race, their bodies completely adapting to their environment, which explains this mer guard that I've just whipped up to guard the main entrance. However, in recognition of their earlier, pre-evolution advancements, they also built these seahorse guards. They were the original military force of the merpeople. It was essentially their underwater cavalry. They protected the people from harm's way for centuries before their rapid evolution equipped them more appropriately to protect themselves. And so, they also sit in front of the monument, their reputation as fierce warriors providing a warning to attackers and treasure hunters. It looks like the exterior of our monument is complete, and it's really looking like an epic centerpiece. The resemblance to the vanilla monument is pretty uncanny as well. Maybe I didn't get too carried away this time. The main entrance was designed to lure in enemies and thieves, where they would enter a maze of corridors followed by a labyrinth of rooms, eventually losing themselves in the complexity of the structure or stumbling across one of the guardians of the ocean. So I plotted out a grid on each floor, making lots of edits to complicate things. And you've also got to remember that inside an ocean monument, the exits and entrances to each room can come from any angle. So this is going to be pretty confusing to explore on this scale. I wanted to keep things relatively simple and authentic to the vanilla structure, but added plenty of details to the corridors and rooms, with the entrances and exits varying every time, and of course scattering in some of those special room types as well. So keep your eyes peeled for loot and sponge. To be honest, working out where all the special rooms are might just about be the only way to work your way around this crazy maze. That, and a whole lot of potions and doors. Depends on your playstyle, I guess. And on this floor, we're adding the guardian chambers in the wings, those parts of the monument that jut out at the front. I thought it'd be cool to incorporate a few elements into this guardian chamber, so I added in some large central pillars, as well as a couple of treasure chamber elements. Since the merpeople captured the guardians to protect their treasure, it seemed fitting to add some treasure in this room. And if you manage to outsmart these guardians, then you'll be rewarded with some loot. And to finish things up, I planned out the 4th and final floor before adding in all of the walls and secret rooms and moving on to the Grand Elder Guardian Chamber, which I just had to turn into the ultimate underwater boss battle room. I added in some giant pillars, a large floor pattern and a platform, with of course a little stash of loot to reward you if you made it this far. Props to you if you managed to get through all of this in survival. I'm super happy with how this interior turned out, and I can't wait to play it with Steph. Even though I built it, there's no way I'll remember how to get through all of these floors, and that's without even dealing with the Guardians. So to kick things off, I started building in stone, creating a variety of modular archways and buildings that I could paste around easily and add more damage to once in place. This way, I would be able to slot in the ruins into the existing environment pretty easily. I created a sand variant of the same modular buildings and structures before finding a nice spot to place things down. These stone and sand settlements actually emerged as the merpeople societies blossomed, building their own villages and establishing their own beliefs and ways of life. Eventually, they fell into conflict, destroying each other's settlements and leaving behind only the founding crews. Poisoned by the conflict, having taken sides and lost all faith in the heart of the sea, something extraordinary happened to the remaining merpeople. The heart's enchantments appeared to turn on the merpeople, seemingly weary of all the conflict. It cursed the remaining merpeople to an empty, barren life. They became known as the Drowned, lost souls aimlessly wandering the waters for eternity, attacking any who crossed their path. The monument and the heart remain dormant, although it's said that a glimmer of power remains and that the Guardians still inhabit the monument, protecting the treasures hidden deep within the maze. These ruins were highly requested by you guys, and I think they're one of the coolest spots to explore in this entire ocean. So, which side are you on, stone or sand? And so, with these mysterious ruins placed and the transformation largely complete, it was time to add the final pieces of seaweed throughout the environment, fill the entire area with water again, and create some magma bubble columns to add that final challenge when it comes to exploring this vast ocean's landscape. And our ocean transformation is finally complete, so let's take a proper look at everything that we just created. The taiga biome is one of the most popular biomes in the game, and it features everyone's favourite block type, spruce wood. We're going to combine aspects from the taiga and mega taiga biome to create the most immersive and atmospheric forest possible. To get started with this massive transformation, I obviously had to do some terraforming to make a really epic backdrop for this Viking-inspired biome. Luckily, when I created this map with World Painter, I was able to lay the foundations of a mountainscape, but there was definitely some tweaking required to get things prepared for this village, especially to fit in with everything that we planned. And so, the best place for this village seemed to be on the biome border, just on the edge of the taiga and snowy mountains. Vikings actually skied for fun, and they even had a god associated with snow and skiing. So we thought it'd be fitting to give our own clan easy access to the slopes. With the main terraforming complete, it was time to add some rivers and lakes to break things up a bit and make the landscape a little more interesting. So I added some rivers between the mountain peaks and some lakes around the main valley of the biome. Next up, I created a bunch of assets to add to our environment. I built lots of conifer tree variants, as varying the structure, height, and materials of the trees really helps to make the environment look more realistic and dynamic. I also built a wide range of boulder variants to scatter around, along with a few fallen trees, which should help to make this world super immersive and fun to explore. And finally, I whipped up some smaller shrubs to dot around, which were the final addition to my little environment asset palette. And so, I placed the various taiga assets throughout the biome, and I'm not gonna lie guys, this part is always very tedious, but the results are definitely worth it. I tried to add the assets in little clusters, since this is a pretty common sight in the real world, and honestly, it just reminds me of a Bob Ross painting. As you can see, this place is looking picturesque already. Plus, I may or may not have hidden a little cabin for Bob Ross somewhere in the biome. And that's our blank canvas primed and ready for our largest village yet. Let's get planning. Just like I always do, I planned out the village with wool to make sure that the layout worked nicely. As you can see, there is a lot going into this village and a lot of thought went into it. One of the trickiest parts of these kind of projects is working out exactly where you want things to be. So making a plan like this is a real lifesaver. Plus, it's super satisfying to watch afterwards. So with the plan complete, I set out our vanilla houses ready for their upgrades and then got to work on 8 different house designs. And these are literally just the smaller buildings. I really wanted to make sure that this village had lots of variation. Sometimes it makes sense to paste in a similar variety of buildings to create a more uniform looking village, but it really depends on the type of community that you're thinking up. This village plays host to a lively bunch known as the Fafnir clan. If you're into mythology, you may recognise our inspiration for the name. In Norse mythology, Fafnir is a dwarf who turned on his family in pursuit of treasures, turning into a ferocious dragon to guard his riches. Similarly, the Fafnir clan are actually a villager-pillager hybrid turned on a subrace of their own people, the dwarves. That's right, the USW's dwarves who now live underground in their deep dark city were previously a part of the Fafnir clan. But in contrast to the Norse myth of Fafnir, it was the humans of the clan who got greedy and turned on their dwarven counterparts. Anyhow, now that I've given you guys the first of many snippets of lore, you can see that I've settled on a building style that sort of combines fantasy, medieval, and Viking elements. I had a blast adding all of the little details, like the dragon heads in the peaks of the curved rooftops, and the decorative banners lining the walls. It was a really fun challenge creating these houses on a smaller scale, although I'd love to do some more large-scale fantasy medieval builds in the future. And with all of these houses built, it's time to place them in. I love all of the little details in these buildings. They make a great start to the village, and it's already coming to life. Next, I tackled the place of worship for this biome, which was inspired by a Nordic stave church. Now, as you guys know, we've tried really hard to include lots of different cultures and places of worship throughout the series. If you haven't seen your favourite yet, then we'll try to cover it in our next Ultimate Survival World. Anyway, you might be wondering why we took inspiration from the stave church. Well, as you can see, it's an extremely interesting building to look at. Plus, it ties into these Nordic roots that we've been so inspired by. In fact, we've created a sort of hybrid religion for this biome, which also draws on elements of Old Norse paganism, as well as Viking culture. One of the things Steph and I enjoy most about this project is appreciating different cultures and beliefs while creating something fictional. We learned so much in the process, and this building was really fun to create, particularly on a diagonal axis. With that iconic tiered exterior complete, I got to work on the inside decorating the interior with some simple seating, lighting and pulpit to wrap things up before setting the building in place at the back of the village. As you can see, it's a real statement piece. Next to our place of worship, I quickly whipped up a graveyard on the other side of the river. This was another choice inspired by Norse mythology, as the river, known as Ugjul, is said to separate the living from the dead. Moving on to something a little bit more cheery, I made a start to the Grand Feasting Hall, where the Fafnir clan would gather for banquets and answer to their leader and mightiest shield maiden, Queen Lagertha. She's also inspired by a Viking legend, which tells tales of her as both warrior and ruler of what we know now as Norway. And so, with the exterior complete, I hopped inside to create an epic banquet hall, and of course a throne for Queen Lagertha, adding lots of decorations to liven things up. I set the feasting hall in place and made some alterations to the surrounding area, adding some staircases and bridges to connect up pathways and make things accessible. As you can see, the Fafnir clan enjoy many a feast in their Grand Feasting Hall. Wait, hang on a second. Is that Thor pleading with Queen Lagertha? I think he must have stepped into the wrong filming set today. Next up, it's the Fisherman's House. And as you can see, I decided to make the most of these buildings on a diagonal. I clearly love to torture myself with extra work. Anyway, obviously our clan lives in a pretty harsh environment, so they can't easily grow crops. Instead, they keep a lot of livestock and do lots of fishing, keeping their equipment and supplies in this building, where they also prepare the fish for the local market. And that's our next profession building complete. I'm loving the mini Viking rowboats. If only vanilla Minecraft boats looked more like this. So we're now moving on to the weaponsmith, which actually became a bit of a mixture of professions. What can I say? This particular villager has many talents. Some of the Minecraft professions really fit nicely with one another. So I decided to make this building a sort of weaponsmith toolsmith hybrid. I also included a banner design out front to sort of look like two swords. They kind of look like scissors actually, but maybe this villager is also the local hairdresser. Who knows? And with our multi-talented villager's house complete, I pasted it down. This place looks pretty cool actually. I might just have to pay this villager a visit when I'm next in need of a haircut. Another profession combo I thought suited each other nicely was the leatherworker and armourer. As I mentioned before, the clan keeps lots of livestock and they've got to wrap up to keep warm in the harsh winters. So they take their leather and wool to the villager who lives here. And so I finished up the leatherworker and armourer building by incorporating a cloth canopy, as I wanted to somehow indicate that this villager essentially makes the whole clan's clothes. And with our second combo profession building done, I placed it down and created a little market square containing lots of stalls and a tiny axe-wielding Viking statue in the middle of the fountain. Next up, it's time for the longhouse. Taking further inspiration from the Vikings, I decided to build a longhouse instead of a farm, since the Vikings often keep their animals inside with them rather than having a designated barn building. So I created this hull shape where the Fafnir clan can snuggle up to their animal buddies during the cold nights. So I finished up the longhouse and set it down before making a start on the village's sacred worship sites, the giant rune stones. Inspired by the practices of Norse paganism, Steph and I thought that it'd be a really cool addition to have a few rune sites around the village etched with various Viking runes, symbolising aspects of life that the Fafnir clan deemed most important. We included runes for protection, joy and luck, and I'll give you guys the challenge for translating the rest for yourselves. You may also have spotted the symbol of Gungnir, the spear of Odin, another Norse mythology reference, and a nod to the dwarves of the USW, who forged the Fafnir clan's most powerful weapons. Obviously our clan needs a little more protection than just their runestones, so I had to create some watchtowers which will later be connected by a large wall surrounding the entire village. And you may remember me mentioning that the clan trained dragons to fight alongside them, and they weren't the only race in the north with backup. Without spoiling too much of the next chapter, let's just say the Fafnir clan was forced to weaponize its border with ballistas to defend against threats of the giant winged variety. The War of the Dragons was a bloodbath, and that may just explain the giant dragon skull left behind in the savannah. Anyway, I moved on to decorations, creating a berry bush patch, a pumpkin wagon, a small cart, a bench, and some fire braziers to light everything up. I then redesigned Minecraft's village bell as a giant war horn, ready to warn the villagers of danger approaching over the mountain. And of course the horn is functional, so you can annoy the poor Fafnir villagers to your heart's content. And so, to finalise the main village, Steph and I placed hundreds of decorations throughout the area, pasting in trees and rocks, setting up the market square with shops, placing the pumpkin wagons, custom berry bushes, barrel piles and more. Meanwhile, I finished up the exterior wall, adding in the watchtowers and connecting things up with a walkway for the patrolling guards. And finally, I added some more runes to the 4 banners on the watchtowers, which I'll leave for you guys to translate and let me know if you've worked out their meaning in the comments. Then I added in the front gate, which just about wraps up the main village of our Fafnir clan. Now, since the Fafnir clan's factions are separated by a mountain range, I thought what better way to send a signal than a network of fire braziers in a similar fashion to the warning beacons of Gondor from Lord of the Rings. And so, with our beacons built, I positioned them throughout the mountainscape, connected with a rocky pathway, winding between the mountains and towards the coastal outpost. If you guys have been subscribed to the channel for a while, you may remember my PewDiePie world transformation. Well, I nabbed the longboat design I created for that, making some updates including a symbol on the sail inspired by the Vegvisir, an Icelandic stave said to guide travellers through rough weather. With lots left to do, Steph and I got to work on the coastal outpost, where the Fafnir clan start all of their pillaging excursions. I placed in the fisherman's house design from the main village and set up a small dock, added some stilted houses to the mountains and made some pathways to connect everything. I then added some platforms, built some piers and added some houses near the coastline. Meanwhile, Steph added some trees and decorations around until we eventually turned to the pillager outpost itself. Now you may remember me transforming the pillager tower earlier in this series and using the same structure for each outpost, making alterations based on the biome's theme. So I took one of the pillager towers and we made some tweaks, setting it up as a sort of lighthouse for the port. And that just about completes the Fafnir clan's coastal outpost. And I think Queen Lagertha approves. With our coastal outpost complete, it's time to make our way through the mountain range to get started on that dragon arena. I made a large round platform in the valley and etched in the symbol of Gungnir, which you may also remember from earlier. It is said to be associated with power, protection, and authority, which is the perfect trio for our dragon arena. Steph then took some of the dragon remains from the Bone Tribe and positioned them into the ring, since this is the biome where those dragons actually resided. Meanwhile, I whipped up a basic grandstand in the rock, added a watchtower from the main village, and built some platforms, which the clan's trainers would use during dragon training exercises. I added some finishing touches, including of course some battle damage, while Steph built the dragon's nesting cave at the edge of the arena. And to finish off, I created a pathway into the mountains and added a giant chain left broken alongside the dragon's remains. Clearly, the last dragons had a bit of a rough time. And that just about finishes off this little fighting arena. I can only imagine all the training exercises and epic battles that took place here before the dragons were wiped out. Now that the tiger transformation is all wrapped up, let's take a look at everything that we've built in this crazy transformation. To revamp the environment, I painted our World Painter mountainscape and turned it all to stone so that I could have a clean slate to work with. I then had lots of fun with the GoBrush plugin to tweak and exaggerate our mountain peaks. You might also spot me setting the foundations for some of the builds we'll be working on later in the video. Next, I finished up the shaping with a little smoothing. This biome is honestly gigantic, and with all these large edits, it took days just to get this few seconds worth of footage you're watching right now. It was then time for the fun part, laying down the new snow all the way from the taiga border to the dark forest border. Some of you guys have asked how survival friendly these mountains will be. Well, thanks to this smooth snow, the mountains are actually pretty easy to traverse, so no need to worry about your hand cramping up from constantly hitting the spacebar. After laying the snow, I fixed up all the biome borders. Obviously, this isn't meant to be totally seamless because that's not how I've designed the map, but I made sure the transition isn't too jarring either. And to finish up our new mountains, I painted the rock beneath to add a bit of a gradient and make things feel even more realistic. I went for this 5-block gradient which goes from cobblestone to grey concrete, and I think it adds so much dimension to the mountain peaks. Honestly guys, I'm so happy with how these mountains turned out. I think they look much better than the old mountains I made in World Painter back when I first made the island, and they're far more suited for survival adventures. I love the results so much that I even revisited the mountains from the Woodland Mansion from earlier in the project and gave them a revamp. I'll admit I kind of rushed them before and definitely saw room for improvement. So this is how they look now. Turning back to the snowy mountains, I tidied up the coastline, adding some glaciers and drifting snow to cleanly transition into the oceans biome surrounding the island. And moving on to a very special area of this map, known as Mammoth's Pass, I wanted to add something a little different to just trees and boulders to decorate this biome. So, as an extra little biome transformation, I decided to take Vanilla Minecraft's Icy Spikes biome and create my own version through this epic valley. As well as the spikes, I also added several custom ice lakes through the mountains. So be sure to pack your skates when you head to this biome, and make sure you're on the lookout for hidden achievements. And to wrap up our work on the environment, I spent a long time making some final tweaks to our main building areas. This includes adding further ice lakes, rivers, and waterfalls to bring our giant mountainscape to life and ultimately make the builds feel as immersive as possible when you guys go exploring. Our good friend Godair even helped us add insane details to the environment features. Every single waterfall in the map has its own sound effects and particle effects, so coming across these in survival is super atmospheric. As always, there's hours upon hours of behind the scenes tidying up to do. Tons of unseen work goes into making sure that the biomes blend nicely, and taking the time to fix up and decorate less obvious areas that would probably be ignored in a creative build, but might mess with your experience and immersion when playing in survival. And finally, the environment is done. You can really see just how much space we have to work with now. So let's get building some structures. Now it's time to head over to Mammoth's Pass and start transforming our village. As you can see, I've got our vanilla snowy mountain village here, and I'm laying it out in a line so I can tackle each building and decoration individually to create a pretty true to vanilla upgrade for this village. A lot of the later building is going to be more expansive, and I wanted to strike the balance between accurate and epic for this final overworld biome, so we've got the best of both. As the centerpiece of the village, I built a large, cozy log cabin for our villagers to gather in. I really wanted to make use of Minecraft's snow for this design to create an interesting, sloping rooftop. I then finished up with a basic banner pattern, the emblem of the Igulu clan, who live in this village, along with the fabled protector of the USW. Anyway, for the next cabin, I again tried to recreate the shape of the vanilla house, which you can briefly spot behind. I really love this style, and the snowy rooftops make it all feel so cozy. I then got to work on revamping Minecraft's igloos, taking some inspiration from traditional Inuit housing, which includes both igloos and houses made from whalebone and animal hide. I even included some additional features for each house. This one has a rack for hanging hide. There is a really limited supply of wood in our snowy mountains, so I wanted to create a nice variety of alternate housing for our Igulu clan villagers. For this igloo, I incorporated some wood and tusk supports, added another hide rack, and even included a little dog sled. Since this is a fantasy village, I thought it'd be interesting to incorporate a chimney into an igloo design. After all, this villager won't want their furnace smoking up the place. For this igloo, I also included a drying rack for fish. It seems that this villager is the local chef. To wrap up the igloo designs, I built a couple that were partially sunken into the ground. And sticking with the theme, I kept the interiors relatively basic, elevating the sleeping areas since warmer air rises, and if you're going to live in a house made of snow, you'll need that extra warmth at night. Anyway, I then moved on to create a bone and hide tent. Now I'm not sure if this is one made with whale bones or mammoth tusks, so what do you reckon? Speaking of mammoth tusks, my next task was to create those giant mammoth remains I mentioned earlier. This valley is known as Mammoth's Pass after all. The funny thing about creating this skeleton was that a mammoth skull actually looks really strange. Obviously a mammoth or elephant trunk isn't part of the skeleton. So instead you're left with a huge opening at the front of the skull. With that little quirk in mind, I did the best that I could to imitate the skeletal anatomy on a pretty small scale, and I think it turned out awesome. It could even be a cool foundation for your own snowy mountain survival base. Wrapping up the igloo village, I created some watchtowers to guard the entrance, some campfires to keep our villagers nice and cozy, and some dog sleds for their fishing and hunting excursions. Steph and I then started to place everything, starting with the watchtowers, a spiky front fence, and mammoth remains. We then dotted the buildings around, with our largest campfire sat in the center. In the real world, storytelling is a big part of Inuit culture. So as a fun little reference to that, the USW's Igulu clan also has its own myths and legends, which are told around the communal fire. One of its most famous legends is the tale of the Yeti, which is said to inhabit the mountains, gobbling up explorers and residing in a large cave. But the monster has never been found. I wonder if you'll be able to find his icy cavern and steal his dinner. Anyhow, monsters and legends aside, heading back to our igloo village, we carefully placed the remaining houses and decorations to finish up, and also added a second lore-related area hidden in the mountains. This magical ice forge was the birthplace of the island's most powerful weapon, the Sword of Akna. Disguising the weapon as a basic iron sword, the clan's enchantress Akna forged the most powerful sword in the land, entrusting it to her son, who would become the protector of the USW. Many a tale has been told about the protector and his adventures across the vast biomes of the island. And you may remember that his sword lies in the dark forest, encased in stone, awaiting a worthy adventurer to take up his mantle. And I hope you guys are up for the challenge. And without delving too deeply into the lore, that about wraps up our epic Mammoth's Pass Valley and the Agulu clan's cozy village. So with that done, let's head on over to the mountain peaks. So for the island's final place of worship, we wanted to do something really special. As you guys know, we've been taking inspiration from many different religions to create fictional places of worship to transform Minecraft's vanilla church across the biomes of the island. For the Snowy Mountains, we had some ideas in mind about what kind of build we wanted to do, and researched different temples, monasteries, and more to select some inspiration. It was really hard to choose, and you all had so many lovely ideas, but in the end, we just had to opt for what we felt fit best with this biome. So, we drew our inspiration from a Buddhist monastery located in Bhutan, specifically Paratak Sang, also known as the Tiger's Nest. And as a nod to this inspiration, we've nicknamed our build the same. Ultimately, we just cannot include inspirations from every religion and culture in this survival map, but we'll definitely be including some more in our next one, so comment down below what you'd like to see. Anyhow, whilst I've been rambling, you can see this gigantic statue taking shape. Steph and I really wanted to combine our Buddhist inspirations with some epic fantasy elements, and I thought that it would be fun to make a statue that interacts with the world in a unique way. So we thought, why not have a huge statue carved from the mountains, cradling the only entrance to the Tiger's Nest. Involving organics in large builds like this is super fun, and even on a tough time limit, I love how this turned out with the shading and the draping cloth. And I think that it's time to connect it all up with that perilous path that I mentioned. So, the path begins at the foot of the mountain, with an arching stone bridge straddling the icy lakes below. Watch your step! I certainly wouldn't want to fall onto those giant ice spikes below. The path continues along the side of what is known as the Crying Mountain, under a huge waterfall, leading to a rickety wooden bridge, passing over another waterfall, and into the hands of our sacred bridge bearer, who grants adventurers safe passage to the Tiger's Nest, provided that they tread carefully, and they don't look down. That of course leads us to one of our biggest tasks for this biome, which, you guessed it, needs some planning with coloured wool. Steph and I spent absolutely ages plotting all of this out. We wanted it to be a really exciting place to explore, with lots of different levels and connecting bridges, rooms, and paths to get lost in. During this process, we did some research and decided on some of the purposes for each building. We planned to make monistic cell blocks, i.e. where our Minecraft monks will sleep, various temples, libraries, storage rooms, as well as a balneary for washing and a refectory for eating. Obviously, all of our work gets cut down massively for these videos, but as always, there's lots of cleaning up to do to make way for interiors and get the plan ready to transform into the final build. You guys would be amazed at all the extra time that we spend on tweaking things like this. These things are usually overlooked for creative builds, but making a fully functioning map is a lot of extra work. With the tidying done, after many more hours of pain, I swapped out the colours across the build so that I could paint a nice gradient for the walls. I then painted each section with a white gradient and worked on a rooftop design, incorporating some of Minecraft's 1.19 additions, mangrove wood and mud bricks. This colour palette is super unique and different to anything else that we've done in the USW so far. So, what do you guys think? Moving on to detailing, I made some adjustments to the wall gradients and got to work on adding lots of intricate details to this build. My main inspiration, Paratak Sang, is packed with ornate, decorative detail, its walls lined with vibrant reds and golds, and each section looking unique to the last. So I tried my best to emulate these awesome features in my build, obviously with a more exaggerated fantasy twist, creating rickety walkways, ornate windows, mini mountainside temples, and much more to make this as fun to explore as possible. With the main detailing complete, I fixed up all of the courtyards, and decorated with wagons and some other little features, including a large hand washing basin outside the refectory. For the hidden courtyard at the back, we wanted to create a special, sacred place, similar to the monuments and mantras carved into the stone hillsides of real-world Buddhist monasteries. Keeping with our tiger's nest theme, I whipped up a large tiger engraving in the courtyard, said to depict a manifestation of the monks' god, which guided their founder to safety during the War of the Dragons. But of course, that's a story for the StephBlocks channel. Anyway, it's common for Buddhist monasteries to house many depictions of the Buddha, and in our fantasy religion, we thought that it'd be nice to do something similar. So I adapted our elemental totem statue from the ancient jungle city into something a little more fitting and added some of them around the hidden tiger engraving. As a further reference to our inspirations, I hung some prayer flags near the courtyard. Prayer flag colours typically represent different elements. Perhaps you guys could come up with 3 key elements of the Ultimate Survival World project for these colours to represent. We'll try to include the best ideas in the official backstory. And without giving too much away, Steph and I have included some really cool interiors for you guys to explore, just as we planned earlier in the video. There's a huge, grand temple in the middle of the complex with hanging drapes and vast ceilings, along with connecting libraries of sacred texts spanning across multiple floors. You can even explore the monks' maze of bedrooms, and much, much more. I say it every time, but this place is going to be insanely fun to explore. It's genuinely been a pleasure to draw inspiration from different cultures for places of worship throughout this project, and I can only hope that I've done them at least some justice, even with my fantasy creations. So here's to more of this in future projects. Last but not least, we're heading just over the mountain to a magical lush valley. Like always, I started with some planning using coloured wool to get a feel for the general layout of this epic mountain village. I then whipped up a variety of giant bonsai trees, which may just be my favourite trees that we've created in the USW. We wanted this area to be really unique and special, since it's our last build on the island, and these trees are definitely different to anything else that we've done in the other biomes. After creating a range of shapes and sizes, I shaded the trees with different wood variants, including birch and mangrove, ready to be placed around at the end. With our trees set aside for later, I began designing a fantasy temple known in USW lore as the Dragon Samurai Temple. The villagers who live at Bonsai Falls are known for their relationship with dragons, much like the Fafnir clan from the Taiga. But their approach to dragon training was far more peaceful, and this disparity led to the biggest conflict in the USW, the War of the Dragons. This temple was the birthplace of the Dragon Samurai, a group of fierce fighters and dragon trainers, the only to understand the importance of balance and honor in all things. This lore is obviously inspired by the Japanese samurai of our history, who may not have tamed dragons, but definitely influenced some of the characteristics of our fantasy race. Anyhow, I thought it'd be awesome to involve a dragon head into the design of this building, plus it ties in with the lore really well. I used a dragon head that I'd built for an old Game of Thrones build, adding some flowing tendrils, and switching things to a more suitable colour palette. And I cannot wait for you to see this guy added to the temple. I set aside our dragon head and continued with the building. You can clearly see East Asian influences in each section of this building, and this is easily one of my favourite styles to build in. This style is so distinct, and one of my favourite elements is definitely the forms of lighting it incorporates. In both China and Japan, for example, lanterns are an iconic part of various traditions. From Japan's beautiful Toranagashi festival to commemorate the dead, to the Yuan Shao festival marking the end of the Chinese New Year. So for this build, I really wanted to incorporate some large lanterns into the structure itself, which also contained small memorial shrines as a nod to the traditions of the Toranagashi. These lanterns were inspired by some artwork from Jason Zhu. To finalise our Dragon Samurai Temple, I built a grand pillared entrance with a long stone staircase. I'm kind of envisioning Po from Kung Fu Panda clambering up all of those stairs to the Jade Palace, but I didn't quite go that crazy. With the grand entrance ready, I finally found the perfect place to set down the dragon head that I made earlier and wrap things up with some finishing touches. With the Dragon Samurai Temple complete, I placed it down before moving on to the interior. In our last biome, we did something a little different for our Minecraft Village Bell upgrade, making a giant war horn for our Viking-inspired village. This time, I'm creating a large gong inside this temple, a means through which the Dragon Samurai are summoned. And, you guessed it, you'll be able to interact with this in the map, but I'll leave that for you to play around with yourselves. For the rest of the interior, I kept the ceilings high and added rafters, as well as some secrets. So be on the lookout for hidden areas and test your ninja reflexes across the high beams. The Dragon Samurai Temple is a real spectacle, and it makes a great start to our bonsai village. Moving on to our village buildings, I kept the same colour palette and style as the temple and designed our first Talon clan house. To add some variation, I made a stone foundation variant and a wood stilt variant, making these designs much more versatile. It can be used at ground level or elevated as a cliffside house. For the second house, I repurposed the first design and expanded upon it with a second level beneath. It was really fun to play around with elements like the hip and gable roof, which is essentially what you can see at the top of this house, and I got to experiment with mangrove wood in house designs for the first time. Again, I built a stilt version of the same design, and I love how dynamic these look. They're going to be great for exploring, and they of course all have interiors as well. And of course, this wouldn't be complete without a little pagoda style house, so I quickly whipped up a small building with stacked eaves before moving on to the next house design. I gave this one a round door for some more variation, and it kind of reminds me of Pandaria from World of Warcraft. You may have also noticed I came up with a banner design for the clan, creating lanterns to decorate each house and tie everything together nicely. Now, since Bonsai Falls is full of waterfalls and rivers, it only makes sense to add some bridges, another structure that has a really distinct look across East Asia. For this bridge, I added a rooftop and went for a stacked fantasy style on either end, with lots of variation in height and shape. For the interiors of this bridge complex, it made sense to include some racks for hanging small fishing boats, as well as storage, and lots of other nooks and crannies for you to get lost in during your survival adventures. There are so many secrets hidden in these buildings and throughout the world, guys. I just can't wait for you to stumble across them for yourselves. To make sure everything is bustling and lively, I whipped up some decorations. A couple of wagons, a well, a stone lantern, and a Torii Gate inspired structure to place near our Dragon Samurai Temple to mark the sacred grounds. And now, the fun part, placing everything we created to fill this lush valley with life. Steph and I started with the large bridge, adding boats to the rivers before moving on to the main houses. We then whipped up another smaller bridge using those pagoda style buildings either side, with a classic red arching bridge sandwiched between them. We continued to scatter the buildings through the valley. It honestly took a really long time to get things right, and fixing up all of the scaffolding to make things survival friendly was pretty fiddly. But once that was all sorted, the best part by far was placing those giant bonsai trees we made earlier. These gnarly trees look so cool in this setting, and making a wide variety of shapes for these definitely makes the whole area look really natural. With everything placed, I mapped out some pathways to connect everything up and added staircases and bridges to make all the areas accessible, while Steph began to light the village up with those stone lanterns that we made. We then added the Torii Gate in front of the Dragon Samurai Temple, adding a large koi pond full of fish and a bamboo area for some very special residents. We finished the decorating with some boulders, flowers and grass covering the entire valley, before returning back to the temple to make way for our panda haven. We changed the biome in these areas to bamboo jungles and spawned some furry friends. I think this was Steph's favourite part of the entire project. I have to admit, these pandas are pretty cute. Also, did you guys know that they had different emotions and behaviours? And to finish up this area, we added the island's second dragon arena with an iconic yin and yang inspired symbol etched into the ground. This represents the bond the Talon clan shared with their dragons, and is a pretty stark contrast to the scenes found at the Fafnir clan's arena in the Taiga. I think you guys are going to love the lore in this area, and it may just involve the origins of Minecraft's Ender Dragon. And with that, you guys, the Snowy Mountains is complete. So, let's take a look at the biome. First and foremost, Steph and I headed to the center of the island to revisit the ruined portal that I created all the way back at the start of this project. We restored the portal and lit it up. To be honest, it's kinda crazy to think that this is how it looked once upon a time in USW lore. We hopped through the portal to take a look at what naturally generating terrain was waiting for us on the other side. We came across some really awesome vanilla terrain and crimson forests throughout the caves, and knew that the giant custom cavern that we'd planned would fit in here perfectly. Before clearing out the cave, I converted the nether portal to a more fitting colour and added new vines, since this was the underworld version after all. I decided it made the most sense to transform the USW's nether in a specific radius around where the island's ruined nether portal leads. So I got to work on the terraforming, which involved clearing out an enormous area, and I even extended the height of the nether just for this section. The top bedrock layer looks pretty ridiculous from the outside, but luckily none of you guys will ever get to see that. Now obviously a giant cube cave wouldn't be all that immersive, so I did a bunch of terraforming to make things feel realistic, and this is already looking like something from Stranger Things. Anyway, since Minecraft's natural terrain generation in the nether can be pretty wacky, I thought it only made sense to have some fun with the terrain in my build. So with the basic cave ready to go, I whipped up some cool shapes for our floating islands, where I'd be building some epic biome transformations. I had to head outside the cave to do this with the tool that I wanted to use, before hopping back inside to place these islands around the cavern, even using some of them to make stalactites from the ceiling, which we'll decorate a little more later in the video. To break up the red, I painted the walls with a patchy gradient before scattering around a few more islands and making a giant lava lake surrounded by pieces of terrain breaking away from the edges. With our backdrop all set, I started on the first biome transformation, the Crimson Forest. I really wanted to keep things feeling authentic to vanilla for this upgrade, so I tried super hard to just build larger, more realistic versions of the vanilla Crimson trees. I placed my new trees around the floating islands on one side of the cavern, adding some large boulders as well as some lava pools. And in classic Minecraft style, I of course had to have some lava falls spilling over the edges too. And for the warped forest, I pretty much just followed the same process on the other side of the cave, since the two biomes are so similar in vanilla. So moving on to the next biome, we're tackling the Soul Sand Valley. Now you may have noticed that I've nabbed the skull that I built in my desert temple transformation. That's because I wanted to repurpose it to create an epic demon skull for the Soul Sand Valley. Since this biome is the only place that you can find fossils in the nether, and Mojang themselves claimed they came from creatures of the past, I thought it'd be awesome to expand on this lore with a build like this. Plus, it fits really nicely with the USW's own backstory on the 12 demons of the nether. So, Steph and I reshaped the skull, added some horns and painted on a new colour palette to make the remains of a really creepy, demonic creature to place in the biome. I then switched out the normal fire in the eye sockets for soul fire and made some little adjustments before placing the remains in the cavern, along with some giant rib cages and bones that I created earlier in the series. I also included some basalt spikes to break up the terrain a little. Plus it was a nice way to tie in the Soul Valley with the Basalt Delta biome. And it wouldn't be a true Soul Valley upgrade without scattering some soul fire throughout the biome. So moving on to the final biome, the Basalt Delta. Since this is so annoying to traverse in vanilla, and we already have plenty of crazy terrain in this cavern, I decided to keep things simple and make these areas a little more survival friendly. I built some stacked basalt rock formations, added some lava pools and scattered some blackstone variants, since in vanilla Minecraft it's more likely to generate here than in any other biome. And before we move on to our nether structures, I wanted to add some finishing touches to the cavern, firstly by adding some caves to connect to the vanilla environment, just in case you guys fancy exploring beyond this area. These caves look so cool on the walls of the cavern, and the giant stalagmites and stalactites make it a super immersive transition between exploring my cavern and the vanilla environment. And finally, to finish up the environment, I realised I hadn't actually added any glowstone, so I had a really cool idea of how I could incorporate it into the ceiling of the cavern. I tried out a bunch of different patterns until I found something that looked as though the ceiling had cracked, revealing the glowstone above. This effect looks so awesome, especially with high bloom shaders. You may also find some extra gilded blackstone sources and some ancient debris tucked up high as well. So, that completes our environment and biome transformations. There are so many different areas to explore here, and to be honest, I think this will make a great place for hide and seek with some of your friends. So next up, we're tackling the Bastion Remnant. You may have actually spotted the red floor plans earlier in this video, and if you're watching closely, you'll have seen we're making one for each side of the cavern. So, I blocked out the main structure with coloured concrete. Usually I'd use wool, but it's a bit of a fire hazard here in the Nether. And as you can see, I've based the shape on a real-life Bastion fortress structure. Because let's be honest, I don't think any of us really know exactly what this is. Anyway, with the main structure blocked out, I decided that I wanted to do something organic for the entrance. Since the Bastion is home to the piglins and piglin brutes, I thought it would make sense if one of the creatures of the past, referenced by Mojang, were a race of giant piglins, who perhaps was at war with the large demonic creatures whose remains also lie in the Soul Sand Valley. To honour their ancestors and ward off thieving adventurers, the present-day piglins incorporated these remains into their entrance in an attempt to protect their precious gold from you guys. And there are lots more challenges waiting on the inside. Next, I painted the Bastion with a gradient, adding some lava falls dripping down the walls, and built the entrance, lining it with soul fire braziers. Next, I added more fire braziers, finishing up with a giant soul fire flame roaring up top. I also switched out some of the giant piglin skull blocks, because Steph said the horns look like a mustache and we couldn't unsee it. My guy literally looks like Mario with a nose ring. Moving on from our mustached piglin, for the interior, I divided everything up and built a long menacing corridor for the entrance, with lava falls, hanging chains and etched patterns on the floor. I wanted to make sure that this structure had some challenging obstacles like the vanilla one, with some tough areas to traverse if you want to get your hands on all of the loot. So, with the help of our dev Godder, we made some parkour courses through lava pools on each level. On each floor, you'll find a different parkour course, which will get increasingly harder as you progress further up the Bastion with better loot available on each level. Eventually, you'll reach the top floor, where you'll find the ultimate parkour challenge lining the wall. And if you can make it to the top, you'll find some epic loot up for grabs. So with our Bastion complete, I mirrored it over to the other side and tidied up the surrounding environment to wrap up our Bastion Remnant upgrade. Even though this is more of a simple upgrade for me, I love how this turned out, especially with the expansion of our Minecraft lore and the parkour challenges throughout the interior. So moving on to the biggest structure in the Nether, we're tackling the Nether Fortress. As usual, I set everything out with coloured blocks to plan the structure, and I actually based the main segment on the same shape as our Bastion Remnant. Obviously, vanilla Minecraft's Nether Fortress is mostly bridges and walkways, so I wanted to make sure I captured this in my transformation, planning lots of bridges to different towers, which will each contain trials and challenges of their own. I also connected the fortress up to a platform beneath the Nether portal with a bridge, which I'll later on be damaging to fit with some of our lore. I got to work with the detailing and painting, opting for this really cool gradient from black concrete powder to red nether brick. This platform area was looking a little too bland, so I decided to repurpose my Jungle King statue from the Deep Dark transformation and use him to prop up the overhanging terrain. To change things up from the bone remains scattered around the cavern, I decided to create this spooky devil-like statue, also combining it with a lava feature. What do you think his story should be? Is he a lost soul condemned to serve the Nether? Or perhaps he's related to the demons whose remains can be found in the Soul Sand Valleys? Be sure to let me know in the comments. Moving on, I continued the detailing and painting along the main bridge, which I'll be adding some damage to later on. I worked my way over to the main fortress, detailing the small bridges and towers at the front, also tackling the interiors as well, since everything needs to be survival friendly and immersive to explore. Even though I followed the same formula for building these bridges, it actually took a long time to add all of the details, especially since I'm doing all the physical building alone. Plus, I included nether wart farms, spawner rooms, and lava fall rooms. And these are just the medium-sized towers. Honestly, this place is vast and really brings some new challenges to exploring Minecraft's Nether Fortress. In the largest towers, you'll even find dungeons infested with mobs and villagers trapped in cages. If you search hard enough, you'll even find where the piglin guards chill out and take their lunch breaks when they're not keeping watch of their prisoners or scouring the Nether for gold. Anyhow, I finished off painting the external towers with that dark, creepy gradient and added some epic fire braziers to finish them off before turning to the main, central segment of the fortress. I quickly fixed up the plan and started adding crenellations to decorate the entrance. Heading inside, I plotted out a grand hallway from the entrance, lined with giant pillars and lava falls, before heading back outside to finish up the exterior, as I don't want to spoil the rest of the interior for you guys. For the front of the building, I thought it would look awesome to incorporate lava into the design. So I built a network of channels to allow the lava to cascade down the fortress, and of course added some more of those fire braziers that I designed earlier to bring the whole build to life. And to go out with a bang, I built a giant nether star to sit atop the fortress. This star is said to empower the piglins who rule over this realm, and it is believed to have dropped from a huge wither who once roamed the nether along with the other giant creatures that are now mostly extinct. These creatures were known as the 12 demons of the nether, with each race empowered by a different negative trait from the overworld. For instance, the wither is known in USW lore as the demon of greed. So, tying in with all that epic backstory, I decided to build some giant cages to place around the cavern. These cages were used by the Piglin clan to capture the last surviving ancestors of the 12 demons of the nether, but they broke free and escaped, now wandering the nether and capturing the souls of Minecrafters like you guys. Their empty cages are scattered around the cavern. I wonder if you can find all 12. When the demons escaped, they also broke the bridge to the nether fortress in all of the commotion. So that'll be another challenge for you guys to tackle when you head to the nether for yourselves. And that just about wraps up our spooky nether transformation. This place is so creepy, you guys. Even though I said that this was going to be a smaller upgrade, it's ended up pretty massive. So with the nether done, I still had tons left to build. So I headed back to the overworld and got to work on upgrading the island's hidden stronghold, which looks like a complicated old mess when extracted from the world. I laid out all of the different rooms, sorting them by type, jumping into each one to make some epic upgrades, starting with that all-important portal room. For these upgrades, I tried my best to keep things really survival friendly with some resemblance to vanilla. Next, I tackled the library, bringing these huge stacked bookshelves, study nooks, and even a second level to explore. I of course had to finish up with a candle chandelier before quickly building some upgrades for the remaining rooms, and creating a staircase and corridor to connect all the rooms up. I then plotted out our shiny new stronghold, and to be honest guys, this place is an absolute maze. It's going to be so easy to get lost in here, and there are so many rooms to explore. As you can see, it's at least double the size of the original stronghold that you can see over there in the background. Even though I built this myself, I definitely still get lost in all of these winding corridors and staircases. And coming across dungeons like these when you're lost in what feels like the medieval equivalent of the backrooms is definitely super creepy. But you'll have to find it for yourselves, as I've hidden the upgraded stronghold somewhere in the USW, so get your ender eyes ready. And after at least 6,000 hours of hard work between Steph and I, we're on our way to the final transformation. Let's head through the end portal for our final major upgrade of the USW. Starting with the main end island, I made some improvements to the terrain to make things feel more realistic, using some of the floating islands I made for the nether earlier to help me out a bit. I then had the idea to edit the obsidian pillars to house large crystals, perhaps fallen stars or larger versions of the end crystals that usually sit on top. It was a great idea in theory, but since the Ender Dragon has a tendency to destroy everything in its path, it didn't end up working out. I didn't want you guys to have a totally wrecked battleground to fight the Ender Dragon in, so instead I opted for something more organic and made something that suited the name Obsidian Spikes a little better. I think these clusters almost look like mystical shards from outer space that have kind of dispersed on impact with the island. And it's an added bonus that the Ender Dragon can't mess these up. Since I couldn't incorporate the crystals into the pillars themselves, I thought it'd be cool to add some crystals around the island instead, to perhaps show where Minecraft's end crystals originally came from. The original island is so bare and I didn't want to deviate too much from vanilla, but I think this addition definitely spices things up a bit. And finally, I created a mystical broken bridge, sort of inspired from the Bifrost Bridge from Thor, leading into the distance. This bridge once led to a giant floating city, and it's a big clue to let you guys know where to head in order to find it once you've defeated the Ender Dragon, since the end gateways will only lead you to the distant lands. So that leads us to the biggest transformation of this dimension, the End City. Now for this city transformation, we had a ton of ideas and suggestions. Could we make it into some kind of giant tree city, since the vanilla version sort of resembles a tree? Or perhaps something more like a futuristic space station? None of these ideas really felt right to us. The end definitely feels a little futuristic, but also very mystical and strange. So we wanted to capture all of that in our most creative design yet. So after all the planning, uncertainty, and a whole lot of sketching, this is what we came up with. We ended up with a very limited timescale to actually build this in, but I think it definitely captures the different themes of the end. The central pillar acts as a hub to the city and anchors 3 large ring systems made of mystical end dust. These rings will be home to our new end buildings, creating a multi-layered city like the original. There will also be a huge Ender Dragon statue snaking around the central pillar as a tribute to the dragon for protecting the city from outsiders venturing from the overworld. With only about 4 to 5 hours of building time for the dragon and a big challenge ahead, I got started with the Ender Dragon sculpt. Now I know it would have been much easier to take a sculpt from the internet and import it into the world, and some people think that I've actually done this when they only see a picture of my organic builds. But honestly, a lot of the time you can tell when a model has been 3D imported, and it just doesn't look right. Plus, if I'm creating something for you guys, cutting corners just wouldn't sit right with me. So I've always invested the extra time in this project to keep it authentic and do as much as possible myself. You may only see the process for a few short seconds, but it's definitely worth it. Anyhow, creating the head on a straight axis wasn't actually too tricky for me, but the real challenge came when tilting the head down and turning it on an angle. Both of these things can really mess with the shape of something you created on a straight axis, especially for things like teeth, which are hard enough to build with square blocks as it is. But I managed to clean things up nicely before placing the head and creating a snake-like body, since this would be a wingless space dragon inspired by East Asian depictions, as opposed to a winged dragon. I painted the body in the colours of the original Ender Dragon, adding spikes down its back and ridges down its belly, before adding some arms and painting them to match the body. Also making some final tweaks to the head, using crying obsidian to add a glow around the face, as if the dragon is gearing up to breathe purple flames. I also added a glow to the mouth and some smoke coming from the nostrils, and at this point I was surprised I'd managed to build all of this in time. With the dragon mostly complete, besides a few little tweaks that you may notice appearing in the next few shots, I detailed the central pillar, adding some extra ring systems at the bottom and creating a huge spiraling parkour stairway up the middle to allow access to different levels. And finally, it was time to work on the buildings themselves. Steph and I wanted to keep this true to vanilla, but also more city-like with some mystical elements. We made these mini skyscrapers with the vanilla color palette in mind, adding some mysterious glowing symbols to each building, inspired by the hex symbols used by Scarlet Witch in Marvel. We pretty much made up these symbols randomly, so if they accidentally look like anything from real life, it's completely unintentional. We also thought it'd be cool if the buildings were mirrored either side of the ring systems, defying gravity just like the vanilla End City does. So we did this for all of the buildings, creating the interiors as we went. We also made sure to create enough variants of the designs to keep things busy and dynamic, rather than just placing the same building over and over again. We made some small tweaks to the dragon, and then it was time to place all of our wacky buildings on the ring systems. We are so proud of this piece and how quickly we managed to put it together, and it definitely has to be our most unique creation to date. It will certainly be awesome to experience in game. I can guarantee you won't have explored anything quite like this before. And with our end city complete, I moved on to the end ships, which in vanilla, they kind of look like a basic galleon with a wacky color palette. So with that in mind, I thought it'd be really cool to modify the galleon that we used in the overworld. Perhaps some of the fleet from the overworld took a wrong turn on the seas and fell into another dimension. Whatever your predictions on the lore, we thought a subtle nod to the overworld and everything we've been creating on the island for so long now would be a nice touch to wrap up the main transformations. I modified the color palette to match the blocks found in the end, made some design tweaks, and created some new sails that were more spacey based on some sci-fi ships I saw online. I built these ones out of stained glass, and I love the ghost-like effect. And to add that extra oomph, I thought it'd be really cool to fit a large thruster at the back to fit with the sci-fi theme, and differentiate this from the ships in the overworld. This is a space galleon now, after all. To finish off, I added ropes to connect up the sails. I used glass panes for this section, and it definitely adds to the ghosty vibes. It's looking a little like a purple flying Dutchman. So with our end ship done, I placed them around the city, and you'll also find them scattered in the distant lands. They're all pretty close to the edge, nearer to the main island and the city, and they're definitely worth finding because each ship contains special loot, including elytra. And if you find enough of these ships, you'll eventually nab yourself a full set of netherite armor. And that wraps up our final major transformations in the ultimate survival world. So let's take a look at everything that we've built in the Nether and End. Wow, you guys, with all of the biomes transformed, we've got to work on the finishing touches, which led to some of the biggest obstacles in the whole project. First and foremost, you guys really wanted me to add some extra builds to the map, so I of course went a little overboard and added hundreds of new builds to the world. You'll find wandering wagons, hidden houses, boats, sand castles, and more. And that's not to mention all the Easter eggs and references hidden in the map. Plus, there are new builds relating to the map's story, including Pueblo Ruins, where the wolf tribe of the savannah once resided, along with the desert's entrance to the interbiome mining network. Speaking of the mining network, we also still had the massive task of digging all the tunnels and connecting everything up. And these tunnels are so long, it literally took forever. So with everything connected up, we headed to the mining network hub, aka the deep dark dwarven city, and added some new additions. You might remember that the dwarves took over the deep dark and trapped the wardens in these dungeons. Well, the other wardens living in the depths under the island are finally fighting back, and there's a skulk outbreak in the ancient city. Many of the dwarves have fled, and the city is extremely dangerous. If you miss a step, you'll awaken the wardens. But if you make it around the city quietly, you'll be rewarded with some epic loot and discover the ancient relics of the amethyst and copper factions. This is just one of many custom challenges you'll face across the USW. And to add even more to discover underground, we added almost 100 custom caves under the entire island. You'll find lush and dripstone caves, as well as our most highly requested feature, custom dungeons. To get the Minecraft community involved a little more, we thought it'd be fun to get some builders to create a few interiors for the map. So, these are some of the awesome interiors the bakery builders came up with my own edits included. There are tons more unseen interiors across the map, most of which I built myself, but it was really cool to get the community involved. With all of those features added, we were far from finished. Steph went round the entire map, adding dozens of custom weapons and armor, as well as over 100 custom books, diary entries, and special lore-related features. And the best part is the giant treasure hunt taking you across the entire island with a bunch of riddles taking you on adventures in different locations until you eventually discover what remains of the evil pharaoh's lost treasure. And since some of you guys were a little worried about performance and frame rates in the world, we created a separate optimized version for the Survival Maps Patreon tier, which also comes with standard Java and Bedrock. We literally spent hours removing demanding blocks from the map, whilst trying to keep all of the important aesthetics intact, which greatly improves frame rate and will be super handy to anyone who doesn't have high PC specs. And after all of that, there was still tons more to tackle. our insanely talented dev Godair had to help us make this all functional for unmodded survival. I can't explain to you guys how long it took to implement everything correctly for a totally unmodded world. He had to make a special loot generation tool so that we could fill all of the chests and add special additions. Plus, he had to work on other functions like making sure the Ender Eyes led to our custom stronghold, and much more. And that's not to mention all of the special features that he added, spending hundreds of hours knee-deep in code to make this as immersive as possible. Every single waterfall in the map has particle effects and sounds. You'll find fireflies floating around the dark forest, several special sound events in different areas, and more. The UI has had an epic revamp, and you'll even receive a special book when you join the world to guide you in setting things up for the best experience. Plus, there are 60 totally custom achievements added to the world, which is one of my favourite features. Do you reckon you'll discover all of them and become the ultimate survivalist? And of course, this wouldn't be complete without an incredible soundtrack, which our friend Jake Rivers whipped up for us. There are more than 30 special tracks that will play throughout the biomes, matching the themes of the different areas you'll discover. And that's in addition to the custom sounds that you'll hear whilst playing the game. So, after all of that, we had a very scary task of getting this all transferred to Bedrock. And honestly guys, it was a whole journey. Firstly, we realized that Bedrock randomly has different world height to Java, but only in the Nether. We tried to convert the world file and ended up with a total mess. So I had to remodel the entire Nether just for Bedrock, which took days. And if that wasn't enough, we had a contact who was due to help with the conversion for almost a year, but a week before release, we realized that nothing was ready, and we were pretty much left in the dark with a million things to do before launch. We were totally not stressed at all though. Luckily, we got Sam on board, who literally learned how to code Bedrock within a matter of days, and got the world working for us with only a few minor differences to Java, which is just insane. And with all of our finishing touches added, after more than a year of dedication and super hard work, the ultimate survival world is complete, and you can finally play it for yourselves. Thank you all so much for the insane support. There's plenty more to come in 2023. Now let's take one final trip together through some of the highlights of the ultimate survival world.
Well, hello everybody. How's it going? Very good to see you guys. Thanks for stopping in. Howdy do. We have a lot of stuff to work on today. Mainly a kelp farm. I'm gonna hop in though. Let's go to YouTube and pop in. What's good? Hi everybody. We're gonna be building with a lot of redstone today, and it's just good to see you guys. I haven't streamed in a whole week. Very good to see you guys. From top to bottom, this kelp farm is gonna get done, and yeah, man, thank you guys for choosing to be here with us today. How's it going? Oh my goodness, I actually just noticed 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. Oh my goodness. That's from Croc01. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the generosity. Go back to the live chat. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate y'all. Hope you're not working too hard today. Hope you've done something nice for somebody today, and remember to take care of yourself as well. I think we're ready to go. I'm gonna grab all the materials that we need. So, a little bit of redstone here and there. Probably some observers. Probably some pistons. Boom. Should we build with deep slate? I'm thinking yeah. Should we build with cobblestone? Thinking maybe. So here's what we could do. We could go to... Let's go grab a bunch of cobblestone and stone. We have some spruce that we can work with as well. Let's get some spruce. Let's go back to our basic colors on this today. This one will be fun. I'm gonna go down and get some redstone. Doo-doo-doo. We need kelp as well, obviously. A couple of stacks of the redstone dust will do. And I might want a lever to be able to turn it on and off. So let's go grab that. We do want this. Let's grab 2 of them just in case. Minecart with a hopper in it is most likely what's going to be happening. Maybe we'll get 2 of them. Redstone torches never hurt nobody. Let's go down this way. We have a Chris coming very, very soon. Leaky, dude, thanks for becoming a channel member. Appreciate that. Shout out to all the new channel members this week, by the way. Thank you for the support. Sorry that we haven't had episode 61 come out yet. I have been working on it slowly but surely. I actually took a little bit of a hiatus this weekend. I went on a little snowboarding trip, and I had a good time. I hope you guys had a good weekend. And thanks for your patience. By the way, guys, if you did get a gifted membership, feel free to join the sub server through the Discord portal. It's a subscriber server. It's a community server that everybody can play on together. And if you want in, feel free. I'm actually going to turn the music down a tad. There we go. Just the smallest amount. So, what I'm going to do is go get some... Ooh, should we use glowstone? How much glowstone do we have? Not much. Let's go trade for some, and then let's go get all of this. Let's go trade for 3 stacks of glowstone, and then we'll get all of the cobblestone that we can get. We excavated out a trail ruins a couple months back, and I took a lot of the deep slate from it, but I didn't really grab any stone. Go this way. Another one of those villagers just popped right in. You know what? It's crispy time. Well, that was weird. That one sounded weird. I don't know about that. Does taste good though. I got an orange monster with me. Ultra Sunrise, actually. It tastes yummy. Thanks for waiting though. Gonna buy some glowstone, gonna go get some cobblestone, and then we can probably get this build started. I have 3 ideas of where I want this build to be. One is by Rainbow Mountain, by the path where the pumpkin patch is. The other is the lake, next to the donkey sanctuary. And the third is at spawn. The reason I'm thinking spawn is because we'll never see the kelp farm, but it'll always be running. So I'm thinking about maybe doing that. We'll see, though. I'm going to fly around a bit just to make sure I don't want to build it here at home. And once we get that taken care of, once we make the decision, get the building put right up. Okay, so that's 3 stacks of glowstone. Go over here and grab some cobblestone. We're going to have to fly through the nether real quick. And we made it. Thank you so much, though, for the gifted memberships and the membership from Leaky. I do appreciate you. Haley, what's good? Nearbob, what's good? Ricky, I hope you're doing well. Java, I hope you're doing well. Booth, what's good? Avery, Alaska, what's good? Hi, everybody. Back in the nether hub here. We need to grab a boat. Where's it at? Gotcha. This is perfect. We actually just worked on this morning. Fly down this way. Thought we could make that. There we go. 2 in a day. Hey, sometimes you gotta do it. Oh, I forgot to turn. Sometimes you gotta do it. Honey Bunny, what's good? Julie, what's good? Abanab, what's good? Genuinely thankful for your content. Thank you, Croc. Appreciate the kind words. Ansei's very sick. Enjoy to watch your content while you chill at home. Well, I hope you guys get well soon, and yeah, just take care out there, and yeah, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for being a part of the community, and thanks for the generosity. It really does mean a lot. Let's hop in this way. Bam. A couple of things that we can take. Let's just go 1, 2, 3, 4. The stone. And the rest cobblestone. Well, we took a lot from here already. No way! Booth, thanks for the remember. Appreciate that. Thanks for remembering. Thanks a bunch, dude. You know what? Let's leave this here. I'm just gonna do all cobblestone. For a moment. Well, actually just don't know. Yeah, all cobblestone for a moment. And then the occasional andesite. Where is andesite? We do have another stack here. We got boom, boom. We do have some gravel we can put in as well. But I do want to keep the gravel for other projects. Do we have any more andesite? We do. Okay. This right here will probably get the main part of it built. Let's take this back. Let's actually do this. Take all the cobblestone with me. I actually am running a little bit low in the starter house, so I might as well take a little bit back. We got that. Okay, so we have everything ready to go for the farm, plus some extra cobblestone with us here right now. Okay, let's do it. By the way, if you guys haven't seen this one, this is from like episode 41, I believe, right after 1.20 came out. I was really trying to excavate one of these things. I actually did 2 of them, but this one we made it look like more like an it's more of a fancy archaeological dig, but all of the materials are still off to the side, and we really got to get them back home. Hey, you can chat, love the content. Well, thank you. Thanks for the kind words. Glad we got this tunnel hooked up. Let's go this way for a moment. Zoom, zoom, zoom. And boom. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. All the remembers and gifted memberships. It means a lot, man. You guys hear that? I said goys. Sometimes words just don't work. Cinderblock, what's good? Magpie, what's good? Welcome into the chat today. Also, if you guys are paying attention, put a 49 in the chat. I should probably leave a little bit of the glowstone. No. We'll come back later. Love a great archaeological dig. We are, I'm trying to do more archaeological builds. I'd love to do more trail ruins because I need to get all the different like clay pots going. I'd love to get a bunch of those because I still have the pot museum that I just need to work on, and that'll be coming soon. I'll be snoozing to this. Hey, get some good sleep. Who got the dub though? Ricky with the dub. Ricky on land confirmed. I have everything. Let's put the cobblestone back, and then we'll get to work. Boom. Just gotta decide what we want to do out here. Oh, I need to move this one forward. There we go. Okay. So, kelp farm could just be right here, or we could build it at spawn, or we could build it on this other side right here. It'd be nice. It could be fun having a kelp farm out in the middle of nowhere. Don't we have a... No, there's a sunken ship right there. Kelp farm at spawn we could do. You know what? I'm thinking kelp farm at spawn right now, just because I think that it'd be nice to have it always going, because I kind of want those dried kelp blocks. It'd be really nice to have that. Just in a larger abundance of them. Phone be at 3%, we'll get that thing charged. Get that thing charged. Let's come over here and get a kelp farm going. I'm going to probably build it right in the middle of these 3 iron farms. We can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13? No, hold on. Let's do this. 1, 2, wait. Is this the middle? This is the middle right here. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let's just do this then. That'll be the 11 blocks away, right in the middle. Not too bad. Gotta go over here real quick just to see how much room. Ouch. How did I do that? How did that happen? Oh, see you later, buddy. I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to see. Okay, so that is a good length away. Maybe let's go 13. Just so it's not too close. But I'm also thinking we have a kelp farm maybe just on this side. Dun-dun. Could just use this ravine as well. I'm trying to figure out the best spot, because I know I'm going to eventually... I'm probably going to move a bunch of automatic farms here. I just don't know. I want to be able to get this in a good spot. I could build this. Have the kelp move up like this. That actually would be kind of cool if I had a kelp farm using just the ravine. How far back does the ravine go? Let's do this. It does just go. It does go. That actually would be cool. We could use the ravine. Let's take a nap over here. Maybe we should use the ravine. What do you guys think? Do you guys want to build it above ground, or should I just use the ravine? Let's set up shop at least around here, maybe. Bum bum. Max is a bird. That's true. It'd be cool to have it in the ravine. I think so too. Above ground? Wait, can we do a poll on YouTube? Let me check. Start a poll. We can do it. Okay. Ask a question. Ravine? Ravine above ground. I don't know how to get the yes and no out of there. So there's going to be an option to say yes or no also, but I'm starting the poll. Okay, let's see what happens. Rain or above ground. I just want to see what happens. I think maybe the first one to like 20 votes or something. I'll just do that. Okay, ravine is off to a great start. Think about using... Okay, I should go... You know, I should get some temporary blocks. I should get some dirt and submerge this whole thing. Let's do that. Let's get some dirt and submerge the whole thing. We should do this, though. Nice. Make the ravine a little bit larger. Because why not? This will be fun. Or we just hook it up right here. Okay. Let's go get some dirt. Yes, let's go. All right, it's going to be in the ravine is what it looks like here. Yes. Oh, man. Hello there out in Morocco. Hope you're doing well. Arthur, what's good? Gem of all trades, what's good? Glitter, what's good? Hobbler, what's good? Hi, everybody. Bearded, hope you're doing well. And Lauren, hope you're doing well. Hi, guys. I really hope you're having a great day. Flying back just to get some dirt right now. Somebody voted no. That's awesome. We are back. Okay. Let's see here. I think I just need the dirt. Let's grab the dirt and 1 bucket of water just to be safe. Let's get you right here. Okay. Yeah. Let's fly way back up into the sky. How are you? I'm doing well. How are you doing? Jill, thank you for stopping in. Lulu, what's good? Thank you for stopping in. Garov, what's good? Thank you for stopping in. And Elias, what's good? Rebel Snow White, hello. If I miss your guys' names, feel free to say what's up again. Nina, what's good? Jashmer, what's good? Hi, guys. Really hope you're having a great day. And, yeah, just thanks for being here. Flying through the crowd. Not the crowd. The clouds. Gotta get my English right. Let's end the poll. Ravine is obviously gonna win. We'll go in here. Down to the ravine. Let's see. Yep, let's just get the dirt in, and then we'll move the water all the way across. This way. All right. This is going to be nice. One, two, three. Not too much further. This will create some mobs down there, though. 100%. It's a good song. Nice and relaxing. Let's see. Right here, and there, and boom, and boom, and boom, and got it. Let's go. Keep booming. Boom, boom. Keep doing it. Keep doing what you gotta do. Got you over here, got you over there. Boom. Just sending it all the way down. Gotta make sure we're creating the water source blocks. Oh, I didn't even see this down here. Got this all hooked up. Boom. Boom. Okay, so we do have a lot of water here now. Let's break some of this stuff down. Make a more straight ravine right here. Okay. We might end up having to replace all of that. Sand's gonna fall. It's gonna make it difficult for placing redstone. Let's get all of this guy down here. Okay, we actually have a shulker box that we should take out for all of the sandstone. I did not think we'd be getting this much sandstone. Let's do this. Got it here, got it there. Let's grab this here. Nice. Not bad. Wonder how far it should go. Maybe that's it. We don't need it to go that much further. I'm thinking one on both sides, though. I have some down here as well. Okay, gotcha. Should be okay. Let's see. None of this is... Okay, everything should be working. Just go down here just in case. I don't know where this is supposed to go. Let's just get a torch here and there. And a torch over here. So it's gonna come here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's just get this guy out. Let's go this way. There we go. Okay. Boom and boom. Where's the bed at? Did I not? Oh, it's right here. I was gonna say, there it is. We're back. Hey, thanks for being here, guys. Also, I don't think I've reminded anybody. Thanks for leaving a like on the stream. I'll actually just put the PSA there. Appreciate you guys for liking the stream. It means a lot, man. Helps people who've never been here before find the stream and helps grow the community, so